Chuan had been dining in the cafeteria for an entire month, to the point where his soul seemed to vacate his body. Just when he could no longer endure the culinary torment, the divine chef system descended upon him. With the recipes provided by the system, Chuan prepared a pot of savory meat and vegetable rice. When he lifted the lid, an intoxicating aroma surged forth, drawing the students like moths to a flame, their eyes brimming with tears, exclaiming, "Father, just one more bite." A foreigner next door raised his fork in reverence and inquired, "Is this a magical creation from the East?" Sweet and sour ribs garnered free tutoring from top scholars, while cola chicken wings prompted the department head to eagerly assist with paper revisions. Spicy hot pot incited a frenzy among the crowd, turning the dormitory into a large-scale food chase scene. Even international students from other institutions flocked over, employing every means possible to score a meal. Chuan was overwhelmed. He merely wished to cook to save his own stomach. Yet somehow he had become the savior within the international student community. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Chef System. Please collect your designated napkins here. Queue here for the system lottery. In England, Stoke Town, at SU University. At 7:30 in the morning, Chuan, yawning, ambled through the cafeteria with a tray, resembling a walking corpse. His gaze swept over the offerings: dry, hard potato chunks, wilted, yellowed broccoli, pallid chicken breast, and beans that appeared as if they had been poured straight from a can. Again with these. Chuan's delicate, handsome visage contorted into a frown. The infamous blandness of British cuisine was well known, and the food at SU University was particularly notorious. Though the cafeteria did not serve the horrifying fish head dishes one might dread, the monotonous menu was sufficient to sap anyone's appetite. Almost all dishes were either fried or boiled in plain water, under the guise of preserving the original flavor of the food. For foreigners, buttered bread might be a culinary delight. But for someone hailing from a gastronomic paradise like China, it was akin to a torturous experience for the palate. Eat dry bread, live a dry life, Chuan thought to himself, self-mockingly. He had attempted to explore restaurants outside the school, but 90 of the local establishments were fast food joints, and even KFC was unappetizing. Chinese restaurants existed, but whether it was the ingredients or the seasonings, the flavors were always lacking, and the prices were exorbitantly high. After much wandering, he found himself resigned to return to the cafeteria once more. Having subsisted on cafeteria food for over half a month, Chuan had lost a considerable 7 pounds, and even his skin felt as parched as British bread. "Hey, Yang, you look as pale as a vampire. Are you feeling unwell?" Chris, his classmate, approached with a mountain of food, nudging him gently with his elbow. This blonde British boy had an uncanny ability to make even the most unpalatable food seem like a Michelin-starred feast. "Oh, Chris, I'm fine, just lost in thought." Chuan managed a strained smile, casually tossing some bacon, a fried egg, and toast onto his tray as he headed towards the cashier. The total came to 3.50, which included a complimentary cup of red tea, an excellent value indeed. As he mechanically filled his mouth with food, Chuan found the taste utterly bland, his thoughts drifting nostalgically to the breakfasts of his homeland. The steam rising from the breakfast shop's steamer, the sizzling sound of dough sticks frying in hot oil, and even the simplest bowl of congee with pickled vegetables and fermented tofu were far superior to this cold, lifeless British fare. If only he could cook. Ding! A strong desire to cook has been detected. The Chinese chef system is at your service. Would you like to bind it? Chuan was taken aback. What was this? A chef system? As an avid reader of online literature, he was well aware of what systems entailed and had often fantasized about the arrival of a wealthy benefactor system. But he had never imagined such good fortune would befall him. "Thank you, system." His stomach was saved. "Bind it. I must bind it." Considering the presence of his classmates, Chuan suppressed the urge to display his excitement outwardly, silently shouting in his heart. Ding! Binding of the Chinese chef system successful. This system is dedicated to spreading the culture of Chinese cuisine, allowing more individuals to experience its charm. Newbie gift package being activated. Congratulations, host, on acquiring chef skills and 3 cooking utensil exchange vouchers. Warm reminder, conquer the taste buds of diners with exquisite dishes to earn delicious points, which can be redeemed in the system store for high-quality ingredients such as Jinhua ham and Pichin bean paste. As the system's notification faded, a semi-transparent screen appeared before Yang Chuan, resembling a shopping app filled with an array of rice, flour, oils, various ingredients, seasonings, semi-finished products, and kitchen utensils, using delicious points for exchanges without needing money. How splendid! Asterisk. 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 It was crucial to note that acquiring domestic ingredients and seasonings in the UK was exceptionally challenging. While there were Chinese supermarkets, their offerings were limited and prices exorbitant, with essential spices like Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and cinnamon virtually unavailable. Now, with the system store at his disposal, all these issues were effortlessly resolved. All he needed to do was strive to earn delicious points. Ding! Newbie task released. Earn 10 delicious points. Task reward. Chef physique, enabling you to stand for 10 hours cooking without feeling the slightest fatigue. Upon seeing this reward, Yang Chuan instantly perked up. As someone who would rather sit than stand, and would opt to lie down rather than sit. His body had always been in a suboptimal state. This chef physique seemed tailor-made for him. However, at present, his delicious points stood at 0, and the ingredients for today's meal still needed to be purchased from an off-campus supermarket. Throughout the morning classes, Yang Chuan was absent-minded, his thoughts consumed with planning the lunch menu. Although there was a communal kitchen in the dormitory, cooking was quite inconvenient due to the smoke detectors installed for fire safety. According to the school's fire safety regulations, if a fire alarm sounded, everyone had to evacuate immediately and wait for security to check for fire hazards, which could take hours. Moreover, the person responsible for triggering the alarm would face fines and public reprimands posted on the bulletin board outside the dorm. Quite embarrassing indeed. Yang Chuan had experienced this system's severity on his first day in England, when he was abruptly awakened in the middle of the night by a deafening alarm, forced to descend. Wearing only his pajamas, shivering in the cold wind, it was said that it had been triggered by an overly fragrant perfume worn by a foreigner. This incident remained vividly etched in Yang Chuan's memory. He had no desire to become the next unfortunate soul to be publicly shamed, so he temporarily decided to forego any cooking methods involving frying or open flames. After much contemplation, he settled on preparing the simplest dish for lunch: savory meat and vegetable rice. After enduring half a month of cold, lifeless British fare, nothing was more enticing than a steaming bowl of fragrant rice. Moreover, the savory meat and vegetable rice encompassed both meat and vegetables, eliminating the need for any additional dishes. Most importantly, it required only a rice cooker, and within half an hour, he could indulge in a delightful meal, saving both time and effort. As soon as the teacher announced the end of class, Yang Chuan dashed out of the classroom, making a beeline for the nearby Sainsbury's. If I can't find green vegetables, I'll substitute with cabbage. If there's no savory meat, I'll use diced bacon instead. Yang Chuan mused to himself as he navigated the aisles with his shopping cart. With the skills of a chef, Yang Chuan could adeptly combine available ingredients. Given the lamentable scarcity of leafy greens in England and their exorbitant prices, cabbage served as a suitable alternative. His grandmother had always favored using cabbage for savory meat and vegetable rice, which tasted even better than that from local restaurants, as for salted pork British. Supermarkets naturally do not offer the domestically cured variety, so Yang Chuan simply opted for a pack of diced bacon. Bacon, akin to salted pork, is also cured pork belly, and it is conveniently pre-cut into cubes, allowing him to rinse it slightly at home before use. The selection of rice was even more limited. Most of what British supermarket stock consisted of long-grained rice with pointed tips. Yang Chuan reluctantly settled for 2 500-gram packs of rice. Each box contained 4 small bags, with each bag representing a single serving, which at first glance seemed rather convenient. However, upon closely examining the instructions on the packaging, he was profoundly taken aback. The package illustrated that one should place the rice-filled bag directly into boiling water, cook it for 10 to 15 minutes, then retrieve the bag to drain the water, and finally, cut it open to serve the rice. Yang Chuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. It was an astonishing revelation. Was this truly how foreigners prepare their rice? It was no wonder that the rice in the cafeteria always had a slightly undercooked texture. This was utterly bewildering. As he passed through the frozen food aisle, he spotted instant buns and considered purchasing some for breakfast, given that he would be attending class in the morning and would have little time to prepare a meal. However, upon noticing that the filling contained chocolate and sea salt caramel, he recoiled, putting the item back into the freezer, realizing that the British had a penchant for excessively sweetening their food. He also grabbed some salt, olive oil, and a cutting knife, only to recall that he had no utensils. Stoke-on-Trent, famed as the porcelain capital of England, offered a decent selection of ceramic bowls and dishes, yet chopsticks were nowhere to be found. He settled for purchasing a few spoons instead at the self-checkout area. He scanned his items one by one, inserted his bank card, and swiftly completed the transaction, totaling 49.60. Chuan felt a twinge of regret. This modest amount of groceries would likely only cost a little over 100 yuan back home. Yet here it had quadrupled in price. How exorbitant the cost of living in Britain truly was. Chapter 2. The temptation of bacon and vegetable rice. Chuan returned to his dormitory, carrying a bag of groceries, and coincidentally encountered the plump Pang Hu had also just returned. Pang Hu, a fellow international student from Huagua and a native of the north, had an affable demeanor. Their dormitories were on the same floor, and since they often crossed paths, they quickly became acquainted. Unfortunately, they were not in the same class, and their schedules did not align. Otherwise, they could have had another companion for attending classes together. "Hey, Fat Hu, just finish your meal?" Chuan greeted Pang Hu with a smile, noting his direction towards the canteen. "Indeed, I stuffed myself with fried food," Pang Hu replied, patting his round belly with a frown. "My stomach feels full, yet my mouth still craves something savory. The food here seems to have merely passed through my belly, leaving no trace." His gaze shifted, and Pang Hu's attention was drawn to the bag in Chuan's hands. Spotting the vibrant green cabbage, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Chuan, did you go grocery shopping? Planning to cook for yourself?" "Yes, I can no longer endure the canteen food. I must fend for myself," Chuan replied, shaking the bag in his hand. "Really?" Pang Hu's eyes lit up, his voice rising with excitement. "A savior. I've been dreaming of a warm meal. Unfortunately, my hands only know how to make instant noodles." He rubbed his hands together, grinning at Chuan, even changing his address. "Bro, if you make some, could you spare me a portion? I beg you." "Sure," Chuan readily agreed. After all, this was a delightful opportunity for culinary delight. Upon entering his single dormitory, Chuan set down the bag and swiftly exchanged points in the system's marketplace for a 5-liter electric rice cooker. The system guaranteed quality, and this model featured the latest 3-dimensional circulating multi-directional boiling heat, enabling rapid cooking with exceptional quality, perfect for both rice and stews. Cradling the rice cooker and carrying the bag of ingredients, Chuan made his way to the communal kitchen. The kitchen was spacious and well-lit. Approximately 60 to 70 square meters, equipped with a cooking area and a dining area that housed several small square tables. At this mealtime, most students were either dining in the cafeteria or resting in their rooms, leaving the communal kitchen empty. Pleased, Chuan nodded to himself, relishing the quiet atmosphere perfect for cooking. He planned to prepare a larger quantity of bacon and vegetable rice to share with his classmates, thereby earning more culinary points. He retrieved a 500-gram box of rice, rinsed it twice, and placed it in a bowl to soak. Next, he took out the cabbage and a cutting knife, swiftly slicing through the base before deftly shredding the leaves into fine strips. Thanks to the culinary skills granted by the system, he had transformed from a novice in the kitchen to a chef with the finesse of 30 years of experience. The diced bacon required no further chopping. A simple rinse under water to remove excess salt sufficed. The next step was to sauté the cabbage and bacon bits in oil to release their aromatic flavors. Though the rice cooker could not achieve high-temperature stir-frying, it was more than capable of lightly sautéing the ingredients. In the inner pot of the rice cooker, pour an appropriate amount of olive oil and press the cooking button. Once the oil reaches a suitable temperature, add chopped cabbage and diced bacon to stir-fry. The plastic rice spatula moves gracefully within the pot as the enticing aroma of the ingredients begins to fill the air. After seasoning with a pinch of salt, pour in the rinsed rice and mix thoroughly. Cover the pot, relinquishing the subsequent task to the rice cooker. Tidying up the somewhat chaotic countertop, Chuan retreated to his room to lie down. Timmy, meanwhile, opened his phone and indulged in a thrilling match. achieving 7 kills before gracefully exiting the game amidst the warm banter of his teammates. After approximately 20 minutes of gameplay, he estimated that the rice was likely ready. Stretching languidly, Chuan took a bowl and spoon and made his way to the communal kitchen. Indeed, the rice was perfectly cooked, the rice cooker having switched to the keep warm setting. Unplugging the device, he lifted the lid, and a cloud of steam, infused with the rich aroma of the meal, instantly enveloped the kitchen. This was the scent. Chuan inhaled deeply, feeling as though his very soul was being elevated. The gleaming, plump white rice, saturated with oil, shimmered enticingly. The green cabbage, having been steamed, exhibited an alluring yellow-green hue, while the dark red, marbled bacon pieces adorned the dish, making it a feast for the senses in terms of color, aroma, and taste. Unable to contain his excitement, Chuan eagerly scooped a generous bowl for himself. As he took the first bite, an overwhelming urge to shed tears washed over him. After more than half a month, he finally savored a proper, warm meal. The cabbage, tender from the high heat, offered a unique sweetness that harmonized beautifully with the savory notes of the bacon, while the rice contributed its rich aroma. There was no need for vigorous chewing. The gentle flavors melted on his tongue, leaving a lingering essence of fat. A bit of crispy, caramelized rice remained at the bottom of the pot, not overly hard but imbued with a smoky fragrance, adding a delightful rustic charm to the dish. He continued to scoop spoonful after spoonful, unable to stop. At that moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Pang, who's standing behind him, his face a picture of lament. "Brother, this is rather inconsiderate. You promised to call me to eat together. How could you enjoy it all by yourself? If I hadn't caught a whiff of the aroma from the dormitory, I wouldn't have even known the rice was ready." Pang, whose stomach growled in perfect timing. Despite having just eaten at the cafeteria, the enticing scent now left him ravenous, and he unconsciously salivated. Chuan chuckled apologetically. "I'm sorry. I was just so hungry that I forgot to call you. The rice is in the pot. You can help yourself." With that, he carried his bowl to the dining area, continuing his feast. Seeing this, Pang, who quickly served himself a generous portion, eager to taste the food, and without regard for the heat, he stuffed a mouthful into his mouth. The next moment, his squinted eyes widened in astonishment. "This is unbelievably delicious." The bacon was savory and chewy, while the sweetness of the cabbage balanced the saltiness, creating a euphoric symphony of flavors in every bite. Layers of saltiness, rice fragrance, and vegetable essence exploding in his mouth. Dear family, who truly understands the satisfaction of savoring this richly flavored, salted meat and vegetable rice? Ding, deliciousness level 1. The system's notification echoed in Chuan's mind. "Brother, with your culinary skills, why do you still eat in the cafeteria every day?" Pang, who inquired, shoveling rice into his mouth as he leaned closer to Chuan. "I didn't bring a pot when I went abroad. This rice cooker just arrived." Chuan replied casually, not wanting to disclose the existence of his system. "No wonder. Shopping on Amazon is indeed convenient." Pang, who nodded. "Brother, why didn't you make a soup? The rice and bone broth are a perfect match. Unfortunately, the lunch break is too short. I wouldn't have time to stew the soup." Chuan shrugged, noting that he had classes in the afternoon and couldn't spend all his time cooking. "That's true." Pang, who immediately began to think about dinner. "So, brother, will you be cooking again tonight?" "Probably," he mused. After all, he was a man endowed with a culinary deity system. How could he possibly go back to eating bland, uninspired meals? "What will we have for dinner?" "Brother, can I join you? I can chip in for groceries." Pang, who looked at Chuan eagerly. "I haven't decided yet." Just then, the kitchen door swung open, and a tall young man with chocolate-colored skin peeked in, sniffing the air dramatically. "Oh my God, that smells incredible. I could smell it all the way from the stairwell." Behind him were 3 foreign classmates. One, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, approached first and politely remarked in a standard London accent, "Excuse us, we followed the delicious aroma." "I'm Julian, from London." He gestured to his companions. "This is Marcus from France, the chocolate-skinned boy, and this is Anna, the red-haired, freckled girl, and Duke from Germany, a towering figure at 6'3". "I'm Chuan, and this is Pang, who we hail from Huagua." Chuan set down his bowl and cheerfully asked, "Would you like to try my salted meat and vegetable rice?" Really? Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to her companions. I traveled to Huagua last year, and the food there is absolutely marvelous. Marcus had already approached the rice cooker, staring intently at the food. This smells divine. I've never encountered such a rich aroma before. Can we truly eat this? Just looking at it seemed to evoke the enticing fragrance, making one eager to scoop a bowl and indulge. Chuan smiled, of course. Help yourselves, but you'll need to bring your own utensils. What a delightful treat. Chapter 3. 3 dishes and a soup. The foreign classmates cheered in unison, rushing back to their dorms to gather utensils and returning at lightning speed, fearing that they might miss out on the delectable feast. Unbelievable. Chew, chew. Chew. The rice is so soft, chew, 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 and delicious. Anna exclaimed, devouring her food while giving Chuan a thumbs up. Indeed. Chew, chew. Chew. The combination of bacon and cabbage is simply exquisite. Julian closed his eyes in ecstasy, relishing the first truly delightful Huagua rice he had ever tasted. Is there some magical Chinese enchantment infused in this bowl of rice? Marcus exclaimed, holding up his fork in awe. How can you cook the rice to perfection? I have never tasted such soft and fragrant rice before. Duke remained silent, engrossed in his meal, quickly refilling his bowl. Hey, Duke, you sly little rascal. Leave some for us. Amidst the clamor for more, the rice cooker soon ran dry. Ding, deliciousness level 1111. The system's notification chimed repeatedly. Chuan's heart soared with joy, though he feigned nonchalance. I'm glad you all enjoy it. Once they were satiated, Anna patted her belly in frustration. I was so focused on eating that I forgot to take pictures. I should have posted it on Instagram to make everyone envious. Hee hee. I took some photos and will share them with you. That crafty Pang, who had seized the moment while Julian and the others went to fetch utensils to fill his own bowl, snapping a picture and sharing it in the international students group. Great. Let us add each other as friends. The enthusiastic Anna and the affable Pang, who were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the uproar his earlier photo had stirred in their usually quiet group. Chunsiki, salted meat and vegetable rice. This steaming bowl of salted meat and vegetable rice. Screaming in excitement. Li Hua. Where is it? What is the address? I want to be in front of that bowl in 3 minutes. Hu Junfeng. Pang Hu. My dear brother. My benevolent guardian. Share a bite with us. A throng of people in the group, familiar and unfamiliar alike, erupted with enthusiasm, eager to rush over as if to rob him. Meanwhile, Pang, who was deep in conversation with Anna and others, completely oblivious to the vibrating phone in his pocket. It wasn't until Chuan caught sight of the frenzied notifications that he hurriedly picked up his phone. Pang Hu. Brothers, calm down. It's all gone. Table full of empty bowls. JPG. Chunsiki. Oh no. My food. My food. Twisting and rolling in despair. Li Hua. Guardian. It's been ages since I've had a proper hot meal. Please spare me a bite. Hu Junfeng. Wait. I know Pang Hu's culinary skills. You must confess. Where did this rice come from? Pang, who glanced at Chuan with a hint of guilt. Brother, I think I might have caused you trouble. The ravenous wolves in the group were clearly ready to storm in for a meal, and his moment of pride had inadvertently burdened Chuan. Yet, Chuan didn't mind. The more, the merrier. That meal had netted him 5 points of deliciousness, leaving him halfway to completing his novice task. Moreover, the deliciousness points could be exchanged for ingredients and seasonings. With the system's marketplace offering reasonable prices, 1 point could be traded for a pound of premium ingredients or a bottle of special seasoning. As he surveyed the hungry wolves in the group, Chuan envisioned a bounty of deliciousness points beckoning him. No worries, let them come tonight, and they could bring their own bowls and chopsticks. Really, Pang, who was pleasantly surprised. He and Hu Junfeng were classmates and shared a close bond. If he were to enjoy a meal without including him, he would surely face a torrent of grievances during their afternoon class. Of course, brother. Can we prepare a substantial dish for dinner? Pang, who looked at Chuan with a yearning expression. All right then. Chuan chuckled, amused by his demeanor, and agreed. Pang, who promptly pulled a 50 note from his pocket and thrust it into Chuan's hand, declaring, Tonight's meal is on me. You decide how to spend it. Chuan accepted the money without hesitation. Just as he was about to rise and tidy up the dishes, Julian and the others had already taken the initiative. This group of enthusiastic foreign classmates not only swiftly cleared the table, but Anna, her cheeks flushed, softly requested, "Yang, can we come again tonight?" Her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable longing for Chinese cuisine. "Of course. Wonderful. We'll prepare desserts and fruits for tonight." Anna cheered. Chuan smiled knowingly as he observed these eager foreign friends helping with the dishes, suddenly realizing that this lively gathering was far preferable to dining alone. The afternoon consisted of only one lecture. Class commenced at 2 and concluded by 3:30, providing Chuan ample time to procure dinner ingredients. Strolling leisurely into Sainsbury's, he gazed at the abundant shelves and began to contemplate the evening's menu. Regardless of Pang Hu's request, Chuan had already planned a sumptuous meal. For dinner was the most special of the 3 daily repasts. Breakfast could be a simple bun or pancake bought on the way to school, and lunch could be taken from the cafeteria or a takeaway. However, upon returning home in the evening, his grandmother would always have a steaming meal prepared for him. While her culinary skills were not extraordinary, the food was imbued with the warmth of home and the essence of family life. The braised pork she simmered in a clay pot remained the most delectable dish in his memories. With this thought in mind, he resolved to make braised pork for the main course. He selected 2.5 pounds of fresh pork belly from the meat section. The Chinese culinary tradition emphasizes a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables, and a savory soup to whet the appetite before the meal was a necessity. Although Chuan was not particularly fond of soup, his grandmother believed in its nutritional value and would constantly concoct various kinds for him, gradually instilling in him the habit. He noticed some marbled beef being sold at a bargain price, leftover cuts that foreigners typically overlooked in favor of steak and leaner meats. With a decisive gesture, he purchased 2 pounds and proceeded to the vegetable section to select a large white radish, intending to prepare a beef and radish soup. He had 2 coupons left for kitchenware, which could be exchanged for a pressure cooker specifically designed for soups and stews, along with a large frying pan for blanching ingredients. He planned to restore the frying pan's cooking capabilities once he moved out. After meandering through the fresh produce section for quite some time, Chuan selected a box of eggs, a pack of broccoli, a portion of fresh shrimp, a container of minced meat, and 3 plump round eggplants. He planned to prepare 3 dishes and a soup for dinner, which would suffice. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to create more dishes. Rather, it was the age-old adage that a skilled cook is helpless without ingredients. If he had the luxury of a full kitchen, Chuan could effortlessly conjure up a dozen different dishes. However, confined to the dormitory with only a rice cooker at his disposal, crafting an elaborate feast proved to be quite the challenge. Naturally, he did not overlook the necessity of seasonings, and thanks to the increasing number of Chinese students, British supermarkets now offer a selection of key products. He gathered light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, sugar, cooking wine, cumin, and pepper, all essentials. Considering the number of guests expected for dinner, he also grabbed several large bowls and plates. By the time Chuan lugged the heavy bags back to his dorm, his arms felt as though they might fall off. He was eager to obtain the culinary prowess promised by the novice task reward. Chapter 4. Superiority in culinary skills. After resting for a moment on his bed, Chuan once again ventured into the communal kitchen, laden with the groceries he had just procured. The large-capacity pressure cooker and wok he had exchanged for in the system's marketplace were now ready for use. The kitchens in England lacked an open flame, instead employing induction cooktops, which, while lacking the fiery fervor of traditional Chinese stir-frying, offered the advantage of easy cleaning, and the wok sat securely atop the burner. Typically, a cast iron pan requires the seasoning of lard at its inception, but the cookware provided by the system was ready for immediate use. Chuan retrieved the sizable portion of pork from his bag, its enticing marbling glistening under the light. However, as he sliced through the packaging, a strong, pungent odor of raw meat assaulted his nostrils. Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether the pork in England was always this potent. A quick online search revealed that British pigs are often uncastrated, which could explain the robust flavor, though he remained uncertain of its veracity. He rinsed the pork several times under running water, then placed it in a pot with cold water, adding scallions, slices of ginger, and a splash of cooking wine to neutralize the odor while simultaneously shaping the belly meat. As the water gradually boiled, foam erupted like snowflakes, which Chuan meticulously skimmed off until the broth became clear. When the meat reached medium doneness, he removed it to chop, though the stubborn aroma still lingered faintly in the air. Therefore, Chuan returned the diced pork to the pot for another brief blanching. The absence of an open flame for caramelizing sugar posed a small inconvenience. Yet for someone possessing the culinary skills of Chuan, it was hardly a hurdle. He adeptly layered the pork chunks in the inner pot of the rice cooker, drenching them in a sauce crafted from light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce, then sprinkling a spoonful of sugar to enhance the flavor. Subsequently, he added spices such as star anise and Sichuan peppercorns, which not only enriched the aroma, but also effectively masked the pork's pungency. Next came the treatment of the beef, which similarly required blanching and cubing before being placed in the pressure cooker for stewing. Soon, he would add chunks of radish to amplify the broth's savory depth. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps resonated from outside the kitchen, swiftly followed by the door being thrust open. Pang, who returned from class, and from afar, he could hear the rhythmic sound of chopping emanating from the communal kitchen, instantly recognizing that Chuan was preparing a meal. He set down his books and urged Hu Junfeng to assist Chuan. As they pushed open the kitchen door, they were greeted by a countertop brimming with an array of ingredients and dishes, both chaotic and orderly. Chuan was methodically attending to the ingredients. "Brother, I'm here. This is my friend Hu Junfeng, joining us for dinner tonight. Is there anything we can help with?" Pang Hu announced, with a bespectacled student following closely behind him, his classmate. "Hu Junfeng." "Hello, Hu Junfeng," he greeted Chuan shyly, unlike his more boisterous persona in their group chat. "Greetings," Chuan replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement before promptly directing them. "Please wash the eggplants and radishes, and crack 4 eggs into a bowl to prepare the egg mixture." Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng exchanged a glance and immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to work. Although neither had much experience in the kitchen, the fundamental tasks of washing vegetables and beating eggs posed no challenge. "Brother, are you planning to cook eggplant? That variety tends to absorb oil. If you use a frying pan, the smoke will be substantial and it could trigger the fire alarm," Pang Hu cautioned while carefully rinsing the eggplant. "Rest assured, I'm making an oil-free microwave version of roasted eggplant for you to try," Chuan assured him. The culinary genius had certainly kept pace with contemporary trends, mastering the popular lazy cooking methods circulating online. He sliced the washed round eggplants in half, placed them in a large plate, and microwaved them for about 6 minutes. The eggplants became tender, exuding a delicate fragrance. The next step involved the sauce, a medley of minced garlic, small chili peppers, oyster sauce, soy sauce, a pinch of salt, and a hint of sugar, evenly sprinkled atop the eggplants. The small chili peppers were obtained from the system's marketplace, as the local varieties in England were far from spicy and could only be considered sweet peppers. After another 2 minutes in the microwave, the fragrant roasted eggplant was ready, filling the kitchen with its enticing aroma. The subtle scent of eggplant mingled with the pungency of garlic and the spiciness of the chili, wafting irresistibly into the air. The purple-brown eggplants soaked up the sauce, their surfaces adorned with a golden layer of minced garlic, accompanied by vibrant small chili peppers. Merely gazing at them made one's mouth water. Chuan picked up a small piece of eggplant with chopsticks and tasted it, eager to assess its doneness. As this was his first attempt at this cooking method, and he was uncertain of the outcome, the eggplant had transformed into an incredibly tender morsel, saturated with flavor. The savory taste, combined with the fragrance of garlic and the kick from the chili, was undoubtedly comparable to that of any street-side barbecue. "Brother, I want to try a bite." Pang Hu's eyes were fixated on the eggplant, his throat involuntarily swallowing. "Absolutely not," Chuan firmly denied him. If Pang Hu tasted it, Hu Junfeng would surely want to taste as well, and before long, the roasted eggplant would be gone before the others even arrived. Unable to find an alternative, Pang Hu reluctantly resumed his task of washing vegetables. Given a larger-than-usual crowd dining today, a single serving of roasted eggplant would surely prove insufficient. Thus, Chuan decided to replicate his culinary creation with all the eggplants purchased that day, preparing an additional 2 platters. The rice cooker chimed, indicating that the braised pork had become tender and succulent. Chuan transferred the meat into a large frying pan, allowing it to caramelize over high heat. As the rich aroma of the sauce filled the air, the freed rice cooker was perfectly suited for steaming rice. He added the rinsed rice into the inner pot, along with water that reached just above his knuckles, and set it to cook. Simultaneously, he prepared the final dish, a steamed egg custard with shrimp and broccoli. Utilizing the steaming rack provided with the rice cooker, he placed the dish atop the rice to cook together. In a pristine white ceramic plate, he poured the beaten eggs and arranged the fresh shrimp, washed and placed haphazardly within. He adorned the dish with broccoli as a garnish and sprinkled a layer of marinated minced meat atop. After pressing the cooking button, he entrusted the remainder to the passage of time. Upon completion, the golden custard, vibrant red shrimp, and luscious green broccoli emerged. A feast for the eyes and a delight for the senses. A sprinkle of chopped green onions, soy sauce, and sesame oil completed the dish, ready for enjoyment. The beef soup required a longer simmering time. Seizing the opportunity while the rice cooked, Chuan lifted the lid to add the chopped radish, releasing an enticing aroma that made both Hu Junfeng and Pang Hu swallow in unison. My goodness, Pang, where did you find such a culinary deity? Your skills rival those of a professional chef, exclaimed Hu Junfeng, his eyes wide with astonishment. Show some respect. This is my adoptive father, Pang Hu declared with righteous fervor, having resolved to firmly embrace his adoptive father's leg, pledging to contribute to the household expenses daily. Does that mean he becomes my grandfather? Hu Junfeng's eyes widened, reluctantly accepting Pang Hu's plea to join him for a meal, acknowledging that for the sake of enjoying such exquisite cuisine daily, he would accept the title of grandfather. Unbeknownst to Chuan, who was blissfully unaware of his newfound familial hierarchy, he wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Pang Hu, "That should be enough. Pang Hu, please call everyone over." In the afternoon, Pang Hu gathered those who would be joining for dinner, including Julian and Anna, into a group chat. All he needed to do was send a message, and these hungry wolves would rush over immediately. It wasn't that they were unwilling to assist. Rather, the kitchen space was limited, and too many cooks would only create chaos. Chapter 5. Time to eat. With a larger number of guests expected that evening, Chuan prepared a more substantial quantity of food, serving everything on large platters. Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng counted the attendees and found that, including the chef Chuan, a total of 9 people would be dining that night. A spark of inspiration struck him. They decided to combine 2 square tables into one long table, creating a communal dining experience. The rice and beef radish soup, due to container limitations, were brought to the table in the rice cooker and soup pot, allowing everyone to serve themselves with ease. As preparations reached their zenith, Pang Hu raised his phone and captured the sumptuous spread laid out upon the long table, promptly dispatching the image to the WeChat group. Pang Hu, brothers, it's time to feast. Image of the delectable dishes, Chun Sikia. Just gazing at the photo makes my mouth water. Li Hua, you still have time to scream? I'm already ready. Standing up and rushing forth. Image of him dashing with bowl and chopsticks. Julian, oh, my friend, wait for us. Anna, just a moment. Before long, the corridor echoed with a cacophony of excited exclamations. My goodness, what divine aroma is this? Don't push me. I was first. Li Hua and Chun Siki jostled their way into the communal kitchen, their eyes instantly captivated by the trio of dishes and a soup laid out before them. The amber-hued braised pork glistened with grease, the garlic-scented roasted eggplant steamed invitingly, and the vibrant shrimp and broccoli accompanied by a fragrant beef and radish soup sent their salivary glands into overdrive. It had been more than half a month, over 20 days, without a proper meal. Faced with such a tantalizing array of dishes, how could they possibly restrain themselves? Yet, restraint was necessary. Clearly, not everyone had yet arrived, and it would be improper to begin dining prematurely. Hello, Brother Chuan. Liwa. You can call me Huazai. I brought some cocktails. Don't worry, it's not too alcoholic, just like a beverage. Liwa, with his blue-purple wolf-tail hairstyle and fashionably affluent attire, exuded a trendy charm. He was quick to establish camaraderie, immediately addressing Chuan as brother while revealing 2 cases of Rio cocktails, a delightful assortment of flavors, totaling 12 bottles, their hues visually appealing. Brother Chuan, I'm Chun Siki from the group. You can call me Xiao Qi. I also brought something to drink. It's cola. Chun Siki, a petite girl with twin ponytails and a cherubic round face, appeared both endearing and charming, cradling 2 large 15L bottles of cola and a bag of disposable cups. Welcome. Please take a seat, Chuan cheerfully invited, gesturing for the two to sit down. Once seated, the tantalizing aroma of the food intensified, seeming to come alive as it wafted irresistibly toward them, causing their mouths to water even more. Seeing their eager expressions, Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. But he knew the meal would commence only when everyone had gathered. He then picked up a blue Rio and inquired of Li Hua. Huazai, do you have a bottle opener? Hey, who needs a bottle opener? Brother Chuan, allow me to demonstrate a hands-free opening. Li Hua confidently took the bottle, deftly striking the cap against the table edge, which fell away with a satisfying sound, earning him enthusiastic applause. Just as Peng Hu and the others were raising their colas in a toast, Julian and his party finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. The young British gentleman, holding a bottle of champagne and a basket of fruit, greeted everyone with a smile. Hello. Good evening, everyone. We sincerely apologize for our tardiness. It's all Anna's fault for dawdling. In his hand, the young Frenchman Marcus held a long baguette, suggesting that if anyone felt unsated shortly, they could indulge in our culinary specialty from France. Hey, Marcus, a foreign girl, who had been called out, shot a glare at him and quickly produced a large box of colorful macarons. These are the sweet treats I prepared. They can serve as our dessert later. The silent German handsome Duke scratched his head and revealed a large bag filled with traditional German sausages. The German text on the package indicating they were brought from his homeland. Oh, splendid, my friends. Please take a seat. Hurry, hurry. We can hardly wait. Peng had already raised his chopsticks. Due to the self-provided utensils, the table was adorned with a variety of dining tools. The Chinese students utilized large bowls along with chopsticks and spoons, while their foreign counterparts employed plates and forks. Once everyone was seated, Chuan beckoned for the feast to commence. Being youthful, there were no strict etiquettes to adhere to. Chopsticks, forks, and spoons all came into play simultaneously, creating a dazzling spectacle. Oh, this meat. It is absolutely delectable. The braised pork, indeed the centerpiece of the table, garnered immense acclaim. The meat was stewed to a tender, almost melt-in-your-mouth consistency, without a hint of greasiness, prompting nearly everyone to sample it first. The glistening pork belly quivered slightly on the fork. Its subtly sweet and savory flavor a novel experience for the foreigners. Previously, their encounters with pork had been limited to fried or barbecue varieties. This was their first taste of such a rich and saucy preparation, leaving them in a delightful haze. Even girls like Anna and Chun Siki, who typically shied away from fatty meats, were lost in enjoyment. Peng, who devoured 2 substantial pieces of meat, and after satisfying his palate, turned his attention to the roasted eggplant. Chuan had prepared 3 round eggplants, halved and arranged across 3 plates, then sliced each into 3 pieces, yielding a total of 18 segments, perfectly portioned for each person to enjoy 2 slices. The eggplant was roasted to a tender, juicy perfection, infused with fragrant minced garlic and harmoniously complemented by the spiciness of small chili peppers. Each bite offered a profound sense of bliss, merging the eggplant's delicate aroma with the robust sauce. Authentic, so authentic. The eggplant from the street vendors tastes just like this. And yet, yours is even better. Peng, who couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, street vendors often use excessive oil and seasonings, leading to a cloying experience if consumed in excess. But this roasted eggplant, who Junfeng pondered for a moment before articulating, is perfectly balanced. 1 extra bit would be too rich, while 1 less would be too bland. Exactly. Peng, who nodded in agreement. The foreigners, intrigued, extended their forks toward the eggplant. Oh my God, I swear this is the most exquisite eggplant I have ever tasted. Young, your Easter magic is truly remarkable. Chuan savored the moment, feeling content. Despite the humble cooking equipment used today, the chef's skills remained unparalleled, ensuring that both the timing and seasoning were of the highest caliber. Even a seemingly ordinary dish of roasted eggplant can be transformed into a culinary delight. The attention of everyone was captivated by the braised pork and roasted eggplant, as Chuan scooped a generous spoonful of shrimp and broccoli steamed egg into his bowl. The golden yellow egg was tender and springy, while the vibrant red shrimp looked utterly appetizing. The broccoli was perfectly cooked, no longer resembling the undercooked fare typically served in cafeterias, but rather achieving a delightful balance of softness and crispness, exuding a refreshing quality. The emerald green scallions harmonized beautifully with the brown minced meat, creating a visually striking presentation. Each layer of texture, tender, smooth, bouncy, soft, and crunchy, intertwined with the exquisite flavor and the final touch of fragrant sesame oil, making it almost unbearable not to savor every morsel. He rose to serve himself a bowl of rice, pairing it with the steamed egg, and began to indulge heartily. Despite being the chef of the evening, he too had not enjoyed a proper meal in days. The salty meat and vegetable rice at noon could scarcely be deemed satisfying, whereas this meal was a true feast. In that moment, the long-lost warmth of home-cooked meals transformed into a comforting bliss upon his palate. Chapter 6, this year 19. With a house full of grandchildren engrossed in the delightful feast before him, Chuan continued to relish one spoonful after another of the shrimp and broccoli steamed egg, entirely oblivious to the hushed atmosphere that had enveloped the dining room. It was only after he had devoured nearly half the dish that he suddenly realized the eerie silence at the table. Everyone was holding their spoons, their eyes fixated on the plate in his hands. Chuan, you are lacking in decorum. Pang, who was the first to rise, quickly snatching a spoonful of steamed egg from Chuan's plate. His squinty little eyes ignited with the fervor of a true foodie, having secretly devoured half the dish himself. Why didn't you tell us this steamed egg was so delicious? Indeed, this steamed egg is exceptionally refreshing, perfectly balancing the rich flavors of the braised pork and roasted eggplant. Hu Junfeng chimed in, seizing a spoonful for himself, and began to critique it like a gourmet. He smacked his lips, savoring the exquisite taste of the spoonful he had just acquired. Enough chatter. If we linger any longer, there will be nothing left. Chun Siki kicked Hu Junfeng under the table, her round eyes glaring at Chuan, resembling an irate little hamster. You greedy Chuan, hoarding all the food for yourself. However, she could still distinguish between a satisfying meal and an insatiable appetite. Not daring to offend the chef, she merely grumbled softly. Chuan, feeling a bit bashful, touched his nose and pushed the plate of steamed egg towards the center of the table. At the other end of the table, several foreigners exchanged glances. Although they could not comprehend the Chinese conversation, the rapid disappearance of the steamed egg from the plate served as a clear warning. Oh, mon Dieu! Marcus exclaimed, calling upon their deity as was customary, vigorously patting his good friend Julian on the back. You must try this, my friend. It is simply divine. I dare say it surpasses the previous two dishes in its splendor. Really? Julian, ever eager to heed advice, promptly stood up and snatched a spoonful of the steamed egg into his mouth, instantly entranced. You are absolutely right, my friend. This is indeed exquisite. Leave some for me. Anna's wail echoed throughout the kitchen. The red-haired, freckled girl cradled an empty plate, her gaze filled with a sorrow so profound it seemed as if it could weep. Duke silently swallowed the last spoonful of the stewed egg and turned his attention towards the seemingly humble pot of beef and radish soup. Unfortunately, the plate he possessed could hold but a meager amount of soup, compelling him to scoop out only a few pieces of radish and beef with his spoon. Switching to a fork, Duke impaled a piece of beef. He held little expectation for the well-done meat, recalling only its oftentimes tough and dry nature. Hence, he usually preferred his steaks cooked to medium rare. Yet, the effortless penetration of the fork into the meat alerted him to its extraordinary quality. As he placed the beef in his mouth, his eyes widened involuntarily. The tenderness was akin to savoring the finest wagyu. Surely, this cow must have indulged in daily beers, listened to music, and enjoyed massages to achieve such soft and resilient texture. However, reason reminded him that this beef was merely the most ordinary scrap. Lacking the marbled snowflake pattern characteristic of premium cuts, its irregular shape dominated by fat. He marveled at how his classmate from Huagua managed to transform such commonplace beef into a dish so delectable, devoid of any unpleasant odor, instead infused with a subtle fragrance. Was there truly such a thing as Easter magic? Wait, fragrance? Duke suddenly recalled the radish simmered alongside the beef. He speared a piece with his fork and tasted it. The rich juices flooding his mouth. The radish's flavor rivaled that of the beef, being exquisitely succulent and delightfully tender, devoid of any flaws. The flavors of the beef and radish in the soup were so exceptional that he grew curious about the broth, enriched by their essence, and wondered what exquisite taste it might possess. Scanning the table, he spotted the disposable cups brought by Chuan. He took one and filled it to the brim with the beef soup. Cautiously, he took a sip, and it felt as though a tiny angel with wings was singing hallelujah in his mind. Had Duke ever watched Chinese Cooking Master, he would have recognized that his current sensation mirrored the character's experiences when tasting unparalleled delicacies. It was utterly divine. This was, without a doubt, the best soup he had ever tasted in his 20 years of existence. Hey folks, Duke, typically reticent, broke his silence. If you don't try this soup, you'll surely regret it. Julian and the others, being receptive to advice, wasted no time in mimicking Duke, filling their paper cups to the brim with the beef soup. Moments later, a chorus of astonished exclamations resonated throughout the kitchen. Jesus Christ! No way! Julian, like Duke, had approached the fully cooked beef soup with low expectations. But upon tasting it, he could only stare wide-eyed and exclaim in disbelief, entirely losing his British gentlemanly composure. "This melts in my mouth," Anna exclaimed, covering her mouth in delight. Marcus was rendered speechless, completely immersed in the culinary ecstasy. After the group had devoured the steamed egg, they eagerly turned to mix their rice with the rich gravy, initially intending to wait until after the meal to sip some soup. They were taken aback by the sheer rapture displayed by their foreign companions, indicating that the beef soup must indeed be extraordinary. The scene of ravenous consumption unfolded once more. Amidst the clamor, a blond English boy entered, slightly furrowing his brow. He was the classmate who could transform even the most unpalatable dishes into Michelin star experiences. "Oh, my friends, are you hosting a party? How disheartening that I wasn't invited," he lamented. "Hey, Chris, we're merely having a gathering. Tonight's chef is Yang. Would you care to join us?" Julian extended the invitation. "No need. I merely came to remind you to keep the noise down," Chris chuckled, glancing at the chaotic table. "Then how about some soup? I assure you, you won't regret it," Julian insisted, feeling remorseful for their earlier lack of volume control amidst their fervent feasting. "Hey Chris, come taste my cooking," Chuan added, standing up, both apologetic for the disturbance and eager to earn more culinary points. Having depleted the 5 culinary points earned at lunch for this evening's meal, he was in dire need of replenishment. "Well, all right," Chris reluctantly agreed. After tasting the beef soup, he fell silent, quietly dragging a chair over to the table. The meal continued for approximately an hour and a half, with every dish completely polished off. Even the baguette brought by Marcus was used to soak up the remaining broth. Each person reclined in their seats, their bellies pleasantly rounded, wearing satisfied smiles. Ding! Culinary points, 11-11. The system notification chimed repeatedly, confirming the successful addition of 9 culinary points. "Oh, Yang, you are simply marvelous. I have never tasted anything so exquisite," Julian praised wholeheartedly. "Goodness, I am so despondent. I cannot fathom returning to the mundane meals of the cafeteria after experiencing such delectable fare," Chris lamented, his expression one of despair. "What kind of life have I been leading these past 20 days, consuming such subpar food?" The group shuddered at the thought, each sharing the same sentiment. "Foster father," Pang, who suddenly sprang towards Chuan, "I will pay for my meals. Please, cook for us." "Grandfather, I will contribute too. I can wash dishes and clean." Hu Junfeng quickly chimed in, eager to impress Chuan. Chen Siki's eyes sparkled as she sweetly chimed in, "Daddy, take me along too. I will pay for my meals. I can help wash and chop vegetables." "Papa," Li Hua, unwilling to be outdone, declared that a simple rice bowl would suffice instead of extravagant meals. "I shall pay double the meal fee," he proclaimed. Julian and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Was it customary among the Chinese to refer to one another as father? Although they did not comprehend the words, they quickly grasped the underlying meaning. Gritting his teeth, Julian made a decision that defied tradition. "Papa, don't abandon us." Chuan, at the tender age of 19, was thus granted an early taste of what it felt like to have a house full of children and grandchildren. In Chapter 7, the starry F4, under the persistent pleas of the group, Chuan reluctantly acquiesced, a subtle smile flickering in his eyes. He established a rule. Each person was to contribute 20 pounds daily for meals, and there would be no ordering. Whatever he prepared would be what everyone consumed. This price was slightly higher than dining at the cafeteria 3 times a day, comparable to ordering takeout. Yet how could outside food rival Chuan's culinary prowess? Just the thought of his richly flavored beef stew melting on their tongues made them salivate uncontrollably. Moreover, preparing meals for 10 people was no small feat. The mere act of chopping and stirring left his arms aching for hours. They willingly parted with their money, with Chris joining the group. The number of diners rose to 10. As the group leader, Pang, who eagerly took on the task of collecting the fees, thumping his chest in assurance, "Brother Chuan, tomorrow's meal money is all here. Leave these trivial matters to me and focus on cooking." Jun Feng chimed in, "Brother Chuan, if you need assistance with ingredient shopping, just let us know. Yes, if I require help, I will inform you." Chuan nodded with a smile, scanning the group before suddenly recalling something. "By the way, do any of you have dietary restrictions or allergies?" After all, foreign friends were notoriously known for their allergic conditions. Julian, Marcus, and the others shook their heads in negation, while only Chris raised his hand, stating, "I cannot have peanuts." "All right, I will remember that," Chuan replied earnestly. After the meal, everyone collaborated to restore the communal kitchen to its original state. Amid laughter, pots and pans were scrubbed to a gleaming shine, and the tables and chairs were arranged neatly before they retired to their rooms to rest. After taking a hot shower and lying down, Chuan finally had the opportunity to check the previously overlooked system notifications. Following dinner, the system's alert had been ringing incessantly, but he had been preoccupied with his newfound children. "Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. The chef's physique has been awarded." The system's rewards were indeed extraordinary. Although Chuan felt slightly fatigued from the night's labor, the arrival of the task rewards enveloped him in warmth, washing away the weariness that had clung to him like a tide, leaving him invigorated. Beep. Advanced task released. Accumulate 1,000 points of deliciousness. Task reward. Ingredient perception. The ability to instantly discern the quality of ingredients, ensuring the selection of the freshest and finest materials at any time and place. This reward was precisely what Chuan needed. The ingredients available in the system's marketplace are undoubtedly of superior quality. However, the current accumulation of delectable points is insufficient for exchanging a satisfactory amount of ingredients, necessitating occasional trips to the supermarket. The quality of ingredients at the supermarket varies significantly, requiring considerable time to select and discern. With this newfound ability, future procurement will become considerably more convenient, albeit the delectable points required are somewhat excessive. Yet, one must accumulate gradually. Opening the system's marketplace, Chuan began to contemplate his breakfast for the following day. Meanwhile, Li Hua lay contentedly on his dormitory bed, gently massaging his slightly protruding belly while posting pictures of his dinner in a small group chat named Liuxing F4. This group comprised his affluent friends, with whom he had grown up, now scattered across various countries for their studies. As the second-in-command, Qian Jingyi, who had gone to France to study art, aptly remarked, "They're like a cluster of flames when gathered together, yet like a sky full of stars when apart, each shining independently like stars." F4 Li Hua. Photo of a feast served on the table. "Look, what a feast I enjoyed today." F2 Qian Jingyi. "Wow. Whose home did you crash for dinner? Chinese restaurants wouldn't serve such a lavish spread." F3 Xiao Mingyu. "The dishes look delightful. I've been stuck with hamburgers and pizzas in America, gaining several pounds." Li Hua's phone, equipped with a high-resolution camera, captured the sumptuous array of dishes in a most tantalizing manner. The braised pork in the white porcelain bowl glistened with a rich sauce, the fatty meat appearing to quiver slightly under the lens, while the garlic-roasted eggplant adorned with bright red chili peppers was strikingly vibrant. Most impressive was the dish of broccoli and shrimp steamed egg, the rich colors appearing particularly alluring in the photograph. F4 Li Hua. not just delightful. This is, without a doubt, the most astonishing meal I have had since studying abroad. I encountered a classmate possessing hidden culinary skills, a true legacy of a century-old establishment. Absolutely magnificent. F3 Xiao Mingyu. I'm feeling envious. The dumpling skins at the Chinese restaurants in New York are thick enough to be bulletproof. F2 Qianjingi. F4 Li Hua. Are you indulging all by yourself? Didn't you even think to invite the boss along? That S rather inconsiderate. F3 Xiao Mingyu. Why hasn't the boss responded? Surely he hasn't starved to death due to being too picky? F2 Qianjingi. That seems unlikely. London is, after all, a capital city. F4 Li Hua, who knows? British cuisine is notoriously known as the champion of dark culinary arts. Didn't you see at the last international conference? Representatives collectively sneaked out to eat McDonald's rather than partake in the banquet provided. F2 Qianjingi. Perhaps we should give the boss a voice call? At that moment, Su Yi, who had been silent until now, finally chimed in. F1 Su Yi, holding a glass of red wine, overlooking the night view of London. Photo of a luxurious dining table in a suite, almost untouched curry pork chop rice. The Indian curry at Hilton is decent. As if to substantiate his claim, Su Yi sent 3 images in quick succession. Li Hua scrutinized the pictures, realizing each dish had only been minimally touched. What show off? Li Hua couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was acutely aware of his childhood friend's discerning palate. This young master possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to flavors that others could not discern. After much effort, the Su family managed to enlist a former national banquet chef, which finally coaxed this young master into enjoying his meals. This chef had been with the Su family for over a decade and was supposed to accompany Su Yi abroad, but unexpectedly suffered a stroke just before their departure. During their time overseas, Su Yi likely had not savored a proper meal. F4 Li Hua. Boss, why not come to our school this weekend? I'll have my adoptive father prepare something special for you. The Li and Su families were business partners, maintaining a close relationship, and Li Hua had often dined at the Su residence. He felt that young Chuan's culinary skills rivaled those of the chef from the Su family. Tonight's meal had truly delighted him. F1 Su Yi. Pa. Merely some home-cooked dishes. Even the servants at my home enjoy better meals. As the heir to a prestigious family, Su Yi indeed looked down upon Li Hua's simple 3 dishes and a soup. Although the Su family did not indulge in lavish feasts every day, each meal was meticulously prepared with exquisite delicacies. F4 Li Hua. You're just being stubborn. If you're so capable, don't come begging me for a meal in the future. F1 Su Yi. I, Su Yi, would rather starve than eat even a morsel after jumping into the Thames. F4 Li Hua. I've taken a screenshot. Just wait and see. Li Hua quickly saved the conversation screenshot and smirked at the screen, the blue light casting a villainous glow on his face. Since Su Yi was too proud to lower himself, he decided to visit London personally. Their school was not far from London, a mere 4-hour train ride. Once the weekend arrived, he would go to London to find Su Yi. He planned to bring a portion of young Chuan's culinary creations with him, making this young master understand the true essence of deliciousness. In a luxurious hotel in London, someone gazed at the glistening grains of rice in a photograph, his throat moving slightly. Chapter 8. Fresh meat dumplings. As the morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, young Chuan awoke, invigorated and alert. The transformation brought about by his chef-like qualities infused him with vitality, banishing the usual morning lethargy. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was just past 7, leaving ample time before his 9:30 class. After freshening up, Yang Chuan used 3 points of deliciousness from the system's marketplace to exchange for 2 pounds of translucent dumpling skins and a piece of fresh pork hind leg, before heading to the communal kitchen. Today, he intended to prepare fresh meat dumplings. There was nothing quite as delightful as starting the day with a steaming bowl of dumplings. Washing the pork under the faucet, the meat glistened with a healthy pink hue, and the fatty portions shimmered like exquisite mutton fat jade. Truly a testament to the system's quality. Shaking off the droplets of water, he thought about purchasing an apron later. He placed the cutting board on the countertop with a soft thud. As he picked up the chef's knife, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The kitchen knives sold in British supermarkets tend to be rather lightweight, with blades that are somewhat narrow, feeling insubstantial in hand and far less practical than traditional Chinese cleavers. In the system's marketplace, kitchenware can be exchanged for 10 delicious points, a price that remains rather steep for young Chuan at present, necessitating a couple of days of saving. With a firm grip, he began the task of chopping meat. The rhythmic sound of cleaving echoed crisply in the morning kitchen. The cadence of blade meeting cutting board quickening as the pork leg gradually transformed into a fine mince, the fat glistening under the blade sheen. The exceptional endurance bestowed by his culinary prowess allowed him to maintain this high-frequency chopping motion without a hint of fatigue. Once the minced meat was placed into a large bowl, Yang Chuan added scallion and ginger water, followed by cooking wine to eliminate any unpleasant odors. He then poured in soy sauce and oyster sauce, sprinkled pepper and a touch of sugar for enhancement, and finally mixed in a handful of leftover chopped scallions from the previous day. Using chopsticks, he swiftly stirred in one direction, and the meat mixture soon became delicate and smooth, fully absorbing the seasonings. Next, the process of wrapping the small wontons became straightforward. The thin wonton skins unfurled in his palm, and with a gentle flick of the chopsticks, the rosy filling nestled neatly in the center of the skin. In the moment his fingers gathered, a plump wonton, thin-skinned yet generously filled, was completed, its pleats resembling blooming petals in their exquisite form. Arranging the finished wontons on the cutting board, he soon had 2 neat rows lined up, an enticing sight indeed. At that moment, the kitchen door creaked open, and a familiar head peeked in. Upon spotting Yang Chuan at the counter, a voice of discontent broke the morning silence. "Brother, why didn't you call us again?" "Indeed, brother, you're up so early preparing breakfast for all of us, and we're not helping at all. How can we let you do this alone?" Hu Junfeng frowned slightly, glancing at the wontons on the table, initially thinking Yang Chuan had made an early trip to the supermarket. After all, the ingredients Yang Chuan had purchased the night before had all been used up, leaving only seasonings in the cupboard. Yang Chuan found it difficult to explain that these ingredients were acquired from the system marketplace, so he merely acquiesced. "Could you help boil some water and fetch a few empty bowls for the soup base?" "Absolutely." The two sprang into action. Pang Hu took on the task of boiling water in a large iron pot, while Hu Junfeng rummaged through the cupboard for bowls, rinsing them before placing them beside Yang Chuan, awaiting further instructions. "By the way, does anyone have pickled mustard greens?" Yang Chuan pondered a lot, recalling that the soup base for the wontons was simply seasoned, yet a touch of chopped pickled greens would elevate the flavor. "I have some." "How many packets do you need, brother?" Hu Junfeng eagerly replied. "1 packet will suffice." "All right, I'll go get it." Hu Junfeng turned to dash off, only to be halted by Yang Chuan's grip. "Wait, grab an electric kettle too." "Of course." Hu Junfeng hurried outside, rummaging through their dormitory until he unearthed the last few packets of pickled greens, which he brought back along with the kettle. First, boil a kettle of hot water. Then pour out the pickled greens, chop them finely, and place them in a small bowl. "No problem." Hu Junfeng swiftly filled the electric kettle with water and plugged it in, then picked up a knife as if he were about to conduct a sacred ritual, carefully beginning to slice the pickled vegetables. "Brother, the water has boiled," Pang Hu shouted from the other side. "Then let's add the wontons. How many would you like?" Pang Hu glanced at the neatly arranged small wontons on the cutting board, his throat bobbing slightly. "Would 20 be acceptable?" "Certainly." Yang Chuan nodded. "Then let's put 20 in each bowl, adding them one by one." The wontons were gently placed into the pot along the edges, requiring only a minute to cook. Be cautious when serving them. The skins are delicate and may tear. Pang Hu gingerly pinched a few wontons, counting as he placed them into the pot. The wonton skins gradually became translucent in the boiling water, revealing the tender pink filling within, reminiscent of little fish swimming about. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan took 3 large bowls, swiftly sprinkling salt, pepper, and a pinch of pickled vegetables, pouring in the freshly boiled water from the kettle, adding a handful of chopped scallions, and drizzling a few drops of sesame oil to complete the simple broth for the wontons. Pang Hu lowered the heat and served the wontons, he instructed. "All right." Pang Hu reduced the flame and carefully used a long-handled ladle to scoop out the wontons. There is no slotted spoon available at the British supermarket, so this will have to do. The delicate, plump wontons were placed into the prepared broth, and Pang, who pushed the first bowl of wontons towards Yang Chuan. "Brother, you eat first." "All right, you continue adding the wontons," Yang Chuan replied, not wishing to be polite. He took the bowl and moved to the dining area. Stirring the contents gently with his spoon, he lifted a wonton, blowing lightly on it. As he took a bite, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in his eyes. This was the most delectable wonton he had ever tasted. Without exception, today's wontons were crafted from ingredients sourced from the system's marketplace, ensuring top-notch quality. The wonton skins were thin yet resilient, encasing a smooth, bouncy filling, with a hint of fatty meat that melted into rich, aromatic grease upon heating. The freshness of the broth, combined with the subtle hint of sesame oil, harmonized beautifully with the wonton's own flavor, showcasing the chef's exceptional mastery of seasoning. Pang, who quickly added 2 more bowls of wontons, turned off the heat, and joined Hu Junfeng at Yang Chuan's side. Without concern for the heat, Pang, who hurriedly scooped a wonton into his mouth. He gasped from the heat, reluctant to spit it out, mumbling indistinctly, "This is incredibly delicious." The moment the wonton burst upon being bitten, a burst of savory meat juice erupted in his mouth, creating a delightful contrast between the bouncy wonton skin and the tender filling. The aroma of the melted fat lingered on his tongue, perfectly blending with the sweet broth. One word: exquisite. Previously, he trudged heavily toward the cafeteria each day, enduring the unpalatable Western meals merely to survive. Yet now, he awoke each morning eagerly anticipating his 3 meals, with life brimming with hope and happiness. Hu Junfeng sat nearby, engrossed in his meal, almost burying his head in the bowl, mumbling indistinctly, "This is even better than the renowned restaurant downstairs. You call yourselves brothers, yet you indulge alone." Suddenly, a voice of reprimand rang out. The 3 turned their gazes in unison to find it was Li Hua. "What a disaster! I forgot to notify the group that breakfast is ready," Pang, who exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "No worries, just inform them now." "I'll fetch a bowl of wontons for Li Hua," Yang Chuan said, setting down his spoon and rising to his feet. No, brother. I can manage it myself," Li Hua quickly interjected, unwilling to burden his benefactor. "All right then, I'll prepare a broth for you," Yang Chuan replied with a smile, gesturing toward the empty bowl on the counter. This time, Li Hua did not object. He was certain that Yang Chuan's concoction would surpass his own haphazard attempt. Chapter 9. This is different from what I used to eat. As usual, Julian was awakened by his alarm at 8:30, groggily brushing his teeth. The minty flavor of the toothpaste failed to completely dispel his drowsiness. Clutching a book, he ambled towards the cafeteria, intending to secure seats for his friends. However, just as he neared the dormitory, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He halted, took out his phone, and discovered a group message. "Pang Hu. All members, picture of small wontons, brothers. A steaming, delicious breakfast is here. Assemble quickly." The image in the group chat instantly roused everyone. Fluffy wontons floated in a white porcelain bowl, their translucent wrappers revealing tender pink filling, while the clear broth was adorned with vibrant green scallions and a few amber droplets of fragrant oil slowly dispersing. The group chat erupted in excitement. "Chunsiki, it's small wontons. Small wontons." Screaming emoji in a, "Oh my gosh, I had those while traveling in Huagua. They were incredibly delicious and fresh. Duke, I'm coming." Marcus, rocket emoji. Julian's sluggish mind suddenly became alert as he recalled that a classmate from the great Eastern nation, renowned for their exceptional culinary skills, would be preparing breakfast for them today. Although he had never tasted this dish before, the mere sight of the image assured him of its delectable nature. Julian swiftly turned and raced back to the dormitory, hurrying to the communal kitchen. As he pushed open the door, a rich aroma enveloped him like a wave. He was taken aback to see a long queue forming at the stove, with all his procrastinating friends present and accounted for. Duke, at the front of the line, leaned eagerly forward, his usually meticulously styled golden hair tousled. While it was no surprise to see Duke at the forefront, Julian was astonished to find Marcus, who was notoriously fond of sleeping in, and Anna, known for her habitual delays, already there. Was he truly the last to arrive? Just then, Chun, Siki, and Chris entered, quietly joining the line behind Julian. Duke gazed longingly at the small wontons simmering in the pot, their translucent skins enveloping succulent meat filling, floating like clouds in the broth, a sight that promised exquisite taste. Yang remarked that the primary ingredients for these wontons were flour and meat, yet the preparation was remarkably unique, appearing both delicate and refined. Entirely different from the pizzas and pies he had encountered in Germany. As others arrived, those who had dined early, Yang Chuan, Peng Hu, Jun Feng, and Li Hua, became exceedingly busy. The adept Peng Hu took charge of boiling the wontons, while the chef Yang Chuan prepared the broth. Jun Feng and Li Hua transformed into washing-up enthusiasts. The challenge lay in the insufficient number of bowls. To enjoy the wontons, large bowls were essential. The previous day, Yang Chuan had procured only 4 large bowls from the supermarket for serving vegetables. These 4 bowls had to accommodate the breakfast of 10 individuals, necessitating that he and Peng Hu wash the bowls immediately after their meal for the next diners. At last, Yang Chuan handed a steaming bowl of wontons to Duke, promptly busying himself with preparing the next broth. Unaccustomed to hot food, Duke was caught off guard and grimaced in surprise. The German lad, wincing from the heat yet unwilling to spit it out, puffed his cheeks and chewed voraciously, his blue eyes wide with astonishment. He savored the wontons, their bouncy texture a revelation, utterly distinct from the foods he had previously known. The exquisite flavor was beyond description, compelling him to consume bite after bite, unable to resist. Anna, too, brought her bowl of wontons to the table. After sitting down, she snapped a photo with her phone, intending to share it on Instagram. The sumptuous dinner pictures from the previous evening had garnered her numerous likes and comments, her friends envious of her access to such delectable Chinese cuisine. Little did they know, starting today, she would enjoy delicious Chinese meals 3 times a day. Anna had traveled to Huagua with her parents before, having tasted wontons in Hangzhou, which left a delightful impression on her. However, upon tasting Yang Chuan's wontons, she realized they were an entirely different experience. "Oh my, this is even more delicious than what I had during my trip to Huagua," Anna exclaimed. The gossamer thin skin melted on her tongue, the generous meat filling bursting with remarkable flavor, while the crunchy pickled mustard greens and fragrant scallions in the broth elevated the taste to new heights. Duke and Anna devoured their bowls of wontons at an astonishing pace, even finishing the broth completely, wiping their mouths in satisfaction. "Finished, are you? I'll take the bowl." Peng Hu swooped in like a whirlwind, snatching the empty bowl and darting off. Marcus and Julian had also received their wontons and were seated, while Chris and Shinseki, arriving later, awaited their turn eagerly. Fortunately, the wontons were so delicious that Duke and Anna finished quickly, freeing up a bowl. "But is it just clear broth? No chili or vinegar?" Shinseki shyly inquired upon seeing the broth Yang Chuan had prepared. She enjoys her wontons with chili and vinegar, a customary practice from her hometown that has been ingrained in her since childhood. She had never encountered such delicately flavored wontons before. Apologetically, Yang Chuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed about not having all the condiments prepared for the first time. "It's perfectly fine." Shinseki quickly waved her hand, merely inquiring out of curiosity. After all, one never knows. Yang Chuan had only decided yesterday to prepare 3 meals for them, and it was entirely normal for supplies to be lacking. Besides, the absence of chili and vinegar did not render the meal inedible. However, it was only when she received her bowl of wontons and took a bite that she realized the wontons she had previously consumed were disappointingly bland. The fillings in those wontons were scarcely the size of a fingernail, leaving the rest to be mere wrappers, relying on the assorted spices and seasonings in the broth for flavor. Yet they had the audacity to be named thyme. In contrast, Yang Chuan's wontons were akin to those made at home, with thin skins and generous fillings, exuding a pure and authentic meaty aroma, complemented by a wonderfully delicious simple broth. Shinseki finally understood that as long as the essence of the food was sufficiently delightful, the absence of chili and vinegar could still yield a delectable experience. Of course, their addition would only enhance the dish. Chris, however, had fewer demands. As he sat down, he was simply enamored, believing Yang Chuan's breakfast to be 100 times more delicious than that of the cafeteria. There were 7 wontons left over, Is there anyone who hasn't had their fill? Chuan inquired, knowing that it was improbable to perfectly wrap 200 wontons. Seeing a few extra, he asked if anyone else wished to partake. To his amusement, everyone raised their hands, leaving him somewhat bemused. Fortunately, Hu Junfeng and Li Hua voluntarily stepped back, and, after excluding Chuan himself, the remaining wontons fit perfectly, with each person receiving one. In the morning light, young individuals from different nations gathered around, sharing laughter and conversation as the wontons in their bowls glimmered enticingly. The system's notification chimed, deliciousness value, 1111, yet its sound was drowned out by the merriment of the group. In that moment, a simple breakfast transformed into the warmest comfort for the overseas students, even making the dreary British weather outside appear endearing. Chapter 10. A grand shopping expedition in the lecture hall. The elderly British professor spoke eloquently at the podium, while Chuan's thoughts drifted far away. Chen Siki's morning remarks had awakened him to the reality that his seasonings were insufficiently stocked. Chinese condiments like chili powder and Shaanxi aged vinegar could only be procured from the Huawei supermarket. However, the supermarket was somewhat distant, requiring a half-hour taxi ride, thus consuming over an hour for a round trip, not to mention the steep fare. Rather than enduring such a hassle, it would be more convenient to exchange for supplies directly from the system's marketplace. Accessing the system panel, he noted that currently, Pang Hu and the others contributed 9 points of deliciousness per meal, while the advanced task required 1,000 points, implying the need to serve 1,000 diners. Although it was possible to reap the same rewards from the same group repeatedly, it was still a significant undertaking. He needed to strategize on how to tap into new markets. Chuan stroked his chin, contemplating whether to make some small snacks to share with his fellow students. The inability to heat oil in the kitchen is quite vexing. Otherwise, how simple it would be to fry some scallion pancakes or egg pancakes. He could easily prepare a large platter and share it with everyone in the classroom, delighting them with the delectable fare. If it weren't for the kitchen supervisor conducting daily inspections, he might have whimsically considered covering the smoke detector with a plastic bag. Shaking his head, Chuan began contemplating the menus for lunch and dinner. With no alternative, as soon as he opens his eyes, 9 ravenous grandchildren await his nourishment. Given the time constraints at noon, he resolved to simply boil some noodles and accompany them with a topping. In the evening, with a bit more leisure, he could prepare a substantial dish, cooking a pot of rice and pairing it with a soup akin to the rice bowls available outside. It was also imperative to procure uniform dining utensils, as it would be inappropriate to expect everyone to bring their own, especially since the foreign students' utensils differed somewhat. Thus, it would be prudent to prepare a cohesive set. The communal kitchen boasts ample space and numerous cabinets, and since most individuals typically dine in the cafeteria, the kitchen remains largely unoccupied, leaving the cabinets mostly vacant, occasionally housing a few miscellaneous items. Eventually, he could find an empty cabinet to store the utensils. The communal kitchen also features a refrigerator, so he decided to purchase a larger quantity of ingredients today and store them in the fridge, sparing himself the hassle of multiple trips to the supermarket. Seizing a moment while the teacher was distracted, Chuan discreetly pulled out his phone to message Pang Hu. Chuan, Pang Hu, what time do you finish class? Bong Hu, Dizenet, Hormins. What's up, bro? Chuan, I'm nearly done too. Let's meet at the entrance of the teaching building and head to the supermarket together. I need to buy some things. Pang Hu, all right. Shiba Inu salute emoji. After a while, Pang Hu sent another message. Pang Hu, bro, Lahu said he wants to join us too. Chuan, sound good? Chuan had no objections. A big shopping trip at noon would require ample hands. After class, Chuan met up with Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng and headed straight to the supermarket. Each of them pushed a shopping cart, closely following Chuan. He first made his way to the utensils section, acquiring 10 sets of bowls, plates, and spoons. However, as he passed the cookware aisle, he couldn't resist picking up a small frying pan. Although cooking is prohibited in the communal kitchen, surely he could fry an egg or make a thin omelet, even if it meant using less oil. He grabbed 4 large bags of flour and rice, knowing that any surplus could be stored in the cabinet, as it would remain fresh for several days. The discounts in the fresh produce section caught his eye. A box of chicken thighs was only $3.75. He pressed on the chicken's surface, assessing its freshness, and decided to take 2 boxes. The fresh pork ribs were neatly arranged in their containers, with a buy 3 get 1 free offer, prompting Chuan to unhesitatingly select 4 boxes. He proceeded to the vegetable section, picking up 2 boxes of mushrooms, along with some potatoes and tomatoes. As the shopping cart reached a towering height, Chuan had already orchestrated the menu in his mind. For lunch, he envisioned mushroom and chicken knife-cut noodles, and for dinner, sweet and sour ribs served over rice, accompanied by tomato, potato, and rib soup, an exquisite balance of meat and vegetables, complemented by a nourishing broth. He also procured some beverages and snacks, and led Peng Hu and Hu Junfeng to the checkout. The total expenditure approached 170, nearly depleting the meal allowance he had received the previous day. However, for Chuan, the true essence lay in tantalizing his palate and accruing culinary delight. Earning money was merely a secondary concern. On their return journey, the 3 young men trudged towards the school, burdened by their swollen shopping bags. Peng Hu's t-shirt was already soaked through, and Hu Junfeng was panting heavily, resembling a wheezing bellows, while only Chuan moved with a sprightly step. The chef-like constitution bestowed upon him by the system endowed him with exceptional stamina and endurance, rendering the weight of their purchases a trifling matter. Peng Hu Junfeng, you 2 should take a break. I can handle this. Once the meal is prepared, I'll notify you in the group chat, Chuan suggested, observing the 2 slumped in their chairs. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted. No way. We cannot let you toil alone. Peng Hu gasped, waving his hand in refusal. Just let me rest for a moment. Hu Junfeng, equally exhausted, suddenly had an idea. How about I call Li Hua and Chen Siki to help? We can't let them always benefit from our efforts. Sounds good. I'll message them. Peng Hu's spirits lifted as he quickly pulled out his phone, furiously typing. Chuan chuckled and decided to ignore their chatter, focusing instead on preparing the ingredients needed for lunch. First, he began with the dough, as it required time to rest. He poured flour purchased from the supermarket into a bowl, added a spoonful of salt, and gradually mixed in warm water while stirring with chopsticks. Once the flour began to clump together, he kneaded it into a large dough ball. Given the number of diners, he used 2 pounds of flour. After kneading it sufficiently, he set it aside to rest for half an hour. Next, he turned to the other ingredients, soaking the mushrooms in water for about 10 minutes to effectively remove any impurities, as they were, after all, grown from the earth and might harbor dirt or small insects. He rinsed the chicken thighs, removed the bones, and cut them into small pieces, filling a large bowl to the brim. He seasoned the chicken with 2 tablespoons of cooking wine to eliminate the odor, 3 tablespoons of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of oyster sauce, half a tablespoon of pepper, half a tablespoon of salt for flavor, and half a tablespoon of sugar to enhance the taste. Finally, he added 2 tablespoons of starch and 2 tablespoons of olive oil, mixing it well and setting it aside to marinate. In another bowl, he prepared a sauce, using ingredients similar to those for the marinated chicken, but adding an extra tablespoon of dark soy sauce for color. He then brought a pot of water to a boil, and while waiting for it to heat, he retrieved the soaked mushrooms, trimmed off the small stems, sliced the mushrooms, and swiftly blanched them in the boiling water. This not only sterilized the mushrooms, but also eliminated any unpleasant odors. Pour a modest amount of olive oil into the base of the rice cooker, and when the oil reaches an elevated temperature, introduce the chopped green onions. Once the onions take on a vibrant hue, carefully extract them using chopsticks. Just as I was preparing to add the chicken thighs into the rice cooker, Chen Siki and Li Hua arrived. The 2 were taken aback by Chuan's fluid and effortless culinary preparations, their mouths agape in astonishment. Brother, your speed is astonishing. Is everything already destined for the rice cooker? Do we have any role left to play? With 2 of the trio collapsed after a grand shopping expedition, it left Chuan to manage the meals of 10 alone. They felt quite embarrassed. Of course, there is still much that requires your assistance. Chuan replied with a smile, gesturing towards several bags on the floor. That's a relief, Li Hua exclaimed, patting his chest, a look of relief washing over his face. Please feel free to give orders, Chen Siki quipped playfully, striking a mock pose of reverence, which elicited laughter from the group. Chapter 11. Mushroom stew with chicken and knife-cut noodles. Yang Chuan was unreserved, directing Li Hua to wash the newly purchased dishes and instructing Chun Siki to clean the ribs. Tomatoes and potatoes. Brother, should the potatoes be peeled? My mother often had me assist her with such tasks, like picking vegetables and peeling potatoes. I am well accustomed to it. Chun Siki volunteered eagerly. Very well, I entrust this to you. After cleaning the ingredients, Chun Siki returned to her dorm room to fetch her personal fruit knife and began to meticulously peel the potatoes. Though her movements were somewhat slow, she executed the task with commendable precision. How is it? The young girl asked, lifting her chin slightly, eager for praise. Quite excellent. From now on, you shall be my assistant. Yang Chuan readily expressed his approval. Chun Siki's smile deepened, revealing two charming dimples, and as she turned, her ponytail joyfully arced through the air. Continuing his earlier task, Yang Chuan added the marinated chicken thighs to the rice cooker. The reddish-brown morsels met the sizzling oil infused with the aroma of fried green onions, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. He deftly turned the chicken with chopsticks, ensuring the meat was evenly coated in oil. Next, he added sliced mushrooms, stirring once more before pouring in the pre-prepared sauce, closing the lid, and selecting the cooking mode to simmer for approximately 30 minutes. At this juncture, the dough had sufficiently rested. Yang Chuan resumed kneading, shaping it into a smooth, cylindrical form. He then brought a pot of water to a boil, once bubbling vigorously. He cradled the dough in his left hand while wielding a chef's knife in his right, effortlessly slicing the dough into the boiling water. Although he was not using a specialized noodle-cutting knife, this minor challenge posed no obstacle for someone with Yang Chuan's culinary prowess. Standing before the large pot, he skillfully sliced the dough, the noodles cascading into the water like delicate snowflakes, reminiscent of a master chef with years of experience in crafting knife-cut noodles. Wow, how impressive! Chun Siki exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Incredible! Li Hua quickly retrieved his phone to capture this moment, sharing it in their small group chat titled, Lu Xing F4. F4 Li Hua. Guys, we're in for a treat today. Authentic knife-cut noodles. In a fleeting moment captured on film, pristine white noodles danced like willow leaves, each piece creating a perfect splash upon entering the water. In the tranquil group, a stir of reactions ensued. F2 Qianqingyi. Are you asking for a beating? F3 Xiao Mingyu. You just flaunted your wontons this morning, and now you're showing off your knife-shaved noodles? Boss, kick him out. But what? No. That's a mistake. Pleading with a head-holding emoji. F2 Qianqingyi. How old is your classmate? His technique is quite adept. His family must run a noodle shop, right? F4 Li Hua. 19. He is a freshman like me, just enrolled this year. I didn't ask, but his skills are definitely noteworthy. Every dish he prepares is delectable. F3 Xiao Ming, just plain broth noodles? No toppings? F4 Li Hua. The toppings are in the pot. It should be chicken stewed with mushrooms. I'll share pictures once the noodles are ready. F2 Qianqingyi. There is no need for that. Li Hua, indifferent to the well-being of his fellow group members, showcased his adoptive father's unparalleled knife skills before being summoned by Yang Chuan to work. Li Hua, bring over the clean bowls and place them on the counter. Yang Chuan instructed and notify everyone in the group to prepare for dinner. All right, Li Hua responded promptly, arranging the washed bowls neatly beside the pot. Then proceeded to inform the feasting group. To save time, they would have mixed noodles for lunch. Yang Chuan meticulously scooped the boiled knife-shaved noodles into each bowl. At that moment, the chicken and mushroom stew in the rice cooker was nearly ready. Yang Chuan lifted the lid, releasing a fragrant steam that ascended heavenward. The savory aroma of chicken mingled with the sweetness of mushrooms and a hint of scallions, instantly making mouths water. Li Hua and Chun Siki, standing closest, gazed intently at the rice cooker, swallowing hard. Peng Hu and Hu Junfeng, previously slouched in their chairs, seemed to be revitalized, rising swiftly and heading toward the counter. The amber-hued chicken glistened with golden oil, and the mushrooms, having absorbed the broth, showcased a beautiful reddish hue. With the addition of an extra bowl of sauce, the pot brimmed with rich broth, bubbling enticingly. Li Hua, Siki, bring over the noodles. On it, they hurriedly fetched the bowls of knife-shaved noodles. Yang Chuan, wielding a long-handled spoon, generously ladled a spoonful of mushrooms and chicken into each bowl, as the dark sauce cascaded over the pristine noodles. Droplets of caramel-colored oil splattered onto the bowl's rim, culminating in a sprinkle of scallions atop the dish. Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng joined in to assist, and soon 10 bowls of mushroom-stewed, knife-shaved noodles were ready for serving. The fragrant dish, nestled in white porcelain bowls, was incredibly alluring. The mushrooms and chicken enveloped in a rich sauce intertwined beautifully with the white noodles, while the vibrant green scallions added a colorful flourish. "This is too tempting," Pang Hu exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. "Can we eat now?" "Of course, 1 bowl each." "Let us go." Yang Chuan took the lead, picking up a bowl of noodles and heading to the dining area. After thoroughly mixing the noodles with the toppings using chopsticks, he lifted a portion to his mouth. The outer layer of the knife-cut noodles was smooth and tender, while the center retained a slight chewiness. The wheat aroma of the noodles harmonized beautifully with the savory and refreshing broth, creating an unexpectedly delightful taste. The chicken was stewed to perfection, so tender that it seemed to dissolve upon contact, while the succulent mushrooms burst with juice at the moment of biting, causing his taste buds to dance with joy. The chef's skills remained consistently impressive, as even the most casually combined ingredients yielded such astonishing flavors, each element reaching its pinnacle of taste and blending seamlessly. Grateful for the system's benevolence, Yang Chuan exclaimed, "Ah, how delicious!" After sampling the noodles, Chen Siki couldn't help but exclaim in delight. "So delicious!" Pang Hu nodded enthusiastically as he devoured the noodles. Observing the group's rapturous enjoyment, Li Hua suppressed his own cravings, quickly snapping a photo to share in their group chat before diving into his own bowl. "We're here." Julian and the others entered, but no one responded. There was no time for conversation. Everyone was engrossed in their meal, chopsticks moving incessantly as if they were famished souls returned to life. Fortunately, Julian and his companions were not oblivious. Seeing the neatly arranged 5 bowls of noodles on the counter, they understood it was meant for them and promptly helped themselves. As foreigners, they struggled with chopsticks, resorting instead to forks for their noodles. "First, give a good stir, then eat," Yang Chuan instructed them, clumsily mixing the noodles. Julian eagerly lifted a strand to his mouth, his eyes widening in exaggerated astonishment. "Amazing! Incredible! This is so delicious!" Anna echoed his sentiments, unable to contain her excitement as she stomped her feet in delight, truly embodying what it means to be so thrilled that one dances with joy. The most dramatic reaction came from Marcus, the towering figure at nearly 6 feet tall, who twirled his noodles with his fork, eyes closed in rapture as he murmured, "Mom, I have tasted the flavor of heaven." The group devoured every last morsel of their substantial bowls of knife-cut noodles, leaving not even a trace of the chopped scallions. Although their bellies were full, their tongues still longed to savor the experience, feeling a lingering desire for more. In the corner, the rice cooker gleamed brightly, its bottom scraped clean by Pang Hu, who had used bread to wipe it spotless. Chapter 12. A Brother's Plea for Mercy Burp. "So delicious." Pang Hu slumped in his chair, letting out a loud, satisfied belch, which elicited laughter from the others. The dining table was a scene of delightful chaos, with 10 white porcelain bowls completely emptied, and even the interior of the rice cooker shone under the light, glistening with remnants of oil. Yang Chuan had prepared a substantial amount of noodles and toppings, ensuring that everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Pang Hu, ever the enthusiast, had even scraped the pot's bottom for every last drop of broth, now feeling so full that he could barely recline comfortably in his chair. The well-fed crowd, resembling Pang Hu, languidly reclined in their seats, their hands instinctively caressing their swollen bellies as they savored the exquisite taste of the freshly made knife-cut noodles. Yang Chuan observed his classmates, whose bodies swayed in a disheveled manner, and couldn't help but smile. The system notification chimed once more. Deliciousness value 1111. An additional 9 points have been added to the deliciousness value, indicating that today's mushroom and chicken knife-cut noodles had once again captivated everyone's palate. He caught sight of Anna, who was busily typing on her phone, sharing the photos of the noodles on Instagram, captioned "Chinese noodles, astonishingly delicious." Instantly, a flurry of likes and comments poured in, marking her second consecutive day of showcasing different dishes. Yang, are you planning to make tomato soup tonight? I saw tomatoes and potatoes when I came in, Marcus said, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Yang Chuan. My grandmother makes the best tomato soup. Her secret is adding cream, pineapple, and basil. The traditional Chinese method only uses the natural flavors of the ingredients. Yang Chuan chuckled and shook his head, his gaze drifting to the pile of ingredients on the counter, suddenly remembering, oh right, I almost forgot to prepare the ribs. His classes ran from 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m., allowing him a bit more leisure time during the lunch break than the others. He thought to himself that he could first simmer the rib soup in the pressure cooker, then prepare the sweet and sour ribs in the multifunctional rice cooker. By the time he returned after class, both the dish and the soup would be ready, requiring only to steam the rice before dining, sparing everyone the discomfort of hunger while waiting. Just as Yang Chuan stood up to clear the dishes, Julian, Marcus, and several other tall foreign classmates sprang up in unison, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed. Put that down. Let us handle it. Julian raised his arm, blocking Yang Chuan's path. Exactly. We can't just eat without contributing. Anna joined in, pulling Yang Chuan's arm and urging him back into his seat. You rest here. Let us finish this, and then you can take care of the ribs. Though they had paid for the meal, everyone understood that Yang Chuan was not a chef running a business. This gentle Chinese boy was willing to prepare these delightful dishes daily out of camaraderie with his classmates. Did they not see the other Chinese classmates actively helping with the preparation and shopping? Naturally, these foreign students could not stand idly by. The bowls are as clean as if they've never been used. Marcus laughed, shaking a white porcelain bowl before everyone. It's no trouble at all to wash them. Yang Chuan felt a warm surge of gratitude for his enthusiastic classmates. He ceased his protests and comfortably leaned back in his chair. Then I shall leave it to you. Feeling a touch bored, Yang Chuan took out his phone and glanced over at Peng Hu and the others, who were lounging in their seats, chatting idly. Shall we have a game of King of Glory? Come on. Peng Hu sprang up with a sudden burst of energy. I'm the strongest jungler. I still have that video of my pentakill with Li Bai saved. I'm in too. Chun Siki swiftly grasped her phone, her fingers deftly gliding across the screen. I'm an absolute pro at this, she exclaimed. Last time, I infuriated the opposing team to the point where they quit. Hu Junfeng adjusted his glasses, boasting, step aside, for I am a champion player with 100 stars. Witness me carry the entire match. I shall join as well. Li Hua, noticing the commotion, also pulled out his phone, but was instantly struck dumb upon seeing the plethora of unread messages. Earlier, he had shared a photo of his knife-shaved noodles in the chat for the Liuxing F4 group, engrossed in his meal without a care. Having muted his phone for class, he had entirely missed the uproar within the group. F4 Li Hua. Image of mushroom and chicken knife-shaved noodles, the glistening noodles enveloped in a glossy sauce. Succulent chunks of amber-hued chicken looked utterly tender. The sliced mushrooms, soaked in broth, were topped with vibrant green scallions, creating an undeniably tempting dish. F2 Qianjingi. Where's my share? You keep flaunting. Are you even human? F3 Xiao Mingyu. I suddenly can't eat my pizza anymore. F1 Suyi boss. Kick him out. F1 Suyi. F4 Li Hua. It seems you have ample free time. Come to London this weekend. It has been ages since we rode horses. Let us practice. Though the words appeared calm, those familiar with Su Yi understood the concealed menace lurking beneath the surface. F2 Qianjingi, absolutely. Let us ensure he can't fend for himself. To say he fell off the horse. I will prepare a wheelchair for him in Paris. F3 Xiaoming. If he gets injured, that culinary whiz of a classmate will surely whip up some convalescent meals for him, right? We could pay him a visit and sample that legendary family recipe. F2 Qianjingi. Old 3, I can hear you're scheming all the way from Paris. F3 Xiao Mingyu. Why hasn't this guy responded? He must be enjoying his meal to the fullest. Ugh, I can't eat another bite of this dreadful pizza. F2 Qianjingi. It seems this fellow is in need of a lesson. Boss, be sure to treat him well this weekend. Li Hua, observing the increasingly perilous exchanges within the chat, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. They had even begun deliberating over which park in London to bury him in. prompting him to hastily interject. F4 Li Hua, kneeling in supplication emoji. Brothers, I have to beg for mercy. I was wrong. I truly was. I promise to send you a portion next time. While Li Hua busily pleaded for clemency in the group. The kitchen was alive with the sounds of rushing water and the crisp clinking of dishes. Anna and Marcus stood at the sink, one rinsing while the other dried. Their coordination impeccable. Julian, meanwhile, meticulously wiped the grease from the countertop with a cloth. Sunlight gently bathed the bustling kitchen, where the aroma of food lingered, mingling with the fresh scent of dish soap. Yang Chuan observed this scene, a contented smile unwittingly gracing his face. He glanced at the time, noting that there was still over an hour until class commenced, ample opportunity for him to prepare the ribs and engage in an exhilarating game with his classmates. Xuan Yi, hurry and set up the room. Pang, who was already eager, asserting, today, I must showcase my new skin. Don't forget to activate the accelerator. Hu Junfeng reminded. In foreign lands, playing on the domestic server necessitated the use of an accelerator. Chapter 13. An unexpected competition in the room was quickly established. As Yang Chuan was merely a tenacious silver rank, his skill level somewhat mismatched with the others, they opted for a matchmaking game. Yang Chuan was indeed inexperienced, only proficient in playing Jinji, primarily relying on a strategy of retreating after unleashing his abilities. Chuan Gu, your Jinji is quite sneaky, Pang Hu teased. Observing Yang Chuan's hasty retrats, bo skill usagi. Silence. I call this a strategic withdrawal, Yang Chuan retorted, finding a bush to hide in. If I don't flee after using my skills, should I wait to be taken down by the opposing team? Pang Hu's Li Bai darted through the jungle with the swiftness of the wind, clearing out their own jungle before effortlessly borrowing a blue buff from the enemy's territory. Chuan Gu, come quickly, there's a blue buff here. Pang Hu, you are truly my good brother, Yang Chuan exclaimed as he maneuvered Junji towards it, only narrowly escaping an ambush from the enemy jungler. Help! This buff is too hot to handle, he cried out, sprinting desperately towards the tower. Chun Siki's Kai Wenji, with her short legs, struggled to keep up. Chuan Gu, why are you running amok? I'm right behind you. All right, I have a healer. Yang Chuan finally paused his frantic escape. Chun Siki shook her head in exasperation, but managed to catch up, restoring his health to full. Feeling rejuvenated, Yang Chuan charged back into the enemy jungle, seizing the opportunity to claim the blue buff, while Pang Hu Li Bai distracted the opposing jungler. Hu Junfeng, a true marksman of the domestic server, wreaked havoc with his son Shangxiang during team battles. Pang Hu, don't steal my kills. I'm on the brink of a pentakill. Li Hua's Bai Qi dominated the top lane, contributing significantly during team skirmishes as well. With the triumphant sound of victory echoing, the enemy crystal shattered dramatically. As the results screen appeared, Yang Chuan stared in disbelief. 46 points? Is this scoring system targeting me? He lamented. The others received gold medals. With scores exceeding 12, Hu Junfeng even earned the MVP title, while Yang Chuan's 46 stood out embarrassingly. Chuan Gu, don't be disheartened, Pang Hu consoled, patting his shoulder. At least your participation rate. Did you even participate? Get lost. Yang Chuan kicked back playfully, but couldn't suppress a smile. Regardless, it had been a splendid victory, and he relished the experience of being carried by 4 masters for the day. All right, you all should head back to rest. We have class in the afternoon. I'll take care of things here. At that moment, Julian and the others had finished washing the pots and dishes they had used. Yang Chuan put away his phone, preparing to continue organizing the ingredients. Seeing that there was nothing more they could assist with, everyone obediently returned to rest. Leaving the kitchen to Yang Chuan, he stretched lazily, gazing at the abundance of ingredients in the kitchen, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although he was a steadfast silver in the game, in the kitchen, he was a glorious champion. He picked up a tomato, gently squeezing it. It was a bit firm, indicative of a rather bland flavor. He anticipated needing to add some tomato sauce shortly. After blanching the washed tomatoes in hot water, peeling them became effortless, the skin slipping off as easily as shedding clothing. He then diced the peeled tomatoes into small pieces. Taking out a small frying pan purchased from the supermarket, he brushed a layer of oil on the bottom, adding the diced tomatoes and sautéing them over low heat. The tomatoes crackled in the pan, their juices gradually oozing out. filling the air with a sweet and tangy aroma. Chuan dipped his chopsticks into the tomato sauce and tasted it. Indeed, it was quite bland. He retrieved the tomato sauce he had bought earlier and squeezed a generous spoonful into the mixture, adding a small half-spoon of sugar and a dash of light soy sauce, stirring it with his chopsticks to taste. Perfect. He nodded in satisfaction. This was the tomato flavor he desired. Meanwhile, the water in the iron pot had come to a boil. Chuan placed the pork ribs into the pot, and soon a layer of gray froth surfaced, a mixture of blood and impurities from the pork, which needed to be removed to avoid any unpleasant meaty odor. After blanching, the ribs were divided in half, with one portion set aside for the sweet and sour ribs. Chuan had already peeled the potatoes for him, so Chuan merely needed to slice them. Skillfully wielding his knife, he quickly piled up uniformly thick potato slices into a small mound. He then added the sautéed tomatoes and the sliced potatoes into the pot, pressed the start button, and upon returning from class, the soup would be ready. With the tomato, potato, and rib soup completed, it was time to prepare the sweet and sour ribs. Once again, he summoned the versatile rice cooker. He placed the remaining blanched pork ribs into the cooker, adding scallion segments, ginger slices, rock sugar, cooking wine, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, and most importantly, 3 tablespoons of aged Shaanxi vinegar. The rock sugar and Shaanxi vinegar were both acquired from the system's marketplace. Cooking for oneself has its advantages, as one need not hide when exchanging items from the system. There was no need for marination. He simply pressed the cooking button and began the stewing process. With the rest left to the rice cooker, Chuan wrapped up his tasks just in time for class. He carried snacks and drinks back to his room, took a brief rest, and then headed to class with his books. Arriving a bit early, the classroom was sparsely populated, so Chuan chose a seat at the back to facilitate some leisure. Before long, Chris arrived, unhesitatingly taking the seat beside Chuan. "Young, have you already started cooking for tonight? I had just intended to find you in the kitchen so we could attend class together, but alas, I came up empty-handed. However, I was enveloped by an exquisite aroma that wafted through the air. It was rather peculiar, for I had already dined sufficiently. Yet the scent was so tantalizing that I couldn't help but salivate," Chris animatedly exclaimed. Chuan chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, after I finished my tasks, I took a brief respite in my room. Perhaps our timings simply did not align. Next time, do send me a message, and we can attend class together." "Absolutely." At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside, as several Asian classmates squeezed their way into the room. One young man held a large, elegantly crafted bento box in his hands. He approached the center of the classroom, opened the box, and a delicate aroma of vinegared rice permeated the air. Clearing his throat, he addressed his peers. "Hello, everyone. I am Sato Hidehoshi from a nation where life is quite splendid. Today I have brought sushi, specially sourced from the finest sushi establishment in Manchester, with ingredients flown in directly from Tokyo. The taste is undeniably fresh and authentic. I invite you all to partake." Many classmates were intrigued and rose to approach him. Sato Hidehoshi wandered around the classroom, sharing sushi with his fellow students, who savored each bite with delight. "Chris, aren't you going to try some?" "No, I've eaten too much already, and I find myself quite disinterested in other foods. Only the dishes crafted by you are truly delectable." Chuan felt a bit bashful at the compliment, and at that moment, Sato Hidehoshi approached them, politely offering Chris, would you like to try my sushi?" He completely disregarded Chuan, who sat beside Chris. This blatant favoritism caused Chris to furrow his brow, and the next moment, he spoke in a resounding voice. "Thank you for your kind offer, Sato, but I have no interest in cold sushi. The dishes prepared by my friend Yang are simply the best." An immediate hush fell over the classroom, and Sato's expression turned sour as he forced a smile. "Oh, how about we each bring our own dishes tomorrow, and let everyone judge which cuisine is more favored?" Chuan initially wished to dismiss such childish provocation, but upon seeing Chris's steadfast gaze, he smiled slightly and nodded. "Very well, let us settle this tomorrow." One cannot refuse the allure of a sumptuous offering. The surrounding classmates instantly erupted with excitement, cheering, "Tomorrow will be a feast." Chris patted Chuan on the shoulder and winked. Let them witness what true delicacy is. Alas, I mistakenly set the draft time to August 31st at 1600 hours. That explains why it didn't send. My apologies for the delay, QEQ. Chapter 14. Hey, did you know? It is widely acknowledged that the speed of gossip is unparalleled, and this holds true even abroad. While Chuan's class had yet to conclude, the news of the culinary duel between Huagua and Neon had already spread like wildfire throughout the campus. In a classroom dedicated to advertising design, a bespectacled British lad with curly hair leaned inconspiratorially towards his nearby friend, lowering his voice with an air of mystery. His friend, engrossed in diligently taking notes from the professor's PowerPoint presentation, paused in surprise, asking, "What do you know?" "I heard that a student from Huagua is set to compete against a student from Neon," exclaimed the boy. "Huh? Compete? What kind of competition?" The friend's curiosity piqued. His hand halted mid-note-taking. "It seems to be a culinary contest." As he spoke, the boy swiftly retrieved his phone and, with a few quick swipes, presented it to his friend. The screen displayed a beautifully arranged sushi gift box, vibrant in color and presentation. Apparently, a student named Sato brought sushi for everyone to taste. But the Huagua student claimed his cooking was superior, and thus a rivalry ensued. If that's the case, I'm on the side of the Huagua student. The friend's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. To celebrate my acceptance into university, my parents took me on a month-long trip to Huagua. The culinary delights there were absolutely eye-opening. From northern Peking duck to southern dim sum, and from Sichuan's spicy dishes to Guangdong's nourishing soups. I followed online recommendations to indulge in it all. It was simply divine. As he spoke passionately, he swallowed hard. The culinary culture of Huagua is profoundly rich, as vast as the skies and deeper than the oceans. However, his tone shifted to one of disdain. In contrast, we also visited Neon, where the accommodations were particularly cramped. The meals, though presented beautifully, were so minuscule that they barely satisfied. The flavors were merely average. Even at those popular restaurants I found online, it was mostly sashimi, sushi, tofu, and ramen, accompanied by that pungent wasabi. So monotonous and insufficient, it pales in comparison to Huagua's gastronomy. "Don't they eat meat? Isn't Neon's Wagyu famous?" the boy queried, astonished. "It is renowned, but exorbitantly priced, sold by the slice. When I visited their Wagyu barbecue restaurant, 5 thin slices cost 2,400 yen, nearly 12 pounds, which is hardly filling." "Ah, I see," the curly-haired boy nodded. "But I heard from a friend that tomorrow they will each bring food for everyone to sample, to see which country's cuisine is favored." "Really? Where will this take place? Can we join in the tasting?" The friend's eyes gleamed with excitement. The boy scratched his head, uncertain. "Perhaps in their class? I'll ask." He bent down, rapidly tapping on his phone, messaging a friend from the business school. "Please hurry," the friend urged eagerly. "I've missed indulging in delectable Huagua dishes since returning. I feel like I've slimmed down from longing." The boy, hearing this, cast a skeptical glance at his friend's round waist and multiple layers of love handles, his lips twitching as he questioned, "Are you sure?" "Oof." My friend, in a fit of embarrassment and indignation, decided to bypass the awkward topic and inquired about our plans. "Have you found out whether we can go or not?" My companion suggested that it would likely be a competition among their classmates, and with the crowd being substantial, we could easily blend in unnoticed. As he typed rapidly on his phone, he replied, "That sounds splendid. Additionally, I heard that a certain student from Neon is quite affluent and will be bringing exquisite dishes prepared by a master chef from their region, indicating thorough preparation." Upon hearing this, my friend furrowed his brow and remarked, "Hey, I don't care what he brings. Remember, we are aligned with the students from Hua country." The boy couldn't help but chuckle. "Your stance is quite pronounced. Nevertheless, after hearing you speak so highly of it, I too eagerly anticipate savoring Hua country's cuisine." Curious classmates, drawn by their conversation, gathered around. "What is going on? What are you discussing?" The boy with the black-framed glasses eagerly resumed his animated chatter. In the corridor, clusters of students congregated, excitedly discussing, "Hey, did you hear? A Hua country student is going to duel with a student from Neon." "What? A duel? With samurai swords or nunchucks? Not a real fight. It's a culinary showdown. I heard both sides will bring their hometown dishes to share with the classmates." and the one with the most votes wins. Should we go and see? Perhaps we could snag some delicious food. Absolutely. Count me in for tomorrow. As the news spread, it garnered even more attention, with some students beginning to wager on the outcome. Some believed that Neon's sushi, being intricate and refined, would surely triumph. Others contended that the diversity and superior flavors of Hua country's cuisine would prevail. Meanwhile, young Chuan, engrossed in class, remained blissfully unaware that this sudden culinary contest had ignited a fervor across the campus, becoming a highly anticipated event among students. However, he was quite invested in the matter, pondering what dishes he should prepare for the following day while attending lessons. First and foremost, the food must be easy to transport, so soupy items were out of the question. Secondly, the contest was scheduled to occur before morning classes, necessitating breakfast-appropriate fare. Lastly, the dishes should be easy to share, ideally pre-portioned so that each person could have their own. Xiaolong bao seemed like a delightful option, but their delicate wrappers could easily tear, and many foreigners might struggle with chopsticks, potentially creating a mess in the classroom. Pan-fried dumplings were another possibility, yet they required oil for frying, which could set off smoke alarms if not managed properly. After much contemplation, he resolved to make steamed buns instead, fragrant and soft. The savory pork buns should please nearly everyone. Additionally, he planned to prepare some with a mushroom and vegetable filling for those who preferred vegetarian options. Spicy vermicelli buns could also be included for those who enjoyed a kick. Although the thought of spending 10 points of deliciousness to acquire a large steamer made him wince, the potential rewards brought a hopeful smile to Yang Chuan's face. Prepare 3 insulated boxes for tomorrow. After the buns are steamed in the morning, we can carry them directly to the classroom, allowing everyone to savor the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine. Chapter 15. Sweet and sour spare ribs with rice after class. Chris walked back to the dormitory with Yang Chuan. Yang, have you decided what dish to prepare for tomorrow? Chris asked, a hint of bashfulness evident as he scratched his head. I acted impulsively today, and this trouble is my doing. If you need assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Rest assured, I have it all figured out, Yang Chuan replied with a smile. What delectable dish is it? Chris inquired, his blue eyes shimmering with anticipation. Are you familiar with buns? Not at all, Chris honestly shook his head. Before meeting Yang Chuan, he had little knowledge of Chinese culture. However, after tasting the culinary delights prepared by Yang Chuan, he had become a devoted admirer. Though I do not know what buns are, I am certain that whatever you make will be incredibly delicious, Chris exclaimed, already envisioning the unknown flavors and unable to suppress a gulp. Thank you for your confidence. Yang Chuan smiled broad-eyed. Initially, he cooked merely to please his palate, but he gradually discovered the joy of cooking. Witnessing the blissful expressions on others' faces as they savored his creations brought him an irreplaceable sense of accomplishment. Moreover, this occasion presented a splendid opportunity to promote Chinese culinary culture. As his system was dedicated to such a mission, it seemed the system had caught wind of Yang Chuan's thoughts, promptly sending him a task notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a random task. Please acquire 100 delicious points within 24 hours. Task reward: chef's knife and 10,000 in cash. Upon seeing the task rewards, Yang Chuan's spirits soared. How considerate of the system to know precisely what he needed. A chef's knife would undoubtedly be far superior to a British kitchen knife, making the preparation of meats and bones a much easier endeavor. As for the cash reward, it was even more perfect. He had longed to move out of the dormitory and rent his own place. Living in a quaint English cottage, akin to a charming villa, would undoubtedly be a delight. While the dormitory was affordable and convenient for classes, the living conditions were less than satisfactory. Confined to a mere 10 square meters, the cramped shared bathroom made even turning around a challenge, and showers required a trek to the communal facilities. Most importantly, he would have his own kitchen, where he could cover the smoke detector with a plastic bag, free from the worry of inspections. He could cook whatever he desired, experimenting with various techniques daily. Alas, his beloved large frying pan had fallen into disuse, relegated to merely blanching vegetables. However, accumulating 100 delicious points meant he would need to prepare no fewer than 100 buns by tomorrow. It appeared he would need to retire early tonight to rise at dawn and begin the dough for the buns. Chuan's spirits soared, his steps lightened, and he found himself humming a cheerful tune. Although Chris did not comprehend why Chuan was suddenly in high spirits, seeing his confident demeanor eased his mind, and he began to look forward to the dinner. Upon entering the communal kitchen, he noticed that both the rice cooker and pressure cooker had already switched to the warming mode. Chuan approached, lifted the lid of the rice cooker, and was immediately enveloped by the sweet and sour aroma of the spare ribs. Chris swallowed hard and inquired, "Yang, is dinner ready to eat?" "Not yet. The rice is still cooking," Chuan replied, shaking his head. "You should go back and rest for a while. I will call you when it's ready." "That won't do. I'll stay and help you." Chuan chuckled helplessly. There's really nothing to assist with. The dishes and soup are already prepared. We just need to cook the rice. "Well then, make sure to leave the task of washing the dishes and pots for me." All right. After managing to send the enthusiastic Chris away, Chuan swiftly poured the sweet and sour spare ribs from the rice cooker into a large pot, keeping it warm over low heat. He cleaned the rice cooker and rinsed the rice, preparing to cook it, with the rice taking approximately 20 minutes to cook. Chuan picked up a book and returned to his room to relax and play on his phone, estimating that the time was about right. Chuan returned to the kitchen, only to catch Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng in the act of sneaking a taste of the spare ribs. Well, you two," Chuan exclaimed, both exasperated and amused. Pang Hu nearly choked on the rib in his mouth, finally swallowing it with some difficulty, and sheepishly said, "Brother Chuan, would you believe me if I said the ribs made the first move? What do you think?" Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Brother, it's really not our fault." Hu Junfeng defended softly. "The ribs are just too fragrant. We couldn't resist." Chuan shook his head in resignation. "Go grab 10 plates and 10 small bowls." The two, feeling as if they had been pardoned, hurried to the storage cabinet to retrieve the dishes. Chuan began to artfully arrange the food. He filled bowls with glistening white rice, inverted them onto the center of the plates, and then drizzled the thick sauce over the sweet and sour spare ribs. 5 glossy, oily ribs were evenly placed atop the rice, the amber sauce slowly cascading down the grains, pooling at the bottom of the plate. Feeling the presentation was a bit plain, Chuan quickly blanched some leafy greens, seasoning them with just a pinch of salt. The vibrant greens were arranged around the edge of the plate, and a sprinkle of sesame seeds elevated the dish's elegance. Opening the pressure cooker, the enticing aroma of tomato and potato rib soup wafted through the air. Chuan served each plate of rice with a bowl of soup, where golden potatoes, red tomatoes, and spare ribs peeked through the amber broth. "Wow, Brother Chuan, your plating is more refined than Michelin," Pang Hu marveled from the side. "Come on," Hu Junfeng retorted. "The essence of Michelin is a large plate with little food, a dab of sauce, a sprig of herbs, and then they triple the price, while the taste is rather mediocre. The meals Brother Chuan prepares are a feast for the senses, and the best part is he gives generous portions without raising prices. The value is unbeatable." "Exactly. Brother Chuan's culinary skills are too good to not run a restaurant." Pang Hu nodded vigorously. Chuan could not help but chuckle at the antics of the two lively characters. "All right, enough of the banter. Fat Tiger, please notify everyone to come for dinner. And Old Hu, lend me a hand with the plating." "Certainly." Both responded in unison. Fat Tiger promptly retrieved his phone, aimed it at the plate of sweet and sour ribs over rice, captured a photo, and sent it to the feasting group. "Fat Tiger, brothers, it's time to feast." Image. He even applied a warm-toned filter, making the sweet and sour ribs glisten like exquisite red agate. Just by looking at it, the tangy aroma seemed almost palpable, enticing one to immediately grab a piece and savor it. Beside it, a bowl of soup showcased the vibrant blend of red tomatoes, golden potatoes, and the rich essence of rib fat, forming a deliciously inviting broth, adorned with shimmering golden droplets on the surface. "Chen Siki, coming. Chick emoji, Julian on my way. Li Hua. If you're not enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with your mindset. Darn it, the scheduled post went to the 91st. So frustrating." Chapter 16. Feast time. The hungry wolves had likely been eagerly awaiting the news, and within 5 minutes, they assembled quickly. Upon seeing the neatly arranged meal sets on the counter, their faces lit up with hunger. Each took their portion, with the promise of additional rice if needed. Although the sweet and sour ribs were gone, they could still refill their soup. After addressing the group, Chuan took a share to the dining area. These individuals were known for their hearty appetites, often finishing their rice only to return for bread to dip in sauce. Concerned they might not be satisfied, Chuan had intentionally cooked extra rice, maximizing the capacity of the 5L rice cooker. All right. The group nodded eagerly, hastily taking their portions and following suit. As Chuan placed a piece of sweet and sour rib into his mouth, the tangy sauce burst forth, a testament to the lengthy, braising process that had rendered the meat exceptionally tender. With a gentle bite, the succulent flesh easily separated from bone. Regrettably, it hadn't been fried beforehand, which would have imparted a delightful crispness and additional layers of flavor. Feeling that he had not fully showcased his culinary prowess, the desire to move out of the dormitory grew stronger. This is fantastic. I adore this sweet and sour rib. The foreigners were invariably enamored with sweet and sour flavors, their praises resounding as they savored every bite. Chris cleaned the meat off the bone, reluctant to discard even the bones, savoring them until the flavor dissipated before reluctantly setting them aside. I'll show you how to do it. Use a spoon to mix the rice and sauce together. That's the secret to the most delicious experience. Fat Tiger enthusiastically demonstrated the correct way to enjoy the dish to his foreign classmates. The steaming, pearly grains of rice, coated in the thick amber sweet and sour sauce, when mixed thoroughly, created a perfect harmony of rich tartness and rice fragrance, spoonful after spoonful, leaving one unable to stop. Merely dining can become somewhat monotonous, yet lifting the soup to my lips and savoring a sip reveals an entirely different and delightful sensation. The ribs, stewed in a pressure cooker, are exceptionally tender, requiring no more than a gentle press of the lips to effortlessly separate the meat from the bone. As the rich aroma of the meat envelopes my palate, the tomato broth, while equally sweet and sour, presents a contrast to the intense and robust flavor of sweet and sour ribs. It is far more gentle and refreshing. The potatoes, rendered soft and tender through the stewing process, absorb the savory essence of the ribs and the tangy sweetness of the tomatoes, becoming melt-in-your-mouth delightful. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! It is simply delectable. The air is filled with exclamations of admiration, accompanied by the cheerful notification sound from the system. Ding! Deliciousness value 111. The deliciousness value for 9 o'clock has been duly credited. As everyone relishes the meal, a pair of Asian couples strolls in hand. The male figure somewhat familiar, a classmate of Chuan, though his name eludes me. His square visage suggests he hails from Korea. The female companion is unfamiliar, likely of the same descent. The girls' dormitory is situated above the boys', and while boys are prohibited from entering the girls' quarters, girls are permitted to visit the boys' dormitory. Otherwise, Chuan wouldn't consistently venture into the communal kitchen of the boys' dormitory for meals. The boy carries a bag of fruits and a lunchbox, presumably to share a meal with his girlfriend. After a moment of hesitation, they proceed toward the dining area. Are you hosting a party? The boy inquires in English. No. Merely a casual gathering. Pang, who replies with a broad grin. May we sit here? Of course, as the communal kitchen is indeed open to all students. Thank you. Once seated, they unveil their lunchbox, revealing a quintessential Korean kimchi rice meal. The vibrant, spicy kimchi is generously laid atop the rice, crowned with a fried egg that appears handcrafted. The girl produces 2 spoons, and they begin to eat, though their glances frequently dart toward Chuan and his group. The kimchi rice, which typically seems delectable, loses its allure under the overwhelming presence of the enticing aroma wafting from the neighboring table. Noticing their recurring glances, Chuan takes the initiative. This is a dish I prepared myself. The main course is finished, but I still have some soup left. Would you like to try it? Really? Thank you so much. They respond with genuine delight, even bowing in appreciation. Lacking additional small bowls, Chuan resorts to using the disposable cups Chuan had previously utilized for her cola, filling 2 cups with a tomato, potato, and rib soup. It's absolutely delicious, the girl exclaims after sipping the soup, her eyes sparkling with delight, unable to restrain her admiration in Korean. Chuan, Jin Hyunwol. And this is my girlfriend Choi Suya. We truly appreciate your soup. It is simply exquisite. The two individuals swiftly finished their meal. In gratitude for the soup provided by Yang Chuan, they insisted on gifting him the fruits they had purchased. These are the fruits we bought for you. The culinary delights of Huagua are truly remarkable. We will cheer for you in tomorrow's competition. The warmth of their gesture left Yang Chuan somewhat flustered, and he could only scratch his head in appreciation. Hey, I initially thought that the girl, Xiao Shiba, would be rather difficult to get along with. But to my surprise, these two are quite agreeable, Pang who whispered to Yang Chuan after they departed. Indeed, Yang Chuan had previously harbored a less than favorable impression of individuals from the land of the morning calm. Yet after interacting with these two classmates, he found them to be rather pleasant. Most importantly, as they left, they had bestowed upon him 2 points of deliciousness. Swapping a bowl of soup for 2 points of culinary merit was rather commendable. At that moment, the foreigners had devised a novel method of enjoyment, mixing tomato soup with a second bowl of rice. After a whirlwind of consumption, the table was left devoid of food. Even the pot was scraped clean, leaving behind only gleaming empty bowls and a pile of bones. Following this, everyone entered a state of contemplative relaxation. They had grown accustomed to lounging in their chairs for a while after feasting, allowing for casual conversation. By the way, that Jin Xinyu mentioned the competition earlier. I heard that there will be a culinary showdown between Huagua and Neon tomorrow. Are you set to compete against Xiao Rizi? Pang, who suddenly recalled the words of the couple from earlier. Yes, Yang Chuan nodded, surprised that even Pang, who was aware of this matter. I thought it was merely gossip. Pang, who exclaimed, slapping the table with excitement. That little rascal is incredibly arrogant. How dare he provoke our esteemed elders? Exactly. Brother Chuan, make sure to teach that young lad a lesson tomorrow. Let him understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Hu Junfeng joined in the fervor. It's merely a culinary competition. Yang Chuan chuckled, bemused at the two, who seemed to think he was preparing for a brawl with Xiao Rizi. Nonetheless, that lad ought to realize the prowess of Huagua cuisine. Pang, who declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Brother, what delicious fare do you plan to prepare tomorrow? Do you need our assistance? I intend to make buns. I have a steamer, but I still need a warming box. Do you know where I might procure one? Yang Chuan pondered, considering how to involve his friends. I'm not sure if the supermarket has them, but since it's still early, I'll go with Lao Hu to check it out before they close. If we can't find a warming box, disposable containers will suffice. Sound good? In the evening, the kitchen was filled with the lingering aroma of the meal. Julian and Marcus stood by the sink, humming a tune as they washed the dishes, unconcerned with the splashes on their aprons. They had gradually formed a harmonious routine. Yang Chuan took charge of cooking, while the international students assisted with prep and ingredient procurement. The foreign students, unable to contribute much in the cooking department, voluntarily took on the responsibilities of washing dishes and clearing the table. I'll head back to rest now. I leave this in your capable hands, Yang Chuan stated, not wishing to be overly formal with them. He needed to rise early the next day to prepare the buns, so it was imperative he return to wash up and retire for the night. Upon contemplating the prospect of preparing steam buns, he could not help but mentally tally the necessary ingredients. Flour, yeast, meat filling, vegetables, and all the seasonings must be sourced from the system's offerings. Coupled with a steamer, it seemed that the delectable value accumulated over the past few days would soon be entirely consumed. The kitchen in the British abode was rather modest, equipped solely with an induction stove. Thus, the large bamboo steamers commonly found back home were impractical, leaving only the household-sized steamer as an option. At most, it could accommodate 3 or 4 tiers, yielding a mere 30 buns per batch. For 100 portions, multiple steaming sessions would be required. He hoped that Pang, who could procure an insulated box, as the buns were best enjoyed piping hot. Should they cool down, their texture would significantly diminish. Not a worry. We shall handle this, exclaimed Chris, lifting his head while polishing the table, revealing his trademark bright smile. Meanwhile, Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng were preparing to depart for the supermarket. Before leaving, they turned to Li Hua and Chen Siki, who were engrossed in their phones, and inquired. Hua, Siki, we are heading to the supermarket. Do you need anything? What on earth are you going to the supermarket for at this hour? Chen Siki replied, glancing away from her screen, where she had been exchanging culinary photos with Anna, who also looked on with curiosity. Who Junfeng explained. We're helping Chuan buy an insulated box for tomorrow's competition. Competition? What competition? Anna asked, her blue eyes wide with intrigue. It's a culinary showdown with the exchange students from Japan. Pang Hu gestured dramatically. Chuan plans to make buns and needs a way to keep them warm. Shinseki suddenly realized, oh, I thought we were just whipping up some fried noodles or pancakes. Don't be ridiculous. Pang Hu retorted, rolling his eyes. This kitchen doesn't even have a proper stove. Fried noodles? The smoke detector would object vehemently. Right, Shinseki said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. We must get the insulated box. Buns are best when hot. Amidst their laughter, even the usually reticent Duke couldn't suppress a chuckle. Just then, Julian called out to them, wait. Don't make a fruitless trip. The supermarket doesn't stock large insulated boxes. Only small containers, about the size of 2 palms. As a native Brit, Julian was well acquainted with the inventory of local supermarkets. And if he said there were none, it was undoubtedly true. What shall we do now? Pang Hu fretted, scratching his head. Julian sighed with a hint of exasperation. I do have one at my place, but it's in London, and my parents are working. They can't bring it over tonight. Anna, wearing a pained expression, added, mine is in Liverpool, even farther away. There's simply no time. How about we buy some disposable food containers? Pang Hu suggested tentatively. Li Hua shook his head. That won't do. Disposable boxes are far too inconvenient. Imagine us all lugging a pile of containers to class. Just grab some resealable bags. We can wrap each bun, making distribution effortless. As for the insulated box, I'll find a way to ensure it arrives before morning. Hua, Pang Hu exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Li Hua. You're a genius. Li Hua coughed violently, exclaiming, Let go. I'm going to die. Hua Zai, I entrust this matter to you. Hu Junfeng cheerfully patted Li Hua on the shoulder. Everyone was aware that Li Hua was a scion of a wealthy family, well-connected and influential. When he claimed to have a solution, it was certain he could deliver. Leave it to me. He thumped his chest confidently in front of Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng. But once they departed, he swiftly retrieved his phone, typing furiously in their small group chat. Fei dort Li Hua. Fei bir oye, boss. Help. Urgent. F2 Qianjing. Oh. Isn't this the young master who was just flaunting his gourmet meal? You've had your fill, and now you're trying to provoke the boss. Huh? F3 Xiao Mingyu. It seems you really have a penchant for trouble. Before dining, Li Hua had shared a photo of sweet and sour pork ribs over rice in the group, fully aware of the repercussions such a post would entail. Yet he could not restrain his reckless impulses. He never imagined he would soon find himself in need of assistance, regretting his earlier actions. F4 Li Hua. No. How could I dare? I genuinely have a matter that requires the boss's help. F1 Su Yi. Speak. A single, terse word from Su Yi relieved Li Hua, who hurriedly sent a voice message detailing the entire situation. The Su family was a true aristocracy, with enterprises scattered across the globe, along with super VIP status at numerous banks and luxury hotels. Do not be mistaken. Banks are not merely for deposits, and luxury hotels are not solely for accommodation. As a super VIP, a simple phone call could arrange anything from a small thermal box to a helicopter at a moment's notice. Hence, when faced with difficulties, Li Hua's first thought was to seek Su Ye's assistance. F1 Su Yi. Wait. After approximately 10 minutes, Su Yi finally responded. F1 Su Yi. Yes. But it must be returned. No problem. I will absolutely return on time. William Lee. He is in Manchester and will drive over. He'll call you when he arrives. Thanks to the foreigner's keen enthusiasm for camping, many households have thermal boxes as essential camping gear, making it quite easy to borrow one or two. William was the manager of the Su family enterprise, residing in Manchester and conveniently possessing 2 thermal boxes for camping. The distance from Manchester to Stoke-on-Trent is short, approximately a 50-minute train ride, but tickets were currently unavailable, necessitating a drive, which would take a bit longer. F4 Li Hua. Thank you, boss. I bow to you. F1 Su Yi. No need for the bowing. I've arranged your weekend train tickets. See you in London. Eva, cuatro liwa. Oh no. Brother. I was wrong. Brother. However, regardless of how desperately he pleaded, Suyi remained unresponsive, while the other two friends in the group began to revel in his misfortune. F2, Qianjingyi. Old fourth, you're finished. F3, Xiao Mingyu, deserved. Letting you show off all the time. Regardless, the issue with the insulated box is settled, which is quite commendable. Li Hua helplessly set down his phone and turned to meet Shinseki's curious gaze. So is it resolved? Of course. Li Hua immediately resumed his nonchalant demeanor, proudly lifting his chin. When I take charge, what can possibly go wrong? All right, you're the best. Satisfied now? Shinseki waved her hand dismissively and then said earnestly, Brother Chuan is making buns early tomorrow morning. Should we come help out? Is that even a question? Li Hua dropped his playful expression, affirming, we must come. Otherwise, how will Brother Chuan manage alone? I estimate he'll need to start preparing by at least 5. 5. Shinseki's eyes widened. What time should we arrive? Just around that time should suffice. Li Hua tu fuli calculata. We need to help knead the dough, wash the ingredients, prepare the fillings, set up the steamer, and pack everything into the insulated box. So much to do. All right, see you tomorrow morning. Chapter 18. The God of Dumplings in Ancient Greece at 5 in the morning. As the alarm clock rang, Yang Chuan sprang from bed, splashed cold water on his face, and felt invigorated. After completing his morning routine, he gathered the steamer and a plethora of ingredients exchanged from the system's marketplace and headed to the communal kitchen. Upon opening the door, a rich aroma of coffee enveloped him. There stood Pang Hu and a few others, yawning around the coffee machine, the robust scent of coffee dispelling the morning drowsiness. Brother Chuan, you're here. Care for some coffee? Pang Hu called out with a smile. Sure. 1 cup, please. Yang Chuan grinned as he accepted the coffee cup, warmth radiating from the cup into his palms, banishing the morning chill. Hu Junfeng, ever observant, stepped forward to relieve Yang Chuan of his burden. Placing the items on the countertop, the coffee and machine had been gifted by Julian, accompanied by a note. Shinseki took a graceful sip of the rich coffee while presenting the note filled with elegant English writing to Yang Chuan. The note read in beautiful cursive, Keep it up, victory belongs to you, my friend. Brother Chuan, look at this. Liwa buasta. Patting the 2 large 26L insulated boxes beside him, freshly delivered the night before, which he personally carried in. Well done, Hua Zai. Yang Chuan smiled and gave a thumbs up. After a quick coffee to perk up, everyone set to work. Yang Chuan was in charge of fermenting the flour, with Yang Siki assisting, while the others washed the ingredients. Yang Chuan skillfully dissolved yeast and sugar in warm water, observing the tiny bubbles forming on the surface, a sign of perfect fermentation. He then gently combined the yeast mixture with the all-purpose flour, precisely measuring the water and flour to avoid the common mishap of adding too much of one or the other. Feeling the dough's elasticity beneath his fingertips, he kneaded with just the right amount of force, folding from the outside in until the dough became smooth as satin, non-sticky to hands or bowl. This method ensures that the dumpling skins are both thin and resilient. Due to the abundance of buns to be crafted today, Yang Chuan diligently kneaded 2 enormous dough balls. Wrapped in cling film, the dough quietly fermented, patiently awaiting its expansion to double in size. Subsequently, Yang Chuan proceeded to prepare the fillings. Today's offerings included meat buns, vegetable buns, and spicy vermicelli buns. The greens required meticulous washing, while the dried shiitake mushrooms and vermicelli were soaked in warm water to rehydrate. In a bid to save time, Yang Chuan opted for convenience this time, exchanging for 5 pounds of minced meat rather than large cuts of pork leg. The minced meat provided by the system was remarkably fresh, comprising 30% fat and 70% lean, an impeccable ratio. He added scallion ginger water to eliminate any fishy odor, drizzled dark soy sauce over the mixture, and watched as the deep brown sauce enveloped the meat filling. A touch of sugar enhanced the flavor, while light soy sauce, salt, and pepper were added for seasoning. Stirring in one direction, the meat mixture gradually thickened, acquiring a delightful elasticity. The greens were blanched in boiling water, with a few drops of cooking oil added to maintain their vibrant green hue. Once drained, the blanched greens were rinsed with cold water, chopped finely, and released a fragrant juice as they were minced. The rehydrated shiitake mushrooms and five-spice tofu were diced and briefly stir-fried in a small pan. Combined with the finely chopped greens, they were seasoned with various spices. The five-spice tofu served as Chuan's secret weapon for the vegetable buns, imparting a richer flavor and a more diverse texture to the vegetarian filling. The preparation of the spicy vermicelli filling was straightforward. The soaked vermicelli was cut into small segments and mixed with the minced meat, scallions, and Laogan ma chili bean sauce. Seasoned with light and dark soy sauce, salt, and chili powder, the mixture sizzled gently over low heat, releasing an enticing aroma. While Peng Hu and Hu Junfeng fanned the air with cardboard to prevent triggering the smoke alarm. Having completed these tasks, the dough had risen sufficiently. Chuan kneaded it again to expel any air, ensuring the buns would be light and fluffy upon steaming. Next came the lengthy process of shaping the buns. Given the limited capacity of the steamer, the buns crafted this time were roughly the size of an adult man's palm. His fingers danced deftly, swiftly forming the palm-sized buns. To distinguish the three different flavors, Chuan designed unique shapes for each. The meat buns featured chrysanthemum folds, with delicate patterns pinched at the closure, once steamed. The fats would seep slightly from the creases, appearing golden and alluring. The vegetable buns were shaped like willow leaves, emerging plump and white, exuding a playful charm. The spicy vermicelli buns took on a crescent shape reminiscent of oversized dumplings, their skins glistening with a hint of red oil. Eager to try their hand at the craft, Peng Hu and others produced a series of crooked buns, some even bursting at the seams or collapsing. Chuan, bemused, sent them off to rest, saying, "Whoever made these, you shall eat them." Once the buns were placed in the steamer, Chuan brushed a bit of olive oil on their surfaces to prevent sticking, then covered the pot to allow for a second rise of about 10 minutes. Only with this secondary fermentation would the steamed buns attain their fluffy, tender texture, avoiding the fate of being dense and lifeless. The steamer was stacked in 3 layers, each holding around 10 buns, and a total of 4 batches were steamed. After 20 minutes, the first batch of buns was ready. Steam billowed forth, enveloping the air in a dense, fragrant mist that gradually released an intoxicating aroma. The rich scent of meat, the fresh essence of vegetables, and a tantalizing hint of spice intermingled, enticing everyone to salivate. Each bun was plump and round, the dough gleaming white like fresh snow. The meat buns exuded amber droplets of oil, while the vegetable buns revealed a jade-like green, and the spicy vermicelli buns glistened with a lustrous red sheen, resembling exquisite works of art. Had they not witnessed Chuan crafting each bun with his own hands, one might have assumed they were mass-produced by machines in a factory. "Delicious!" exclaimed Peng Hu, his eyes wide with anticipation. He could not resist reaching out, only to be halted by Chuan. "Not so fast. We must first pack them into the thermal box." With great restraint, they wrapped the freshly steamed buns in plastic bags, carefully placing them into the thermal box to keep warm. For the last batch, adhering to the principle of waste not, Chuan included the buns made by Peng Hu and the others for steaming as well. "We'll place half in the thermal box, and the other half we shall divide for breakfast." Hooray! The group, unable to contain their excitement at the prospect of breakfast, erupted in cheers. "The ugly buns are for the one who made them," Chuan mischievously declared. "No, please," the others lamented, in comparison to Chuan's creations. Their buns were indeed quite unappealing, emerging from a steamer in bizarre shapes that severely diminished any desire to eat. Yet, despite their unfortunate appearance, the taste did not disappoint, as the fillings were all meticulously crafted by Chuan, with only the dough's texture being somewhat lacking. Quickly consuming their unsightly buns, they then turned to Chuan's offerings, where the thin outer skin complemented the generously filled interiors, epitomizing the perfect bun. The meat bun burst upon the first bite, releasing a torrent of piping hot juices that were rich and fragrant, with a harmonious blend of lean and fatty meat, succulent and tender, the fat melting on the tongue, prompting involuntary moments of blissful reflection. The vegetable bun offered a refreshing taste, with layers of flavor from shiitake mushrooms and dried tofu, while the crisp sweetness of the greens emerged with each chew. The spicy vermicelli bun delivered an immediate kick of heat, followed by the savory essence of fermented black soybeans. The vermicelli, saturated with red oil, was smooth and delightful, inducing beads of sweat, yet compelling one to continue. These meat buns are simply exquisite, Pang Hu declared, his cheeks stuffed to the brim, yet he still managed to exclaim, I declare this the best bun I have ever tasted. Brother Chuan, I shall honor you as the Greek god of buns. Hu Junfeng shouted, holding a shiitake bun with a look of awe. Li Hua and Qin Siki, each clutching a bun in one hand, dove into their meal with fervor, barely lifting their heads, nodding vigorously in approval. Chapter 19. The competition begins. Having feasted to their heart's content, the group glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 9 o'clock, and hurriedly began to tidy up. The boys formed pairs to carry the thermal boxes downstairs, while Qin Siki took charge of holding everyone's textbooks. This morning, there was a class scheduled for 10 o'clock, and arriving an hour early was just right. I had to settle the food competition before class commenced, lest it disrupt the teacher's lecture. Ascending to the second floor, as soon as I emerged from the stairwell, the sight before us left everyone astonished. The corridor was densely packed with people. What on earth is happening? Pang Hu exclaimed in disbelief. Chuan Ge, does your class really have this many people? Yang Chuan, equally surprised, noticed many unfamiliar faces among the crowd, clearly indicating that not everyone belonged to their class. However, this was fortuitous for him. Having more participants was beneficial, alleviating his earlier concerns about completing the random task. Here they come. The students from Huagua are arriving. Someone shouted, and the crowd parted like the Red Sea. Young, go for it. Chris and his companions also mingled in the throng, giving Yang Chuan gestures of encouragement. Bewildered, Yang Chuan and his group were ushered into the classroom by the crowd. Inside, Sato Ado and his few Japanese companions were already seated on the left side of the tiered classroom, equipped with 2 identical large thermal containers. The classroom featured steps in the center with seating on both sides. Since Sato and his friends occupied the left side, Yang Chuan's group naturally took their place on the right, creating a competitive atmosphere reminiscent of a contest. Yang Chuan, you have finally arrived. We can nearly commence, Sato Ado declared with an air of confidence. How will we compete? What are the rules? Yang Chuan inquired. Sato Ado produced a bag filled with colorful plastic tokens and explained, we will have the students outside line up to enter, each receiving a token. After sampling our dishes, they will vote according to their preferences. The one who collects the most tokens will be declared the winner. He then pointed to a classmate beside him, a boy holding a camera. This is my classmate Ishida Jun. He will record the entire event to ensure fairness. I suggest you document the proceedings as well. To maintain fairness, Pang Hu Junfeng, and 2 other Japanese students went to the entrance to distribute tokens, ensuring that each person received only one. The honorable task of filming was entrusted to Li Hua, who was responsible for capturing the distribution of dumplings and the voting process to prevent any cheating, while Qin Siki assisted Yang Chuan with the distribution of dumplings. What began as an impromptu food competition turned out to be quite an organized affair. Notably, the students who gathered to join the excitement cooperated splendidly, patiently lining up outside without any disruptions. The front door of the tiered classroom was fully opened, and students lined up orderly, entering the classroom one by one. The first to step in was a handsome foreign lad, who approached the left side with palpable anticipation. Sato Ado opened the thermal container and retrieved a small round plastic bowl, approximately the size of a chawanmushi sold in supermarkets, thoughtfully providing a small plastic spoon as well. The bowl is filled with distinct grains of rice, topped with a beautifully seared piece of foie gras, glistening under an amber sauce and adorned with black caviar. Beside it lies a soft-boiled egg, its golden yolk gently flowing, complementing the rice and foie gras harmoniously. This Japanese foie gras rice dish is meticulously crafted, a feast for both the eyes and palate, emanating steam from the warming box, enticing anyone nearby. In stark contrast, Yang Chuan's steamed buns appear rather humble. However, Sato Hidenori proves to be quite astute, recognizing that not everyone relishes the neon allure of sashimi and sushi. Thus, he presents the quintessential Japanese foie gras rice. This dish is paired with sterile eggs flown in from Japan, specifically intended for mixing with rice, boasting a silky texture devoid of any fishy taste. Nevertheless, Chuan remains confident in his culinary skills. Who says buns cannot rival foie gras? The handsome young man eagerly accepts a small bowl and spoon, swiftly savoring the foie gras rice, giving Sato a thumbs up, indicating his approval of the delightful flavor. Sato, brimming with pride, glances towards Chuan before attending to the next student. After relishing the foie gras rice, the handsome student curiously approaches Chuan's table. What delectable offerings do you have? Chuan smiles as he lifts the warming box, a cloud of steam enveloping the air with the enticing aroma of the buns. Inside the preservation bag, plump, white buns are neatly arranged. Their appearance alone is mouth-watering. We have 3 different fillings. Would you prefer meat, vegetarian, or spicy? Shinseki inquires with a cheerful smile. Can I try them all? The charming foreign student displays a dazzling smile, revealing his bright white teeth. Unfortunately not. Shinseki replies with a gentle yet firm smile. Then I'll have the meat bun. The handsome young man, left with no choice, makes his selection. Very well, here is your meat bun. Shinseki promptly retrieves a meat bun from the warming box and hands it to him. The warming box retains heat remarkably well, and the bun feels warm in his hands. Unable to contain his eagerness, the handsome young man takes a bite, only to be greeted with a slight burn. However, he pays it no mind, inhaling sharply yet savoring each chew with evident delight. The soft dough, infused with the aroma of wheat and a hint of sweetness, envelopes a juicy, tender filling, perfectly seasoned, the rich juices released from the fat spreading their delectable fragrance with each bite. The second student, also opting for a meat bun, exclaims, "This meat bun is truly delicious." Before long, the entire bun is consumed, and the handsome young man, feeling unsatisfied, licks his lips, longing for more. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, could I possibly have another? I just consumed my meal rather hastily, failing to discern its true flavor, which may ultimately influence my final evaluation." The handsome young man implored Shinseki once more, unabashedly. "I sincerely apologize." Shinseki maintained her smile, explaining that to ensure every student could savor the delightful buns, each person was limited to one. Very well then, the handsome young man reluctantly departed, yet not without leaving behind his tokens. Chapter 20. If I could start over, I would choose a different path. An incessant stream of individuals came to sample the buns, almost all unhesitatingly casting their voting tokens in favor of them. The pile of tokens on Chuan's table grew increasingly high, nearly spilling over, prompting him to find a bag to carefully stow them away, lest they scatter across the ground. At that moment, 3 foreign girls arrived together, making their way to Sato Ado on the left. One of them, Gina, with flaxen hair and round glasses, leaned in to glance at the foie gras rice in the warming box, her brow slightly furrowed as she hesitantly inquired, "Excuse me, do you have any purely vegan options?" "I am a vegetarian." Sato Ado's smile faltered, and he promptly bowed deeply, apologizing earnestly. "I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight not to prepare any vegan food. I truly regret this." Taken aback by his sudden grand gesture, Gina stepped back slightly, hurriedly waving her hands. "It's quite all right, really." Feeling somewhat awkward, she maneuvered around Sato Ado and approached Chuan and his companions, hesitantly starting, "Excuse me, do you have any vegetarian?" But before she could finish her sentence, she was handed a warm bun. "Indeed, we do. This is a vegetable bun, entirely devoid of meat, filled with shiitake mushrooms, greens, and tofu. It's particularly delicious." Shinseki beamed as she spoke. Shinseki could hardly overlook Sato Ado's exaggerated apology. Fortunately, Chuan had prepared 3 varieties of buns, specifically to cater to diverse tastes. "Thank you," Gina exclaimed, pleasantly surprised to receive the bun, having thought she might not find anything to eat today, only to discover that the students from Huagua had vegetarian buns. Delighted, she opened the preservation bag and took a gentle bite. The dough was soft, yet had a satisfying chewiness, carrying a subtle sweetness from the wheat, followed by the fresh sweetness of the greens and the unique aroma of the shiitake mushrooms, along with the savory flavor of 5-spice tofu. The filling was juicy yet not greasy, with the mushrooms being tender and springy, the greens crisp and the tofu firm. Not only was the flavor remarkably layered, but the texture was also exceptionally fulfilling. She couldn't help but devour one bite after another, marveling internally. The taste of this bun is 100 times better than the vegetable salad and creamy pasta from the cafeteria. At that moment, Gina's two friends, having finished their foie gras rice, approached Chuan, each taking a meat bun and a spicy vermicelli bun. "Hey, Gina, is the filling of your bun vegetables? How does it taste?" inquired Lisa, a girl with brown, long hair, curiously. "It is absolutely fantastic. I adore it." Gina enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the vegetable buns, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I have never tasted such delectable vegetable buns." "Really? I would think the meat buns would be more appetizing," Lisa replied, being a staunch carnivore with little expectation for the vegetable variety. "Oh, you mustn't doubt me," Gina exclaimed, reluctantly tearing off a small piece from her untouched bun and offering it to Lisa. "Here, try this." Lisa accepted the morsel and placed it in her mouth. In the next moment, her eyes widened involuntarily. "Oh, this flavor is simply marvelous." She was taken aback, never expecting the vegetable bun to be so delicious. "It's a pity you can't enjoy meat. Otherwise, I would share my meat bun with you. By the way, how did you find the foie gras rice you just had?" Gina inquired. "It was all right, but the queue was too long, and the foie gras felt a bit cold. It was quite rich, and that raw egg. I'm not fond of that slimy texture." Lisa grimaced. "Then you must try the buns over here. They are truly exceptional," Gina insisted with renewed enthusiasm. "Hey, stop chatting. The buns will get cold," interjected Emily, a girl with golden hair reminiscent of a Barbie doll, who was holding a spicy vermicelli bun. Her cheeks flushed from the heat, yet she could not contain her excitement. "I don't even know what the filling is, but it's so smooth and delicious." "Really? Let me have a taste." Lisa immediately leaned closer. "Then you must share some of your meat bun with me," Emily replied with a playful grin. All right. Just let me have a bite," Lisa urged eagerly, extending her hand. Emily, albeit reluctantly, tore off a small piece and handed it to Lisa. "Wow, it's so spicy." Lisa, who was not accustomed to spicy food, gasped for air. Yet soon, the numbing, spicy, and fragrant flavors blossomed in her mouth. "But it's incredibly tasty. Hurry, let me try your meat bun too." Emily nudged her with her elbow. I know. Can I possibly refuse you that bite?" Lisa rolled her eyes slightly and broke off a piece of her meat bun to share with Emily before indulging herself. Upon tasting the meat bun, Lisa's eyes widened in astonishment. "Holy moly, this filling is so juicy. Are all buns in Hawaii like this? How can a bun skin be so soft? It's like a cloud." The three of them savored their buns, their exclamations of delight rising and falling like a symphony. "Why can I only eat one? I'm still not full," Lisa lamented after finishing her bun, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. "Dear, this is a food competition, not a restaurant. How could they possibly let you eat to your heart's content?" Emily looked at her friend, exasperated. "Exactly. These buns are so delicious. It would be such a shame not to sell them." Lisa wiped her mouth and quickly approached Chuan, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Hello, handsome. The buns you made are truly delightful. Do you have any plans to sell them on campus?" Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the question, as he had not previously contemplated this matter. "Please." Lisa clasped her hands in a gesture of supplication. "The buns you make are simply delicious. If I can no longer savor them in the future, it would surely sadden me." "Is it permissible for students to sell food at school?" Chuan inquired, scratching his head. "Of course." Lisa, sensing a glimmer of hope, began to elaborate enthusiastically. On weekends, when there are no classes, students set up stalls in the open area of Zone C, selling various secondhand items and handmade crafts, such as small trinkets and desserts. Your buns could certainly be sold there. "Ah, I see." Chuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had been pondering how to expand his market and acquire more culinary appreciation. Selling buns on campus seemed like a splendid idea that could also yield some pocket money. "If everyone enjoys them, it is certainly worth considering," he replied with a smile. "Really, if you set up a stall to sell buns, I would definitely be your customer." Gina immediately raised her hand in support. "That would be far more delightful than gnawing on lettuce every day." A chorus of agreement erupted around them, with some already rummaging through their wallets. "Can we place an order now?" I want some for tomorrow. Chuan chuckled at their enthusiasm, seriously contemplating the prospect of setting up a stall over the weekend. Meanwhile, Hito watched the lively scene with a complex expression, filled with confusion and frustration. He could not fathom where his meticulously prepared foie gras rice had faltered. Observing the stark contrast between their respective piles of chips, he realized he had been thoroughly defeated this time. If given another chance, he would choose to compete in a culinary showdown with Korea. Chapter 21. Halloween concept at 9:45 a.m. In the lecture hall, the chips in front of Chuan had accumulated into a small mountain. While Siki counted them one by one, her face radiating uncontainable joy. "It seems we have won," Chuan murmured, glancing at the meager pile of chips on Hito's table. "Not just one. We have utterly crushed them." Li Hua, responsible for filming, exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the entrance. "Look, there are still so many people in line." As the culinary competition neared its conclusion, only a few buns remained in the warming box. Yet a considerable number of students continued to queue. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. There are only 5 buns left. Those at the back need not wait," Chuan announced, raising his voice. Immediately, a wave of disappointed sighs swept through the line. A boy wearing a baseball cap despondently raked his fingers through his hair. "No way. I've been waiting for half an hour. Are there truly none left?" A girl with a ponytail stubbornly pressed for answers. They had hurried over upon hearing the news. As the word of the delectable Chinese buns had spread throughout the school's various groups, the school forum was inundated with close-ups of the buns and astonished emojis, drawing even more students to the scene. Siki shook her head apologetically, stating, "We truly have none left. We prepared 100 buns today, and they have all been distributed." They had not anticipated that a modest culinary competition would draw such a crowd. "When will we be able to indulge again?" Someone in the throng exclaimed. "These buns are absolutely exquisite. I have never tasted such delicious buns before. I yearn to enjoy them to my heart's content." Chuan recalled Lisa's earlier suggestion and tentatively remarked, "We are contemplating setting up a stall in Area C this weekend. Should anyone be interested? Count me in. I am very interested. Can we make reservations?" The chorus of enthusiastic responses took Chuan by surprise. He had not foreseen the overwhelming popularity of his buns. "Come. Scan the code to join the group. We will notify everyone in the group when our bun stall opens." Pang Hu, with his nimble mind, quickly established a group and raised his phone displaying the QR code for everyone to scan. The crowd was instantly captivated, gathering around him in excitement. Ito quietly began to tidy his stall, noting that half of his meticulously prepared foie gras rice remained, congealed and greasy after cooling. He stole glances at the lively scene surrounding Chuan, his brow furrowed and lips pressed into a thin line. "What shall we do with the remaining foie gras rice?" His friend Ishida Jun inquired softly. "Let us divide it among ourselves. We can reheat it later and avoid waste," Ito replied in a neutral tone. "All right," Ishida Jun sighed, packing away his camera and assisting Ito in clearing the table and thermal box, mindful that they had a class to attend shortly. After successfully joining the group, the crowd began to disperse slowly, yet the fervent discussions persisted. As they exited the teaching building, they coincidentally brushed past Professor Charles Howard, who was arriving for class. Professor Charles observed the jubilant students leaving, glancing at his watch. Morning classes typically commenced at 9:30 or 10 o'clock, and students would usually be hurrying to their classrooms, not heading outside. "How peculiar," the professor murmured, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. As an associate professor and department head at SU University, Professor Charles was known for his meticulousness and profound commitment to teaching quality, resolving to investigate the matter thoroughly post-class. Upon entering the building, he immediately detected a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, a blend of the fragrant dough mingled with the essence of some meat, accented by a hint of spice. "What is that scent?" Charles inhaled deeply, instinctively quickening his pace as the fragrance appeared to originate from the second floor. Even if someone had brought breakfast to class, the smell would not be so pervasive. Could the cafeteria be unveiling a new dish today? Within the lecture hall, students gathered in small clusters, and the prevailing topic of conversation was undoubtedly the recent culinary contest. Did you taste that spicy vermicelli bun? I am utterly enamored. This spiciness surpasses even that of a Mexican burrito. A young man animatedly described it to his companions. I have a greater fondness for meat buns. They're not only delicious, but also bursting with juices. Good heavens, just recalling them makes my mouth water. His companion closed his eyes in blissful reverie. Unfortunately, by the time it was my turn, they were all gone, lamented another student, merely able to savor the aroma, which is torturous. Professor Charles stood at the doorway of the classroom, observing it all. He cleared his throat, and the students immediately quieted down, hastily returning to their seats. Good morning, everyone, Professor Charles announced as he entered the classroom and placed his briefcase on the podium. Can anyone tell me what has transpired? I seem to detect a most delectable aroma wafting through the air. A light chuckle rippled through the classroom. A boy in the front row raised his hand. Professor, our class just held a small culinary competition between Chinese buns and Japanese foie gras rice, and the Chinese buns emerged victorious. Chinese buns? Professor Charles raised an eyebrow. Are they the doughy parcels filled with stuffing? Exactly, the boy exclaimed with excitement. The skin is thin and soft, and the filling is abundant. One bite, and the juices burst forth. There are also vegetarian and spicy buns. They are all incredibly tasty. Someone added. Professor Charles nodded thoughtfully. As an Englishman, he was not well acquainted with Chinese cuisine, but the students' enthusiastic descriptions piqued his curiosity, and an idea began to take shape in his mind. That sounds intriguing, Professor Charles remarked. However, it is time for us to commence our lesson. Please turn to page 156 in your textbooks. Today, we will discuss the special treatment of consolidated financial statements. The class swiftly passed, and as they approached the end, Professor Charles closed his book but did not immediately announce the conclusion. Instead, he stood in the center of the podium, surveying the classroom. Students, I have an idea. His voice captured their attention. This month marks Halloween, and the school usually organizes celebratory events. I was pondering why we shouldn't host a formal campus culinary competition this year. A wave of cheers and applause erupted in the classroom. That is fantastic. We love you, Professor. The students' enthusiastic response surpassed his expectations. Professor Charles smiled, waiting for them to settle down. This will not only enrich campus life, but also foster cultural exchange among international students. I will propose this to the school, aiming to establish it as an annual event. Professor, a girl raised her hand to inquire, will there be judges for the competition, or will it be like today, where students vote? Good question. The professor adjusted his glasses. I believe a combination of professional judges and student voting could be effective, each holding a certain proportion of influence. Of course, the specific rules will need to be discussed with the school administration. What about eligibility? Must participants be international students? Certainly not, the professor replied, shaking his head. Any student with a passion for cooking can enroll. In fact, I encourage local students to partake as well, sharing their cherished family recipes or innovative dishes. The discussion grew increasingly fervent, prompting the professor to remind everyone to maintain silence. Well, that concludes today's lesson. Let us strive to finalize this matter before next week's class. Hooray! After the professor announced the end of the lesson, the students did not rush to leave as usual. Instead, they continued to deliberate on ideas for the Halloween food competition. Note, most universities in the UK commence their academic year in September and January. SU University begins on September 23rd, and Halloween is celebrated on October 31st. Chapter 22, Braised Noodles with Green Beans Ding, Deliciousness Value 111. The crisp chime of the system notification resonated in Chuan's mind. Glancing at the figures displayed on the system panel, a smile unconsciously crept across his face. Congratulations, host. You have completed the random task. A chef's knife and 10,000 have been deposited into the system's temporary warehouse, available for your use at any time. The random task was successfully accomplished, and it seemed that the plan to rent a house could be prioritized. Young, I'm here to help you. The blonde British youth had already packed his textbooks and hurried over in a few swift strides to assist young Chuan with the insulated box. Upon arrival, the box was filled with steaming buns, brought over with the help of Pang Hu and others. As the competition concluded and other students rushed off to their classes, The task of returning fell to Yang, Chuan, and Chris. Fortunately, the insulated box was now empty. Each of them carried one, making it easy to return. Yang, we won today, so shouldn't we treat ourselves to something nice to celebrate? Chris suddenly halted on their way back, his blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. I even made a bet with my friends, and now they must concede that Chinese cuisine is the best. Yang Chuan was captivated by his enthusiasm and readily agreed. Sure, but we won't have much time for lunch. Let us have a feast tonight to celebrate. Reflecting on the enthusiastic response from his classmates during the competition regarding the buns, a swell of pride surged within him. Although there were no tangible rewards, fostering an appreciation for Chinese cuisine among everyone was worth more than anything else. Wonderful. Chris's joy was palpable. Yang, did you know? The school forum has been taken over by your buns today. In the group that Pang created, there were 999 messages in just one morning, all discussing your buns. And everyone hopes you can start selling them this weekend. Sure, I have no plans for the weekend anyway. Knowing that he could set up a stall on campus, Yang Chuan began to seriously consider the idea, especially since there was a 1000 deliciousness value task that needed completion. Upon returning to the dormitory, they placed the insulated box in the storage locker. Yang Chuan glanced at the time. It was nearly noon, and he needed to prepare lunch. The ingredients purchased during the recent supermarket haul were nearly depleted, so another trip to the supermarket was in order. Although he had amassed a substantial amount of deliciousness value today, it was prudent to exercise restraint in spending. Chris, I shall make a trip to the supermarket. You should return and rest. Once lunch is ready, I shall notify you in the group. Do you require assistance? Chris inquired. No, it's merely a grocery run, and I can manage on my own, Yang Chuan replied, recalling the last extensive shopping trip when he had enlisted Pang Hu and the others. Aside from provisions, they had also acquired an abundance of utensils, the trio navigating the campus with their burdens like a small moving brigade. This time, the quantity was modest, and he could handle it solo. Upon exiting the dormitory, a gentle early autumn breeze carried a slight chill. Yang Chuan wrapped his coat tighter around himself and proceeded towards the Sainsbury's supermarket outside the campus. The midday crowd was sparse, and, as he pushed the shopping cart, he mentally devised today's menu. Since a celebration dinner was planned for the evening, lunch would be simpler, a dish of braised noodles with green beans. He made his way to the vegetable section, carefully selecting his ingredients. In the UK, there are several varieties of green beans. Some are slender, akin to the Chinese yard-long beans, while others are thicker, categorized into those with and without strings. Yang Chuan opted for the thick, stringless variety, as they would become particularly tender and flavorful when braised, making them ideal for his dish. As he recited in his mind the essentials, potatoes, radishes, tomatoes, and onions, he placed them into his cart. These fundamental vegetables could complement a myriad of dishes, so acquiring a bit more could never go amiss. Gliding over to the fresh produce section, he noticed the pork belly looked exceptional today, the pink meat interspersed with evenly distributed streaks of fat, glistening enticingly beneath the plastic wrap. He promptly purchased 8 packs, estimating that 2 would suffice for the midday noodles, while the remainder would serve for the evening's more substantial fare. The chicken wings nearby also caught his eye. Plump and with smooth skin, their quality was evidently commendable. He took 3 packs, envisioning cola chicken wings for the evening, a dish perpetually favored among the youth. Given that this was a celebratory feast, how could there be no seafood extravaganza? The refrigerated section boasted numerous vacuum-sealed seafood options, all impeccably prepared. Yang Chuan selected scallops, mussels, tiger prawns, cod, and calamari rings, planning to pan-sear a cod fillet and simmer a seafood soup in the evening. Truly splendid. He also spotted a garlic butter mussel pack, labeled as microwavable, appearing quite convenient. I'll grab 2 boxes to try. Perhaps they will be delightful, he mused, adding them to his cart. Yang Chuan typically refrained from purchasing excessive meat, only acquiring what he would consume that day, especially since the communal kitchen refrigerator offered limited space, often overflowing. Consequently, any procured ingredients would have to be stored in a locker. While vegetables fared well, meat would lose its freshness if kept too long. After pushing a fully laden cart to the self-checkout, he spent over £90. Indeed, a price fitting for a grand feast. Upon returning to the dormitory, laden with bags, he found Peng Hu, Hu Junfeng, Chun Siki, and Li Hua already gathered in the communal kitchen. "Brother Chuan, why didn't you call us to accompany you to the supermarket?" Peng Hu rushed over first, taking the bag from Yang Chuan's hands, dramatically lamenting with so many items. "How exhausting it must be for you to carry them all alone." Hu Junfeng also joined in to lend a hand. Yang Chuan chuckled and explained this time, "I only bought ingredients. It's not as much as last time. Besides, aren't you all supposed to attend class? But we can't let you do it all by yourself." Chun Siki interjected, skillfully sorting and organizing the ingredients. Li Hua had already opened the seafood packaging and exclaimed, "Wow, so much seafood. Chris said you would prepare a grand dinner for us tonight. It turns out to be true." "Indeed," Yang Chuan nodded. "Let us celebrate properly in the evening. For lunch, let us keep it simple with some stir-fried noodles with green beans, shall we?" "Sounds wonderful," everyone replied in unison. Yang Chuan glanced at the time. It was nearly 1 o'clock. "Then let us get started." He tied on an apron, took out 2 bags of flour he had purchased earlier, and prepared to make handmade noodles. "Peng Hu, please chop some garlic and ginger for me," he said without looking up. Peng Hu immediately responded, picking up a knife and getting to work. "Siki, could you wash the green beans, trim the ends, and break them into small segments?" "Sure." The communal kitchen soon buzzed with activity. Peng Hu was chopping ingredients, Chun Siki was washing vegetables. Hu Junfeng was putting away the ingredients that wouldn't be needed for lunch, and Li Hua was organizing the utensils. Everyone worked together seamlessly, their cooperation harmonious. Chapter 23. Wrong group message in the kitchen. Yang Chuan was focused on his cooking. He retrieved a large iron pot exchanged from the system, poured in a drizzle of olive oil, and waited for the oil to heat before adding minced garlic, ginger slices, and scallions to sauté until fragrant. He then slid the pork belly slices into the pot. The moment the meat touched the hot oil, it emitted an enticing sizzle, the fatty portions gradually becoming translucent, their edges curling into delightful arcs, glistening with a golden hue. As the aroma of the meat filled the air, he added the vibrant green beans to the pot. "Watch out for the smoke alarm," Peng Hu exclaimed, frantically waving a piece of cardboard beneath the alarm, his round figure flailing like a human range hood, his bangs bobbing in rhythm. "Don't worry, I'm using medium heat throughout," Yang Chuan replied, his eyes fixed on the pot as he deftly added soy sauce. Dark soy sauce and oyster sauce. The sauce bubbled vigorously, completely enveloping the green beans, creating a delightful froth. At that moment, Peng Hu's stomach emitted a loud growl of protest, and he sheepishly scratched his head. "This aroma is too tempting. I've long digested this morning's buns." The green beans were nearly half-cooked when Yang Chuan evenly spread the handmade noodles over the ingredients, covered the pot, and lowered the heat. "Just a bit longer. It will be ready soon." He wiped his hands and began preparing the accompanying soup. He selected several plump, ripe tomatoes, quickly dicing them into uniform cubes. He cracked an egg into a bowl, the golden yolk frothing with tiny bubbles. He mixed a bit of starch with water to create a slurry, which he would use to thicken the soup later. Take out a small frying pan and add a drizzle of oil. Sauté diced tomatoes until their juices are released. Then incorporate some water and bring it to a vigorous boil over high heat. Add a dash of light soy sauce for color, followed by the prepared cornstarch slurry. This is the secret to preventing the egg mixture from sinking to the bottom. As the broth bubbles excitedly, slowly drizzle the egg mixture into the pan in a fine stream, while simultaneously stirring with a spoon. The egg gradually transforms into large golden ribbons, creating a splendid contrast with the vibrant red tomato soup. Just as the soup nears completion, the enticing aroma of braised noodles wafts through the gaps of the pot lid, a complex fragrance mingling the scents of wheat, meat, and fresh green beans, highly appetizing. Yang Chuan lifts the lid, and a cloud of steam rises, revealing the alluring braised noodles below. He uses chopsticks to thoroughly mix the noodles with the ingredients beneath, ensuring each strand is enveloped in the rich broth. Fortunately, the large iron pot acquired through the system is ample enough to yield a full pot of braised noodles, surely sufficient to serve 10 people. Yang Chuan ladles the noodles into a prepared white porcelain plate, garnishes with a sprinkle of scallions, and pairs it with a bowl of tomato egg drop soup. marking the completion of his culinary endeavor. Pang Hu, you can call everyone over for a feast. The white porcelain plate, with its dark-hued noodles, vibrant green beans, and scattered scallions, alongside the brightly colored bowl of tomato egg drop soup, forms a tantalizing tableau of gastronomic delight. All right, Pang Hu responds with enthusiasm, pulling out his phone to capture a close-up of the green bean braised noodles and tomato egg drop soup. He meticulously adjusts the angle, ensuring the food appears even more enticing under the light, preparing to share it in their dining group. Hu Junfeng eagerly approaches, dramatically inhaling the aroma, the presentation, the fragrance. It's simply divine. Chun Siki's eyes are glued to the braised noodles, her mouth watering profusely. Pang Hu, brothers, gather quickly for a feast. Image of green bean braised noodles, drooling emoji. In the photograph, the noodles are perfectly distinct, evenly coated in rich sauce, while the emerald green beans have absorbed the broth and become exceedingly tender. The brown meat glistens with a tantalizing sheen, making it irresistibly inviting. Everyone serves themselves a plate of braised noodles and heads to the dining area to indulge. Shinseki picks up a mouthful of noodles, blows on them to cool, and takes a bite, her eyes squinting in delight. Wow, these noodles are delicious. Hand-pulled noodles truly have a unique flavor. It's been ages since I had green beans. They're so flavorful. Li Huan mumbles through his chewing, sauce smudged on the corner of his mouth, disregarding the need to wipe it away. Yang Chuan observes the satisfied expressions of his friends, a wave of accomplishment swelling within him. He retrieves the leftover spicy chili sauce from the spicy vermicelli buns he made that morning. Siki, would you like some lagan ma? It'll surely elevate the flavor. Absolutely. Thank you, Chuan Gu. The spice-loving Chun Siki immediately adds a generous spoonful of the vibrant red chili sauce to her noodles, stirring it in, transforming the dish into an even more tempting feast. I'll join in as well. Li Hua thinks a hint of spice would be more appetizing and add the spoonful too. Hu Junfeng, while stuffing noodles into his mouth, instinctively scrolls through his phone. Suddenly, his movements froze, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he forgot to chew the noodles in his mouth. Oh no, fatty, you've sent it to the wrong group. Li Hua's exclamation brought all activity in the kitchen to a halt. Pang Hu, bewildered, lowered his gaze to his phone, and his expression changed drastically. The photo he had just taken appeared prominently in the newly established Hua Guo Baozi stall preparation group. This group, which originally had just over 160 members, was now inundated with an overwhelming flood of messages, and the number of members was rapidly increasing. Alex, holy smokes, what divine food is this? Lisa, is that green beans, meat slices, and noodles? It looks far richer than ramen. Lucas, address. I need the address right now. This is even more tempting than Baozi. Gina, oh my gosh, are we going to start selling noodles now? Please save me a portion. Emily, I want 2 servings. As the group members viewed the image and messages, they mistakenly believed that the Hua Guo students, who had been making Baozi in the morning, were now preparing to sell noodles. The notification sounds cascaded like popping popcorn, and Pang Hu, in a flurry, attempted to retract the message, only to be informed by the system that it was too late. When Chun Siki snatched the phone from him, she discovered that the group membership had surged from over 160 to 300, with people continuously sharing the QR code to invite others. The speed at which messages filled the chat was dizzying, a cacophony of astonished remarks and inquiries in various languages intertwined. This is a disaster, Pang Hu lamented, clutching his head. I was supposed to send this to our food group. I have no idea how it ended up here. Look at the campus forum. Li Hua suddenly raised his phone. The homepage displayed a bold headline, urgently seeking. Where's this Hua Guo student setting up stall? The accompanying image was a close-up of the green bean braised noodles that Pang Hu had posted in the stall group, along with a message inviting everyone to come and eat. The likes skyrocketed as the comment section filled with requests for location and reservations. This is a disaster. Pang Hu slumped into his chair, envisioning himself being chased down by furious food enthusiasts. Hu Junfeng patted Pang Hu on the shoulder. Stop wailing. You're the group admin. Quickly mute the chat and explain that it was sent in error. Otherwise, when everyone comes running, we'll really be in trouble. Yang Chuan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He glanced outside the window and noticed several students standing below the dormitory, looking around as if searching for something. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. He would notify everyone in the group that they would be setting up a stall in Area C of the school at 3 p.m. on Sunday, allowing them to indulge. He feared that without a clear time, these people might come looking for the dormitory. Right. Pang, who hurriedly set the group to mute, and then sent several emojis of kneeling and bowing. Pang, who, kneeling and bowing. I sincerely apologize, everyone. I mistakenly sent this to the wrong group. I was calling my good friends over for lunch, not preparing for a sale. I am truly sorry. On Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Pang will set up a stall in Area C of the school, ensuring that ample quantity is prepared for everyone to indulge. After sending the message, Pang, who let out a long sigh of relief, but soon felt anxious again. Chuan, with so many people, can we manage to prepare enough? If we run out, they will surely cause a commotion. Steamed buns pose a slight challenge, but dumplings will be no trouble at all. Chapter 24. The grand stall plan officially commences once Pang, who lifted the mute on the group chat. The messages in the steamed bun stall preparation group ceased their relentless barrage. He sighed once more, wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze fixated on the phone screen, apprehensive about any unforeseen incidents. Although the students in the group expressed some disappointment, they quickly adjusted and fervently began discussing the upcoming stall on Sunday. I was so excited, thinking we could enjoy delicious food today, exclaimed Alex. I envy Yang's friends. They get to eat such delightful dishes regularly, Lisa remarked, glancing at the bread slices in her hand, feeling a bit unappetized. Who would disagree? Gina chimed in. However, after seeing the pictures, I am even more eager for Sunday's stall. Yang's culinary skills will surely not disappoint us. Eric added, it's Thursday today. Just 3 more days until we can feast. Lucas noted, I've already started the countdown. On Sunday, I must be the first to rush over. No one can snatch the first basket of buns from me. Alex declared, I wonder if there will be anything besides buns. Goodness, those noodles look so tempting. Emily remarked. Pang, who observed the conversation shift towards the stall on Sunday, allowing himself to relax slightly. At that moment, the kitchen door creaked open, producing a soft sound. Sure, keep it down. A hushed voice emanated from the entrance. The group turned to see Julian and Marcus peeking in with half their heads, their eyes darting around as if scouting for enemies. What are you two up to? Chuan chuckled at their antics. You look like thieves. Julian placed a finger on his lips, signaling for silence, and waved towards the other end of the corridor. Subsequently, Anna and Duke stealthily slipped in, with Chris trailing behind, gently closing the door behind him. The entire sequence of actions radiated a sense of secrecy. You have no idea. There were so many people outside just now, and folks were peering around the dormitory stairs, looking for you two cooking here, Julian whispered gravely. If those guys in the group find out we are sneaking food, they will surely surround us. Marcus nodded vigorously, adding, they might even snatch our noodles and insist on joining our little daily dining group. What? Surely not. Shinseki exclaimed in astonishment. Surely so, Chris replied seriously. Have you forgotten those days when we ate at the cafeteria daily? After tasting Yang's cooking, would you still want to return to the cafeteria? Upon the mention of the cafeteria, Chunseki's expression instantly transformed. Once one has savored the exquisite dishes crafted by Chuan, the bland offerings of the cafeteria become intolerable. If she had not experienced the culinary delights prepared by Chuan, she might have managed to endure the insipid meals. However, her palate has now become accustomed to gourmet fare. To return to such tasteless food would be unbearable. Truly, it will be a fate worse than death. Father, I implore you, please never forsake your children. Chunseki turned to Chuan, her eyes twinkling with playful innocence as she exaggerated her plea. Father, your son will forever be your most obedient little darling. Pang Hu quickly joined the act, adopting a high-pitched voice and winking, nearly causing Li Hua to spew noodles and laughter. The call of Grandpa Hu Junfeng meandered melodically, his tone lingering. Enough. I am truly at your service. I shall not abandon you. All right? Chuan, with a resigned smile, relished the premature joys of grandparenthood at the tender age of 19. Now sit down and eat. The noodles will soon cool. Julian and Marcus, along with the others, promptly took their seats, devouring their portions of braised noodles with fervor. The kitchen echoed with the sounds of chewing and satisfied sighs. "These noodles are exceptionally fragrant," Julian exclaimed through a mouthful. "They are 1,000 times more delectable than my favorite Italian pasta." Marcus, while eating, gave a thumbs up, declaring, "Every time I indulge in Yang's cooking, I feel it's a travesty that you aren't running a restaurant. Isn't this akin to setting up a stall? Consider it a rehearsal for your future culinary establishment." Anna chimed in, lifting her fork. "We'll definitely come to help on Sunday," Julian proposed, noting that the group now boasted over 500 members, suggesting that relying solely on them would be overwhelming. Indeed, everyone in the group has expressed their eagerness to rush over and sample the delicacies. "We must prepare more than just 2 thermal boxes. Let's ensure we have plenty of buns." Chris agreed wholeheartedly. Duke nodded gravely in affirmation. Chuan had not anticipated that a minor mishap would escalate to such proportions. From a morning's bun competition to the midday noodle debacle, and now to the ambitious plan of setting up a stall, everything had developed beyond expectations. Nevertheless, he had devised a contingency plan. "We shall not sell buns on Sunday. Instead, we will offer dumplings." "Dumplings?" Chris inquired, bewildered. "They're quite similar to buns, made with dough encasing filling, albeit smaller and simpler to prepare. While students from Huagua may struggle with making buns, they are certainly adept at wrapping dumplings. On Saturday, we shall visit the Huagua supermarket, as they sell ready-made dumpling wrappers. We will also purchase ingredients to create our filling." Chuan had allocated Sunday for preparation, planning to accommodate at least 300 to 400 portions given the current size of the group. Li Hua pondered, stroking his chin. This does not account for those who might purchase double or multiple servings. Considering the group's activity level and the students' dissemination patterns, the actual attendance on the day may very well exceed expectations. Thus, it would be prudent to prepare around 500 or 600 portions. 500 or 600. Pang Hu's eyes widened in astonishment. "How much dumpling skin and ingredients will we need?" The dumpling skin and ingredients could be managed, but the key was to prepare in advance. Chuan contemplated, "Upon returning from the supermarket on Saturday, we shall begin wrapping, and on Sunday, we will steam them on site." The choice to steam rather than boil was primarily due to concerns about the potential chaos of a first-time stall amid a crowd. Managing a large pot of boiling water could lead to mishaps. A steamer would be both convenient and safe. "Where will we get the tables and chairs for the stall?" Hu Junfeng inquired. "We need a place to set our items, and it would be best if customers could sit and rest. I know some people in the student union. I can apply to borrow tables and chairs from the student activity center." "That is splendid, Julian," Chuan nodded. "Next, we should compile a detailed list of all the items we need to procure to avoid any omissions." The group was animatedly discussing their plans, and the stall initiative was officially underway. Chapter 25. Longing across the ocean after satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group tidied the kitchen and dispersed. As most had classes in the afternoon, Chuan, having no classes that day, returned to his room to rest and video call his grandmother. His grandmother lived in a nursing home, where her days were filled with activities, crafting with her old friends and participating in a choir, leaving her evenings free. As daylight saving time had not yet commenced, a 7-hour time difference existed between the UK and his homeland. It was often challenging for Chuan to find a suitable time to connect with her, but Thursday afternoons, when he was free, coincidentally allowed for a delightful video chat. The call rang only a few times before it was answered. On the other end of the screen appeared a sprightly little old lady with silver hair, wearing reading glasses and a long pink nightgown, exuding vitality. "Grandma," Chuan beamed at the camera. My big grandson." Her face crinkled with joy, noting how well he looked compared to a few days prior. "Have you adapted well to life over there?" "Yes, Grandma. I'm doing great and have even learned to cook for myself. I made stir-fried noodles with green beans for lunch today. My classmates praised my cooking." Chuan found himself talking more freely in front of the grandmother who had raised him. "Wonderful. Grandma is looking forward to tasting the noodles made by her big grandson." The little old lady wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, feeling both joy and bittersweet pride at how considerate he had become. It seemed her decision to send him abroad for his studies was indeed the right one. "Study hard. Eat well. Do you hear me?" "I hear you." Chuan felt a warmth in his eyes as he asked, How have you been these past few days, Grandma? I'm doing very well. Behold, this is the sweater knitted by your grandmother. Soon, I shall craft for you a matching scarf and hat. Just wait, I will have Uncle Yin send them to you. Grandmother proudly displayed a lake blue pullover sweater, gesturing toward the camera. Uncle Yin, as she affectionately referred to him, is a kind-hearted caregiver at the nursing home, always eager to assist. Whenever the elderly residents require items sent to their loved ones, they turn to him for help. Certainly, the sweater knitted by grandmother will provide warmth. Yet she must also take care of her eyes and not overexert herself. Oh, what do I labor over? She exclaimed. Every day I sing and dance, and I couldn't be happier. After the new year, we will start a calligraphy class, and I shall practice my writing to cultivate my spirit. Grandmother gleefully showcased the smart bracelet on her wrist. Last week, during a health checkup, the doctor informed her that her health had significantly improved, and he provided her with the bracelet, suggesting that a leisurely stroll after meals could extend her life to 99. Chuan listened with a smile as his grandmother spoke. He felt reassured about her residence in the nursing home, for the monthly fee of 10 to 20,000 yuan was not paid in vain. She enjoyed good food, comfortable accommodations, and the company of peers, sharing joy and conversation daily. Adjacent to the nursing home, there was a senior activity center offering various courses to enrich the lives of the elderly. Chuan had lost his mother at a young age, and his father, having remarried, contributed only a minimal amount for his support, leaving him largely to his grandmother's care. She had raised him with love and dedication. Yet, grandmother had more than one child. She also had an elder son and a younger daughter. The elder son frequently traveled for work, while the younger daughter had married and moved to Hong Kong. Since Chuan could remember, he had only seen them twice, once during his mother's funeral and once during the relocation for housing distribution. At that time, grandmother had divided the relocation funds among them, retaining only one allocated apartment for herself. Yet they still expressed dissatisfaction. Last year, the elderly lady grew weary of their incessant complaints and decided to sell her house. With the proceeds of 2 million yuan, she moved into a high-end retirement community, finally silencing their grievances. With the remaining funds, she sent Chuan abroad, ensuring he would be far removed from such troublesome relatives. A parent's love for their child often leads to profound foresight, and grandmother was no different. She meticulously planned for Chuan's future, hoping he would learn independence and acquire skills that would allow him to thrive, whether abroad or upon his return to his homeland. The video call was interrupted by a gentle knock on the door. Caregiver Uncle Yin entered, carrying a cup of warm milk. This man, in his 40s, always wore a friendly smile that seemed incongruous with his surname. Ah, Chuan, you look quite well. Your grandmother speaks of you daily, knitting sweaters while measuring against your photographs. Hello, Uncle Yin. Chuan greeted him with a smile. The two exchanged a few more words before reluctantly concluding the call. After nearly an hour of video conversation, it was nearly time for grandmother to retire for the night. Uncle Yin would ensure that each resident received a cup of warm milk before bedtime, aiding their sleep and providing a calcium boost. Before ending the call, grandmother unexpectedly leaned closer to the camera, her hands, adorned with age spots, gently touching the screen. My dear grandson, I do not wish for you to become a dragon or a phoenix. I merely hope that you eat well, dress warmly, and remain joyful every day. Spend the money you need to spend. Do not be frugal. If you find yourself short on funds, just tell me. At the moment the screen went black, Chuan could no longer hold back his tears, which fell onto the phone case. He understood that his grandmother believed he was learning to cook in order to save money, but in truth, he had never cooked before. It was her concern for his welfare that prompted such words. This time, he resolved to set up a stall at school to sell dumplings, partly to fulfill a system task, but also to earn some money. He was not in a hurry. For now, he would lay the groundwork, claiming he was learning to cook, and when he returned home next year for the holidays, he would surprise his grandmother, opening a game to unwind. He found himself devoid of the relentless spirit of the silver players led by the kings, losing 5 consecutive matches, which made him feel like throwing his phone. Forget it, he thought. I need to get to work. Since he had promised everyone a grand dinner that evening, he was determined to showcase his culinary skills. Preparing 4 dishes in a soup, he inspected the pantry and the kitchen for available ingredients and quickly decided on the evening's menu. Garlic pork, pork stewed with vermicelli, Coca-Cola chicken wings, stuffed eggplant, and seafood soup. Tying on his apron, he began to prepare the ingredients for dinner. First, he placed the pork belly into cold water, adding ginger slices and cooking wine, then set the heat to simmer. While the meat cooked, he took an eggplant, slicing it into even, thin pieces, making a cut in the center to create the shape of stuffed eggplant. Next, he cleaned and chopped mushrooms, mixing them with minced meat, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and a touch of starch, stirring until well combined before stuffing the mixture into the eggplant. He then took a deeper dish, arranged the stuffed eggplant evenly, poured a golden egg mixture over it, and placed it in the steamer, ensuring a smoke-free and oil-free cooking process that would yield particularly delicious results. Chapter 26. Garlic pork, Coca-Cola chicken wings, pork stewed with vermicelli. The kitchen filled with the rich aroma of simmering pork belly, which Chuan deftly divided into two halves. One half went into the pressure cooker with star anise, cinnamon, and cooking wine, tightly sealing the lid and adjusting the heat to medium. The other half was cut into thick slices the width of a pinky finger for later use. He retrieved the northeastern vermicelli he had exchanged from the system, the deep brown strands glistening under the light. Pork stewed with vermicelli is one of the most classic dishes from the Northeast, and since Pang Hu had mentioned it several times, today he decided to indulge him. The system's vermicelli was indeed exceptional. Chuan pinched it between his fingers, noting its remarkable elasticity without easily breaking. He soaked the vermicelli in warm water to soften it, then turned his attention to a head of cabbage, beginning to wash it. This cabbage was not from a system, but rather purchased from a British supermarket, which had recently begun importing cabbage from China, selling it for £12 each. After tearing off 7 or 8 leaves and rinsing them thoroughly, he set them aside. Next, he began to prepare the ingredients for Coca-Cola chicken wings, which had fully thawed in the refrigerator, their skins gleaming under the tap water. Chuan meticulously scored each chicken wing on both sides with a knife, allowing for the marinade to penetrate more deeply. He then utilized kitchen paper to absorb any excess moisture from the wings. Otherwise, the marinating process would be compromised, leading to potential splattering and sticking during cooking. Chuan Ge, Pang Hu's round figure appeared at the kitchen door, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled the enticing aroma of meat. I just returned and could smell the deliciousness from the corridor. Behind him trailed Hu Junfeng and Chen Siki, each clutching textbooks, clearly fresh from class. "Where's Li Hua?" Chuan inquired, wiping his hands and noticing Li Hua's absence with mild surprise. "He's on the phone. It's likely the owner of the thermal box coming to retrieve it shortly." Chuan nodded, gesturing towards the prepared bowls of minced ginger, light soy sauce, and cooking wine on the counter. "You all arrived just in time. Siki, assist me in marinating these chicken wings. Fat Hu, please wash the rice for dinner. And Lao Hu, lend a hand in cleaning the used bowls and plates over there." "Got it." Everyone responded enthusiastically, promptly setting down their books and diving into their tasks. Chen Siki rolled up her sleeves, deftly mixing the seasonings in a glass bowl, the light brown sauce bubbling with fine froth. Having often helped her mother cook at home, such simple tasks were second nature to her. Chuan poured some oil into a small frying pan and carefully placed the marinated chicken wings inside, frying them over medium-low heat until both sides turned a golden brown. This little frying pan was indeed a wise purchase, though slightly small. With 3 boxes of chicken wings to fry, he would need to do it in batches. Fortunately, a free dishwasher was on hand to promptly clean the dirty plates. "Chuan Ge, are you making braised chicken wings?" Hu Junfeng inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he washed the dishes, drawn in by the enticing scent of the chicken wings. "It's cola chicken wings," Chuan replied while retrieving the cola he had previously purchased from the cupboard. "Wow. Xuanye, all you. This was my favorite dish back home. Every time my mother made cola chicken wings, I could devour 2 large bowls of rice." "Huh. I've heard you mention it several times. Today, you'll have your fill as there are indeed 3 whole boxes of wings here." "Grandfather, your grandson loves you." Chuan shook his head in exasperation, ignoring the antics of the playful fellow. Switching to a large iron pot, he added a small amount of oil and sautéed the scallions, ginger, and garlic over medium-low heat until fragrant. He then gently tossed the fried chicken wings into the pot, stirring them a few times before pouring in the cola. Once the cola covered the wings, he covered the pot and let it simmer for 58 minutes. Upon lifting the lid, if the color appeared too pale, a splash of dark soy sauce could be added for enhancement, along with appropriate amounts of salt and chicken essence for seasoning. As for sugar, there was no need to add any. The sweetness from the cola was ample. Next came the crucial step of reducing the sauce over high heat. Given the abundance of collagen in the chicken wings, the sauce could easily burn, requiring constant stirring throughout the reduction process. Before long, the cola chicken wings were ready, their vibrant red hue and enticing aroma eliciting an involuntary swallow from Hujun foam. Let us serve it on the table, but don't you dare sneak a bite. Okay. The pressure cooker suddenly hissed, releasing a plume of white steam. Chuan swiftly approached to turn off the power and opened the lid, revealing that the pork belly had been simmered to perfection. He prodded the tender meat with his chopsticks, and the succulent chunks effortlessly revealed their delicate fibers. Wow, this meat is exquisite. Pang Hu leaned in, his eyes fixated on the quivering morsels. With a smile, Chuan retrieved the pork and sliced it into gossamer-thin pieces on the cutting board. The marbled pork belly arranged in the plate like blooming petals. He took a small bowl, crushed garlic, and added soy sauce, fragrant vinegar, sugar, chili oil, and sesame oil, crafting a rich garlic sauce to drizzle over the meat, the crimson oil trickling along the meat-esque grain. Garlic pork belly. Oh my! Chun Siki, drawn by the aroma of chili, jumped with excitement, dramatically wiping non-existent tears from her eyes. I declare, from this day forth, you shall be my non-biological father. As a spicy food enthusiast from Sichuan, she had not indulged in Sichuan cuisine for nearly a month, and garlic pork belly was one of her all-time favorites. Haha, once I move out, I'll make you spicy chicken, she continued. Living in a dormitory, she couldn't even dare to turn on high heat, let alone prepare a dish as pungent as spicy chicken, which would certainly trigger a fire alarm. Really, I'll hold you to that. Chun Siki's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Next came the preparation of pork with vermicelli. Heating oil in the pot, he added the previously chopped pork belly, along with slices of scallions and ginger, and spices like star anise and cinnamon, using only a pinch of each. He sautéed the mixture over medium-low heat until the edges of the pork turned a golden brown, indicating it was nearly ready. Adding soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, yellow bean paste, and sweet bean sauce, he continued to stir-fry, ensuring the sauce enveloped every piece of pork evenly. Then, he added the cabbage leaves and stirred thoroughly. The thin cabbage wilted quickly, absorbing the flavors beautifully. It was time to pour in boiling water, enough to submerge the ingredients, and finally, the soaked vermicelli was added to the pot. The translucent noodles eagerly absorbed the sauce, transforming into an enticing chestnut hue. Wow, pork with vermicelli. Pang Hu dashed over, having been preoccupied with washing rice and cooking, oblivious to the soaking noodles. Upon catching a whiff of the savory aroma, he mistakenly thought Chuan was preparing braised pork, completely taken aback to find it was, in fact, pork with vermicelli. What do you think? Especially made for you. Let us see if it tastes like home. Brother Chuan. Pang Hu suddenly turned, raising his fists above his head in a mock-serious expression, his round face adorned with exaggerated reverence. With an exaggerated operatic tone, he sang, drifting through half a life, only regretting not meeting a worthy lord. Should you not reject me, I wish to be your adoptive son. Laughter erupted in the kitchen. Chapter 27. The Lavish Feast. After a hearty laugh, Chuan retied his apron, ready to prepare the piece de resistance, seafood soup. He took out the thawed cod fillet, its silvery flesh beautifully marbled. Pressing his finger against it, he felt it spring back immediately. With deft strokes of his chef's knife, he cut the fish into bite-sized pieces, sprinkling them with black pepper to marinate for a moment. The small frying pan was once again put to good use. After applying a layer of oil and allowing it to heat, Chuan gently slid the cod fillets into the pan. With a sizzling sound, the fish met the hot oil, its edges curling golden, releasing the distinct, sweet aroma of cod. Brother Chuan, are you making pan-seared cod? Pang Hu leaned closer, his eyes fixated on the trembling fish. To be honest, he had grown somewhat weary of fried, baked, and pan-fried fish from the cafeteria. But the skill of the cafeteria chef paled in comparison to Chuan's expertise. Just from the aroma, he could tell that this fish would undoubtedly be delicious. "No, I'm preparing a seafood soup." Chuan skillfully flipped the cod while directing the three individuals, lured by the enticing scent, who were momentarily rooted in place. "Siki, chop some onions and tomatoes." "Lao Hu, wash the iron pot." "Pang Hu, clean the tiger prawns, remove the heads, and place them on a plate. Then prepare some minced garlic." "All right," the three responded in unison. It must be said that having helpers certainly increased cooking efficiency. Although Chan Siki's diced onions and tomatoes weren't as aesthetically pleasing as Chuan's, they would all end up in the same place. What mattered was their utility. After heating the oil, the shrimp heads were added to the pan, gradually releasing a vibrant orange shrimp oil, filling the air with its delightful fragrance. The lid was placed on the pot, allowing it to steam over high heat for a minute or two, further intensifying the color of the shrimp oil. Once the heat was reduced, the shrimp heads were removed, and diced onions and minced garlic were added to sauté until the onions turned translucent. Then, the tiger prawns were tossed in, followed by the diced tomatoes. The moisture from the tomatoes quickly evaporated, enriching the broth in the pot. Next, green mussels, scallops, and clams were added sequentially, a splash of cooking wine to eliminate any fishy odor, accompanied by a touch of dark soy sauce and oyster sauce for enhanced flavor, followed by just enough water to cover the ingredients. The pot was then covered and simmered for a few minutes. Upon lifting the lid, the beautifully seared cod fillets were gently placed into the pot, where all the ingredients swirled together in the thick, fragrant broth, the sweet and sour aroma causing one to swallow in anticipation. A small piece of anchor butter was added to enrich the soup's texture. This butter had originally been purchased for spreading on dry bread, and now it finally found its purpose. Finally, a sprinkle of salt and pepper for seasoning, and a pot of seafood soup, replete with color, aroma, and flavor, was completed. In the thick, red broth floated an assortment of shells, vibrant red prawns, and pearly fish, the sweetness of the tomatoes enveloped in the creamy richness of the butter, making it hard to imagine just how exquisite this soup would taste. Just like during their first gathering, 2 tables were pushed together to accommodate the abundant feast of 4 dishes and a soup placed centrally. For these overseas students, such a lavish spread felt akin to a New Year's Eve banquet. "Hurry, hurry! I need to take a photo and send it to the group to invite them for dinner." Pang Hu exclaimed as he pulled out his phone. "Make sure you don't send it to the wrong group this time." Hu Junfeng shot a glance at Pang Hu. I know. Pang Hu meticulously checked the group name to ensure it was their small group of 10 before finally sending the photo. "Pang Hu, dinner is served. Brothers, a super luxurious feast. Julian, oh my goodness, this is simply sumptuous. Has Christmas arrived? Chris, coming right up. Anna, I'm already drooling. Let us serve the rice first." Chuan said to everyone, "The dishes today are quite appetizing, and I fear 1 pot of rice may not suffice. I'll prepare another pot later." "How wonderful! I can indulge heartily," Chen Siki exclaimed. Hu Junfeng had already set the table, bringing out disposable cups for everyone to fill with beverages, Coke, Sprite, and the unfinished champagne and Rio from last time. Chuan remembered the vacuum-sealed garlic butter mussels and hurriedly took them out to heat in the microwave. While not a full dish, they would add a delightful taste. Meanwhile, Li Hua was pacing back and forth downstairs, engaged in a voice call with Su Yi. "Boss, I truly did not mean to stand you up," he whispered into the microphone. "I need to prepare 500 or 600 dumplings for the stall on Sunday. If I go to London, there won't be enough hands here with Chuan." On the other end, Su Ye's icy voice replied. So, just then, Pang Hu's photo popped up in the dining group, and Li Hua, struck with inspiration, forwarded the image to the small group of Lu Xing F4. Pang Hu's picture was particularly well taken, showcasing the glistening garlic pork, the cola chicken wings cloaked in a shimmering sauce, and the bright red sauce slowly dripping along the chicken wings contours. The pork stew with vermicelli wafted steam, while the golden egg-coated eggplant slices looked exquisite. The seafood chowder was undeniably enticing. F3 Xiao Mingyu. F4 Li Hua. You've sent another food picture. F2 Qian Jingi. So many dishes? Is that cola chicken wings? I'm gnawing on a baguette in Paris while you make me look at this. Boss, quickly checked the photo in the group. It's a feast prepared by Chuan. Li Hua disregarded the other two lamentations and hurriedly spoke to Su Yi. 3 seconds of silence passed on the other end, followed by a cold huff. The storage containers must be lockable. Understood. Li Hua felt as though he had received a reprieve and dashed to the supermarket to purchase the containers. He also sent a voice message to Yang Chuan. Chuan, my friend is coming to pick up the thermal box. May I pack some dishes for him? Of course, Yang Chuan replied readily. It was only right to send a meal as a gesture of gratitude for someone traveling so far to deliver the thermal box. Thank you, brother. 10 minutes later, Li Hua returned, breathless, with a shopping bag in hand. Yang Chuan had set aside the dishes for him, and Li Hua immediately began filling the containers. Each dish was packed halfway into a box, alongside a container of seafood soup. After carefully sealing the boxes, he placed them in the thermal box and hurriedly carried 2 large thermal boxes down the stairs. William S. Carr had been waiting at the school gate for quite some time, and he took the thermal boxes and drove off. Li Hua wiped his sweat and rushed back to the dormitory, joining the eager diners. Julian and Chris have arrived, and everyone is seated around the long table, laden with an array of beverages, eagerly suppressing their anticipation for Li Hua's return. All right, everyone is here. We can start the meal, Yang Chuan announced with a smile as Li Hua entered. At Yang Chuan's command, 10 pairs of chopsticks eagerly lunged towards various dishes. Chapter 28. Nostalgia. On the tip of the tongue, the long table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, all exuding an enticing aroma. As soon as Yang Chuan declared the meal open, everyone eagerly began to use their chopsticks and forks. Pang Hu's chopsticks darted like lightning towards a bowl of pork stewed with vermicelli, the noodles soaked in sauce, presenting a translucent amber hue, with a delightful, springy texture. The rich fragrance of star anise and cinnamon in the sauce was particularly pronounced, while the pork belly was stewed to perfection, melting in the mouth. The sweetness of the cabbage leaves, saturated with meat juices, perfectly mirrored the flavors of his hometown in northeast China. This was the taste he'd been longing for. His eyes suddenly brimmed with tears as he heaped a large spoonful of rice into his mouth, too distracted to wipe the sauce that had smudged the corner of his lips. Noticing this, Chen Siki playfully waved a slice of garlic pork in front of him, teasing, Pang Hu, want to give this a try? I assure you it'll wake you up with its spiciness. Pang Hu quickly shook his head. No, I can't handle that level of heat. With a triumphant smile, she dipped the slice in the red oil and popped it into her mouth, emitting a satisfied sigh. Absolutely delicious. The garlic is fragrant, and the chili oil packs a punch. I've woken from dreams craving this several times. As a true Sichuan girl, she had not tasted such authentic flavors from her hometown in far too long. Hu Junfeng was engrossed in his cola chicken wings, biting into the succulent skin, the sweet and savory sauce flooding his palate. The wings were stewed to perfection, easily separating from the bone with a gentle tug. The flavor surpassed even that of his mother's home-cooked version. He scooped some sauce from the bottom of the plate and drizzled it over his white rice, instantly transforming it into an alluring amber hue. One mouthful brought forth a wave of happiness. Anna, sitting nearby, watched enviously and could not help but ask, is this really made with cola? She had never imagined that a beverage could be utilized in cooking. Hu Junfeng nodded and offered her a piece. Want to try? Anna took it and attempted to use chopsticks like him, but struggled to keep a grip. She switched to a fork, which felt cumbersome, and ultimately resorted to using her hands to gnaw on the bone. Her eyes lit up. Wow, the sweet and savory flavors intertwine. It's marvelous. Savoring the meat, the rich taste, and the delightful blend of sweet and salty flavors burst in her mouth, offering a satisfaction that was difficult to articulate. Li Hua, hailing from Zhoushan and Zhujiang, had an innate love for seafood. He scooped a spoonful of thick soup mixed with cod pieces, blew on it to cool, and cautiously took a sip, his eyes widening in astonishment. The flavor of this soup was simply exquisite. The sweetness and acidity of the tomatoes, the freshness of the shrimp oil, the oceanic sweetness of the seafood, the unique fragrance of the seared cod, and a hint of buttery creaminess all melded together into an unparalleled delicacy. Marcus leaned in, curious, is it really that good? You'll know once you taste it. Marcus took a sip, his expression instantly freezing, before he raised his thumb in approval. This soup tastes of the ocean. Chuan, however, was intrigued by the flavor of the stuffed eggplant. Back in his homeland, he had only ever tasted the fried version and had never encountered this steamed variety. Although he had prepared it himself, he was unfamiliar with its taste, relying entirely on a recipe infused with the culinary prowess of a master chef. He picked up a piece of the eggplant with his chopsticks and savored it carefully. While it lacked the crispiness of the fried version, it possessed a unique tenderness. Before serving, Chuan added a touch of soy sauce and sesame oil, the silky egg coating lending a flavor akin to that of a custard. The eggplant slices, filled with stuffing, absorbed the juices and aroma of the meat, becoming soft and dense, their original mildness suffused with rich flavors. He could taste the eggplant's inherent sweetness, perfectly complemented by the savory filling. Moreover, as it was not fried, it felt refreshingly light, prompting him to eagerly grab another piece. Julian twirled a few strands of noodles with his fork, the slippery texture eliciting a look of surprise. This texture is quite peculiar, far tastier than spaghetti. He attempted to mimic Pang, whose technique of slurping them up but failed, resulting in sauce splattering around his mouth. Yet this did not hinder his enthusiastic praise for the dish. Chris appeared somewhat hesitant in front of the array of dishes. Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the garlic pork. The pristine white meat and vibrant red chili oil created a striking visual contrast. Just inhaling the aroma made him aware of its spiciness. Noticing this, Chun Siki teased him. "What's the matter, afraid of spice?" Chris, unwilling to back down, declared, "Who says that?" He picked up a slice, dipped it in the red oil, and popped it into his mouth, immediately gasping from the heat. "Oh my God, my tongue is on fire." Laughter erupted around the table, and Shinseki handed him a glass of water. "Take a sip to cool down. Don't be stubborn." Chris hastily drank a generous gulp of water, feeling much better, yet he couldn't resist grabbing another piece of garlic pork. The sauce enveloped the meat, and the first bite revealed the spiciness of garlic and chili oil, igniting his taste buds. Following there was the savory depth of the sauce, the slight tang of vinegar, and the rich essence of sesame oil, unfolding layer by layer, culminating in the delightful aroma of the pork itself. In summary, it was delicious, extraordinarily delicious, unbeatable in its taste. However, the spice was indeed intense. After just 2 pieces, beads of sweat began to form on Chris's forehead. Yet he could not put down his fork. Soon, he learned to wrap the meat in rice, finding it increasingly delectable. At that moment, Marcus was utterly captivated by the seafood soup, with the shells of shrimp and clams having piled up into a small mound before him. Duke remained taciturn, yet his eating was relentless, the number of chicken bones and shells beside him astonishing. Chuan's decision to prepare an additional pot of rice proved to be exceptionally wise, as everyone soon began to serve themselves a second bowl. Chun Siki, her lips reddened from spice, continued to add chili oil to her bowl. Now this is what true flavor is about. Eating bland meals every day is nearly putting my taste buds on strike. Release that chicken wing. Do not seize my meat. As the dishes on the table dwindled, a spirited contest ensued among the diners. Nonetheless, the plate of garlic butter mussels languished in neglect. While the aroma of garlic was enticing, the taste was overwhelmed by a fishy flavor. Perhaps the British believe that a hint of garlic suffices to mask such a taste. With a splendid array of dishes gracing the table, the garlic butter mussels were rather unappetizing. As the last piece of stuffed eggplant was devoured, silence gradually enveloped the dining table. Everyone leaned back in their chairs, caressing their bloated bellies, adorned with satisfied smiles. An unexpected long belch broke the tranquility, triggering a cascade of laughter. Pang, who suddenly sprang to his feet, raising his cup filled with cola, and with utmost sincerity declared, "A toast to Brother Chuan. Thank you, Brother Chuan, for tirelessly preparing such delectable meals for us every day." Hu Junfeng also lifted his cup, exclaiming cheers. The foreign classmates followed suit, raising their cups in unison. Observing the smiles on everyone's faces, I felt that the hours of hustle had been entirely worthwhile. 10 cups clinked in the air, their jubilant cheers mingling in various languages. while the lingering aroma of the food remained suspended in the atmosphere. Chapter 29. An unexpected rival after the meal. The task of washing dishes and pots was once again entrusted to the foreign students. Chuan, Peng Hu, and others languidly reclined in their seats, some scrolling through their phones, while others engaged in light banter about weekend plans. Suddenly, Li Hua straightened his posture, a change in his expression. "Oh no. Someone else trying to cut in. What is going on?" Peng Hu inquired, leaning closer. Li Hua handed his phone to everyone, revealing a recent post on the campus forum titled "Sunday Food Stall Preview. Indian curry samosas, equally delicious." The post was authored by Raj, an Indian international student known for sharing his native culinary delights on social media, boasting a considerable following on YouTube. This guy, Peng Hu, frowned, clearly sees our popularity and wants to cash in. Even more outrageous, he scheduled his stall for 3 in the afternoon. Isn't that blatantly poaching our business? Hu Junfeng expressed his displeasure. Yang Chuan, however, remained unfazed. It's all right. Setting up stalls on campus is inherently free. Each has its own unique offerings, and there is no need for direct confrontation. Yet, Chun Siki voiced her concern. What if he diverts our customers? Then we shall let our skills speak for themselves. Yang Chuan responded, a confident smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe my dumplings cannot rival his Indian curry? This declaration acted as a morale booster, instantly calming everyone. After all, they held unwavering confidence in Yang Chuan's culinary prowess. Brother Chuan, you're absolutely right. Peng Hu exclaimed, thumping his thigh. So, what flavors of dumplings shall we prepare? I think for our first stall, we should keep it simple. Just pork and cabbage and vegetarian 3-flavor fillings. Let us check the Huagwa supermarket on Saturday to see if they have any chives. Had it not been for the consideration of numerous vegans and those who abstain from pork in the UK, Yang Chuan would have been reluctant to prepare even the 3-flavor dumplings. After all, the prospect of making dumplings for 500 to 600 people was already quite exhausting. The primary ingredients for the 3-flavor filling are leeks, black fungus, and carrots. It seems that the British do not commonly consume leeks, a vegetable with a robust flavor, so it is certain that they would not be found in local supermarkets. A visit to a Chinese grocery store might yield better results. If they are unavailable, one could always substitute with other vegetables. There are always more solutions than difficulties, and if all else fails, one could redeem ingredient from the system's marketplace. There is quite a bit to prepare, as Peng Hu counted on his fingers. Dumpling wrappers, pork, cabbage, leeks, black fungus, vinegar, and chili for dipping, as well as disposable tableware and plastic wrap. If the dumplings are to be steamed on-site, they would also need to prepare a portable stove and several fuel canisters. Hu Junfeng added, I found an outdoor camping store in our local mall that sells suitable cooking equipment for such purposes. All right, let's jot down everything we can think of for now, and we can add more later. Yang Chuan nodded in agreement. Li Hua brought over paper and a pen to list the items they had just discussed. Julian mentioned that he could help them borrow tables and chairs from the Student Activity Center, but I thought it would still be wise to prepare disposable tablecloths. Chun Siki pondered and suggested, should we also consider providing beverages? Inspired by a post from Raj, she continued, the lemonades sold by Shui Wang are quite popular. We could offer some lemon soda as well. Just slice some lemons, mix them with soda water and honey, and we would be all set. That is a splendid idea. Having food and drinks makes it perfect. Peng Hu agreed enthusiastically. So, how should we price the dumplings and drinks? The group exchanged glances, uncertain about the pricing. Why not ask the locals? Li Hua pointed to Julian and Anna, who were washing dishes, noting that as native Britons, they would undoubtedly have the best understanding of these prices. Julian, Anna, could you come over for a moment? Chun Siki called out, cupping her hands into a makeshift megaphone. The 2 British students dried their hands and hurried over. What is the matter? Please have a seat. We're discussing our stall for the weekend. We plan to sell dumplings and lemon soda. What do you think would be a fair price? How large are the dumplings? Julian inquired, as neither he nor Anna had ever tasted dumplings. Although Anna had traveled to China, she primarily visited southern cities like Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, where noodles, pan-fried buns, and soup dumplings were predominant, and she hadn't had the chance to try dumplings yet. Julian recalled Yang Chuan mentioning that dumplings are similar to buns, made with a dough wrapper encasing a filling, which made him confident of their deliciousness, although he was unsure about the size comparison between dumplings and buns. About this big, Pang, who gestured with his hands to demonstrate. And how many will you sell in one serving? Julian asked again. This time, it seems everyone is a loss for words. In our country, a serving typically consists of at least 10 pieces, and one could sell up to 20. However, such pricing would not be feasible abroad. How about 5 pieces per serving? Chuan pondered aloud, as this would facilitate standing while eating, and those wishing to sample 2 flavors need not worry about being unable to finish. Let us set the price at £3 per serving, Julian suggested. Considering Yang's culinary skills, this price is quite reasonable. And what about the lemonade soda? A standard cup should be priced at £2, Anna contemplated before responding. Fresh lemons are quite affordable in the UK, and a large bottle of soda costs merely a few pounds. With a simple combination, £2 per cup seems just right, emphasizing a strategy of low prices and high sales. If we could include ice cubes, the price could be raised slightly. However, managing ice outdoors is rather impractical, so we shall forego that idea. If we could taste it beforehand, our pricing would be more accurate. Anna mischievously winked. Anna, your scheming is almost hitting me in the face, Chuan teased with a smile. What is a scheming? Anna asked, her face a picture of confusion, evidently not grasping the subtleties of Chinese humor. Noticing Anna's perplexity, Chuan chuckled and clarified. A scheming is an ancient Chinese calculating tool, akin to your calculators. The phrase about scheming hitting one's face implies that your intentions are too transparent. Anna's eyes widened in comprehension, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. So, have my intentions been uncovered? However, tasting beforehand is indeed a crucial aspect of market research. Julian added playfully. Indeed, we are professional food consultants, and we must ensure our pricing is just. Chuan could not help but chuckle at their banter. All right, then we shall have dumplings for breakfast tomorrow, allowing you to sample them first, lest your schemes ruin my pot. Note, in the UK, street vending requires a street trading license, which ensures that vendors maintain food hygiene standards and minimize public health risks. Operating without a license can result in fines. However, since we're vending on campus just 1 day a week, such regulations do not apply here. Chapter 30. Pork and cabbage dumplings at 7 in the morning. While the dormitory corridor was still enveloped in tranquility, Chuan was already awake. Having promised Julian and the others to prepare dumplings for breakfast today, he naturally needed to rise early to begin his preparations. Entering the communal kitchen, he adeptly donned his apron from the storage cabinet and then exchanged 2 pounds of dumpling wrappers and 2 pounds of pork, which was a blend of 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean from the system's marketplace. With over 150 points of deliciousness accumulated, spending did not cause him much remorse, and he decided to directly exchange for fresh dumpling wrappers, saving the time required for kneading and rolling the dough. As for the filling, he deliberately chose not to use pre-ground meat, primarily to test out his newly acquired chef's knife. He had been too busy the previous day to claim his reward, and the knife had rested in the system's warehouse all day. Today, it would finally come into use. Upon retrieving the long-awaited chef's knife from the system's warehouse, Chuan felt a surge of excitement. The silver-gray blade glimmers with a piercing metallic sheen, and the handle's texture fits perfectly in the palm, providing a reassuring weight. In a typical Chinese household, kitchen knives are generally categorized into 2 types, the slicing knife and the cleaver. The slicing knife is the most common in Chinese kitchens, primarily utilized for slicing and dicing meat, as well as preparing vegetables and softer ingredients. In contrast, the cleaver, with its substantial blade and blunt edge, is specifically designed for chopping bones and meat. However, the chef's knife represents a harmonious amalgamation of these 2 types, as described by the system. It is crafted from a carbon-steel superalloy, making the task of chopping bones and cutting meat exceedingly effortless. How could one resist giving it a try? Chuan took a piece of pork leg, and with a gentle stroke of the blade, the meat effortlessly split in 2, as if he were slicing through tender tofu rather than meat. Truly a product of a chef system. This knife is indeed exceptional. Unable to restrain himself, Chuan made a few more cuts, transforming the meat into uniformly diced pieces. The rhythmic sound of the knife dancing upon the cutting board resonated in the air, as the chunks of meat gradually morphed into a delicate mince. He placed the minced meat into a large bowl, adding a spoonful of light soy sauce, half a spoonful of dark soy sauce, a pinch of salt, and a dash of sugar, stirring clockwise until it reached a sticky consistency. Gradually, he added 2 spoonfuls of scallion and ginger water, allowing the meat mixture to fully absorb the moisture. Finally, he cracked an egg into the mixture and stirred thoroughly, which would enhance the texture, making it more tender, succulent, and flavorful. Having prepared pork and vermicelli stew the previous day, there was still half a large cabbage left. He separated the leaves and washed them meticulously, ensuring to retain the crisp, tender hearts. After slicing the cabbage into fine shreds and sprinkling salt to draw out its natural moisture, he squeezed the water out by hand, finally chopping it before adding it to the meat mixture. A drizzle of sesame oil was added for fragrance, along with chopped scallions and a sprinkle of white pepper, and everything was mixed uniformly. Taking a dumpling wrapper, he moistened the edges, placed an appropriate amount of filling inside, folded it over, and pinched the edges to create decorative pleats. Chuan's proficiency in dumpling making was remarkable. Before long, the cutting board was adorned with crescent-shaped dumplings, their plump bodies revealing hints of the filling within. Suddenly, a clatter announced the arrival of Pang who poked his head in with a tousled hairstyle. "Brother Chuan, why are you busy all alone again?" Glancing at the neatly arranged dumplings on the table, Pang felt a twinge of regret. He had indeed woken up late, and Brother Chuan was nearly finished. "You're just in time. Help me steam these dumplings." Turning to see Junfeng rubbing his eyes as he entered, Chuan promptly assigned him a task. "Old go fetch the bowls and chopsticks." "All right," both responded, immediately springing into action. Pang carefully lifted the prepared dumplings, arranging them neatly in the steamer, then added water to the pot. Once the water was boiling vigorously, he placed the 3 steamers atop. "Brother, these dumplings are quite large." Chuan's dumplings, with their thin skins and generous fillings, were notably larger than ordinary boiled dumplings. "Otherwise, how could we justify selling them for 3 pounds? Chuan replied with a smile. Due to their size, each steamer could hold a maximum of 15 dumplings, totaling approximately 45 for the 3 layers, necessitating 3 batches to serve 10 people. 10 minutes later, a plume of steam wafted from the pot, enveloping the entire kitchen with an enticing aroma. The dumpling skins shimmered with a translucent glow, faintly revealing the pale, plump filling within, as if on the verge of bursting through the delicate veil of dough. Junfeng approached with a plate, squinting against the rising steam. "These dumplings are so exquisite, it's almost unfair." Pang carefully extracted a dumpling with chopsticks, fearful of inadvertently tearing the skin, and soon filled 3 large plates. "Chuan, when we head back to the supermarket, we must buy those special tongs for bread. Using chopsticks, I always fear puncturing the dumpling." "That makes sense." Chuan nodded in agreement. "Let us eat while they're hot." Pang send a message to Siki and Huazai to join us. They can catch the second batch." "Sure." Pang expertly sent a message that was quite illustrative. "Pang wake up, wake up. It's time for breakfast." Close-up of dumplings, the steamed dumplings, with their thin skins and generous fillings, were held delicately by a pair of chopsticks, revealing the abundant stuffing within. Even through the screen, their aroma was intoxicating. Almost instantaneously, the group responded. "Li Hua." I sprang up from the brink of death upon seeing dumplings. I hurriedly dressed and am ready for action. "Chun Siki." You even managed to rhyme it. "I'm on my way." Running emoji. "Julian, oh my god. Wait for me." "Marcus, I'm up. I'll be there shortly." After sending the messages, Pang paid them no mind, steaming the second batch of dumplings before eagerly picking up his chopsticks to indulge. The delicate dumpling skin enveloped the savory filling. With each bite, juices burst forth, melding the sweetness of cabbage with the rich aroma of pork on the palate. "Incredible." Pang mumbled with his mouth full. "These are even better than my mother's." The steamed dumpling skins were resilient and juicy. I had never tasted such delectable dumplings. Junfeng nodded vigorously. "Brother, do we have vinegar?" "Dumplings taste even better with a dip." Pang inquired. "The vinegar is in the cupboard." Pang Hu hurried to retrieve it. Lacking a small dish for dipping, he used a small bowl instead, pouring a shallow layer of fragrant vinegar. Dipping the snow-white dumpling into it, he took a bite, experiencing an entirely different flavor. Soon, the second batch was ready, and footsteps echoed from outside. Julien rushed into the kitchen, his golden hair sticking up in two tufts, completely abandoning the demeanor of an English gentleman. "You arrived just in time. Grab a plate for the dumplings," Pang Hu said, lifting the lid of the steamer to prepare for Julien. Julien exaggeratedly inhaled deeply, his eyes fixated on the steaming dumplings. Oh my God, the aroma is simply irresistible. Just as he reached out to grab one, Pang Hu swiftly knocked his hand away with chopsticks. "Don't use your hands. Be careful, they're hot." Julien rubbed his hand in dismay, left with no choice but to wait patiently. Chapter 31. The aroma of dumplings. The air was filled with the delightful scent of dumplings, mingling with a subtle hint of acidity, causing Julien's stomach to audibly protest in hunger. He gazed longingly at the chopsticks in Pang Hu's hands, watching as each plump dumpling was deftly lifted into the plate, unable to suppress a gulp. "Is it not ready yet?" Julien rubbed his hands together, his tone brimming with impatience. Pang Hu cast a sidelong glance at him, deliberately slowing his movements, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What's the rush? The dumplings just out of the pot are scalding hot. Be careful not to blister your tongue. I wager you're doing this on purpose," Julien protested, patting his stomach. "I'm truly starving. The culinary delights of your homeland are tormenting. The aroma is so enticing, yet I am denied the pleasure of tasting." Pang Hu chuckled heartily. "It will be ready shortly. Good food is worth the wait." He placed the final dumpling steadily in the plate and pushed it toward Julien. Without hesitation, Julien seized a fork and plunged a dumpling into his mouth. The scalding juices burst forth in his mouth, causing him to grimace. Yet he could not bear to spit it out, only able to puff air and mumble incoherently, "So hot, but absolutely delectable." Pang Hu shook his head with a sigh. "I told you it was hot. Why do you never heed advice?" Julien, too engrossed in savoring the dumpling's flavor to respond, relished the rich meat filling combined with the crisp sweetness of the cabbage, the aroma of fat and juices flooding his senses. He closed his eyes, savoring this miraculous taste. Could this truly be mere cabbage and pork? How could such simple ingredients yield such exquisite flavor? Opening his eyes, he wore a look of incredulity. Chuan, watching it with amusement, asked, "How is it? Is it as delightful as the buns?" Julien nodded vigorously, just as he was about to spear a second dumpling, suddenly exclaiming in dismay, "Oh no, the juices have leaked out." He stared mournfully at the dumpling on his fork, now punctured, furrowing his brow in distress. That was the essence. Pang Hu could not help but laugh. "Do you know why I was so careful while serving the dumplings? It was precisely to prevent you from poking holes in them." This time, Julien took heed, cautiously lifting the dumpling from the side with his fork and placing the whole morsel into his mouth. The richness of the meat, the sweetness of the cabbage, the weedy aroma of the dough, and the abundant juices intertwined on his palate, creating a masterpiece of flavor. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction, mumbling indistinctly, "Oh, Yang, I would gladly pay £5 for a serving of these dumplings every day. I find them even more delicious than buns." Chuan raised a bowl of vinegar. Shaking it slightly, "Would you like to try dipping it in vinegar? It enhances the flavor." "Absolutely." Julien nodded without hesitation, mimicking Chuan's actions, pouring a bit of vinegar and dipping a dumpling. The sourness perfectly balanced the richness, adding an extra layer of flavor. He raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Indeed, the acidity elevates the dumpling's taste. Pang Hu lifted his chin with pride. Of course, this is the wisdom of our people. At that moment, Li Hua and Chen Siki arrived, with Li Hua still in his slippers and his hair tousled, clearly having rushed out of bed. "The dumplings are in the pot. You two can serve yourselves," Pang Hu declared, refusing to assist them. "All right, we can manage on our own," they replied cheerfully. Li Hua grasped the chopsticks and immediately began to act. However, they all noticed the plump dumplings, glistening with their savory broth, and proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of piercing the delicate skin and wasting the delectable filling inside. Chen Siki, while deftly scooping dumplings on her plate, called out to Hu Junfeng. Old Hu, bring me some vinegar and chili oil. I want vinegar too. Add a splash of sesame oil. Li Hua echoed her request. It seemed they owed Hu Junfeng a debt of gratitude. With a murmured protest, Hu Junfeng rose to fetch the dipping sauces for them. Julian sidled up to Hu Junfeng, holding out his vinegar bowl. Hey, give me some of that chili and sesame oil too. You sure know how to eat. Hu Junfeng raised an eyebrow and chuckled as he drizzled a bit of chili oil and sesame oil for him, cautioning, be careful not to cry from the spice. Julian huffed defiantly. I'm a man who can handle even spicy vermicelli buns. He dipped a dumpling in the chili oil, took a bite, and was immediately flushed with heat, yet stubbornly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, this packs a punch. The group erupted in laughter at the sight of a native Englishman mastering the art of spice in just a few days. Yang, honestly, your dumplings are utterly perfect. A definite triumph over Indian curry, Julian declared, giving a thumbs up. Of course, our chef Chuan's culinary skills are unmatched. Pang proclaimed proudly, hands on hips. Regarding the need for tables and chairs for the stall, I spoke to a friend in the student union yesterday, and he assured me it's no problem at all, suggesting I fetch the keys from the activity center today. Thank you for your assistance, Yang Chuan replied. Just as Yang Chuan had finished steaming the third batch of dumplings, Marcus, Anna, Duke, and Chris arrived fashionably late. Please wait a moment. The dumplings are already steaming and will take about 5 or 6 minutes more, Yang Chuan apologized. All right then. The group reluctantly swallowed their anticipation and waited. Anna, with a glint in her eye, leaned toward her friend Chinsiki. Chi-Chi, let me try a dumpling. When mine are ready, I'll return the favor. She clasped her hands together, her blue eyes blinking rapidly, resembling a beguiling kitten. After a moment's hesitation, Chinsiki acquiesced, reluctantly sharing one of her dumplings. Anna popped the dumpling into her mouth, and the rich broth flooded her palate, instantly illuminating her face with a blissful smile. Oh my, so this is what dumplings taste like. They're absolutely delicious. Seeing this, Marcus and Duke immediately converged on Julian. Julian protectively shielded his plate, a wary expression on his handsome face. What do you want? Stay away from my dumplings. Share one with me. Just one. Mine will be out shortly. A 1 tea take yours. Marcus insisted. No way. Julian firmly refused. You said the same last time. Yet you've yet to return my red wine. Duke attempted a sneaky side attack, but Julian swiftly dodged. Hey, you band of thieves! Julian exclaimed dramatically. The kitchen erupted into a lively clamor. Fortunately, at that moment, Yang Chuan called out, friends, please don't rush. The dumplings are ready. The third batch of dumplings was promptly served, finally putting an end to the spirited contest for the delectable morsels. There are plenty more, so take your time eating. Yang Chuan chuckled as he distributed the dumplings. The kitchen was filled with laughter intertwined with the enticing aroma of dumplings, as students from various nations gathered together, sharing this simple yet delightful breakfast, enveloped in warmth. Chapter 32. The Chinese supermarket before long, Saturday arrived. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yang Chuan was awakened by the blaring alarm. He reached out from under the covers, fumbling to silence the intrusive sound. The warmth of the bed was alluring, and squinting at the window, he noted the overcast sky that heralded a day of chill. Rarely did they have the luxury of sleeping in without early classes, so everyone opted to forego breakfast and enjoy a leisurely slumber, even skipping the morning meal altogether. What a refreshing sleep it had been. Yang Chuan rose from his bed, stretched luxuriously, and then made his way to the small bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. The cold water splashed against his face, instantly banishing the last vestiges of drowsiness. After drying his face, he picked up his phone and discovered a flurry of messages in the foodie group, with notifications ringing up to 99. Pang Hu, has everyone risen? See you downstairs at 10:30. Latecomers will be on duty as porters. Followed by 3 devil emojis. Hu Junfeng, I'm up. Just putting on my shoes. Li Hua, it's colder today. It feels like around 3 degrees. Remember to wear a thick coat. Julian, we're waiting at the gate with hot chocolate. Seeing this, Yang Chuan smiled knowingly and quickly replied, I'll be there shortly. He pushed open the window, and the brisk air rushed in, confirming Li Hua's warning about the drop in temperature. Yang Chuan shivered slightly, hastily rummaged through his wardrobe for a warm coat, and then headed downstairs. At the foot of the dormitory, Peng Hu and Hu Junfeng were huddled in a corner, stamping their feet for warmth, their breath visible in the cold air. The weather in Britain was indeed peculiar. The temperature could plummet overnight, as if winter had arrived in an instant. Spotting Yang Chuan, Peng Hu bonded over, thrusting a bulging envelope into his hands. "Brother, this is our meal money for next week. Make sure to keep it safe." "Thank you." Yang Chuan felt a swell of warmth, understanding that their decision to contribute today was to ensure he had enough funds for the substantial shopping trip ahead, as they were to purchase ingredients for 500 to 600 people. No need for such formality. "Let's go." At the school gate, a conspicuous 9-seater van had been waiting for some time. Chris poked his head out of the window, waving them over. "Hey friends, hop in." The vehicle belonged to Chris's father, who had made a special trip home the previous night to drive them. After all, they were not only heading to the Chinese supermarket, but also to the mall to procure outdoor cooking equipment, necessitating a substantial haul. Taking taxis for the entire journey would have been too cumbersome, due to the limited seating in the car and the necessity of transporting heavy items. Chinsiki and Anna did not accompany us today. As the car door swung open, a wave of warmth infused with the rich aroma of chocolate enveloped us. One by one, we settled into our seats, instantly feeling the comforting heat. Julian, seated in the front passenger seat, retrieved a thermos of hot chocolate from a shopping bag and cheerfully distributed it to everyone. "My friends, hot chocolate with extra cream." It must be said that savoring a steaming beverage on a frigid day is truly a delightful experience. "Buckle up, everyone. We are setting off," Chris announced before starting the engine. Once the car roared to life, Li Hua produced several lists. "Our task today is quite formidable. We need to purchase ingredients for 500 to 600 people. I have printed 3 copies of the list, and we will divide the tasks by area to maximize efficiency." "No problem." Peng Hu and Yang Chuan each took a copy. "Hey, why didn't you give us a copy?" Marcus protested. "It's written in Chinese. You wouldn't understand it anyway." Li Hua chuckled. "Just follow along when the time comes. The heavy lifting will be your responsibility." "That's not fair." Marcus mockingly attempted to seize a list, only to be restrained by Hu Junfeng. "Accept your fate. You can't even distinguish between light soy sauce and dark soy sauce." Laughter erupted among the group as Chris seized the opportunity to start the vehicle, the tires crunching over the fallen leaves with a crisp sound. Indeed, the UK, with its vast open spaces, was sparsely populated. We encountered very few cars along the way. In just half an hour, we arrived at Wing Yip, a renowned Chinese supermarket. This long-established market serves as a savior for overseas wanderers, offering everything from seasonal vegetables to an array of sauces, from frozen snacks to traditional cooking utensils, encompassing all the nostalgic flavors for international students. Given that it was the weekend, the supermarket was bustling with people, all sporting Asian features and various dialects intertwined, making Julian and Chris, being foreigners, feel somewhat out of place. With a significant number of items to purchase, each of us pushed a shopping cart. Yang Chuan was responsible for procuring items related to dumplings, such as dumpling wrappers and filling ingredients, while Peng Hu handled the purchase of dipping sauces. Li Hua took charge of disposable tableware and cling film. The supermarket boasted an abundance of ingredients like Napa cabbage, chives, wood ear mushrooms, and carrots. Yang Chuan also spotted an impressive selection of soybean products, including soft tofu, firm tofu, stinky tofu, and dried tofu, and couldn't resist purchasing some. As for pork, it was unnecessary to buy at the Chinese supermarket. The prices at the British supermarket were more economical. He filled his cart with several pounds of each item, even commandeering the carts of Hu Junfeng and Marcus to accommodate his bounty. However, he could not locate dumpling wrappers, so he approached a middle-aged store clerk and inquired, "Hello, do you sell dumpling wrappers here?" Naturally, since the staff of the Chinese supermarket were all Chinese, they could converse directly in Mandarin. "Of course, how many do you need?" In the corner stood a refrigerated display case, housing an assortment of doughs such as dumpling wrappers, wonton skins, and fresh noodles. "Let's get 10 pounds. Yang Chuan contemplated aloud, "and 3 pounds of fresh noodles as well." "Wow, that's quite a lot," exclaimed the middle-aged shopkeeper, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Are you opening a restaurant?" "Not quite a restaurant," Chuan chuckled. "We're planning to set up a stall at the school to sell dumplings." "How wonderful! Our Huawa cuisine is simply the best. You're sure to have great success." The shopkeeper responded with a hearty laugh. "Thank you for your kind words." The trio soon convened triumphantly at the checkout counter, and aside from the planned ingredients, their cart was filled with a variety of personal snacks. Peng Hu and Hu Junfeng had picked up several treats that were unavailable abroad, including boneless chicken feet, spicy duck tongues, beef jerky, cucumber-flavored chips, meat floss bread, and UFO-style fried noodles, among others. Julian and the others were also persuaded to indulge in quite a few. Thankfully, their shopping carts were quite spacious, allowing them to keep the stall supplies together while the others, tempted by their own purchases, placed their items in a Julian's cart, planning to settle the payments separately later. While pushing the cart, the weight didn't seem too burdensome, but once they transferred the items to bags for checkout, the load became exceedingly heavy. The group carried numerous bags, continuously loading them into the trunk of the business vehicle until it was filled to the brim. Chris wiped the sweat from his forehead, remarking, "No wonder you always say there is strength in numbers. It truly is a profound truth. Come on, next stop the mall. I'm treating you all to fish and chips." Li Hua's suggestion sparked a wave of cheers. Hooray! As the engine roared to life, cheerful melodies floated from the car's sound system. Chapter 33. Fish and chips. The business vehicle pulled away from Rongyahang, with the navigation system indicating that the city center mall was over 40 minutes away, in stark contrast to the desolate streets of the suburbs. The closer they approached the city center, the denser the traffic became. Eventually, the vehicle parked in front of a grand Victorian-style shopping center. "This mall looks quite impressive." Hu Junfeng leaned against the car window, gazing outside. They had not been in the UK for long, and it was their first visit to this mall. "Indeed, it's a landmark," Chris declared proudly, lifting his chin. "I'll treat you to the best fish and chips in town." Chuan playfully pointed out, "Just last week, you claimed the fish and chips from the school cafeteria were the best." Laughter erupted in the car. The group disembarked and walked into the mall together. Inside, a considerable crowd bustled about, though it was nothing compared to the throngs back home. Children dashed past them, chasing colorful balloons, while the air was filled with the rich aroma of roasted coffee beans mingling with the fragrant allure of perfume counters. "Quite lively here," Hu Junfeng observed, taking in the surroundings, as it was his first visit to this mall. "Well, it is the weekend." Marcus grinned widely. "Chris, where exactly is this so-called best fish and chips in town?" Li Wei inquired. Chris pointed towards a restaurant near the escalators. "It's south that place, Fish Chips." The queue is already bending around the corner. Embracing the notion of having ventured out, the crowd joined the line, and the establishment was brimming with patrons seated at tables. After a brief wait, they finally settled at a table beside the glass wall. Li Hua hurried to place the order, requesting a classic serving of fish and chips for each, priced at $3.75, complemented by a $1.25 cola for each. The total for the 8 servings amounted to 40, a trifling sum for Li Hua, a young man of considerable means. While opinions online often regard the British national dish of fish and chips with trepidation, the freshly fried offerings proved quite palatable, especially from a bustling establishment that surely possessed a unique secret recipe. When a large platter arrived, it was adorned with a bed of vegetable salad, topped with a substantial fillet of fish and golden, crispy fries. Just as everyone was poised to indulge, Julian suddenly raised his phone. "Wait, we must take a photo first." It was amusing how this young British gentleman had, under the influence of his companions, adopted the modern ritual of photographing food before consumption. After capturing the moment, Julian promptly shared the image in their group chat, eliciting a chorus of lament from Anna and Chinsiki, who were lamentably dining at their school cafeteria. The fish fillet was made from black cod, its flesh flat and slightly dry, yet it absorbed flavors beautifully. It was intentionally left uncoated with flour, instead marinated and fried, presenting an appealing orange-red hue, accompanied by a salty and mildly spicy taste. The edges of the fillet were delightfully crisp, enhancing the overall flavor. While typical fish and chips establishments offer vinegar and salt as condiments, this one provided sweet chili sauce, which proved to be a delightful accompaniment. After a week of Chinese cuisine, indulging in fried fare offered a refreshing change of pace. "How is it? Don't you think our fish and chips are quite delectable?" Chris inquired with a smile. "Indeed, they are quite tasty, albeit a tad greasy," Li Hua replied, dabbing at the surface with a napkin, which he held up to reveal it thoroughly soaked in oil. "Thank goodness, Siki isn't here," she would surely exclaim about the calorie bomb, Pang who chuckled. Shaking his head, Hu Junfeng picked up a fry, remarkably thick and skin-on. Marcus had already stuffed 3 or 4 into his mouth, mumbling, "You don't understand. This preserves the original flavor of the potato." After satisfying their appetites, they navigated to the 3rd floor of the mall, heading towards an outdoor equipment store. Named Adventurer's Home, the shop resembled a colossal warehouse, with a canoe model displayed at the entrance. Upon pushing the door open, a tall staff member clad in a fluorescent vest approached. "How may I assist you?" "Hello. We require 2 portable stoves and 4 coolers, along with several fuel canisters." Li Hua informed the staff while displaying a photo on his phone. "All right, follow me," the staff member replied, leading them toward the storage area at the back. The shelves were lined with various models of stoves, ranging from petite, palm-sized versions to commercial-grade units suitable for restaurants. Yang Chuan picked up a portable stove marked with a storm logo, its metallic exterior adorned with intricate snowflake engravings. This was equipment specifically designed for professional polar expeditions. The shop assistant, with a smile, removed a silver variant from the nearby shelf, suggesting that what they truly needed was this party-style model, which was windproof and explosion-proof. In the demonstration area, Chris ignited the stove, and a blue flame leapt up to half a foot high. The power was impressive. This was the one they would choose. Yang Chuan nodded in agreement. The selection of insulation boxes was even more dazzling. Julian favored a convenient wheeled model, while Marcus insisted on purchasing a camouflage military version, convinced that military-grade products must possess the highest quality. "We are not going to war," Hu Junfeng remarked quietly, his attention drawn to a nearby display of a rechargeable smart thermostat box, boasting a 5-hour battery life, but its 4-digit price tag was daunting. "Let us go for the large-capacity version," Yang Chuan decided, recalling how effective the insulation box he borrowed from William had been, and he opted to purchase the same model, adding wheels for convenience. However, a small incident occurred at checkout. The cashier eyed the group of young faces from the east with suspicion, requesting their passports or identification. "Do we need to show ID to buy a stove?" Pang, who was taken aback. To prevent minors from playing with fire, the cashier replied sternly. Unfortunately, foreigners often looked mature, while Chinese individuals appeared quite youthful. Thus, to ensure they were adults, it was customary to present identification when purchasing alcohol, whether at bars or supermarkets. They had not anticipated that a similar requirement would apply to buying a portable stove. Having left their IDs at home, they were relieved that Chris had his driver's license on hand. After verifying the identification, they finally completed the transaction and left the store. When they returned to the parking lot, the trunk of the van was completely filled. Chris knelt on the back seat to adjust the angle of the portable stove, while Pang, who wrapped the fuel canister in his jacket as a makeshift cushion. The 4 large insulation boxes occupied most of the trunk as space, compelling them to open the lids and stuff the items they had purchased from the supermarket into the boxes. As a result, the car door could not close, and they exchanged glances. Finally, Li Hua had a clever idea. "Let's take the snack bags out and hold them." As the vehicle started, someone quipped Chris, "Next time let your dad buy a truck." Laughter erupted throughout the car as they set off on their journey home. Chapter 34, Student Activity Center. The van came to a slow stop at the school gate, where the security guard gestured for them to halt, politely stating, "I'm sorry. External vehicles cannot enter the campus." Chris rolled down the window, expressing his resignation to the group. "We can't drive in. Let us get out here." Julian glanced back at the rear seat, piled high with boxes of ingredients and snacks, and sighed, "With so many items, this will take a while to unload." Fortunately, the insulation boxes that Chuan bought all have wheels, Li Hua replied, relieved. "Otherwise, we would have to make several trips back and forth." Yang Chuan patted Li Hua's shoulder, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "This is what we call foresight. My brother, you are indeed wise." Fang Hu playfully saluted Yang Chuan, only to receive a light tap on the head in return, eliciting laughter from the group. One by one, the others disembarked, busily unloading supplies. Heavier ingredients were carefully packed into insulated boxes, while those that could not fit were held in hand by others. The 4 insulated boxes were entrusted to Chuan, who Junfeng, Marcus, and Duke, who adjusted their angles and gently pulled, allowing the boxes to glide steadily along. 2 portable stoves were also nestled within the insulated boxes, while Peng, who cradled the fuel canister in his arms, as if it were a bomb. As the group transported their supplies, Julian suddenly halted, his gaze sweeping over the overflowing boxes and everyone's bundled items, a slight frown creasing his brow. With so many things, the communal kitchen likely won't have enough space. Yang Chuan paused in response. What should we do then? After a moment's thought, Julian retrieved a key from his pocket. I previously borrowed tables and chairs from a friend in the student council, and he handed me a key to an empty activity room. Why don't we head directly to the student activity center and store our items there? Peng, whose eyes brightened. That's an excellent idea. Let us go. The Student Union building at SU University, situated in the C district where the College of Arts resides, is an impressive 4-story structure. Its red brick facade, complemented by expansive glass windows, preserves the weighty charm of traditional British architecture while seamlessly integrating modern design's transparency. The substantial red brick walls exude elegance, while the large glass windows enhance the building's luminosity, making it particularly radiant when sunlight cascades down. Hu Junfeng gazed upward in admiration at the structure, unable to contain his awe. Wow, this place is far more magnificent than the business school. Both Yang Chuan and Hu Junfeng hail from the business school and typically frequent the A district, making this their first visit to the College of Arts, especially since renovations had only recently been completed. While this area was just refurbished a couple of years ago, Chris shrugged. That must be the spot Lisa mentioned, where we can set up stalls. Marcus pointed toward a nearby expanse of greenery and open space adjacent to the Student Activity Center. Surrounded by lush trees and a refreshing atmosphere, several blue umbrellas and red tents dotted the area. Yes, those blue umbrellas and red tents can be rented. We just need to register and pay at the consulting desk, and we can set up our stalls there tomorrow, Julian informed, having already inquired. These tents and umbrellas are available for students to rent for their stalls, requiring only registration at the information desk and payment of a nominal fee. At that moment, a few scattered stalls were already in operation, with groups of students lingering around, seemingly enjoying good business. The group swiped their cards to enter the first-floor lobby, where sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the beige tiles, while the rich aroma of coffee wafted from the cafe. In the leisure square, students gathered in small groups. Some chatted over coffee, while others were engrossed in their books, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Yang Chuan inhaled deeply and remarked with a smile, "This place is truly delightful. We should come here often." Julian, resembling a seasoned tour guide, walked along while providing insights. The North District houses the cafeteria of the Art College, accommodating over 200 people. Although its decor surpasses that of our cafeteria, the menu remains identical. He then gestured towards the South District. Over there is a large multifunctional hall where most of the school's significant events are held. The sound and stage equipment are quite professional, and I hear a Christmas party is scheduled for this year. They ascended the broad staircase to the second floor, where the Student Information and Consultation Center, along with the Student Union and Club Registration Office, is located. Julian expertly led Yang Chuan and the others through the atrium corridor to the northern leisure and gaming area, equipped with board games, billiards, and arcade machines. By the billiard table, several students were engrossed in their game, while a crowd gathered around the arcade machines. "Can we play billiards here?" Peng, who inquired, his enthusiasm evident. "What? Do you want to join?" Li Hua raised an eyebrow at him. "You can, but we must first set our things down. There is also a movie screening room over there, where popular films and documentaries are shown regularly. If you have time, you can come and watch for free," Julian added, jingling the keys in his hand. "The club activity room is on the 3rd floor. Let us continue our ascent." The group proceeded upstairs, their curiosity piqued by the comprehensive facilities. Of course, otherwise, how could it be called the Student Activity Center? Julian responded with a grin. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found various club activity rooms lining the corridor. Posters of art clubs adorned some doors, while the sounds of guitars, the scent of paint, and the clatter of sports equipment filled the air. Julian unlocked a club activity room in the furthest corner, and the group was pleasantly surprised to discover not only tables and chairs, but also a very practical sink. Together, they carried in the thermos box. Exhaling in relief, finally, we settled in. Chuan placed down the thermos box, stretched his wrists, and surveyed the club room, nodding in satisfaction. This place is far superior to the communal kitchen. Moreover, it's conveniently located. Tomorrow we can prepare the dumplings here and simply carry them downstairs to set up our stall, Pang Hu said excitedly. It's a pity we lack a refrigerator. That would make it even more perfect, Hu Junfeng mused, stroking his chin. Julian chuckled. There's a dedicated cooking club here, though they focus on baking. If you're interested, you could apply to establish a Chinese cuisine club. Once approved, the student union will assist in equipping you with necessary items, including refrigerators and freezers. Chuan shook his head. Let us put that on hold. I'm not considering it at the moment. Julian, what about the fourth floor? Pang Hu asked curiously. The fourth floor is a haven for scholars, Julian continued. It features a library, study rooms, and small meeting rooms. In the future, for group assignments, you can reserve a meeting room here. Within the room, there exists a whiteboard and projection equipment. By scanning the QR code on the intelligent screen at the entrance, one can conveniently make a reservation. However, I have resigned myself to the reality that the world of academic elites is far beyond my reach. Pang Hu rose to his feet, issuing a challenge. Is there anyone brave enough to engage me in a game of billiards? Who is afraid of whom? Let us go. Hu Junfeng immediately accepted the challenge. The crowd erupted in laughter, eagerly flocking towards the gaming area. Chapter 35. The Duel of Billiards. Although the intention was to unwind in the entertainment zone, Chuan did not neglect his responsibilities. He first proceeded to the information desk to register his stall details, renting a large red tent for the afternoon at a cost of 20, with a deposit of 200. The tent was a significant improvement over the shabby blue sunshade, providing protection from both wind and rain, as well as ample space for activities. After completing the formalities, he returned to the entertainment area and located an unoccupied billiard table. Pang Hu picked up the cue, eagerly challenging Hu Junfeng. Old Hu, shall we have a game? Sure, Hu Junfeng replied, rolling up his sleeves and selecting a cue that felt just right from the rack. One game to determine the victor. The loser must take responsibility for moving the tables tomorrow. Deal. Pang Hu grinned widely, brimming with confidence, declaring, I am known as the prince of the billiard hall. You are destined to lose. Chuan stood to the side, chuckling. Let me officiate. He took the triangle and skillfully arranged the colored balls, then retrieved a 1 coin. The right to break will be decided by a coin toss. The coin arced gracefully through the air, landing on Chuan's hand. Heads, Hu Junfeng exclaimed. Then I choose tails. Pang Hu quickly interjected. Chuan revealed the coin's reverse side. Haha, fortune smiles upon me. Pang Hu rubbed his hands together, grasped the cue, and leaned down to break. The moment the cue struck the white ball, the colored balls exploded apart like fireworks, with a red ball rolling straight into the center pocket. Continue, Chuan announced. The entertainment area gradually became lively, with many spectators gathering around. Julian and Marcus stood together, occasionally discussing the game in English, while Duke held up his phone, documenting the duel. Pang Hu grew increasingly emboldened, sinking 3 consecutive balls, only to falter on the 4th. The white ball traced an odd arc across the table, ultimately halting in an awkward position. My turn now. Hu Junfeng flexed his wrist, circling the table in search of the optimal angle. Crack! The red ball fell into the pocket. Well struck. Chris whistled in approval. Hu Junfeng continued his momentum, sinking 4 balls in succession, but misfired on the 5th, returning the right to break to Pang Hu. Pang Hu again pocketed several colored balls, leaving only the black 8 near the bottom pocket, nearly within his grasp. It seems you shall be the one moving tables tomorrow, he teased Hu Junfeng, bending down to prepare for the final shot. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden cheer erupted from the adjacent table, where someone had just executed a clearance. The sudden eruption of cheers caused Pang Hu's hand to tremble, the white ball grazing the edge of the black ball, leading both to come to a precarious halt. Yo salabra tu early. Hu Junfeng exclaimed, jumping up and circling the billiard table, his face radiant with excitement. Yang Chuan, suppressing a chuckle, announced, "It's old Hu's turn." Hu Junfeng seized this opportunity without hesitation, holding his breath as he meticulously calculated the angle and force, deftly sending the black ball into the pocket. "Splendid." Li Hua clapped in approval. Hu Junfeng, brimming with pride, raised his cue like a champion basking in the adoration of the crowd. Pang Hu, in frustration, raked his fingers through his hair, lamenting, "That cheer came at the most inopportune moment." "A bet is a bet, my friend." Hu Junfeng chuckled, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. "Tomorrow, it'll be your turn to work hard. Let us play another round." Pang Hu retorted defiantly. Yang Chuan glanced at his phone. "Next time, my friends. It's nearly 5 o'clock. We ought to return and prepare dinner." The group suddenly realized how swiftly time had passed, the setting sun filtering through the glass, painting the entertainment area in a beautiful golden hue. The onlookers by the billiard table had dispersed, leaving only a few students engrossed in their games. "Let us head back to the club activity room to gather our things." Julian beckoned, reminding them of the snacks they had left upstairs. They retraced their steps to the third-floor activity room. The corridor was significantly quieter than before. Most club activities seemed to have concluded, with only intermittent guitar strumming emanating from the guitar club's room. Julian unlocked the activity room door, and they entered in a stream. The insulated boxes were neatly lined against the wall, and several bags brimming with snacks adorned the table. "Let's check if we've forgotten anything," Yang Chuan suggested. "Tomorrow morning, we'll gather here after breakfast. Then we'll make dumplings and head down to set up our stall." "Absolutely," the group replied in unison. "Brother Chuan, what as for dinner?" They had prepared the ingredients for tomorrow's dumpling stall, yet tonight's meal remained unplanned. "I'll swing by the supermarket. I still need to buy pork." "All right, Brother Chuan. We'll accompany you." No need. You all head back to the dorms to rest. It's been a long day. I can manage just a bit of pork by myself." Yang Chuan possessed the stamina of a culinary genius, feeling little fatigue even after a day out. But his brothers were undoubtedly weary, with another challenging day ahead. They could not afford to further deplete their energy. Very well then. Exiting the student activity center, Yang Chuan briskly walked along the narrow path on the west side of the campus toward the gate. At this hour, the campus was tranquil. Most students either dining in the cafeteria or already back in their dorms. Pushing a shopping cart, Yang Chuan headed directly for the fresh produce section, first selecting several packs of pork belly to bring back for the dumpling filling. Suddenly, he spotted discounted pig knuckles nearby, only 65 for a large one. Everyone worked hard today. Why not treat them to some pig trotter rice? He placed 2 hefty pig knuckles into his cart, recalling that pig trotter rice should be accompanied by braised eggs, and added a box of eggs to his haul. As Yang Chuan stepped out of the supermarket, the sky had nearly darkened entirely. He briskly walked home, carrying 2 large bags of ingredients. Upon opening the door to the communal kitchen, he noticed Shinseki and Anna seated nearby, engrossed in their smartphones. The moment they spotted Yang Chuan's return, the 2 girls immediately rose to greet him. "Brother Chuan, we're here to help you. Everyone else has gone to rest," Shinseki said with a smile. Having spent the day lounging in their dormitory, it was high time they engaged in some activity. Anna, eager to assist, chimed in, "Yang, what can I do?" "All right then," Yang Chuan replied without hesitation. "Siki, you help me wash the rice and cook it, while Anna can assist with setting the table." Given Anna's delicate demeanor, it was unrealistic to expect her to handle anything too labor-intensive. Merely arranging the dishes would suffice. Yang Chuan retrieved 2 large pig trotters, rinsing them under cold water before meticulously plucking away the remaining fine hairs with a pair of tweezers, an implement from a nail care kit, likely used by women for eyebrow grooming, now repurposed for this task. "Wow, such large trotters. Are we having braised trotters tonight?" Shinseki inquired curiously. "Not quite. I plan to make pig trotter rice," Yang Chuan replied. "Yay, I haven't had pig trotter rice in ages," Shinseki exclaimed with delight. Chapter 36. Delectable pig trotter rice. The kitchen was suffused with a subtle fragrance of scallions and ginger as Yang Chuan sliced the aromatics, focusing intently on the pig knuckles in his hands. To ensure the pig trotter rice was exceptionally flavorful, the most crucial element was the marinade. Yang Chuan first blanched the prepared pig knuckles in a large iron pot and then set them aside. Next, He took out the spices he had exchanged from the system's marketplace. Yellow gardenia, dried galangal, fennel, tangerine peel, lemongrass, licorice, star anise, and cinnamon. Skillfully, he wrapped them in cheesecloth to create a spice pouch. Afterward, he retrieved a small frying pan, poured in olive oil, and added the sliced onions and garlic, gently frying them until golden brown before introducing the spice pouch, enhancing the aromatic essence. With all the marinade components ready, his slender fingers deftly tied the spice pouch. The fried oil would also be preserved, as it was needed for the marinade later. Anna, like an inquisitive kitten, approached, her red hair swaying gently with her movements. She leaned closer to the pile of spices beside Chuan, her nose twitching slightly. "What are these? They smell so unique." "These are spices. They enhance the flavor of food, much like how you enjoy adding rosemary to your dishes," he explained. "Can we eat these tree bark and roots?" Anna's eyes widened in disbelief. "Absolutely," Chuan chuckled. "In fact, they will make you want to swallow your tongue with delight." "Wow, really? I can't wait." Anna's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Siki, please help me wash these," Chuan said, pretending to pull out pig skin, chicken frames, and pork bones from the bag, which he had actually just exchanged from the system marketplace. After all, such offcuts were not sold in supermarkets, as they were not favored by the British palate. Siki took the ingredients and swiftly began rinsing them, the water cascading over the pig skin, creating delicate bubbles. "Ah, are these bones meant for consumption as well?" Anna inquired curiously, resting her chin on her hand while observing Siki wash the ingredients. "Not at all. They are intended for making broth," Siki replied. "We never use such items for soup. They are typically discarded in our region." "That is merely a reflection of your ignorance regarding the exquisite utility of these treasures," Chuan remarked, shrugging as he tossed the clean pork skin and chicken carcass into the pot to blanch, employing scallion knots and ginger slices to eliminate any unpleasant odor. He then retrieved them and placed them into a pressure cooker to commence the creation of the broth. As the pressure cooker emitted its characteristic hissing sound, the kitchen gradually filled with an intoxicating aroma. Seizing a moment of respite, Chuan prepared a pot of eggs, his slender fingers deftly rolling the boiled eggs in cold water, producing a satisfying crackling sound as the shells fractured. Anna and Siki assisted by peeling the eggs, while Chuan skillfully scored a cross on each egg to enhance the infusion of flavors during the subsequent marination process. The knife glided delicately across the egg whites, revealing shallow patterns akin to meticulously carved works of art. 30 minutes later, he lifted the lid of the pressure cooker, and steam mingled with the rich scent of meat surged forth. The collagen from the pork skin had completely melded into the broth, and the essence of the chicken carcass and pork bones had also been extracted, revealing the initial hints of a profoundly flavorful base. "Wow, it smells divine." Anna inhaled deeply. "This is merely the foundation. It will become even more aromatic," Chuan stated as he ladled out the impurities from the broth, adding soy sauce, malt syrup, and marinating oil, before placing a sachet of spices into the pot. The yellow-orange hue of the safflower quickly transformed the entire pot of marinade into a sunset-like golden red color. The pork knuckle and eggs were gently placed within, the broth immediately enveloping them, producing a cheerful bubbling sound. He secured the lid again, pressed the switch, and continued to simmer for another 30 minutes. The kitchen glass gradually fogged up, and the fragrant marinade permeated every corner like invisible tendrils. Siki had already begun to salivate in anticipation. After 30 minutes, the lid was lifted once more, and the aroma surged through the kitchen like a tidal wave. Far more potent than before. The broth glistened a vibrant red, and the gelatinous texture of the pork skin had entirely dissolved, imparting an alluring viscosity to the liquid. "Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, this is utterly fragrant," Anna exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "In all my years, I have never encountered such a rich scent." Chuan merely smiled in silence, poking the pork knuckle in the pot with chopsticks. The chopsticks effortlessly penetrated the tender, gelatinous layer, the pork skin gleaming like agate, and the fat had been thoroughly rendered, trembling enticingly as if beckoning all present. To put it bluntly, This marinade, concocted according to the chef's recipe, could make even a shoe insole smell delightful. Siki, rally the group. Dinner is ready. All right. Chun Siki cheerfully retrieved her phone, thrilled that today it was her turn to tantalize them with images, as usually it was the gluttonous tiger who teased her with pictures. Yang Chuan extracted a pork knuckle from the pot, and with a resounding thud, he dropped it onto the cutting board, the knuckle quivering like a pudding. He raised the chef's knife in his hand, expertly disassembling the bone from the pork knuckle. Then, with a swift motion, he sliced the meat into evenly thick pieces. At the moment the blade made contact, glistening gelatinous strands were drawn out, and the savory juices flowed along the knife's edge, revealing the rose-colored marbling within. Yang Chuan prepared a bowl of rice, turning it upside down onto a plate, each grain of white rice distinct and separate. He arranged the sliced pork around the rice and drizzled it with a ladleful of soul-stirring braising sauce. The vibrant red sauce trickled through the crevices of the meat, creating an enticing halo on the rice, complemented by a braised egg and a few sprigs of vibrant green vegetables. The entire dish of pork knuckle rice resembled a rich and vivid oil painting. Rice is ready. Come quickly. Today we feast on pork knuckle rice. Chun Siki exclaimed, sharing 3 pictures: a close-up of the freshly cooked pork knuckle, a candid shot of Yang Chuan chopping the meat, and the final plated dish. The close-up of the freshly cooked knuckle, glistening with sauce, was so alluring it made one salivate at the mere sight. Oh my, is that pork knuckle rice? Pang Hu exclaimed. We're coming. Hu Junfeng replied, rushing in with excitement. Meat, such a large piece of meat, Julian declared. It looks delicious. Brothers, let us dive in. Yang, may I have a taste first? Anna's eyes were fixated on the plate of pork knuckle rice, her mouth watering incessantly. Of course. Please take it, Yang Chuan replied, just as Anna eagerly speared a piece of marbled pork and popped it into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, the layers of savory flavors burst forth. The fatty meat melted in her mouth, while the lean meat was tender yet not dry. The braising sauce was a harmonious blend of salty and slightly sweet, infused with complex spices, making her squint her eyes in delight. How does it taste? Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Anna, cheeks puffed out, mumbled indistinctly, Yang, you're absolutely right. Right now, I feel like I could swallow not just the food, but the plate as well. Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng simultaneously burst through the kitchen door, panting as they stood at the entrance, their eyes glued to the pot of aromatic braised pork knuckle on the counter. Wiping his mouth, Pang Hu shouted, Brother Chuan, I can smell that delicious aroma all the way from the dormitory. It's simply irresistible. Please give me a serving. Make sure there's plenty of meat. Hu Junfeng dashed to the cutting board, eyeing the freshly sliced meat. Brother Chuan, let me have it first. I feel like I'm starving. I want extra meat and more soup too. Hey, I arrived first. Pang Hu feigned indignation, using his size to nudge Hu Junfeng aside. I was clearly first. They playfully shoved each other. Yang Chuan chuckled, shaking his head, and swiftly cut more pork knuckle. Line up properly, or no one gets an egg. Before he finished speaking, the two had obediently grabbed their bowls and formed a line, resembling 2 large dogs eagerly awaiting their meal. Chapter 37. The essence lies in the bones. Yang Chuan sliced through again, and amber-hued gelatinous strands glimmered from the cut, as succulent chunks of meat quivered like pudding, sliding into the plate. As the thick, aromatic sauce cascaded down, its rich hue swiftly permeated the crevices of the rice, while the rising steam enveloped the air with a tantalizing blend of spices that danced into one's nostrils. Brother Chuan, could you please ladle me another scoop of sauce? Pang Hu eagerly raised his plate before Yang Chuan, his eyes brimming with longing. The fragrance was simply irresistible. Yang Chuan chuckled and shook his head, picking up a large ladle to pour a generous helping of the broth over the rice. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Watching the sauce gradually spread across the rice, Pang Hu immediately dashed to the dining area, unable to contain his eagerness to indulge. Upon biting into a piece of pig skin, his eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious. Absolutely divine. The pig skin was so tender that it required little chewing. With a gentle nibble, it melted in his mouth, the luscious collagen mingling with the savory sweetness of the sauce, cascading across his palate. The lean meat, tender yet intact, absorbed the essence of the broth, striking a perfect balance of saltiness and subtle sweetness without any dry fibrousness. A spoonful of rice, mixed with the sauce, revealed a delightful harmony of rice and broth, each grain distinct yet saturated with meaty flavor. With each bite of meat and rice, the taste only intensified. Junfeng, holding his plate, looked on eagerly as young Chuan sliced the meat, muttering persistently, "Brother Chuan, please give me more meat, especially the fatty cuts." "Yes, that piece and a bit more." Young Chuan, amused yet perplexed, responded, "Weren't you the one who disliked fatty meat the most?" "That was in the past. Ever since I tasted your cooking, I no longer discriminate between fat and lean." Junfeng quickly clarified, "Your meat is particularly fragrant and not greasy at all. This pig trotter rice is absolutely top-notch." "All right then." Yang Chuan generously obliged, slicing ample portions of meat to satisfy his request, having prepared 2 hefty trotters weighing 3 to 4 kilograms each, ensuring there was more than enough for everyone. "Wow, this is truly exquisite." Although he was mentally prepared, Junfeng couldn't suppress his exclamations upon tasting the pork. The fatty meat had been rendered devoid of grease, offering a silky texture that, when paired with the skin, provided a delightful chewiness and a warm, rich flavor that was simply magnificent. With a loud bang, the kitchen door swung open once more. Julian and Chris rushed in one after the other, followed closely by Marcus and Duke, their chests heaving from their frantic sprint, their eyes fixated on the braised trotters on the cutting board, the quivering skin enveloped in a thick, amber sauce that glimmered enticingly, causing their throats to involuntarily swallow. "Oh my God, that meat is glowing!" Chris exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest. "Form a line, please." Yang Chuan chuckled, tapping the cutting board. Instantly, the group fell into line like obedient children responding to a command. Chunsiki assisted by serving steaming hot rice, neatly arranging it on plates. "Would you prefer more fatty meat or lean meat?" Yang Chuan inquired. "Either is fine." Julian gazed intently at Yang Chuan as he sliced the meat, saliva uncontrollably pooling. Yang Chuan, with a resigned smile, filled a plate with a copious amount of meat, the quantity so generous that vendors back home selling pig trotter rice would surely weep in despair. "Oh my God!" As Julian savored his first bite of pig's knuckle rice, he could not help but exclaim, "Magic! It must be Easter magic." He harbored serious doubts about Yang Chuan's culinary prowess. How was he able to conjure such a multitude of flavors from pork? Each dish was more delectable than the last. He had thought the braised pork he had tasted earlier was the pinnacle of culinary delight, only to discover that the pork stewed with vermicelli was equally divine. And now, with the pig's trotter, the taste was elevated even further. Despite being the fattiest of meats, it had been transformed into a gourmet delicacy. Duke remained silent, his focus solely on shoveling rice and pork into his mouth, the sound of his fork scraping against the plate resonating with a sharpness that went unnoticed as he smeared the braising sauce across his mouth. When Li Hua, with his hair still damp, hurriedly arrived, he found that the first trotter had just been devoured. Moments before, while Chun Siki had messaged the group, he had been in the shower. Upon seeing the message, he rushed over with utmost urgency, but it seemed he was still too late. Heavens! Surely there can't be none left. Li Hua gazed at Yang Chuan's barren cutting board, instantly feeling despondent. "Hey, don't be alarmed. There is still another." Yang Chuan swiftly retrieved the second trotter from the pressure cooker, deftly removing the large bone. "Brother, don't discard the bone. Give it to me. I want to slurp it." Li Hua exclaimed, reaching out to stop him. "Who would throw it away?" Yang Chuan shot him an exasperated glance. "I was originally going to keep it for myself, but since you've asked, I'll share." This large bone was indeed a treasure. The marrow within it was the essence of flavor, and savoring it was an unparalleled experience. "Brother, I want some too." Shinseki chimed in eagerly. Yang Chuan hesitated for a moment before decisively slicing the bone that he had intended for Li Huan too. "Chuan Gu, this is unfair. That was my bone." Li Hua lamented as he lunged forward, desperate to defend his peace. Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Li Hua immediately shrank back, fully aware that Yang Chuan was his benefactor, and he dared not offend him. He glanced at Chun Siki, who was clasping her hands together, her big eyes blinking innocently at him, presenting a pitiful visage. Reluctantly, Li Hua shot a pleading look at Yang Chuan and Chen Siki, ultimately resigning himself to his fate. Here, I've saved you the fattiest part. Yang Chuan chuckled as he placed half the bone on Li Hua's plate. The cut surface of the bone still exuded warmth, the amber marrow quivering like jelly. Yay, Chuan Gu is the best. Li Hua's expression transformed instantly, and he leaned in eagerly to take a hearty slurp. The scalding fat mixed with the aromatic braising sauce rushed down his throat, causing him to stomp his feet in discomfort, yet he could not bear to spit it out. Mumbling incoherently, "This is incredible. The flavor is even more intense than the pork." Chen Siki's manner of eating was far more refined than Li Hua's. She delicately used the tip of her chopsticks to extract the marrow, savoring each bite with her eyes blissfully closed. Ah, the bone. Pang Hu suddenly realized what he had missed. Unfortunately, there were only 2 bones, and he could only begrudgingly consume another bowl of rice. Yang Chuan enjoyed one of the bones all to himself, smiling as he skillfully wielded his chef's knife, slicing through the marrow, which wobbled enticingly, resembling molten gold in its allure. With a gentle scoop of the spoon, the rich fat from the marrow transforms into a silken sweetness, while the savory aroma bursts forth on the palate like fireworks. In the corner, Duke suddenly raises his empty plate and inquires, "Yang, is there more?" "I want some too." Anna mirrors his gesture, raising her hand eagerly. Yang Chuan, with a resigned shake of his head, rises to open the rice cooker, relieved that he had wisely prepared an additional pot of rice earlier. Otherwise, it would have been insufficient for this ravenous pack. Chapter 38. A line of dumpling makers after a deep slumber until 10 in the morning, Yang Chuan rises, yawning and readying himself for the day. The exhaustion from yesterday's endeavors leads everyone to a unanimous agreement. Today, they must sleep until they awaken naturally. As Yang Chuan pushes open the door to the communal kitchen, a robust scent of braised meat envelopes him. Within the pot, the rich broth from last night's pig's knuckle is now soaking large chunks of pork belly, patiently awaiting its transformation into a delectable topping for this morning's noodle dish. As Yang Chuan lifts the lid, steam billows forth, intensifying the mouth-watering aroma. The pork belly, having absorbed the essence of the broth overnight, boasts an enticing sauce-red hue. With a gentle poke of his chopsticks, he effortlessly penetrates the tender meat, revealing just how perfectly it has been stewed. At the bottom of the pot, a dozen braised eggs await, also immersed from the previous night. He deftly retrieves the pork belly, placing it on the cutting board to slice it into evenly thick pieces. The chef's knife, remarkably sharp, glides through the meat with minimal effort, exposing glistening marbling of fat interspersed with lean. Next, he takes out the fresh noodles purchased yesterday from Huagua's supermarket, boiling a pot of clear water before tossing in the noodles. As they dance in the bubbling water, Yang Chuan rinses a handful of leafy greens, adding them to the pot once the noodles reach an al dente state. After briefly blanching the greens, he drains them and arranges the noodles and vegetables neatly in a bowl. Finally, he adorns the dish with a sliced pork belly, a fragrant braised egg, a drizzle of broth, and a sprinkle of chopped scallions, completing a steaming bowl of sumptuous meat noodles. He retrieves his phone, capturing a photo to share with the group, and posts it with the caption, "Today we feast on noodles, first come, first served," accompanied by an image of glistening meat slices and vibrant green scallions atop the noodles. Yang Chuan carries the bowl to the dining area, savoring each mouthful. The broth is fragrant, the noodles perfectly chewy, and the pork belly melts in the mouth, rich yet not greasy. The braised egg is imbued with flavor, and even the greens are crisp and delectable, leaving Yang Chuan thoroughly satisfied. Before long, footsteps echo from outside, and the ever-hungry Pang Hu, rubbing his eyes, ambles in. "Brother Chuan, good morning." "Good morning," replies Yang Chuan. Pang Hu inhales deeply, a look of sheer bliss on his face. "Ah, this is the aroma I adore." Yang Chuan, poised to rise and prepare noodles for Pang Hu, is halted by his friend. "Brother Chuan, don't trouble yourself. Boiling noodles is child's play. I'll handle it myself." "Very well," Yang Chuan chuckles, accepting his friend's kindness. The food enthusiasts from their group gradually awaken and gather for the meal, relishing the unparalleled joy of enjoying a steaming bowl of hearty meat noodles on a chilly morning. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, the group took a brief respite before cleaning the used pots and utensils, preparing to head to the Student Activity Center to make dumplings and simultaneously ready themselves for the afternoon market stall. They needed to bring along the steamer, cutting knife, chopping board, pork, and seasonings from the kitchen, and just before departing, Chuan casually grabbed a small frying pan. Although the temperature remained quite low, the midday sun shone brilliantly as they arrived at the Student Activity Center, laden with bags of various sizes. Upon pushing the door open, Chinsiki's eyes widened in delight. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the activity room and making it appear spacious and bright. Wow, this place is absolutely amazing. It's far superior to the communal kitchen, she exclaimed. It was that the activity room was larger than the communal kitchen. The latter boasted around 70 to 80 square meters, while the former measured only about 40 to 50. However, the cooking area in the communal kitchen was cramped, with merely one stove and a small prep area, making it difficult to work when crowded. Furthermore, it had only a small window, resulting in poor lighting. In contrast, the activity room was pristine and well-lit, equipped with a sink, storage shelves, and cabinets, with long tables arranged in the center, allowing everyone to gather in a circle to make dumplings, creating a delightful atmosphere. Chuan retrieved 10 kilograms of dumpling wrappers from the insulated box, tore open the vacuum packaging, and placed them on the table. Everyone washed their hands and divided into groups, operating in an assembly line. The faucet gushed as each person took turns cleaning their hands in preparation for the dumpling-making process. Lao Hu and Siki assisted him, while Peng Hu and Li Hua organized the dipping sauces and disposable utensils needed for the stall. Julian, you all take a look at the video first and learn how to make dumplings, Chuan instructed, sharing a dumpling-making video in their group chat for the foreigners to view and learn. The group sprang into action, with Chuan skillfully wielding his chef's knife, chopping the pork into mince, and finally dicing the ingredients like cabbage, black fungus, carrots, and chives, which he then placed in 4 separate stainless steel bowls, adding seasonings to create the filling. The vibrant green of the chopped cabbage intermingled beautifully with the pale pink of the meat, while the black fungus, carrots, and chives formed a colorful mosaic. All right, we can start making dumplings now, Chuan announced, positioning the bowls of filling at the center of the long table for everyone's access. I will demonstrate first. Remember, do not overfill the dumplings. He picked up a dumpling wrapper, wetting the edges with his fingertip, his movements fluid and graceful as he scooped the filling, folded the wrapper, and pinched the edges in one seamless motion, the pleats resembling a shell's intricate patterns. Oh my goodness, it looks so easy in the video, but why is it so difficult in practice? Anna lamented as her dumplings lay crooked and misshapen on the board, filling oozing from the cracks. This won't do. We can't sell these subpar dumplings. Save them for yourself. Chuan sighed in exasperation, turning to Siki, please teach her how to do it properly. Julian's condition has improved significantly. Although his technique for making dumplings is somewhat clumsy, he skillfully follows the video step by step, and the dumplings he produces are remarkably intact. Suddenly, Chris raises an oddly shaped dumpling and exclaims, look, I have invented the Royal English dumpling. The lump of dough barely resembles a crown. A splendid invention, indeed, but I suggest you keep it for yourself, Julian replies, chuckling heartily. Making dumplings is not particularly difficult, and soon everyone has become adept at it. After 2.5 hours, dozens of trays are neatly arranged on the windowsill. Chuan stretches his slightly sore back and gazes with satisfaction at their laborious achievement. Nearly 2,000 plump, white dumplings are sorted by filling. The pork and cabbage dumplings are crafted without pleats, while the vegetarian dumplings sport simple folds, making them easy to distinguish. Goodness, who knew making dumplings could be so exhausting? Marcus says, loosening his stiff shoulders, I shall never again complain about my mother's slow cooking. Anna counts the trays and suddenly exclaims, we have managed to make 980 dumplings. That's an average of 200 per person, and that doesn't even include the failed attempts. She eagerly lifts her phone, ready to capture this impressive scene for Instagram. The sunlight casts a golden hue on the dumpling skins, and the young people, massaging their aching backs, exchange smiles. Chapter 39. The aroma of dumplings, it's almost time. We should head down to prepare, Chuan announces, glancing at his watch and calling to his resting companions. The 8 boys form pairs, lifting 4 folding tables down the stairs. Chun Siki and Anna each carefully carry 4 stacked, small round chairs, following behind with caution. The sun is just right, warming their bodies and dispelling a bit of the chill of the English winter. Upon arriving downstairs, they find the Student Activity Center bustling with activity. On a weekend afternoon, many students choose to bask in the sun, stroll, chat, sip coffee, or read. The designated area for students to set up their stalls has already seen several tents and sun umbrellas erected. In front of an empty red tent stands a staff member with a badge hanging from their neck, presumably waiting for them. Chuan strides forward, pulling out the payment receipt from his pocket. "Hello, this is our proof of tent rental." "All right, this area is now yours," the staff member says after verifying the receipt, curiously eyeing their equipment. "What are you selling?" "This setup is quite elaborate. We're selling dumplings, a delicious dish from Huagua." You must be the student who has been quite the sensation on the campus forum these past few days." "That would likely be me," Chuan replies, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Very well. Once you open, I shall come to sample your offerings." The staff member expresses his interest and enthusiasm. "Thank you." After bidding farewell to the staff member, Chun Siki suddenly tugs at Chuan's sleeve. "Brother Chuan, look over there," she whispers. Chuan followed her gaze and noticed a booth set up beneath a blue sunshade not far across from them. A few dark-skinned Indian boys were busily arranging food, and one of them, dressed in blue and wearing glasses, stood in the center. He must be Raj, as his profile picture on the campus forum matched his appearance. Above his stall hung a hand-painted sign proclaiming authentic Indian cuisine, curry puffs, and masala water in fluorescent colors. "Is that Raj?" "Lihua furuit herburoth." What a coincidence. Right across from us. Chuan merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his focus. "Don't mind him. Let's get organized." The group began to set up the stall, with Julian and Marcus joining tables together and covering them with disposable tablecloths. 2 tables were placed inside the tent for the portable stove and steamer, along with various condiments, while the other 2 were positioned outside for customers. "We need to go back and bring down the dumplings and cooking equipment. Anna and Siki, you stay here to manage the stall." "All right." Before long, the boys returned, carrying insulated boxes and various bags. Chuan and Hu Junfeng assembled the portable stove and steamer, preparing to steam the dumplings on site. "Hey, look over there," Chris suddenly whispered, pointing toward Raj, who had been glancing their way. Indeed, Raj, although pretending to tidy his booth, occasionally stole glances toward Chuan and the others. Whenever he noticed someone watching him, he would quickly avert his gaze, feigning concentration on his tasks. "Ignore others," Chuan murmured, not lifting his head as he focused on adjusting the flame. "We'll just take care of our own business." Julian took out the prepared whiteboard and hung it in front of the table, marking the flavors and prices of the 2 types of dumplings. He refrained from writing about the honey lemon water for now, as it had yet to be prepared. He could add it later when it was ready. "Hey, pass me the vinegar and chili oil," Chun Siki requested from Pang Hu. "Sure, they should be in this bag." Pang Hu picked up a bag, pulling out disposable utensils and condiments in one go. Chun Siki took the containers and began neatly arranging them on the left side of the table. "I think we're almost," before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly stopped as a crowd of students had gathered around them without her noticing. Familiar Asian faces mingled with several blonde, blue-eyed local students, who quickly converged upon their booth upon spotting it. "Finally, you're here," Lisa pushed to the front, her face alight with excitement. "Ever since I had your buns last time, I've been looking forward to today." "Yes, yes," a tall British boy chimed in. "The dumpling photos Pang shared in the group looked so tempting, I skipped lunch just to come." A number of students followed, all arriving after seeing the notifications in the group. Pang Hu proudly lifted his chin. "Looks like my group promotion worked pretty well. Then let us get started." Chuan smiled at the waiting students and said, "The dumplings will be ready shortly. Please form an orderly queue." As the water at the bottom of the steamer began to boil, the first batch of dumplings was placed in the upper tier of the steamer. White steam ascended, carrying the fragrant aroma of the dough and the delicious fillings, quickly enveloping the entire square. "How delightful!" The crowd in line expressed their admiration in waves. Across from them, Rajiv evidently noticed the commotion, stood upright, cleared his throat, and began to shout, "Authentic Indian curry puffs. Passed down through generations. Only 25 per serving." A few passing students were drawn to his calls and approached to take a look. Rajiv promptly offered small samples of the curry puffs with enthusiasm. Some accepted and tasted them, nodding politely, yet showed no immediate intention to purchase. They didn't appear particularly appetizing. Pang, who secretly glanced over at the opposite stall. "I've told you several times, ignore the others. The dumplings are about to be ready. Hurry up and serve the customers." Chuan gently tapped Pang, whose head. "Hee hee. Got it, Pang, who chuckled sheepishly and hurried forward to greet the customers. "The dumplings will be ready soon. What flavors would you like?" "We have pork and cabbage filling, as well as vegetarian 3-flavor filling. Each serving contains 5 dumplings for 3. "I'll have one of each flavor, please," said Jack, a tall British lad standing at the front of the line. "Do you need vinegar and chili?" "No chili, please." "All right. 1 serving of cabbage and 1 of 3-flavor." "No chili," Pang, who called out behind him. Julian and Duke carefully used chopsticks to extract the dumplings from the steamer and place them into disposable containers, handing them to Hu Junfeng beside them. Hu Junfeng added a small fork and a tiny container of vinegar to the box before passing it to Jack. Li Hua was in charge of the cash register, with a small cardboard box serving as a makeshift cash drawer. Their operations were as efficient as an assembly line. Jack took his container and sat down at a nearby table. Before indulging, he opened the box to snap a photo. 5 plump, white dumplings were nestled in the transparent container, and through the thin skin, the abundant filling could be seen. He eagerly speared a cabbage and pork dumpling with his fork and took a bite. "Oh my God, this is simply perfection." The moment he bit into the dumpling, the scalding broth burst forth, igniting his taste buds instantaneously. It was utterly delicious. He then sampled the vegetarian 3-flavor dumpling, initially thinking it couldn't possibly match the meat-filled ones in flavor. But to his surprise, it was equally delightful, with a hint of spiciness and a delightful crunch, offering a uniquely exquisite texture. In summary, it was simply delectable. More and more students were drawn in by the enticing aroma of the dumplings, and the queue soon elongated into a winding line. A tall girl wearing headphones even closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if savoring the deliciousness in the air. Chapter 40. Booming business goodness. "It's finally our turn," Lisa exclaimed, tugging at Gina and Emily as they eagerly squeezed to the front of the stall. Gazing at the dwindling dumplings in the pot, Lisa quickly exclaimed, "We need 12 servings. 6 with cabbage and 6 vegetarian." 12. Pang, who surveyed the slender figures of the 3 girls, astonished. "Can you really finish that? There are 3 of us." "If we can't finish, we'll take the leftovers home. We can heat them up for another meal later," Lisa replied without hesitation. However, they lose their taste when cold, Pang, who reminded her, having grown familiar with Lisa. "No wetties. We'll just freeze them when we get back." Lisa waved her hand dismissively. "All right," Pang, who conceded, though he noted that there were only half a pot of dumplings left. "You'll need to wait a bit longer." "Okay, could you please pack up the remaining dumplings for us? We'll eat them here," Lisa said, unconsciously swallowing at the enticing aroma. Indeed, the smell is utterly irresistible. Gina fervently nodded in agreement. "Do you want vinegar and chili?" Yes. We want it all. I want extra spice." Since Emily had tasted the spicy vermicelli buns last time, she had become a devoted fan of heat, and thus was eager for spicy dumplings this time. Pang, who swiftly packed the remaining 4 servings of dumplings and handed them to Lisa. "Here are 4 servings. The top 2 are cabbage, and the bottom 2 are vegetarian. Please go sit at the table, and I'll call you when the next batch is ready." The 3 girls eagerly rounded up the first pot of leftover dumplings, while Chuan and Julian hurriedly began preparing to steam the second batch. All right, with the dumplings in hand, Lisa and her companions hastily found a spot to sit, eagerly opening the 4 boxes to indulge. "I'll try one first." Captivated by the enticing aroma of the dumplings, Lisa couldn't wait for utensils. She grabbed one with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. The delicate yet resilient skin enveloped a generous filling, where the crispness of the cabbage harmonized perfectly with the savory meat. The moment she bit into it, a burst of flavorful broth erupted on her tongue, scalding yet irresistible. Oh, these dumplings are simply divine. Lisa, enchanted by the deliciousness, devoured 3 before she remembered the dipping sauce. She rolled a dumpling in the vinegar dish, and the tangy fragrance immediately filled the air. As she took a bite, the refreshing zing of vinegar was followed by the exquisite filling, culminating in the delightful wheat flavor of the skin, layers of taste blossoming in her mouth. Beside her, Gina and Emily were equally engrossed, both savoring the vegetarian 3-flavored dumplings. As they bit into the skin, the fresh aroma of chives burst forth, followed closely by the crispness of black fungus, and the sweet juiciness of carrots melting on their tongues, an extraordinary flavor that rivaled even the meat filling. The trio was lost in their culinary delight, with even the stunningly beautiful and graceful Emily, resembling a Barbie doll, getting her hands greasy. In less than 2 minutes, each had polished off a box, their eyes now fixated on the last one. Gina, this box contains meat filling. You wouldn't eat it, would you? Lisa remarked as she reached for the remaining box. But I want to eat it. Emily quickly pressed her hand down. Very well, let's each take half. Lisa reluctantly conceded. Gina gazed at her 2 merrily feasting friends, pouting, while turning her head longingly towards the steaming pot of dumplings at the stall. Fortunately, the portable stove was powerful enough, and soon the second batch of dumplings was ready. Shinseki and Anna hurriedly delivered the 8-pack servings of dumplings to Lisa and her companions. Oh dear, do you have any drinks? Lisa asked, her tongue sticking out from the spiciness. I'm sorry, I've been too busy to prepare any. Shinseki replied with a helpless gesture. They had initially intended to prepare lemon honey soda, but they had not anticipated such a bustling business upon opening, leaving them no time for beverages. Well then, Lisa glanced around and noticed the Indian stall across the way seemed to offer drinks. She rose and approached. Excuse me, what type of beverage is masala chai? Raj, seeing a customer finally approach, brightened up and answered in his slightly accented English. Masala chai is a type of red tea from India, infused with precious spices, milk, and sugar. Sound delightful. How much for a cup? 2 pounds, Raj responded, emphasizing his stall's motto of affordability and quality. Then I shall have 3 cups, delivered to that table over there, Lisa said, promptly handing over the money. Raj's expression momentarily stiffened at the order, but quickly transformed into a smile as he replied, Certainly, I'll be right back. As they were in England, the sacred waters of the Ganges were absent, and the spices available were limited, consisting only of a touch of cinnamon and cardamom, resulting in a masala chai that tasted quite similar to milk tea. Unexpectedly, the previously overlooked Indian stall began to see a surge in sales, with students lining up across the way to buy the milk tea. The second batch of dumplings was ready. As the steamer was lifted, a fragrant cloud of wheat and savory meat wafted into the air, creating an enticing spectacle under the early winter sun. The first few students in line instinctively leaned forward, like puppets drawn by invisible strings. I'd like 2 servings of cabbage and pork, called out a boy in a knitted hat, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Behind him, a girl in a camel coat immediately added, I want the vegetarian 3-flavor. I missed out last time. I must try it this time. The 2 tables at the dumpling stall quickly filled up, leaving those arriving later to stand and eat from their boxes, yet they seemed oblivious, their eyes only for the delectable dumplings. These are even more tempting than they appear in the photos, exclaimed a bespectacled girl, seemingly live-streaming as she pointed her camera at the plump dumplings in her box. You cannot imagine how delicious these Chinese dumplings are. That Tom who claimed Chinese food was greasy should really come and taste. Batches of dumplings continued to emerge from the steamer, yet the line showed no signs of shortening, winding all the way to the edge of the lawn. Hey, please bring us 10 servings of dumplings, with both flavors. 2 familiar faces reappeared, Jin Hyunwoo from South Korea and his girlfriend Choi Suya, who had shared a meal with him previously. Can you possibly consume all this? Pang Hu thought to himself, well aware that as dormitory residents, they lacked sufficient space in the communal kitchen's fridge for such a bounty of dumplings. Of course we can, Jin Hyunwoo lamented, casting a longing glance at Pang Hu. You have no idea how much willpower it takes for me to resist entering the kitchen every time I passed by to beg you for a portion of your food. Pang, who chuckled awkwardly and hastened to package the dumplings for them. Chapter 41. The stage is set. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Chuan's forehead. He paid it no heed as he deftly transferred the freshly steamed dumplings into disposable containers. The rising steam blurred his vision, yet his hands moved with unwavering precision. Another 6 portions of cabbage and pork. Pang, whose voice boomed above the clamor of the crowd. He received the containers from Chuan and carefully passed them to the student at the front of the line, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." The line before the stall seemed endless, with no fewer than 50 or 60 individuals waiting. Some stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the proceedings, while others were engrossed in their phones. Yet all were united in their patience for the legendary delicacy. "Hey, handsome, how about imposing a purchase limit?" A bespectacled student finally ventured, unable to restrain himself. "I've been queuing for half an hour, and just when I finally see a pot ready, the people in front snatch it all away. You ought to consider those of us at the back." "Exactly, come on, boss. Show us some mercy and let us savor the dumplings too," came the chorus of agreement. Yes, the folks at the front bought most of it, leaving us with nothing but the aroma. Complaints resonated throughout the crowd, and Chuan, noticing the growing impatience on many faces, pondered briefly before declaring, "All right, then each person is limited to 2 portions." As his words echoed, a wave of cheers erupted from the back of the line. With the new purchase limit in place, the previously stagnant queue began to inch forward. However, as the enticing aroma of dumplings intensified in the air, more and more hungry patrons arrived. Almost everyone dining on dumplings felt compelled to capture the moment for social media, with some even calling friends to share the news. "Hurry to Area C Square. The dumplings here are absolutely delicious. This is utterly ridiculous." Julian, Marcus, and their companions were busily attending to the demands, sweating profusely in the frigid weather. At this rate, with pot after pot being prepared, our 2,000 dumplings might not suffice. "How many dumplings do we have left?" Li Hua inquired, turning back. "About a box and a half. I estimate we have 700 or 800 dumplings remaining," Chris, who was crouched beside the warming box, replied. "That's manageable. Thankfully, we imposed a purchase limit. Otherwise, I would fear the people in line might go home empty-handed." Shinseki chimed in, equally exhausted. "We should have set the limit earlier." Hu Junfeng wiped his brow. "I anticipated some success, but not to this extent." As the line continued to stretch endlessly, Chuan decisively retrieved a small frying pan he had brought along and called out to Duke, "Duke, help me assemble the spare portable stove." A thin layer of oil is brushed onto the bottom of the pan, and the dumplings are neatly arranged within. They are then cooked slowly over a low flame for 3 minutes until the base turns a golden, crispy hue, after which water is added for steaming. A few minutes later, when the lid is lifted, a wave of steam carries the enticing aroma, revealing dumpling skins that are translucent and glistening with an alluring sheen. New item: cabbage and pork pan-fried dumplings, just 3 a serving. Line up here if you want some. Chuan calls out. "What exactly are pan-fried dumplings?" Someone inquires curiously. "They're dumplings that are fried. I can assure you they must be delicious. Let us go. Let us hurry to the line over there." Instantly, the crowd shifts, with many opting to join the line for the pan-fried dumplings. A student at the front soon receives the very first batch, freshly cooked. Overcome by the enticing aroma, he can hardly wait to move away and begins to indulge right there beside the queue. The freshly fried dumplings have a golden, crispy bottom, and as he bites down, a satisfying crunch resonates. The dough carries a subtle char, while the filling, steaming hot, bursts with juicy meat, mingled with the freshness of cabbage and seasonings, creating an explosion of flavor in his mouth. "How do they taste?" Someone from the steamed dumpling line cannot help but ask. "Absolutely divine," a boy replies, huffing out breaths of steam, yet unable to stop eating. The base is crunchy, the filling is fresh, and the broth is sealed inside, even more fragrant than steamed dumplings. The newly introduced pan-fried dumplings attract quite a number of patrons, many who had previously enjoyed the steamed variety returning to queue anew just to savor the fried delicacies. Suddenly, a commotion arises within the crowd. By now, night has fallen, and the campus is illuminated by streetlights. A tall figure approaches against the light, his black coat swaying slightly with each step, accentuating his elongated and upright posture. His facial features gradually sharpen in the glow. Eyebrows like sharp blades, a prominent nose, thin lips pressed together, and a jawline chiseled like a knife. His deep-set eyes glimmer with a cold light, exuding an innate sense of aloofness. Trailing closely behind him are two robust men clad in suits, their presence commanding. Li Hua momentarily halts his money collecting, his eyes widening involuntarily. "B-boss?" Su Yi stands before the stall, his long fingers lightly tapping the table, his voice deep. "How much are the dumplings?" "Queue up." Yang Chuan interjects before Li Hua can respond. His voice, though soft, carries an undeniable firmness. The air suddenly thickens. Li Hua gasps quietly, tugging at Yang Chuan's apron, whispering, "That's Su Yi, the heir of Su Group." Su Yi narrows his eyes, his gaze lingering on Yang Chuan for a moment before he unexpectedly turns to join the end of the line. This action leaves everyone in stunned silence. This seemingly haughty man is actually lining up? "Boss." Li Hua hurriedly rushes over. "What brings you here?" He had indeed jested with Su Yi the day before about coming to try Yang Chuan's dumplings. But he never expected this privileged young master would actually make the trip from London. After all, he was known for proclaiming he would rather starve than eat from a street vendor. Su Yi casually adjusts his cuffs, yet his focus remains fixed on Yang Chuan, who is busily attending to the dumplings. "Just passing by, thought I'd give them a try." Li Hua's lips twitch. Passing by? What tall tale? In the remote locale of Stoke, what incidental matter could possibly warrant Su Ye's personal visit? Yet, he astutely refrained from exposing the truth, merely lowering his voice to suggest, "Shall I reserve a portion for you?" "No need," Su Yi replied, casting a languid glance at the lengthy queue, adhering to the customary order. "Would you prefer pan-fried dumplings or steamed ones?" "You are currently in the line for steamed dumplings, while the adjacent line is for pan-fried. Each person is limited to 2 portions." Su Yi pondered briefly before striding toward the pan-fried dumpling queue. The line advanced slowly, as each fortunate buyer eagerly devoured their dumplings on the spot, with a chorus of exclamations that elicited a slight arch of Su Yi's brow, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes. At last, when his turn arrived, a fresh batch of pan-fried dumplings had just emerged from the pan. "How many portions would you like?" Yang Chuan inquired. Su Yi gazed at the plump, rounded dumplings and replied, 2 portions. "Would you like vinegar and chili?" "Yes, please." "Very well." Yang Chuan efficiently packaged the dumplings and handed them over, his peripheral vision catching the glint of a discreetly luxurious mechanical watch reflecting cold light from Su Yi's elegantly defined wrist. There is only one last batch of steamed dumplings remaining, so those at the back need not queue any longer. Pang, who suddenly announced in a booming voice. A wave of disappointed sighs resonated from the end of the line. Chapter 42. The resurgence of the ugly dumpling as dusk deepened. The dumpling stall remained bustling with patrons, the rising steam coalescing into white mist in the crisp air, mingling with the tantalizing aroma wafting around. "What? Sold out? It's barely past 6. How can it be sold out already?" exclaimed a boy with slightly curly hair in disbelief. "Is there really nothing left?" A girl with a bun on her head tiptoed, attempting to peer over Yang Chuan's shoulder into the insulated box behind him. "I've waited in line for a whole half hour." Several students lingered at the stall, reluctant to depart, having savored the enticing aroma of the dumplings while waiting, only to be disheartened by the news of their unavailability. Moreover, it was only those who had missed out on the dumplings who were hesitant to leave. Even those who had purchased a single portion, yet found themselves wanting more, were equally dismayed. "Please, just one more portion. My girlfriend is still waiting for me to bring dumplings home," a blond boy implored, raising his empty takeout box, his azure eyes filled with desperation. Yang Chuan, exasperated, opened the insulated box for everyone to see. "I assure you, they are truly all sold out." A keen-eyed student noticed several dumplings wrapped in cling film lurking in one corner of the insulated box and immediately shouted, "Aren't there's still dumplings there?" Yang Chuan chuckled helplessly. "Those are the dumplings they made for practice, and they are rather unsightly. Those were crafted by Anna and her team during their initial attempt, with many wrappers torn and several odd shapes, such as Chris's crown dumpling, which were intended to be taken home for their own consumption. Before he could finish his explanation, he was interrupted by the excited patrons. So what if they look peculiar? The taste must be delightful. This is precisely the handmade charm we seek. Yes, yes. We don't mind. Quickly, let us steam them. Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by the ravenousness of these individuals. He turned to his companions. Anna was blushing and hiding behind Chris, who wore a proud expression, as if to say, see, there's still those who appreciate my artistry. Ultimately, these 24 unsightly dumplings were sold at the price of 3 for 15 pounds, just enough to prepare a pot of pan-fried dumplings. Though the dumplings were not aesthetically pleasing, with some having thicker skins, their taste was undeniably exquisite. When will you set up the stall again? Inquired a boy wearing a knitted hat, cradling an empty takeaway box. He had devoured the 3 pan-fried dumplings he had just acquired, with traces of chili oil lingering at the corners of his mouth. He had previously queued for 2 servings of steamed dumplings, only to return to find the pan-fried ones had sold out just as he was about to reach the front of the line. He feared he would miss out on them entirely today, but fortune smiled upon him as he managed to grab the last batch. However, after indulging in the 3 dumplings, he felt even more dissatisfied. Such delicious dumplings were simply insufficient. Let us form a group. If we set up a stall, I will notify everyone in advance. Pang Hu announced, pulling out his phone to display the QR code for the Baozi stall preparation group. Before he could finish speaking, he was overwhelmed by a throng of students eager to join, the notification chimes ringing incessantly. To his surprise, among those rushing to scan the code was Raj, from the Indian stall across the way. After swiftly scanning the code, Raj dashed back to his stall, returning with several cups of milk tea on a tray. The dark-skinned Indian lad beamed with delight, revealing a set of strikingly white teeth. Young, thanks to you, I sold 83 cups of masala water today. These few are for you. I hope you'll set up your stall again next week. Thank you, Chuan said with a smile as he accepted the milk tea, handing a cup to Pang Hu. Want to try? Pang Hu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted it, taking a tentative sip. Hey, this tastes quite good. The flavor of the Indian milk tea was surprisingly delightful, sweet yet not cloying, with the spices perfectly balanced, compelling him to take another sip. Is this for real? Anna also approached to take a cup. The tea was still warm, instantly warming her body, which had been chilled by the biting wind. The group quickly polished off the milk tea Raj had brought, and then began packing up their stall. Li Hua, while assisting in tidying up, stole glances at Su Yi, who stood a short distance away under a streetlight. This young gentleman was elegantly savoring the pan-fried dumplings with a pair of chopsticks he had procured from who knows where, starkly contrasting with the other students who were hastily grabbing food with their hands out of impatience. Boss, how does it taste? Li Hua asked, inching closer with a teasing grin. Not bad, Su Yi replied leisurely, wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief offered by his bodyguard, though his gaze occasionally drifted towards Chuan, who was dismantling the portable stove. The figure clad in an apron stood out vividly in the twilight, with rolled-up sleeves revealing well-defined forearms, and as he bent down, he accentuated a graceful waistline. Li Hua chuckled quietly. He knew this seemingly indifferent childhood friend all too well. To this discerning young master, any dish that fails to tantalize his palate would not even warrant a touch. The food that could compel him to finish would undoubtedly be far more than merely acceptable. After tidying up, Chuan counted the abundantly filled boxes of money, beaming as he proclaimed, tonight, I shall take the helm in the kitchen and prepare a sumptuous feast to reward everyone. Instantly, cheers erupted among the group, their fatigue from the afternoon's labor dissipating. Li Hua scratched his head and gestured toward Su Yi. Brother Chuan, my friend has come all the way from London. Chuan's gaze involuntarily drifted to the formidable figure not far away. Backlit, he could not discern the other's expression, only perceiving his tall and commanding stature, resembling a quintessential domineering CEO straight out of a novel. Would you care to join us for a meal? After all, he is Li Hua's friend, Chuan inquired politely. Sure, Su Yi replied succinctly, startling Li Hua almost enough to choke on his own saliva. Even more astonishing was Su Ye's initiative to assist in moving the table, albeit with a clumsiness that suggested he was handling explosives. The activity room was merely a temporary space, and the keys needed to be returned by Monday, necessitating the relocation of everything back to the dormitory and ensuring the area was left tidy. Fortunately, all the dumplings had been sold, leaving the 4 large thermal boxes empty to accommodate the assorted items. A group of individuals, some dragging thermal containers, others cradling pots or carrying bags, collectively made their way towards the dormitory under the cover of night. Suyi walked silently at the rear of the line, holding a bag of unused disposable utensils. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message from Qian. "I heard someone has become quite appealing." Suyi cast a glance at Chuan, who was leading the way, and discreetly turned off his phone screen. Listening to the faint sounds of laughter and chatter ahead, he subtly quickened his pace. Chapter 43. A catastrophe triggered by a box of stinky tofu upon returning to the dormitory. The group busily organized the items they had brought back, placing them into the communal kitchen's storage cabinet. The cabinet soon became crammed, but the 4 thermal boxes had no designated spot and had to be temporarily stacked in a corner. Chuan surveyed the remaining ingredients in the cabinet, which primarily consisted of durable vegetables previously purchased, along with the assortment of bean products brought back from the Huawei supermarket yesterday. Silken tofu, firm tofu, stinky tofu, and dried tofu. With the recent cold weather, these would remain fresh for a day or two, even without refrigeration. Having exhausted the meat supply, Chuan was disinclined to make another trip to the supermarket. Instead, he opted to redeem chicken thighs, pork belly, and tenderloin from the system's marketplace, mingling them with the other ingredients to pass them off as leftovers. After all, this group of food enthusiasts cared little for such details as long as there was food to savor. Chuan selected the necessary ingredients and placed them on the countertop, donned an apron, stretched his wrists, and then called out to the group sprawled across their seats in repose. "Could a few of you lend me a hand? There are many of us tonight, so let us prepare 6 dishes and a soup." Through this period of collaboration, the group has developed a tacit understanding. The preparation of meals is entrusted to the Chinese students, while the foreign classmates take on the responsibility of tidying up afterward. As soon as Chuan called out, Peng Hu and the others swiftly rushed to his side. Julian and his companions, not idle, proceeded to assemble the tables as before. "Please help me wash the ingredients, rinse the rice, slice the tomatoes, and julienne the onions. Additionally, the scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chilies need to be prepared as well." While skillfully handling the chicken thighs, Chuan assigned tasks to them. All right, the group promptly sprang into action. Suyi stood alone a short distance away, having sent his bodyguard back to the car. He silently observed the others busily distributing tasks amidst the organized chaos of the small cooking station and sink. Liwa, noticing Su Ye's presence, thrust a clove of garlic into his hand. "Boss, you know how to peel garlic, right?" Suyi furrowed his brow at the unexpected clove thrust into his hand. "Here, we have a rule. To eat, you must work," Li Hua whispered, gesturing toward the stove. Chuan took a plate, inverted a small bowl in the center, seasoned 4 fresh chicken thighs with salt, arranged ginger slices and scallion segments around them, and, as if by magic, produced red dates and goji berries from seemingly nowhere to sprinkle onto the chicken. He then placed it all into the steamer. Each movement flowed seamlessly. What seemed a complex culinary endeavor to others became effortless in his hands. Suyi let out a slight huff, but still approached the trash bin, awkwardly prying apart the garlic cloves. While the chicken thighs steamed, Chuan retrieved a block of firm tofu. He sliced the tofu into thin pieces, poured beaten eggs into a plate, and arranged the tofu slices around the edge, creating a circle with one piece placed in the center. After heating oil in the pan, he pressed down on the tofu, sliding the entire plate into the pan, then drizzling another layer of egg mixture on top. He cooked it over a moderate flame until both sides turned golden brown, then set it aside. Next, he chopped a small piece of pork belly into mincemeat, sautéed it with scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chilies until fragrant, then added water, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sugar, salt, and chicken essence. Finally, he added the fried tofu to the pot and simmered it on low heat for 3 minutes. Once plated, he garnished it with a sprinkle of chopped scallions, presenting a simple yet delectable dish of pan-fried minced pork tofu. "Wow, what dish is this? It smells wonderful," Hu Junfeng exclaimed, leaning closer, inhaling the aroma. The tofu, enveloped in golden egg mixture, was visually enticing, adorned with vibrant green scallions and bright red chilies. Its delightful fragrance infused with a hint of spiciness that made one's mouth water. This is pan-fried minced pork tofu. Take it away. All right. Hu Junfeng hastily carried the dish to the assembled long table, reminding Julian and the others not to steal any. The chicken thighs were soon steamed to perfection, and as the steam wafted the savory aroma into the air, Pang Hu curiously leaned in. This scent is absolutely divine. However, with over a dozen of us, will 4 chicken thighs be enough? Yang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle while scolding. How could I not know the measurements? Don't be a nuisance. Go chop your vegetables. He retrieved the steamed chicken legs, briefly rinsed them in cold water to enhance the tenderness of the meat. Removing the small bowl that had been inverted on the plate, he collected the golden chicken juices that had accumulated at the bottom, the essence of flavor. In a large bowl, he combined minced garlic, small chili peppers, a dash of lemon juice, soy sauce, salt, and sugar, then poured in the chicken juices. After adding the shredded chicken, he mixed it thoroughly, presenting yet another delectable dish. Following this, he prepared cumin-spiced meat cubes, sweet and sour tenderloin, and a savory tomato tofu soup, each dish a feast for the senses, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor. It was not until Yang Chuan produced a box of dark, pungent, stinky tofu that a powerful odor erupted in the air. Heavens! What is that smell? Anna exclaimed, pinching her nose. The delightful aromas from the earlier dishes were swiftly overwhelmed by this unexpected scent, leaving the Chinese students relatively composed, while their foreign counterparts were genuinely appalled. Oh my God! Julian gasped, feeling as though he could hardly breathe, and rushed to the window for fresh air. Ha! This is called stinky tofu. It smells foul, but tastes delightful. You will soon grow accustomed to it. Pang Hu laughed heartily at their reactions. Young, never buy this again. Before he could finish his sentence, the smoke detector overhead suddenly blared to life. This device, which had previously remained silent, was awakened by the odor of the stinky tofu. A chain reaction ensued, triggering alarms throughout the entire building, the shrill sounds piercing the night air. Everyone evacuate immediately. The shouts of security echoed from afar. Hurry downstairs, Marcus urged, darting from the communal kitchen. What about the food? Pang Hu lamented, glancing back at the table laden with dishes. Forget it, we'll deal with it later. Hu Junfeng quickly tugged Pang Hu along as they fled. The school policy mandated that when the alarm sounded, all individuals must exit as swiftly as possible. Lingering in their rooms would result in reprimands and fines from security. Amidst the chaos, Yang Chuan stood frozen, still holding the box of the notorious tofu. At that moment, a bony hand unexpectedly took this stinky tofu from him, placing it gently on the counter and covering it with a plate. What are you dawdling for? Suyi appeared at his side without him noticing. Before Yang Chuan could respond, Suyi grasped his wrist and pulled him toward the staircase. The warmth radiating from Suye's palm sent a shiver down Yang Chuan's spine, prompting him to hastily follow his lead. Outside the dormitory, disheveled students huddled together, shivering in the night air. Some wore nothing but thin pajamas, others sported foam in their hair, and a few had facial masks still on, as exclamations and laughter in various languages danced in the evening breeze. Inside the dormitory, the red alarm lights continued their relentless rotation and flashing. Chapter 44. Alarms and Fireworks. Brother Chuan, over here. Li Hua spotted Yang Chuan and Suyi emerging from the dormitory and immediately waved excitedly to draw their attention. However, when he noticed the intertwined hands of the two, his actions abruptly halted, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. You two? Their hands separated with the swiftness of an electric shock, and Suyi let out a cold snort. You certainly run quickly. Li Hua scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. It's a reflex. That alarm sounded like a death knell. Such an overwhelming pressure. My mind hadn't caught up yet, and my legs were already racing down the stairs. As he spoke, he furtively glanced at the two, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, only to be intimidated into submission by a sharp glance from Suyi. After a while, the alarm finally ceased, yet the red warning lights continued to flash, casting a bewildered glow upon the students' faces. Security personnel, armed with walkie-talkies, confirmed that no one lingered within the dormitory before commencing their inspection for potential hazards, ultimately pinpointing the public kitchen. Upon pushing open the kitchen door, a feast of delectable and aromatic Chinese cuisine came into view, causing the tense expressions of the security staff to ease immediately. One of the older security guards shook his head in resignation. Another round of Chinese food. This is the third time this month. Incited? What can we do? Chinese students cook with a lot of oil. Another security guard chimed in. However, this Chinese food does look quite appetizing, remarked a younger guard, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the dishes on the table. As they discussed, they made their way downstairs. Although the alarm was triggered by accident, rules are rules, and penalties must be enforced. Who triggered the alarm in the third-floor public kitchen? A uniformed security guard inquired sternly upon reaching the ground floor. Chuan took a deep breath and stepped forward. It was me. He still wore the apron he had donned while cooking, clearly having rushed down without removing it. The security guard appraised him for a moment and stated matter-of-factly, according to school regulations, triggering an alarm for public facilities incurs a fine of 200. 200? Pang, who exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, murmuring that that's exorbitant. Chuan managed a wry smile, instinctively patting his pockets, only to realize he had hurried down without his coat or wallet. The earnings from his stall were still in a box, temporarily stowed in a locker, and he had not retrieved them. Just as he contemplated asking if he could settle the fine later, Yi coolly produced an exquisite leather wallet from his coat, extracting 450 notes and handing them over. Here, Yi's tone remained indifferent, yet his gesture was decisive and efficient. The security guard accepted the money and departed after issuing a receipt. Thank you, Chuan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he turned to Yi. I'll pay you back when we return. It's a trivial matter, Yi replied with a slight nod. Once the alarm was lifted, everyone was finally permitted to return to the dormitory. Upon arriving back at the public kitchen, Chuan immediately returned the money to Yi. Observing the now cold dishes on the table, Hu Junfeng sighed regretfully. What a pity. They would have tasted best just out of the pot. Chuan chuckled, his tone light. It's all right. Reheating them will still make them fragrant. He deftly placed the dishes one by one into the microwave, bringing the tomato and tofu soup to a boil once again. As steam rose, the delightful aroma wafted through the air once more. The rice cooker remained plugged in, keeping the rice warm and tender. Perhaps it was best to keep the stinky tofu off the table to avoid triggering any alarms, joked Pang Hu, eliciting a round of light laughter from the group. Everyone, please take a seat. Li Hua eagerly pulled out a chair, his eyes fixed on the spread before him. Starving. Yi joined the others in sitting down, positioning himself between Li Hua and Chuan, although the sole dish of stinky tofu was absent. The feast of hand-pulled chicken, pot-stuffed minced tofu, cumin meat, sweet and sour tenderloin, vinegar stir-fried cabbage, and tomato tofu soup remained sumptuous and enticing. Before diving in, Li Hua did not forget to whip out his phone, capturing a photo of the table laden with food and promptly sharing it in the Luxing F4 group chat. As everyone began to eat, the earlier feelings of disappointment vanished. This hand-pulled chicken is phenomenal. The meat was tender and spicy, and Pang, who couldn't help but give a thumbs up as he savored a piece. This pot-stuffed tofu is exquisite. The crispy outer layer and the tender yet firm tofu within, infused with rich meaty flavor, is simply divine. Hu Junfeng exclaimed, his mouth glistening with oil. I could easily finish 2 bowls of rice just with this dish. Anna, upon hearing this, speared a piece of pot-stuffed tofu with her fork, and after taking a bite, her eyes lit up. This is absolutely delicious. Pang, who had a particular fondness for the cumin meat, reminiscent of the offerings from street barbecue stalls, the fatty pieces sizzling with irresistible aroma. Chris had a love-hate relationship with the hand-pulled chicken, finding it spicy enough to make him stick out his tongue, yet unable to stop eating. This is truly devilish food. Could I have another piece? Although Yi remained silent, his chopsticks never ceased moving, especially drawn to the sweet and sour tenderloin, which he eagerly picked up several pieces of. Chuan noticed his actions and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The young master had an unexpected penchant for sweet flavors. The tomato soup was refreshingly appetizing, with the tender meat as soft as tofu. Chun Siki took a large sip of the soup, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. If I could eat dishes made by Brother Chuan every day, I would gladly trigger 10 alarms. Come now, if you trigger a few more alarms, Brother Chuan might just go bankrupt. Pang Hu teased, prompting a chorus of laughter from the group. Suyi felt his phone in his pocket, vibrating furiously upon checking. He found the Lu Xing F4 group chat ablaze with messages. F2 Qianjingi, F4 Lihua, where are you? Did you just post a photo and go silent? Oh, F3 Xiao Mingyu. Zooming in on the corner of the dining table photo, wait. I think I see the boss's hand. I would never mistake that Patek Philippe Nautilus, worth over 40 million. F2 Qianjingi, no way, really? F1 Suyi, you actually want to mooch a meal? F3 Xiao Mingyu, pounding the table. Didn't you say you'd rather starve than eat? F1 Suyi, be quiet. Li Hua caught a glimpse of the reply and immediately leaned in mischievously to Su Ye's ear, exclaiming, Boss, the law of deliciousness has finally arrived, albeit late. You should keep quiet now. Sui narrowed his eyes in warning. Li Hua shrank his neck and made a gesture as if zipping his mouth shut, obediently falling silent. The others remained oblivious to their exchange, fully immersed in the delectable offerings before them. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, filled with laughter and joy. What began as a commotion triggered by the smoke alarm ultimately transformed into a warm ambience of culinary delight. Chapter 45. The Resurrection of Stinky Tofu, He Pingu. Patting his round belly, let out a satisfied burp. The table was cleared, every bowl and plate emptied, even the broth scraped clean. Julian and the other foreign students began tidying up as usual, while their Chinese counterparts languidly reclined in their seats, resting. However, Yang Chuan's gaze was drawn to a plastic box covered by an overturned plate in the corner of the kitchen, emanating a faint yet unmistakable odor. Brother Chuan, are you still thinking about the stinky tofu? Chen Siki inquired, noticing Yang Chuan es fisation. It's just so delicious, Yang Chuan sighed. I bought several boxes. It would be a shame to waste them. How about we head downstairs to enjoy it? Hu Junfeng suddenly had a bright idea. We still have 2 canisters of fuel for the portable stove, and it's been ages since I had fried stinky tofu. I really miss that taste. That's a splendid idea. Yang Chuan's eyes sparkled as he rallied everyone into action. Hu Junfeng swiftly gathered the portable stove, while Pang Hu grabbed a small frying pan. Chen Siki and Li Hua wrapped the stinky tofu tightly in plastic wrap, and Yang Chuan brought olive oil along with his specially prepared sauce. Even Su Yi was handed a bag containing unused disposable containers. The group stealthily descended the stairs, resembling a band of thieves. Julian, Marcus, and the other foreign students hesitated momentarily before setting down their washing and following their Chinese friends downstairs. At just past 8 o'clock, the dormitory grounds remained bustling with life. Couples strolling, students returning from dinner, and boys hiding in corners smoking. Pang Hu and his companions, bearing pots and stoves, quickly became the center of attention. Yang Chuan found a quiet corner to set up his rudimentary cooking station. As the plastic wrap was torn away, the distinctive aroma of stinky tofu wafted through the air. My goodness, what is that smell? Is the sewer clogged? The foreign students instinctively covered their noses and stepped back, some dramatically waving their arms to disperse the pungent aroma, such as the bold scent of black stinky tofu from Changsha. Yang Chuan paid them no mind, focusing intently on heating the oil in the pan. Once the oil was hot, he placed the stinky tofu into the skillet piece by piece. As the oil sizzled, the odor intensified, prompting students passing by to steer clear. However, not everyone shunned it. A Chinese male student with a backpack happened to walk by, suddenly halting his tracks, his nostrils flaring, eyes lighting up with delight. Wow, is that stinky tofu? He approached with a hurried gait, his hands rubbing together in a bashful manner as he asked, Brother, may I have a taste of 2 pieces? Of course, Yang Chuan replied with a smile, deftly flipping the stinky tofu in the pan. As it sizzled, the surface of the tofu gradually turned crisp, and once extracted with chopsticks and placed into a disposable container. It was generously drizzled with Yang Chuan's special chili sauce and dressing. The rich aroma, mingling with a peculiar pungency, created a strangely enchanting allure. Sprinkling a handful of vibrant green scallions atop the stinky tofu, he cheerfully handed it to the eager classmates surrounding him, urging, "Do try it." Pang, who eagerly seized a disposable fork, snatching the first piece. The scalding tofu danced in his mouth, eliciting gasps as he struggled to contain his delight, exclaiming, "Delicious! Truly exquisite!" A passing boy, quick of hand and eye, also managed to spear a piece, savoring it with profound appreciation, nearly moved to tears. "It's so flavorful. Just the taste I've longed for." "Brother, you have no idea. I'm from Changsha, and I've been studying in the UK for over a year now. I haven't tea had such authentic flavors from home in ages." Li Hua swiftly grabbed 2 pieces, hastily devouring one, while passing the other to Su Yi beside him. Mumbling excitedly, "Boss, you must try this. It's absolutely delightful." Su Yi, however, wore a look of apprehension, scrutinizing the dark, stinky tofu as if facing a formidable foe. After a moment of turmoil, he finally accepted the fork from Li Hua amidst his urging. As his teeth pierced the crisp exterior, his mouth was immediately enveloped by an intricate blend of flavors that was both fragrant and pungent. The interior tofu was remarkably tender, having absorbed the essence of the aged marinade during fermentation, dissolving on his tongue with the unique sweetness of yellow soybean, creating a delightful contrast to the outer crispness. What was most astonishing was that Chuan's special sauce, infused with the rich aroma of sesame and the robust essence of garlic, did not assault the senses but rather awakened every taste bud with its harmonious spiciness. After swallowing, the lingering sweetness of the chili oil and the residual flavor of the yellow soybean remained on his lips and teeth, while the persistent pungency had vanished, leaving only a lingering freshness to savor. Su Yi silently speared a second piece, unable to resist. Li Hua chuckled beside him, amused by the sight of Su Yi, a young master accustomed to exquisite delicacies, standing on the roadside indulging in fried stinky tofu. Before long, word of the stinky tofu spread among the Chinese students residing in Area A, and soon a throng of eager classmates surrounded the portable stove, animatedly discussing the street food of their hometowns, the atmosphere reminiscent of bustling night markets back home. Chuan beamed as he watched the crowd relish the stinky tofu, the system notification chiming incessantly in his mind. Ding! Deliciousness value 111. These captivated students, drawn by the allure of stinky tofu, presented another wave of deliciousness value to him. He glanced at the system panel, noting that his progression task had reached 9,381,000, and he should complete it within 2 or 3 days. Not far away, their foreign roommates stood in a row, each displaying a distinct expression. Anna pinched her nose, her beautiful brows knitted together. Is it truly so delectable? Are they deceiving us? I shall investigate. Chris attempted to showcase his bravery, puffing out his chest as he took a few steps forward, only to suddenly turn pale and retreat, clutching his mouth as he gagged at a distance of 3 meters from the frying oil, provoking a chorus of laughter from onlookers. "Hey, Julian!" Pang Hu suddenly shouted. "If you're a man, come and have a taste." Julian, a courageous culinary adventurer willing to sample any kind of food, stood at the periphery of the crowd, his blue eyes shimmering with hesitation. Pang Hu was well aware that the essence of stinky tofu lay in its foul smell but delightful taste. He believed that once Julian dared to try it, he would undoubtedly fall in love with the flavor. Chuan noticed Julian's expression, and a meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Just then, a crisp notification chimed in Chuan's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a random task. Within 7 days, persuade 5 foreign classmates to accept 3 types of odorous food: stinky tofu, snail noodles, durian. Task reward: 1 mysterious kitchen tool, 10,000. Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then revealed an even friendlier smile, his gaze fixed intently on Julian and the others. Julian felt a shiver at Yang's penetrating look and instinctively took a half step back. "Yang, what is with that gaze? I feel you harbor ill intentions." "How could that be?" Chuan replied with a smile that radiated innocence, picking up a freshly fried piece of stinky tofu, artfully drizzling sauce over it. "I merely wish for you to sample authentic Chinese cuisine." The surrounding classmates began to cheer, some whistling while others applauded. Encouraged by the crowd, Julian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and, with a sense of fatalism, accepted the piece of stinky tofu. "God help me," he exclaimed, shoving the entire piece into his mouth. Over the next minute, Julian's expression transitioned from agony to confusion, then to astonishment, and after swallowing the stinky tofu, he thoughtfully smacked his lips. "It doesn't seem bad?" Julian ventured hesitantly. Task progress updated. Stinky tofu 15, snail noodles 05, durian 05. Chuan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the other foreign classmates. Who will be next to try? Anna and Chris exchanged glances, simultaneously shaking their heads and stepping back. However, among the crowd, a towering figure resembling Tyson raised his hand. "I want to try. I want as well. Count me in." With a leader emerging, more and more individuals expressed their willingness to give it a go. Chuan observed the lively scene before him, a surge of accomplishment swelling within him. This was not merely a simple late-night snack. It was a cultural exchange and collision. When the last piece of stinky tofu was devoured, Chuan began to contemplate the plans for the following day. Compared to snail noodles, the flavor of durian should be relatively more palatable. Perhaps he would prepare some small desserts featuring durian. Chapter 46. Where to acquire durian, my friend? You were the one selling dumplings in Area C this afternoon, right? A Chinese student recognized them. Are you planning to set up a stall selling stinky tofu next week? No. It's just that we bought some stinky tofu and didn't want to go to waste. Pang Hu chuckled, briefly recounting the amusing incident that triggered the alarm. Well, if that is the case, we ought to thank the alarm. Otherwise, how would we have had the pleasure of savoring this delightful stinky tofu? Indeed, if it weren't for the alarm, they wouldn't have come down to fry the stinky tofu, and the passing students wouldn't have had the chance to taste it. Advanced task progress, 971-1000. Random task progress, stinky tofu 55, snail noodles 05, durian 05. As he gazed at the stinky tofu feast, Chuan felt quite pleased with the progress of his tasks, although he had already decided to use durian for desserts next. A significant issue loomed: where to procure the durian. In the UK, durian is rather uncommon. Typical supermarkets do not stock it, and only large markets and select Chinese supermarkets offer it. However, the Ronya Trading Company in Stoke-on-Trent clearly did not have it. They had just visited yesterday and hadn't seen so much as a trace of durian on the shelves. The most convenient method would naturally be to exchange it through the system, but if someone were to inquire, it would be challenging to explain, as durian is notoriously difficult to obtain. In contrast to fresh durian, snail noodles are relatively easier to acquire, as convenient package versions are available at Chinese supermarkets. Had he not been deterred by the pungent aroma, he would have certainly purchased several packs during his last visit to Ronya. After much contemplation, Chuan resolved to seek assistance from the locals. He turned to Julian, who was tidying up the kitchenware, and inquired, "Julian, do you know where I might find fresh durian?" "Coincidentally, I do," Julian replied with a smile. "I spotted some at Costco in London, though it's rather pricey. One costs $37.99. "Thank you," Chuan nodded, though he harbored doubts in his mind. London is too far, and tomorrow is Monday. He certainly couldn't skip class just for durian. However, he could check Costco's website to see if they offered delivery services for durian. As he pulled out his phone and began searching for information, he was suddenly startled by a light cough behind him. Chuan turned around abruptly to find Su Yi standing there, his shadow elongated by the light. "The quality of durians at Costco is mediocre," he remarked softly, his voice deep and resonant like that of a cello. "You haven't left yet?" Chuan raised an eyebrow and asked Su Yi, "Do you happen to know of a better source?" Su Yi pulled out his phone and scrolled for a moment, revealing the homepage of a Thai importer. "There will be a shipment of golden pillow durian arriving by air directly from Thailand tomorrow morning, freshly picked. Sweeter and fresher than the Musang King sold at Costco." As Chuan hesitated, gazing at the price tag, he nonchalantly added, "I happen to be ordering a batch of fruit as gifts, just an extra box." Li Hua suddenly poked his head in from the side, resembling an excited squirrel. "Brother Chuan, you can trust our boss without a doubt. The fruit he consumes is of exceptional quality. The Qingwang grapes he had sent to me last week were particularly sweet and utterly delicious. Thank you then. Yang Chuan chuckled, extending his phone. Shall we add each other on WeChat? I will transfer the money to you. Sui nodded slightly and scanned Yang Chuan's WeChat QR code with his phone. Soon, Yang Chuan's device vibrated with a notification of a new contact. The black avatar bore the simple letter X, perfectly embodying his personality. I'll have the durians delivered tomorrow. I'll let the driver know, Sui said as he turned to leave, leaving behind a faint scent of cedarwood perfume. All right, goodbye. Yang Chuan waved his hand in farewell. Once Sui had walked away, Li Hua immediately leaned closer, his eyes sparkling. Brother Chuan, the boss's personal WeChat is never casually shared. You are the first. He must have been captivated by your culinary skills. I knew no one could resist your talent. Look at how pleased you are, Yang Chuan chuckled, shaking his head as he playfully punched Li Hua's shoulder. Hurry up and tidy up. We have class tomorrow. Got it. Li Hua scampered off to gather the meal boxes, bounding about like a lively husky. The used disposable containers and forks needed to be bagged and discarded. Otherwise, they would clutter the space and incur a fine the next day. Returning to the communal kitchen, Yang Chuan neatly arranged the portable stove and pots before taking the cardboard box containing the earnings from his stall back to his room. This afternoon, every single one of the 980 dumplings sold out, including the 24 oddly shaped ones. In just 3 hours of selling, he managed to earn 200, converted to Chinese yuan. That was nearly 12,000. Although he faced a 200 fine due to an unexpected incident that evening, he still came out ahead. After placing the money into his wallet, he fell back onto his bed, content, thinking, the system has not deceived me. The path to wealth is just around the corner. However, the matter of renting an apartment was now pressing. The communal kitchen in the dormitory was indeed too inconvenient. He needed to find a spacious place, preferably one with a professional kitchen and even a small garden. As his thoughts began to drift, Yang Chuan soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, atop the most luxurious hotel in Stoke-on-Trent, Sui stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the night view of Stoke-on-Trent. The sparse lights outside paled in comparison to the vibrancy of London. Since it was rather late, Sui opted not to return to London that night, but instead sought out the finest hotel nearby, checking into the presidential suite while searching for a garden villa in Stoke-on-Trent. He took out his phone and dialed the butler, requesting a location close to SU University. Understood. Sir, the butler replied without further inquiry. Chapter 47. Lazy meat pie and brown sugar water. Putting the early winter morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains as Yang Chuan woke up promptly at 8. Stretching luxuriously, the dormitory was enveloped in silence. The bustling activities of making dumplings and setting up stalls from the previous day still causing Pang Hu and his companions to slumber deeply. Only he, endowed with a culinary genius, was invigorated. The morning air remained quite brisk, prompting Yang Chuan to adjust his coat as he mused aloud. Today, I shall prepare something simple yet comforting. He retrieved 2 pounds of flour from his storage cabinet, pouring it into a large bowl, and added a pinch of salt to enhance its elasticity. Gradually, he introduced warm water, allowing the flour to amalgamate into a smooth, pliable dough. Subsequently, he rolled the dough into a long strip and cut it into uniform pieces, each roughly the size of an egg. After shaping each piece into a round ball, he covered them with plastic wrap and set them aside to rise. While waiting for the dough to rest, Yang Chuan exchanged some points in the system shop for a box of brown sugar, intending to prepare a bowl of brown sugar water with poached eggs. With the recent drop in temperature, this dish was both nourishing and warming, particularly suitable for a chilly morning. He poured clear water into a small pot, added 2 generous tablespoons of brown sugar, and simmered it gently. The rich aroma of caramelized sugar wafted through the air, sweet yet not cloying. Yang Chuan attentively watched as the syrup approached a boil, cracking 6 eggs one by one into the bubbling liquid. The egg whites quickly congealed, enveloping the golden yolks like blooming flowers. Perfection. He beamed at the sight of the 6 exquisite poached eggs, their whites fluffy like clouds, and the yolks at the perfect half-set stage, irresistibly tempting. Due to the pot's limited size, he needed to be cautious not to overcrowd it, ensuring the eggs did not stick together. With great care, he ladled the poached eggs into small bowls, one for each person. the deep red syrup contrasting beautifully with the snowy whites. An enticing sight, indeed. Just as he was preparing to make a second batch, his phone vibrated, revealing a message from a contact with a black X avatar. Suyi, the durian has arrived. When is it convenient for you to send it over? Chuan wiped his hands and quickly replied. Chuan, it is quite convenient now, thank you. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Chuan, I am just making breakfast. Would you care to join? After sending the message, he felt a twinge of regret. Suyi had likely returned to London by now, as he had mentioned having the driver deliver the fruit. Just as he contemplated retracting his message, a response came through. Suyi, I will arrive in 10 minutes. Chuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately hastened his preparations. He took out the leftover pork filling from the previous night, mixing it with chopped scallions, minced ginger, soy sauce, and sesame oil for flavor. The risen dough was rolled into a large circle, thick in the center and thin at the edges. He made a cut at a quarter radius, spread the meat filling inside, folded it over, and pinched the edges to create a beautifully crimped triangle with 4 layers of pastry. He heated a skillet, adding a splash of oil, and gently placed the meat pies into the pan, perfectly fitting 4 at a time. Chuan focused intently on the heat, flipping them at the right moment. Watching as they transformed into a golden hue, their crust crispy and the aroma of meat filling the air. As the meat pie emerged from the pan, its exterior was a golden, crispy delight, subtly revealing the crimson filling and vibrant green scallions within. This preparation yielded a pie that boasted a delicate crust and generous filling, with distinct layers that provided a satisfying crunch on the outside and a tender interior, reminiscent of a millefeuille. While Chuan was preparing the second batch of brown sugar water to accompany the eggs, a crisp knock echoed through the air. Come in. The ravenous guests seldom knocked, allowing Chuan to easily deduce the identity of the visitor. Suyi entered, clad in a beige long coat that softened his demeanor. In his hands, he carried an exquisite paper box, from which a hint of the distinctive aroma of durian wafted. Perfect timing, as breakfast was just completed. Chuan smiled as he accepted the box and gestured for Suyi to take a seat. Suyi's gaze swept over the table laden with fragrant and visually appealing dishes, a barely perceptible eyebrow raised. Did you rise early? It has become a habit, Chuan replied, setting the durian aside while serving Suyi a bowl of warm brown sugar water with eggs, perfect for the chilly weather. His long, slender fingers cradled the porcelain bowl, accentuating its delicate size. He scooped a spoonful of the syrup, gently blowing on it before tasting. The rich sweetness of the brown sugar melted on his tongue, accompanied by a hint of caramelized fragrance, warming him from the inside out. Quite good, Suyi offered succinctly, though Chuan noted he took a hearty sip. The meat pie was cut into smaller pieces and plated, prompting Chuan to snap a photo and send it to the group chat without further thought. You eat first. I'll prepare more, he said, returning to the skillet to fry additional pies. The hungry guests were approaching the battlefield, and he needed to ensure there was enough for all. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Brother Chuan, we're here. Peng Hu's voice preceded his disheveled appearance, as if he had rushed over after being tantalized by the pictures. Hu Junfeng and Li Hua followed closely, equally disheveled, their eyes fixed hungrily on the table's offerings. Apologies, Brother Chuan, we overslept, Peng Hu exclaimed. No worries, breakfast is simple. You need tea assist, Chuan replied with a smile, gesturing toward the sink. Quickly wash your hands, we'll be dining shortly. Suyi sat quietly aside, elegantly enjoying his meat pie, a stark contrast to Peng Hu and the others' ravenous feasting. However, Chuan keenly observed that Suyi had already finished an entire pie and was now reaching for a second. Boss, what are you doing here? Li Hua exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Suyi while bringing over a bowl of brown sugar water with eggs. Suyi merely acknowledged him with a calm, his focus returning to his meal. The meat pie, crisp on the outside and tender within, released savory juices upon biting, the fragrance of scallions perfectly melding with the meat. The oil used was just right, neither greasy nor dry. Even for someone as discerning as Suyi, he could not deny the extraordinary deliciousness of this humble breakfast. Brother Chuan, this meat pie is simply exquisite, exclaimed Peng Hu, his mouth full, as he marveled through a mouthful. How can the crust be so flaky with such a thick filling? My mother has made meat pies for me before, but I always felt the outer layer was tough. The crux lies in the timing of the dough's awakening and the control of the heat. Chuan patiently elucidated, emphasizing that the dough must be fully relaxed. And when frying, the flame should not be too fierce. Otherwise, the exterior may char while the interior remains uncooked. Brother Chuan is truly remarkable, Pang Hu exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. At last, Anna and Julian arrived, and the communal kitchen soon buzzed with activity. Chuan prepared another batch of meat patties and boiled a new pot of sweetened eggs to ensure that everyone would be well fed. This sweet egg is simply exquisite. Anna carefully scooped up a sweetened egg with her spoon. The egg white was delightfully tender, and the yolk was in a semi-solid state. This is a sweetened boiled egg, a delicacy from Huagua, especially beneficial for women, Chuan explained. It nourishes the blood, enhances beauty, and warms the body. You should indulge a bit more. Suyi, upon hearing this, paused to admire Chuan's focused profile before lowering his head to sip the sweetened water. This simple breakfast enveloped him in a long-lost warmth. Perhaps this was the taste of home. As the group busied themselves vying for the last meat patty, Suyi stood to take his leave. The durians have arrived. I must be on my way. Wait. Chuan handed him a thermal container. I packed some meat patties for you to enjoy on the road. Your food is delicious. Suyi's tone softened slightly. If you need any ingredients, feel free to reach out. All right. Watching Suyi depart, Chuan smiled, appreciating the kindness of this wealthy young man. The final food competition at the table continued, laughter mingling with the aroma of the food, warming the winter morning like spring. Chapter 48. Durian Glutinous Rice Balls Deliciousness Value 111. Progress of Advanced Task 981-1000. Quite splendid, an additional 10 points of deliciousness, drawing me closer to task completion. After relishing a simple yet delectable breakfast, everyone dispersed to attend their classes. As Chuan traversed the corridor of the academic building with his textbooks in hand, he felt as if he had become a star on campus, with classmates enthusiastically waving and greeting him every few steps. Hey, Young, good morning. When will you sell buns again? We are all eagerly awaiting. Upon entering the classroom, a girl wearing a beret approached him, somewhat bashfully stating, Young, our club has an event this weekend. Could we reserve 50 buns from you? I'm sorry, I might not have time to make buns this week, Chuan began, but was interrupted by a bespectacled boy squeezing through. Yang is selling dumplings now, the boy exclaimed excitedly. Will you be selling them this weekend? What time does it start? I couldn't help but finish both boxes I bought while waiting in line, and my girlfriend nearly broke up with me because she missed out. I must buy more this week. It's not confirmed yet, Chuan chuckled, a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of his classmates. Fortunately, Chris, the tall British boy, stood in front of him to provide some protection. Haven't we all joined the food stall group? If he sets up a stall, there will be an announcement in the group. Return to your seats, everyone, and do not disturb Yang while he studies. The dumpling stall preparation group has now been renamed by Pang Hu to the Huagua Cuisine Stall Group. After all, if we set up a stall on weekends in the future, it may not necessarily be selling dumplings, but it will undoubtedly feature Huagua delicacies. Chris, utilizing his imposing physique, formed a barrier akin to a wall, effectively isolating Chuan from the others, which allowed Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Chris. The classmates reluctantly returned to their seats, yet the classroom remained abuzz with fervent discussions about dumplings and buns, with some even becoming flushed in heated debates over which was superior. It was not until the professor entered the classroom and gently rapped on the lectern with his knuckles that the clamor finally subsided, albeit temporarily. After class, Chuan requested Chris's assistance in carrying the textbooks back while he made a beeline for the supermarket. Besides replenishing essential cooking ingredients, his foremost objective was to procure the components for crafting durian-flavored desserts. Durian-flavored desserts are quite prevalent in the country, and Yang could effortlessly conjure several ideas: durian millefeuille, durian cake roll, durian pastry, durian tart, durian pancake, durian mousse, and so forth. However, the preparation of these delights proved somewhat cumbersome. The communal kitchen lacked an oven and professional dessert-making tools. Thus, he opted to create the simplest yet most delectable treat, durian glutinous rice balls. He first made his way to the grain section, meticulously selecting a bag of high-quality glutinous rice flour and cornstarch, and casually grabbed 2 large containers of whole milk to ensure the dessert would possess a rich and creamy texture. Next, he picked up some shredded coconut and butter, taking care to check the expiration dates before tossing them into his shopping cart. In the fresh produce section, he was drawn to the fresh beef brisket. After examining a piece and nodding in satisfaction at its marbling, he also tossed in a few potatoes and tomatoes, planning a simple dish of braised beef rice with tomatoes and potatoes for lunch. Just as he was about to leave, the lamb in the chilled display caught his eye. The lamb leg was a vibrant red, with an even distribution of fat, looking exceptionally fresh. Considering the recent drop in temperature, he promptly picked up a lamb leg, envisioning a steaming pot of lamb noodles for dinner. Naturally, he also acquired some dessert-making tools, such as a whisk, glass bowls, and stainless steel mixing bowls. As he passed through the fruit section, the sight of plump, golden mangoes caught his attention, and he promptly purchased 4 pounds. Since he was making glutinous rice balls, a mango flavor would complement the durian nicely. Soon, various ingredients and kitchenware filled his shopping cart to the brim. Upon checkout, he was taken aback by the total, 147, which converted to nearly 500 yuan. Can you believe spending 500 yuan on a mere supermarket trip? Yang felt a pang of regret, but, recalling his classmates' enthusiasm from the morning, he slightly curled his lips into a smile, deciding to bring the completed glutinous rice balls to the classroom in the afternoon, hoping to sell them and recoup some of his expenses. As he pushed open the kitchen door, burdened with bags, he found Pang Hu and the others waiting eagerly. My goodness, Chuan, you bought so much. Why didn't you invite us along? Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng quickly stepped forward to relieve him of his heavy bags. Not too heavy, I suppose. Yang Chuan flexed his wrist and shoulders. He had inadvertently purchased more than intended today, and it was indeed somewhat burdensome. Fortunately, his physique had significantly improved, making the task of carrying so many items back not overly exhausting. Brother Chuan may appear slim, but he possesses considerable strength. Li Hua teased with a smile. Si Chi, please assist me in washing the beef, tomatoes, potatoes, and onions. Fat Tiger, go rinse the rice. Let us keep lunch simple today, with a dish of tomato, potato, and beef braised rice. Yang Chuan donned an apron and retrieved a stainless steel mixing bowl, while Lao Hu and Hua Zai approached to help him open the durian. Wow, is Brother Chuan planning to make a dessert with durian? Upon hearing this, Chun Si Chi's eyes sparkled. Girls often have an irresistible weakness for sweets. Yes. Intento preparar glutinous rice balls? Young Chuan nodded. In my opinion, nothing beats enjoying durian fresh. Li Hua remarked. This durian was airlifted directly from Thailand. It smells exquisite and has no hint of alcohol. Absolutely delicious. I also find fresh durian delectable, but foreigners might not necessarily appreciate it. Yang Chuan chuckled. Once transformed into a dessert, their acceptance might increase. That certainly seems plausible. Li Hua agreed with a nod. Brother Chuan, will the stinky tofu trigger the alarm? What about the durian? Hu Junfeng had developed a psychological aversion to the smoke detector. If peeling the durian set it off again, it would be an unjust predicament. Yang Chuan hesitated, uncertain whether the smoke detector would react. There was no way to predict. How about you two go downstairs to open the durian? You can wrap the pulp in plastic wrap and bring it back up, he suggested, with the preparation of the braised rice requiring his attention. He didn't need to personally handle the durian. He could leave that to Hu Junfeng and Li Hua. Leave it to us. The two quickly grabbed the box containing the durian and the stainless steel bowl before hurrying downstairs. Chapter 49. Mango glutinous rice balls. Yang Chuan received the rinsed beef brisket from Chun Si Chi's hands. Skillfully, he used the back of his knife to gently pound the meat, tenderizing it further before cutting it into evenly sized cubes. Brother Chuan, have the potatoes and tomatoes been washed? Should we peel them? Chen Si Chi inquired. Yes, peel them. Dice the potatoes into chunky pieces and chop the tomatoes into cubes. Yang Chuan replied while continuing to chop the beef. Understood. Chen Si Chi acknowledged, taking the potatoes and tomatoes to the other side of the preparation counter to begin her task. The knife that Yang Chuan had discarded proved quite manageable in her hands. Fat Tiger, having rinsed the rice, stood by watching young Chuan handle the beef. Brother Chuan, this beef seems a bit fatty. Indeed, for braised rice. One should select beef brisket with some sinew and fat. It brings out the flavor beautifully, Yang Chuan explained as he placed the chopped beef into a bowl, adding a splash of cooking wine, soy sauce, and pepper for marination. Fat Tiger, let the rinsed rice soak for a while, and you can start retrieving the utensils. Got it. Meanwhile, Hu Junfeng and Li Hua had already gone downstairs to handle the durian, leaving the kitchen with 3 busy individuals. Yang Chuan meticulously sliced the onion into fine shreds, heating the pan with a drizzle of oil. As the oil warmed, he gently sautéed the onions. Careful not to raise the heat too high due to the smoke alarm sensitivity, opting instead for a slow, gentle stir. The onions quickly became translucent, releasing a delightful aroma. He then added the marinated beef to the pan, stirring it lightly over medium heat, watching as the meat changed color. The rich aroma of the beef melding beautifully with the onions. Beside him, Pang Hu stood ready with a cardboard shield, his gaze darting anxiously between the stove and the alarm, fearful of triggering its sensitive response again. Siki, pass me the chopped tomatoes. Sure. Yang Chuan accepted the diced tomatoes, adding them to the pan and gently pressing down with a spatula to allow the juices to flow freely. Next, he incorporated soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and tomato ketchup, instantly brightening the color of the tomato beef stew and intensifying its fragrance. Why haven't Lao Hu and the others returned yet? Pang Hu glanced at the clock, noting that 20 minutes had already passed. Opening a durian was a skillful task, especially with such premium fruit, as the flesh was particularly rich and required careful handling. After evenly stirring the ingredients in the pan, Yang Chuan poured in an adequate amount of water, covered it, and let it simmer on low heat for 15 minutes before placing it in the rice cooker to steam with the rice. The potatoes, he knew, should be added last to avoid becoming mushy. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open, and Hu Junfeng and Li Hua entered cautiously, cradling a stainless steel bowl wrapped in cling film. We're back, Li Hua whispered, as though afraid to disturb something. Why are you two being so quiet? Are you up to no good? Pang Hu remarked in disbelief. You have no idea. We were downstairs opening the durian, and, at first, it was fine, but as we opened more, the smell intensified, causing passers-by to cover their noses and flee. Hu Junfeng said, his tone laced with concern. Thank goodness we didn't do it in the kitchen. Otherwise, the smoke alarm would have surely gone off. Yang Chuan sighed again, lamenting the dormitory's lack of convenience. Let's just place the bowl by the window for now and discuss it later. He returned to the stove, lifting the lid to check on the beef stew. The broth had thickened, and the beef now displayed a tantalizing glaze. Tasting it, he added a pinch of salt and sugar to enhance the flavor. He then poured the entire pot of tomato beef into the rice cooker, mixing it thoroughly with the uncooked rice, and added just enough water to cover the ingredients. As the rice cooker began its work, Yang Chuan set about preparing the glutinous rice balls. He combined glutinous rice flour, cornstarch, and sugar in a large bowl, gradually adding milk while whisking to create a smooth batter. After filtering the batter into another ceramic bowl through a sieve, he covered it with cling film, punctured a few small holes with a toothpick, and placed it in the microwave on high for 3 minutes. Suddenly, a waft of durian fragrance filled the air. Turning around, he spotted Pang Hu and Li Hua at the window, stealthily indulging in the fruit. Don't eat too much, we might not have enough later. Yang Chuan, with a resigned smile, reminded, while extracting mangoes from the shopping bag. Siki, please peel and dice the mangoes. We shall prepare 2 flavors of glutinous rice balls. Chun Siki deftly took the mangoes, her movements suggesting she had become quite the adept culinary assistant. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan began preparing coconut flakes, spreading them evenly on a plate for later use. He retrieved the batter from the microwave, adding a small piece of butter while it was still warm, continuing to stir until fully combined. Sensing the timing was just right, Yang Chuan opened the rice cooker, placing the potato chunks inside to continue steaming. Once the batter was cool enough to handle, he donned disposable gloves and began to stretch the dough, transforming it into a luscious, sticky consistency. He pinched off a small piece of dough, flattened it in his palm, and placed a generous spoonful of fresh mango cubes in the center. Then, he pinched the edges together like wrapping a dumpling, rolling it into a plum ball before rolling it in the prepared coconut flakes to prevent sticking. Beneath the white coconut exterior, the rich, pale yellow filling was subtly visible. "Give it a try," Chuan said, handing a freshly made mango glutinous rice ball, cut into quarters, to Chuan and Pang Hu. Chuan eagerly grabbed a piece and took a bite. The outer layer was soft and chewy, while the juicy mango filling burst with freshness, perfectly balancing the sweetness of the mango with the sweetness of the rice. "Delicious," Pang Hu exclaimed. "If we could chill it a bit, the texture would be even better, akin to ice cream." Chuan lamented, "What a pity." Pang Hu cast a wistful glance at the communal kitchen refrigerator, perpetually overflowing, making it impossible to store such a large platter of mango glutinous rice balls. "Brother Chuan, one small piece is not enough. Could you please give me another?" Chuan implored, her eyes fixed on Chuan. "The meal is nearly ready. Let us eat first and save the dessert for the afternoon." "All right." In no time, the mango-flavored glutinous rice balls filled 2 large platters. Due to the overpowering scent of durian, Chuan opted to prepare only the mango variety for now, covering them with plastic wrap on a tray, intending to make durian glutinous rice balls later. The rice cooker beeped, signaling the completion of the tomato, potato, and beef rice dish. Chuan lifted the lid, and a wave of steam infused with the aromas of beef, tomatoes, and potatoes enveloped him. The rice glistened with a perfect amber hue, having absorbed the essence of the tomato and beef, each grain plump and shiny. He stirred the rice with a serving spoon. The tender beef chunks coated in a glistening sauce, the edges of the half-melted potatoes slightly crisped to a golden brown, while the tomatoes had transformed into a rich sauce that tinted the rice an enticing orange red. "All right, go call everyone to dinner." "No problem," Pang Hu exclaimed, pulling out his phone to snap a photo of the tomato, potato, and beef rice dish in the pot, promptly sharing it in the feasting group. The ravenous overseas members of the group, having awaited this moment, rushed over with great haste. Chapter 50, Tomato, Potato, and Beef Braised Rice. The kitchen was suffused with an enticing aroma as Chuan ladled the braised rice into bowls. The amber-hued grains were adorned with vibrant red tomato pieces and succulent beef, exuding steam that carried a rich, sweet-sour fragrance throughout the air. "This dish is absolutely delectable," Julian exclaimed, eagerly scooping a generous spoonful into his mouth. The richness of the beef, the tangy sweetness of the tomatoes, and the creamy texture of the potatoes intertwined in his palate, eliciting a satisfied sigh. "I believe it surpasses the braised dishes served in Michelin-starred restaurants." Anna carefully scooped a piece of tender, marbled beef, perfectly stewed to the point where it quivered at the tip of her chopsticks. Upon tasting, it melted into a symphony of flavors in her mouth. Many foreigners are fond of sweet and sour tastes, and this colorful, tangy tomato, potato, and beef braised rice had Chris and his companions singing its praises. The highlight was the crispy layer of rice at the bottom of the pot, which crackled delightfully as it was lifted, with the fragrant char mingling with the beef's savory essence. "Give me some of that crispy rice." Pang Hu deftly used a spoon to swipe the most golden piece, the crunchy grains shattering between his teeth, releasing a concentrated burst of meaty flavor. The kitchen suddenly fell into a serene hush, save for the rhythmic sounds of chewing and contented sighs. Then came a delightful surprise. As everyone finished their meal, Chuan timely presented round, snow-white mango glutinous rice balls, their translucent skin accentuating the bright mango cubes within. "Wow, what is this?" Anna marveled at the plump, pristine appearance. "This is mango glutinous rice ball, made with glutinous rice on the outside and fresh mango cubes inside." "Wow, that sounds delicious. Let me have a taste." Anna eagerly took one and bit into it. The unique sweet and tangy flavor of the mango spread across her palate. She adored the chewy texture of the skin, which was as soft as a cloud. "The mango is so sweet. This is delightful." "Indeed, it's quite good, though it could be sweeter. A touch of cream would make it perfect," Marcus suggested. Chris nodded in agreement. "I think we should drizzle some hot chocolate on top. The contrast of the crispy exterior with the chewy interior would surely enhance the flavor." Chuan's lips twitched slightly. The Chinese typically do not favor overly sweet foods, preferring less sugar, with the highest praise for desserts being that they are not sweet. However, foreigners had a different inclination, enjoying desserts laden with sugar and even adding double cream and frosting to their hot chocolate. Sometimes, Chuan couldn't help but worry about their blood sugar levels. Resigned, he rummaged through the cupboard and retrieved several packets of chocolate spread he had previously taken from the cafeteria, squeezing it onto Chris's glutinous rice ball to create enticing patterns. "How about now? Perfect," Chris exclaimed, giving Chuan an enthusiastic thumbs up. "I would like to ask you all for a favor, if I may." Chuan wore a kind and gentle smile, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Of course. Just say the word. We are absolutely obliged." Chris and Marcus all patted their chests in agreement. Chuan's smile widened even further. "I plan to introduce a new dessert flavor, and I would appreciate your assistance in tasting it shortly." "Absolutely," Chris began to respond, but upon noticing Chuan lifting a bowl of durian from the window, his words caught in his throat like a broken record. "It's fresh durian," Julian exclaimed, somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that Chuan would procure the fruit so swiftly after inquiring about its availability just the day before. "I intend to make durian sticky rice balls. I would love for you to sample the flavor afterward." "Okay." Julian, having experienced fresh durian before, found it tolerable and was quite eager to try. Anna and Duke possessed unwavering trust in Chuan's culinary skills, willing to taste whatever he prepared, regardless of its aroma. However, Marcus and Chris hesitated, the lingering memory of the pungent stench from yesterday's stinky tofu still fresh in their minds. Yet, the unique flavor after frying had left them quite impressed. Ultimately, Chris and Marcus acquiesced. While everyone busied themselves tidying the kitchen and washing the dishes, Chuan swiftly prepared a large batch of dough using glutinous rice flour and cornstarch, intending to make a considerable quantity of sticky rice balls in one go. Equipped with a mixing bowl, a tray, disposable tablecloths, cling film, and disposable gloves, they descended to the ground floor. The sizable group once again set up camp in the open space outside the dormitory, spreading the disposable tablecloth on the ground, and sitting down as if for a picnic, attracting the attention of many passers-by. However, when the cling film was removed from the stainless steel bowl filled with durian, the foreigners scattered in dismay. The odor was simply overwhelming. Chuan chuckled and, along with Li Hua and a few others, began to scoop the durian flesh into the mixing bowl, mashing it into a fine puree with a fork and adding a touch of light cream to adjust the consistency. Gradually, the sharp smell was replaced by a sweet aroma. Chris, who had initially been quite disdainful, expressed surprise. "Strange. It doesn't smell as bad once it's turned into a filling." Just like stinky tofu, the experience of smelling it was vastly different from tasting it. Chuan smiled as he portioned the durian filling, suddenly noticing Anna quietly sampling a bit with her fork. "What do you think?" "The texture is very creamy, almost like ice cream." Anna savored the flavor of the durian, acknowledging that while the scent was pungent, the taste was rich and exceptionally sweet. "It's a flavor I adore." "That's great to hear." Chuan felt relieved and began to wrap the sticky rice balls. His fingers skillfully pinched and folded the dough with practiced precision, and within 5 seconds a plump, round sticky rice ball rested in his palm. After rolling it in a bowl of shredded coconut, it resembled a snow-dusted pom-pom, looking utterly delightful. "One help too." Chun Siki and Hu Junfeng, eager to assist, immediately offered their help. "All right." Chuan handed them the disposable gloves. Though their movements were somewhat clumsy, the experience from their previous endeavor of making dumplings allowed them to successfully craft glutinous rice balls this time. With a larger group, they swiftly prepared an entire tray. "Now, do try it." Chuan offered a durian glutinous rice ball to Anna, who was eagerly watching from the side. Anna carefully accepted the durian rice ball and took a gentle bite, golden strands of durian flesh oozing out like molten lava, enveloping her taste buds with a rich sweetness. "Wow, it tastes incredibly delightful wrapped in this soft dough," Anna exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly bursting with joy. Julian nodded in agreement after savoring it. "Indeed, it is delicious with just the right amount of sweetness, and the pungent flavor has been significantly mellowed." Even Chris, who had initially resisted, found himself gradually captivated by the durian glutinous rice ball and had already picked up a second one to indulge in. Chuan took one for himself as well. appreciating how the glutinous rice skin and coconut shavings balanced the richness of the durian, while the light cream made the texture even smoother. Most importantly, the durian was exceptionally sweet. As a durian lover himself, he thought that the durian glutinous rice ball surpassed the mango variety in flavor. The tray, lined with neatly arranged durian rice balls, resembled a group of plump little snowmen. Unable to resist, Chuan took out his phone and snapped a picture. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked on the black avatar and sent the image. Chuan, the new product trial was successful. Thank you for the durian. It is truly sweet. The next moment, a notification appeared above the chat box indicating that the other party was typing. Sui, save a few for me. I'll send someone to pick them up tonight. Chuan, all right. Chapter 51. Surprisingly popular once all the durian glutinous rice balls were prepared. The intense aroma that had once filled the air had dissipated considerably, leaving only a faint hint of durian fragrance lingering. The foreign students, previously driven away by the smell, curiously gathered around again, gazing at the tray of pristine, round rice balls with expressions of bewilderment. What are you making? Someone couldn't help but inquire. These are a Chinese dessert, durian flavor, and they taste amazing. Anna enthusiastically introduced. Though the smell might not be pleasant, they are incredibly delicious. Really? Doubt was etched across the faces of the crowd, as they found it hard to fathom that such a pungent aroma could yield something delectable. At that moment, a burly student resembling Tyson pushed his way to the front. It was the same one who had tried stinky tofu the night before. How much? I'll take one, he bellowed. Chuan was taken aback, surprised at how quickly a customer had arrived. He hurriedly conferred with his partners in hushed tones. How much should we charge? I think £3 each seems reasonable, Julian quietly suggested. Isn't that a bit pricey? Chuan felt uncertain. It's not too expensive. Just the cost of durian alone is quite high. Li Hua calculated with his fingers. The Thai-imported durians they use came in a box of 4, costing 160. After accounting for the portions consumed by everyone, the remaining durian flesh was used to create approximately 200 glutinous rice balls. Coupled with glutinous rice flour, cornstarch, butter, and various other ingredients, the cost per piece amounted to around 12. Considering labor costs, a price point of 3 is indeed quite reasonable. I too find this price fitting. Chris nodded in agreement. In his view, 3 is exceptionally economical. A simple vanilla cake at the supermarket costs the same, yet its flavor pales in comparison to their handcrafted glutinous rice balls. Not to mention, they utilize only genuine ingredients, devoid of any additives. Do you recall the macarons I brought to our first gathering? They were also 3 each. Anna gestured with her fingers to indicate the size of a macaron, gently shaking her head, noting it was not even half the size of this. Very well, then it shall be 3 each. Chuan decisively established the price. He lifted the tray filled with glutinous rice balls, which were crystal clear and neatly arranged, their surfaces dusted with coconut flakes resembling freshly fallen snow, subtly revealing the golden hue of the filling underneath. Hello, 3 each. How many would you like? Chuan inquired. Let me try one first, exclaimed the tall Tyson. Certainly. As he hadn't brought any disposable containers, Chuan handed him a pair of disposable gloves, allowing him to eat directly. Tyson, unfazed, donned the gloves after making the payment. His hands exceptionally large, stretching even the largest of disposable gloves to their limits. The durian glutinous rice ball, normally the size of an average palm, appeared diminutive in his grasp. He lowered his head and took a bite, his eyes widening involuntarily. The flavor exceeded his expectations. The soft exterior burst in his mouth, releasing a rich aroma of durian intertwined with creamy undertones. The pungent scent transformed into an indescribable delicacy, with the sweet fragrance of durian harmonizing perfectly with the subtle essence of glutinous rice, complemented by a hint of buttery aftertaste lingering on his palate. I'll take 5 more, he mumbled, his mouth full of the durian glutinous rice balls, gesturing with his hand to indicate 5. All right, please hold on. I'll return shortly with some disposable containers, Hu Junfeng said as he dashed upstairs. This dramatic shift piqued the interest of students who previously shunned durian, and they gathered around, clamoring to make purchases. I'll have one. Me too. Anna busily collected payments while Julian documented the orders on his phone. And Chris distributed disposable gloves to everyone. My goodness, this is astonishing. The foul odor transformed into a delightful aroma in my mouth, exclaimed a blonde girl, marveling at the glutinous rice ball in her hand, her earlier disdain having vanished. Oh, this texture is akin to savoring a durian-flavored cream cake. The flavor is truly delightful. She added, raising her hand, I'll take 4 more. Hu Junfeng quickly returned with a bag filled with disposable containers, assisting Yang Chuan in packaging the glutinous rice balls for the students who had made their purchases. Brother Chuan, what should we do with the remaining ones? Perhaps we could sell them in the group? I am sure many would be interested. At that moment, Pang Hu approached with his phone in hand. All right, you can inquire in the group. Yang Chuan glanced at the time. There were still over 40 minutes until class commenced. They needed to swiftly package the remaining glutinous rice balls. There were also some mango-flavored ones upstairs, about 30 pieces. Sell them as 30, he suggested. Got it. Pang Hu promptly shared photos and prices of the glutinous rice balls in the Huahua Gourmet stall group. Pang Hu, new flavor dessert, handmade fresh. Available in durian and mango flavors, priced at 3 each. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Picture of the glutinous rice balls. As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted with excitement. Lisa, wow, these plump little desserts look so tempting. I'll take 2 of each. Lisa, oh no, make that 4 of each. Pang Hu, okay. Gina, I'm not fond of durian, just 4 mango flavor ones for me. Emily, I want both flavors, 4 of each. Raj, oh my, it's been ages since I had durian. I want 10. To Yang Chuan's surprise, even an Indian classmate joined in the rush to purchase. Brother Chuan, Pang Hu excitedly held up his phone before Yang Chuan. I just posted in the food stall group, and already 17 people have placed their orders. The mango ones are sold out, and we've already sold 64 durian ones. Yang Chuan could hardly believe it. He hadn't even reached the classroom, and the glutinous rice balls were nearly sold out. All right, let us box up all the glutinous rice balls. I'll take the ones for our class to the classroom, and the others can come to the dormitory after 4 to pick them up. Yang Chuan planned to return after class to distribute the rice balls. No need, Brother Chuan. Old Hu and I have no classes this afternoon. They can come by any time to collect. Okay, then I'll trouble you with that. Don't mention it. We're brothers. Pang Hu, all classmates from Yang Chuan's class, please reply with a 1. He will bring your ordered desserts later. Others from different colleges can directly come to the first floor of dormitory building A3 for pickup. Jack, fantastic. I'm in Area A. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 52. Main quest at 1:50 p.m. Yang Chuan and Chris arrived at the teaching building carrying 2 large bags filled with boxes of glutinous rice balls. A faint aroma of durian wafted through the corridor. A few passing students wrinkled their noses and hurried away, yet couldn't resist glancing back. The classroom was already filled with about 70% of the students. When Yang Chuan appeared at the door, holding the boxes of glutinous rice balls, the previously noisy space fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into cheers. Young, you finally arrived. My mango glutinous rice balls. Don't push, don't push. Dozens of classmates quickly surrounded him, calling out in a cacophony. My glutinous rice balls. 2 mango ones. I want durian. 4 of them. Don't worry. Everyone who placed an order will get their share. Chris exclaimed, ouch. Who stepped on my foot? Everyone, please remain calm. We have a list here, so line up properly. Those who do not queue will be served last. Yang Chuan quickly raised the notebook in his hand, which bore the order list. The crowd obediently formed a line, with Emma at the front, her golden hair slightly disheveled from her eagerness. Yang, I am Emma. I ordered 2 mangoes and 2 durians. Her eyes sparkled as she fixated on the meal box. Here you go. This is yours, Yang Chuan said, handing her a box containing 4 glutinous rice balls. The ones topped with chocolate sauce were mango-flavored, while those without were durian-flavored. Previously, Chris and the others had mentioned that the mango rice balls were not sweet enough, so Yang Chuan had adorned them with simple wavy patterns of chocolate sauce, which not only distinguished the 2 flavors, but also enhanced the sweetness to better suit foreign palates. Thank you, Emma exclaimed, unable to wait to return to her seat before opening the box. Inside lay 4 plump, white, glutinous rice balls, their translucent skins revealing the golden, luscious filling within. She eagerly picked up a mango-flavored one and took a big bite, her eyes narrowing in bliss. This is absolutely delicious. It's definitely fresh mango. The fragrant, chewy, glutinous skin harmoniously blended with the sweet and tangy mango filling, while the chocolate sauce elevated the overall flavor to delightful sweetness. Oh my! Not only are dumplings and buns delicious in Huagua, but even the desserts are exquisite. Emma couldn't help but exclaim. Chuan nodded, smiling in agreement. Glutinous rice balls, also known as zhuangyuanci, are a traditional delicacy originating from southern China, rich in historical and cultural heritage. Chosen with care by our ancestors, they are always a trustworthy choice. Emma inquired, Yang, are there any more glutinous rice balls? I would love to buy a few more. The texture is just marvelous. A classmate who had only purchased one to taste had already begun to regret not buying more. Chuan shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, but didn't T make many? We're already sold out. Oh no, what a pity. Emma initially intended to take the durian rice balls home, but after tasting the sweet and tangy mango flavor, her appetite was thoroughly stimulated. The faint aroma of durian was simply irresistible. Unlike those unseasoned classmates, she had long savored the delectable nature of durian, which lingered in her memory. Emma took out a durian rice ball and took a hearty bite. The flavor of durian was entirely different from mango. Its rich and intense fragrance spread through her mouth, with the sweetness of glutinous rice and coconut perfectly mingling with the dense creaminess of the durian, providing an unexpectedly delightful experience. Glancing at the remaining 2 rice balls in the box, she shook her head resolutely. I must not eat any more. I will take them home to refrigerate. Yang had mentioned that this dessert would taste even better after being chilled in the refrigerator. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ishida Jun excitedly said to Sato Hidataka, Sato-kun, this durian rice ball is incredibly delicious. Are you sure you don't want one? Since the last competition of buns ended in failure, Sato Hito instructed Ishida Jun to secretly infiltrate Yang Chuan's WeChat group to gain insights. Ishida Jun had remained a silent observer until today, when he could no longer contain himself. A fervent lover of durian, he succumbed to temptation upon seeing durian sticky rice balls for sale in the group and promptly ordered 2. Durian is notoriously difficult to find in the UK, and he simply cannot resist its exquisite aroma. As soon as he received his order, he devoured one, and it was truly delectable, authentically crafted with the freshest and finest quality durian. Some people truly lack worldly experience. How can such inexpensive snacks be considered gourmet? Sato Hito cast a disdainful glance at Ishida Jun, remarking that later that evening they would indulge in exquisite kaiseki cuisine, where Master Yasui's matcha daifuku would be the pinnacle of culinary delight. But it's durian, Ishida Jun murmured quietly. He was tired of matcha daifuku, which paled in comparison to durian sticky rice balls. He refrained from further persuasion and indulged in another durian sticky rice ball. Sato Hito shot him an annoyed look. Yet as he caught a whiff of the durian's unique, rich fragrance, he involuntarily swallowed. Yang Chuan was oblivious to the interaction between the 2 students from the land of the rising sun. He was comfortably seated, delighting in the rewards from the system. Ding! Deliciousness value 111. This wave of enthusiastic classmates had allowed him to successfully complete his advancement task. Fortunately, Chris was present. Otherwise, Yang Chuan would have struggled to manage alone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement task. Ingredient perception has been granted. Instantly discern the quality of ingredients, ensuring the selection of the freshest and finest materials at any time and place. The main quest has officially commenced. Please utilize the internet to publish videos or live broadcasts of Huaxia cuisine to further expand its influence and gain reputation points. The reputation point marketplace has been opened, allowing for the exchange of various special items. Please check the specifics yourself. Curiously, Yang Chuan opened the marketplace, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Chapter 53, The Golden Legend. Upon accessing the reputation marketplace, a semi-transparent virtual interface unfolded before Yang Chuan's eyes, with the most conspicuous feature being a large spinning wheel at the top, divided into 5 segments marked with different colored rewards. The white segment, 50, thank you for your patronage. The red segment, 20 ancient recipe legacy. The blue segment, 20 health-conscious medicinal cuisine. The gold segment, 5 chef series items. The silver segment, 5 random items. The center of the wheel displayed. Each spin costs 10,000 reputation points. Current reputation points, 0. The odds of winning seem rather bleak, and I have no reputation points at all, Chuan thought with a tinge of disappointment. Shifting his gaze to the dazzling array of products displayed beneath the spinning wheel. To his surprise, all the reward items he had glimpsed on the spinning wheel could be directly exchanged for prestige points here, albeit at a rather steep price. Kung Fu Cuisine Series, 30,000 prestige points. Buddha jumps over the wall, pagoda meat, boiled cabbage for treasure set, large shrimp, and sea cucumber. Manchu an Imperial Feast Series, 30,000 prestige points. 8 treasure wild duck, Buddha hand golden roll, stir-fried squid strips, embroidered ball, and dried scallops. Stir-fried pearl chicken, creamy fish fillet. Nutritional medicinal recipes series, 30,000 prestige points. Calcinated stone and Ju Ming porridge, summer grass pork soup, fried pork ribs with ho shao, spiced salted shrimp chips. Centennial medicinal materials, 50,000 prestige points. Ginseng, angelica, deer antler, lingji, snow lotus, planago seed. Culinary Master Series items, 50,000 prestige points. Culinary Master food truck, Culinary Master refrigerator, Culinary Master freezer, and other professional equipment. Chuan noted that these recipes were far more than mere culinary instructions. According to the system's prompt upon exchange, he would receive a comprehensive infusion of complete preparation methods, techniques, and the expertise of a culinary master. In other words, once the exchange was successful, these skills would be indelibly etched into his mind and muscle memory, as if they were innate. No wonder the prices were so exorbitant, he murmured to himself, recalling the culinary skills bestowed upon him by the novice gift pack, which only encompassed simple home-cooked dishes. He acknowledged that while they had significantly improved his culinary abilities, they paled in comparison to the high-end dishes available in the marketplace. Nevertheless, for the time being, his reliance on the system's home-style recipes sufficed, and he felt no urgency to exchange for the more sophisticated dishes. What captivated him most at the moment was the nutritional medicinal recipes, as his grandmother, being of advanced age, would greatly benefit from some medicinal dishes to bolster her health. The medicinal recipes provided by the system were undoubtedly extraordinary, especially with the specially prepared accompanying herbs, ensuring potent effects. It seemed imperative to research the possibilities of creating videos and live streams upon his return, Chuan pondered inwardly. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Prestige Mall first launch benefit, granting 3 free lottery chances. Would you like to use them immediately? Such delightful news. He realized that any hesitation would be a disservice to his benefactor, the system. Draw he must draw. Chuan's heart soared with joy, urging the system to initiate the draw without delay. The wheel dazzled with radiant effects as the pointer spun rapidly, then gradually slowed in its pace. Any outcome would suffice. Just not thank you for your patronage. Chuan clasped his hands beneath the table, fervently reciting his wish. However, as fate would have it, the pointer came to a halt in the white area marked "Thank you for your patronage." Chuan's heart sank, but with 2 chances remaining, he gritted his teeth and continued to draw. The wheel spun once more, and ultimately, the pointer landed on the red zone, bearing the inscription of ancient culinary heritage recipe. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won the first prize, 8 treasure gourd duck. The 8 treasure gourd duck is a time-honored dish, meticulously crafted, and a quintessential example of Kung Fu cuisine. To his astonishment, he had indeed drawn this remarkable dish. The methods and techniques for preparing the 8 treasure gourd duck have firmly lodged themselves in Chuan's mind. The essence of this dish lies in preserving the integrity of the duck's skin and flesh while carefully extracting the bones through a small incision on the duck's neck. The objective is to ensure that bones are devoid of meat, meat is free from bones, and the skin remains unbroken, showcasing the chef's meticulous knife skills and precise bone removal techniques. Following this, a medley of glutinous rice, fox nuts, lotus seeds, chestnuts, red dates, shiitake mushrooms, ham, and barley must be artfully packed into the duck, transforming it into a gourd shape. This intricate process requires the chef's undivided attention for over an hour, testing not only technical prowess but also endurance and patience. When the finished product is sliced open, the 8-treasure filling, infused with the fragrant essence of duck fat, offers a unique experience with every bite. The imagery in Chuan's mind made him involuntarily swallow, yearning to prepare a duck immediately. Fortunately, he remembered it was still class time, and he suppressed his excitement to participate in one last lottery draw. As the wheels spun, the pointer gradually came to a halt, and a golden light flashed across the screen. Wow, golden legend. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the grand prize, a chef's food truck. The reward has been placed in the system's temporary warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. The food truck is equipped with a complete set of appliances: frying pan, grill, skillet, oven, heater, salad maker, refrigerator, freezer, microwave, and soup pot. Additionally, we have synchronized the following for you: catering service license, food truck permit, street vendor license, health permit, parking permit, seller's permit, campus parking permit, and your personal health certificate. Employee health certificates must be obtained independently. Wow, system, you're incredibly considerate. I adore you. On the surface, Chuan appeared composed, but internally, he felt like a screaming chicken, fervently cheering for his system. It is essential to recognize that Chuan currently faces a significant challenge: the random task requiring him to prepare snail rice noodles. Compared to the pungent odor of snail rice noodles, stinky tofu and durian seem like mere trifles. Attempting to concoct snail rice noodles in the communal kitchen of his dormitory is utterly impossible, as the overly sensitive smoke detector would undoubtedly raise a ruckus. The system allocated only 7 days for this task. Although he contemplated moving out, it would not happen that swiftly. The arrival of the food truck truly alleviated his pressing dilemma. However, a crucial question suddenly dawned on him. System, I can't just take this food truck and place it in the school, can I? This isn't something as trivial as a piece of pork that can be easily acquired. Moreover, with so many permits, I've only been in the UK for less than a month. If someone inquires, I wouldn't know how to respond. Ding! The system can arrange for a company that handles food truck operations to provide home delivery service. All permits will be processed by this company for a service fee of 1,000 delicious points. What? I have only earned a total of 1047 delicious points. And you want to duck so much at once? Chuan, feeling desperate, softened his tone and pleaded, Master, please, I beg you. Just give me a discount. One cannot help but remark on the unwavering integrity shared amongst Chuan and his companions. Yet, the system remained cold and unyielding, ignoring his entreaties entirely. With no other recourse, Chuan begrudgingly acquiesced. Beep. 1,000 delicious points have been deducted. The culinary vehicle will arrive around 8 p.m. tonight. Please prepare to receive it. Very well. The remaining 47 points of deliciousness would suffice to procure the ingredients for making snail noodles. Random task progress: stinky tofu 55, durian 55, snail noodles 05. It would seem that his foreign brethren would have to endure a less than ideal dining experience. Seated next to Chuan, Chris suddenly shivered as he diligently attended the class. Chapter 54. Lamb noodles. The food truck would not arrive until 8 p.m., rendering the prospect of enjoying snail noodles tonight impossible. Nevertheless, dinner must still be attended to. After class, Chuan returned to the dormitory with a light step, eager to prepare for the evening meal. He had purchased a leg of lamb at the supermarket earlier that day and needed to start stewing it without delay. The chill in the air was intensifying, and the thought of savoring a steaming bowl of lamb noodles was utterly delightful. However, as Chuan retrieved the bag containing the leg of lamb from his storage locker, he paused, taken aback by the faint green glow enveloping it. He rubbed his eyes and focused again, noticing a line of small text hovering above the lamb. Fresh leg of lamb, freshness 85, fat distribution even, meat quality superb, in optimal condition for consumption. It dawned on him that this was a new ability, gifted by the system upon completing an advanced task: ingredient perception. It seemed rather useful. He then glanced at the other ingredients in the locker, most of which emanated a green glow, except for a solitary carrot, which shone with an orange-red hue. He promptly retrieved the carrot for closer inspection. Carrot freshness 34, partially rotten due to impact, can still be consumed after removing the rotten sections, but internal dehydration has resulted in a poor texture. Indeed, the system's assessment was spot on. The lower half of the carrot bore marks of impact and had begun to decay after a few days of storage. Brother Chuan, what are you staring at the carrot for? Peng Hu and Hu Junfeng entered, followed closely by Chen Siki and Li Hua, who had just finished class as well. Nothing much. This carrot has gone bad, Yang Chuan replied, snapping back to reality as he tossed the carrot into the compost bin. Even after removing the rotten parts, the remaining sections were unpalatable and not worth consuming. Peng Hu paid no mind and placed a plastic bag on the table, the coins inside clinking merrily. Aside from the 6 durian glutinous rice balls you asked me to keep, everything else has been sold. The money is all here. He puffed out his chest proudly, eager for praise. Hu Junfeng followed closely behind, presenting a lock container that held 6 glutinous rice dumplings filled with durian, specially reserved for Su Yi by Yang Chuan. The surface of the dumplings shimmered with a green hue, indicating their remarkable freshness. In contrast, the kitchen waste bin was filled with banana peels and other refuse, all enveloped in an orange or red glow, unmistakably in the throes of decay. Yang Chuan had nearly mastered this newfound ability, just as the system had described. By observing the luminous colors emitted by the ingredients, he could instantly discern their quality. A focused gaze revealed even more detailed information about the ingredients, proving to be remarkably convenient. In the future, grocery shopping would save a considerable amount of time in selecting ingredients. You've all worked hard. Tonight, I shall surprise you, Yang Chuan remarked, winking mischievously at the two. What surprise? Is there an extra meal in store? Chen Siki's eyes sparkled with excitement. You'll find out tonight, Yang Chuan replied, shaking his head with a smile, deliberately teasing them. All right then, please chop the scallions and ginger. You'll be the first to enjoy the lamb soup. Observing the girl's cheeks puffing up in anticipation, Yang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. That's more like it. Chen Siki immediately donned a bright smile and skipped off to prepare the ingredients. Brother Chuan, is there anything I can assist with? Peng Hu inquired, rolling up his sleeves. Please fetch the mixing bowl and flour, Yang Chuan instructed as he deftly removed the lamb leg bone, the knife gliding through the meat with a delightful rustling sound. Brother Chuan, your knife skills are truly exceptional. Peng Hu soon returned with the items, marveling at Yang Chuan's dexterity. Want to learn? I can teach you. No, I think I'll pass. I lack the talent, Peng Hu replied, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. Yang Chuan chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Then please wash the lamb carefully and soak it for about 10 minutes. Hee, I can handle that, Peng Hu exclaimed, placing the meat and bones in a bowl and dashing to the sink to wash them. Yang Chuan added salt to the water, stirred it well, then poured it over the flour, kneading it into a smooth dough, which he covered with plastic wrap to rest for 30 minutes. By this time, the lamb had soaked sufficiently, and Yang Chuan placed the lamb and bones into a pot of cold water, adding ginger slices and cooking wine to eliminate the odor. In no time, the water boiled, and Yang Chuan skimmed off the foam with a spoon before transferring the entire pot of stewed lamb and bones into a pressure cooker, along with scallions, ginger slices, white pepper, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and ground chili. Among these, the ground chili was paramount. As recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica, is a small variety from the northern regions, growing close to the ground, with a slightly spicy flavor. Locals use it to enhance the taste of lamb, making it particularly fragrant. After setting the pressure cooker, Yang Chuan retrieved the rested dough, kneading it repeatedly on the countertop. The dough was obedient in his hands, transforming into a thin, round sheet with just a few rolls. He sprinkled a bit of flour to prevent sticking, folded the dough, and cut it into fine strips. After cutting the noodles, a sprinkling of dry flour was applied once more. A gentle shake of the hand effortlessly separated them into exquisite, elastic handmade noodles. However, Yang Chuan did not hasten to place the noodles into the pot, for they cooked rather swiftly. He intended to wait until the lamb was tender before adding them. Shall we? Yang Chuan eagerly took out his phone, yearning to experience the exhilarating thrill of being carried in the game. Absolutely, Peng Hu promptly responded, swiftly logging into the game. Wild King will carry you. Just lie back and enjoy. Brother Chuan, you should choose a Yao sister to hang on my head. I guarantee I'll carry, Hu Junfeng proclaimed with utmost confidence. Hey, who do you look down upon? Yang Chuan retorted indignantly. I am, at the very least, at the silver 3 level. Indeed, the kind at 0-10, Chen Siki mercilessly quipped. Li Hua added with a sharp remark. Moreover, during your last game, as Zhenji, you couldn't even cast your skills accurately. I'd already left the opponent with scant health, and when I called for you to finish them off, you managed to waste your skills, nearly allowing the opponent to escape with a flicker. Enough of this. Young Chuan exclaimed. Do you still want to eat lamb noodles? Daddy, I was wrong. Chen Siki and Li Hua instantly knelt in contrition. Ultimately, Yang Chuan chose Yao, achieving a glorious victory with a record of 173, while Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng's dual C combination swept through the opposing team. It was undoubtedly his best performance to date, truly a cause for celebration. Chapter 55. The lamb is exquisite. Having concluded a thrilling battle, Yang Chuan joyfully approached the pressure cooker. The cooker had switched to the keep warm setting, indicated by a glowing green light, signifying that the lamb was ready. He deftly unplugged the device and twisted the knob to lift the lid, releasing a rich aroma of lamb that surged forth like a tidal wave, eliciting salivation. The broth inside the pressure cooker exhibited an alluring milky white hue, while the lamb shank quivered gently in the soup, its surface glistening with a lustrous sheen. Yang Chuan prodded the lamb with chopsticks. The meat had become so tender that it yielded effortlessly to the slightest poke. He retrieved a generous piece of lamb, skin intact, and with a deft motion of knife, neatly arranged uniformly thick slices on the cutting board. Wow, this is incredibly fragrant. Pang Hu floated over, his eyes glued to the succulent lamb, swallowing repeatedly. Hu Junfeng hastily opened the window to its fullest, fearful of triggering the sensitive smoke alarm. Daddy, you promised I could taste it first. Chen Siki clasped her hands and looked toward Yang Chuan, her face brimming with anticipation for the lamb soup. Patience, he replied, adding 2 spoonfuls of salt and a sprinkle of pepper to the lamb broth for seasoning. He then took a small bowl, filled it with the milky broth, added 2 or 3 slices of lamb, topped it with a handful of chopped scallions, and included a spoonful of her beloved Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. He took a small sip for tasting, knowing the noodles would be ready shortly. The vibrant red chili oil swirled atop the milky soup, creating a delightful contrast with the emerald green scallions. Thank you, Daddy, Chen Siki exclaimed as she accepted the bowl, her eyes widening with delight. She blew gently on the lamb soup before eagerly taking a sip. It's so delicious. The milky white lamb soup glides smoothly onto the palate, its delightful flavor imbued with a subtle hint of spices, while a comforting warmth spreads from the throat to the stomach, enveloping the entire being in a cozy embrace. Dad, I want some too. Pang Hu eagerly leaned forward. Patience, you've finished your soup. What shall I use to make lamb noodles? Yang Chuan chuckled as he gently pushed him aside, turning to send a message summoning Julian and the others. Pang Hu, filled with envy and jealousy, cast a longing glance at Chen Siki, who was blissfully savoring her lamb soup. He took out his phone, snapped a picture of her bowl, and posted it in the group chat. Pang Hu, the lamb noodles will be ready soon. Hurry over. Otherwise, they might be entirely consumed by someone. Image of Chen Siki reveling in her soup. Almost instantly, the chat erupted with excitement. Julian, on my way. Anna, wait for me. Chris, please save some for me. Just as Pang Hu set his phone down, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. He looked up in surprise to find Julian breathless at the door, his golden curls tousled from the sprint. How did you arrive so swiftly? Did you teleport? Pang Hu asked in astonishment. Didn't you say it would be gone soon? The foreigner, unfamiliar with the nuances of Chinese hyperbole, took Pang Hu's alarming words at face value, prompting an immediate rush to ensure they would not miss out on the delectable dish. Another wave of footsteps signaled the arrival of Marcus and Duke. Duke and I were downstairs smoking. The aroma drew us up, and upon seeing the message, we dashed right up. Marcus boasted, waving his phone triumphantly. Your sense of smell rivals that of a bloodhound. Yang Chuan silently scoffed, though his hands continued to work diligently. The water in the pot had come to a vigorous boil, and Chuan deftly tossed in the hand-pulled noodles. The moment the noodles hit the water, the formerly stiff strands transformed into a supple and lively mass, swirling and tumbling in the boiling liquid. The noodles were soon ready. Chuan lifted a strand with his chopsticks, tasting it to find the perfect chewiness and texture. He swiftly scooped the noodles into a large bowl, ladling in several spoonfuls of the milky lamb soup, then artfully arranged slices of lamb on top, finishing with a sprinkle of chopped green onions. The chili sauce is over there. Add as much as you like. Chuan gestured towards the table where Lao Gama sat. Finally, Pang, who received his bowl of lamb noodle soup, he lifted a strand with his chopsticks, blew on it gently, and brought it to his mouth. The nutty flavor of the noodles combined with the rich essence of the lamb soup burst forth, the chewy texture compelling him to savor even more. "Hey, Pang, how does it taste?" Julian inquired, approaching with his own bowl, noticing Pang, who immersed in his meal. "You'll know once you take a bite," Pang, who replied, immediately returning to his feast, oblivious to anything else. Julian still struggled with chopsticks, opting instead for a fork to twirl his noodles, and could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God!" He had long been captivated by Chuan's culinary prowess, though he had mentally prepared himself, anticipating that the lamb noodles would rival the previous dishes. He was nonetheless astonished by the exquisite flavor of the bowl before him. The seemingly mild broth concealed an indescribable richness, its freshness almost overwhelming. The noodles were delightfully chewy and smooth, but the most remarkable aspect was the lamb, which had been stewed to perfection, melting in the mouth, rich yet not greasy, lean yet tender, the savory essence lingering tantalizingly on the palate. How could this lamb be so tender and devoid of any gamey taste? Julian inquired in astonishment. "Young, you must tell me honestly, did you employ some sorcery from Huagua?" Typically, lamb in their region was prepared through roasting, and this was his first encounter with boiled lamb that bore no trace of unpleasant odor, merely a subtle hint of the meat's unique flavor. "I've said it many times, there is no magic in Huagua," Chuan replied, exasperated. These foreigners were so steeped in stereotypes, believing that every person from Huagua possessed martial arts skills, magical abilities, or curses. It is merely the special spices from Huagua that perfectly eliminate the lamb's gamey taste. Pang, who chimed in proudly from the side. "Brother Chuan even soaked the lamb for an extended period to draw out the blood. You certainly wouldn't do that here, would you?" At that moment, Anna and Chris finally arrived. The dining area soon filled with patrons, each cradling a steaming bowl of lamb noodles, their brows glistening with perspiration from the heat. "Take your time. No one is competing with you. There's plenty of noodles and broth to go around," Chuan said with a sigh. He brought over 2 platters of freshly sliced lamb, having prepared 2 types of dipping sauces, one salty, made with soy sauce, and the other sweet, crafted from sweet bean sauce. Naturally, there was also a dish of Chun Siki's beloved Lao Gan chili sauce. "I declare, from this day forth, lamb shall be my favorite meat," Marcus, a Frenchman, remarked. In his homeland, lamb was rarely consumed, and when it was typically in the form of a whole roast or lamb chops. However, after indulging in Chuan's lamb noodles, he became an ardent admirer of the meat, devouring bite after bite without pause. Anna even finished her broth completely, raising her empty bowl and exclaiming, "It's so delicious, Yang. Please give me another bowl." "Me too, me too," came the chorus of requests. "You shall all have more. Do not fret." The kitchen soon resonated with the sounds of slurping noodles and satisfied sighs. Chuan observed his joyful foreign friends, a wave of accomplishment swelling within him. Nothing brought greater joy than witnessing the genuine appreciation for the food he had prepared. His phone vibrated slightly. It was a message from Suyi. "Suyi, the driver has arrived, waiting at the dormitory." "Suyi, I've transferred 25 for your trouble." He must have inquired with Li Hua regarding the price of the glutinous rice balls and included an extra fee for the effort. Chuan accepted the money without hesitation. Chuan, coming right away." Chuan grabbed a container filled with durian glutinous rice balls and prepared to head downstairs. However, after a moment's contemplation, he took another container, filling it with lamb soup and meat to bring along. Chapter 56. Yummy food truck. "Hey, why didn't you wait for me?" Upon returning to the communal kitchen, Yang Chuan discovered Julian and the others tidying up the dishes, while Peng Hu and his companions were huddled in a circle, their fingers deftly gliding across their phone screens. Familiar game sounds echoing in the room. Brother Chuan, why did it take you so long to deliver a meal box? Peng Hu remarked without looking up. We just started a match. We'll take you along in the next one. Chun Siki was controlling Angela, hiding in the bushes, and suddenly blinked out to unleash a combo that eliminated the opposing marksman. She winked at Yang Chuan with pride. Brother Chuan, am I impressive? As Yang Chuan leaned in for a closer look, he noticed a score of 503. Indeed, quite remarkable. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar local number. Hello? Yang Chuan answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Yang? This is XBD Company. Your dining car has arrived at your school's entrance. Please come out to sign for it. A courteous male voice resonated from the other end. Yang Chuan's heart raced with excitement. The food truck arranged by the system had arrived. Suppressing his thrill, he replied nonchalantly, All right, please hold on for a moment. I'll be right there. After hanging up, he clapped his hands and announced, Everyone, stop what you're doing for a moment and come downstairs with me. I have a surprise for you. What kind of surprise? Hu Junfeng, engrossed in controlling Luban's rapid output, looked up curiously. Trust me, you won't be disappointed, Yang Chuan replied with a mysterious smile. Brother Chuan, we're about to win. Just give us 2 minutes. Peng Hu exclaimed, hastening his movements and signaling for an attack as he maneuvered Li Bai toward the opposing crystal. Victory! Soon, the game concluded, and they set aside their phones. Julian and the others paused their dishwashing to follow Yang Chuan downstairs. What exactly is the surprise? Anna could hardly contain her curiosity. You'll find out when we arrive, Yang Chuan teased, leading the way briskly toward the school gate. At the entrance, a brand-new food truck stood quietly, glistening under the streetlights with a metallic sheen. The truck showcased a striking pink hue complemented by black framing, adorned with blue neon lights. The side boasted the prominent word yummy, accompanied by the smaller print Chinese cuisine below, while a retractable awning was affixed to the roof. Wow! Julian was the first to exclaim. Whose food truck is this? It's so cool. Yang Chuan's smile could no longer be contained, revealing a wide grin. It's mine. What? The crowd gasped in unison. Chris's eyes widened in astonishment. Yang, when did you acquire the food truck? How much did it cost? Well, actually, it was sponsored by my grandmother. Yang Chuan scratched his head, concocting a spontaneous excuse. She heard that my culinary ventures here have been quite popular, so she bought me this as a means for me to hone my skills. Note, in reality, obtaining a food truck permit in the UK is quite complicated. I found online that it takes at least 28 days just for the licenses. But since this is a novel, let us disregard that and treat it as a parallel world that closely resembles our own. In this parallel universe, the efficiency is remarkably high. Goodness, your grandmother must be incredibly generous. Liwa exclaimed ambitiously. My parents only call to check if I have enough money to spend and continuously send me funds. Yang Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. All right, let's not dwell on that. He approached the staff member standing beside the food truck and signed the delivery documents. The staff handed him an envelope filled with various permits. Mr. Yang, all the paperwork is in order. Here are your licenses and health certificates. The truck is fully fueled, and the water and electrical systems have been checked. You're all set to go. Thank you, Yang Chuan replied as he took the envelope and flipped through it. The system was indeed reliable. All the documents were present, and even the photos were of him. After the staff member departed, Yang Chuan produced his keys and opened the side door of the truck. The food truck was roughly the size of a minibus, and the interior space exceeded his expectations. To the left was a multifunctional cooking station equipped with an induction cooker, frying pan, soup pot, and various utensils. To the right was a compact refrigerator and storage cabinets. The window panels on both sides could be flipped down to serve as both a cooking area and a sales window, providing ample operational space. This is incredibly professional, Peng Hu exclaimed as he hopped into the truck, exploring every corner. Brother Chuan, are you serious about this? Pretty much, Yang Chuan said with a smile. I plan to set up shop near the school, while also creating some food-related videos and live streams to introduce more people to Chinese cuisine. Chinsiki's eyes lit up. That sounds fantastic. I can help you film videos. I can assist too. Li Hua raised his hand. I've learned a bit about video editing. Chris circled the food truck and suddenly asked, Yang, what do you plan to sell? Are you sticking with those buns and dumplings? Not just that. Yang Chuan smiled mysteriously. I have prepared many new dishes, such as soup dumplings, jianbing, Chinese crepes, scallion pancakes, and liangpi, cold skin noodles. Wow, that sounds amazing. When do you plan to start? Hu Junfeng was already eager. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, Yang Chuan mused. I still need to familiarize myself with the equipment and prepare the ingredients. That's fantastic. I absolutely want to be your first customer, Julian exclaimed excitedly. By the way, I certainly can't manage this alone. Would you be interested in helping out? I'll pay you according to the market hourly rate. And of course, I'll provide staff meals. You can enjoy all the delicious food we sell that day. Yang Chuan said with a sly grin. Aye. Everyone unhesitatingly raised their hands. The matter of money was trivial. What truly mattered was the desire to contribute to the promotion of Chinese cuisine. Pang Hu declared with righteous fervor. Yes, indeed, for the sake of Chinese delicacies. Li Hua quickly chimed in. For the food. Marcus echoed. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Now, there's a crucial issue that requires our attention, Yang Chuan suddenly recalled. What issue? Who among you possesses a driver's license? Yang Chuan scratched his head, realizing that the food truck could not simply be left at the school gate. It needed to be driven into the parking lot. Regardless of whether one is in China or abroad, it is possible to purchase a vehicle without a driver's license. But driving on the road is another matter entirely. Although the system is quite capable, able to handle various permits and even health certifications, a driver's license that must be obtained through a skills test requires Yang Chuan to find a solution himself. I do have a domestic driver's license, which is valid here in the UK for a year, but the vehicles here drive on the right side, completely opposite to the driving habits back home. Otherwise, I would have bought a car myself and wouldn't need to call for a taxi, Li Hua shrugged. Hey, friends, have you forgotten about me? Chris glanced at everyone with exasperation, reminding them that it was he who had driven them to the Huagua supermarket just last Saturday. Oh, Chris, my good brother, this task falls to you. Yang Chuan smiled as he patted Chris on the shoulder. Tomorrow evening, I shall prepare a special dish from Huagua, just for you. Really? What will it be? Chris's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That's a secret for now, but rest assured, it will be a dish with a truly unique flavor. Yang Chuan carefully chose his words. How unique? Chris asked skeptically. Is it more unique than stinky tofu and durian? Well, it's about on par. The foreign students exchanged glances, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Chapter 57. Scallion and egg pancake. After Yang Chuan presented the campus parking permit to the security, the food truck was granted entry onto the campus. Chris took the driver's seat of the truck, turning the key to start the engine, and the vehicle slowly rolled through the school gate. Though a truck, the back was filled with kitchen equipment, with no seats available. Thus, the others opted to walk behind, following the truck into the campus. The LED lights atop the food truck illuminated brightly against the night sky. Students passing by paused to take notice, some raising their phones to capture the moment. Suddenly, a delighted shout arose from the crowd. It's the owner of the dumpling stall. Boss, have you purchased a food truck to make a grand venture? Are you already open for business? A flurry of questions ensued as the crowd gathered around. Apologies, but we are not open yet. I will announce the opening in the group, Yang Chuan proclaimed loudly. The onlookers sighed in disappointment, yet some were unwilling to relent and pressed on. Can we make a reservation? Sorry, please await the notification in the group. The opening date has yet to be determined. Yang Chuan waved his hand with a smile. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic students, Chris skillfully parked the truck in its designated spot. Yang Chuan conducted a final inspection of the food truck, ensuring that all doors and windows were securely locked before returning to the dormitory, sharing laughter and conversation with friends. Upon entering the dorm, rather than retreating to their individual rooms, the group gathered in the communal kitchen's dining area, animatedly discussing matters concerning video filming. What do you plan to prepare for breakfast tomorrow, Chuan Ge? Hu Junfeng inquired. Let us keep it simple with scallion egg pancakes. We can utilize the German sausages Duke sent us last time, Yang Chuan contemplated. It's a perfect opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the food truck, essentially serving as our inaugural showcase. Fantastic. Those oily egg pancakes. It's been ages since I've had them. Chuan exclaimed, rubbing her hands in excitement. Are we starting the live stream tomorrow? Chuan shook his head. The morning will be too rushed, and the space in the food truck is quite limited. Moreover, we lack the necessary equipment for a live stream. For now, let us focus on filming a video. That works. But you must wait for us to join you in the morning. We're here to film. Li Hua added eagerly. Scallion egg pancakes. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. I intend to upload the video to local TikTok, enticing students from other schools. Pang Hu said with a mischievous grin, mimicking the tone of a food blogger. Listen up, folks, this is what a proper breakfast should look like. Honestly, posting solely on TikTok isn't enough. We need to share on Instagram, YouTube, and campus forums as well. Let us tempt them all, haha. Hu Junfeng chimed in, eager to showcase the culinary delights of China to international friends. The two exchanged high fives, resembling a comedic duo. Absolutely, I'll be sure to retweet it, Anna said with a bright smile. With her habit of showcasing Chinese cuisine thrice daily on Instagram, she had already amassed a considerable following. Her shares would undoubtedly amplify their reach. The golden pancakes will certainly look stunning on camera. My phone has excellent resolution. We must capture several close-up shots tomorrow. Li Hua proposed thoughtfully. Later, we should invest in some professional equipment. Light reflectors, lighting kits, and a GoPro. These are essential tools for live streaming and video recording. Given the dreary British weather, the indoor lighting is inadequate. We must employ some tactics. Chuan swiftly jotted down everyone's suggestions in his phone's notes, his fingers gliding across the screen in a blur. That night, the lights of the dormitory remained aglow for an extended period. Meanwhile, on the campus forum, someone shared a photograph of the pink food truck parked in the lot, garnering over 100 likes, with comments brimming with excitement for its opening, revealing the long-standing hunger for better dining options. In the image, the truck's LED lights shimmered in the night, resembling a star poised for dawn. The following morning, Chuan was the first to rise. After freshening up, he sent a message in the group chat, urging everyone to wake up. Soon, footsteps began to echo down the corridor. Hu Junfeng sported a tousled mane, while Chuan rubbed her bleary eyes. Li Hua yawned as he slipped on his jacket, and Pang Hu whispered to Hu Junfeng, "Last night, I dreamt of the scent of scallions." The group convened in the kitchen, gathering essential items such as tableware, bottled water, flour, eggs, scallions, and German sausages needed for making egg pancakes. Yet they forgot to bring any cooking utensils, as the food truck was fully equipped. Upon reaching the food truck parked in the lot, Chuan produced the keys and unlocked the door. Li Hua and Chuan retrieved their phones, experimenting with various angles and lighting. Chuan fixed the camera on the griddle, while Li Hua dynamically recorded, ensuring the rare morning light remained unobstructed. After several attempts, they finally felt satisfied. We must capture the sizzling sound when the eggs hit the pan. It's an ASMR-level healing sound, Chuan remarked. For us, it's healing. For those watching the video, it might be quite the opposite, Pang Hu chuckled. Inside the food truck, Chuan donned an apron and deftly mixed the batter. Once the griddle was preheated and oiled, he poured in the batter, the steam rising enveloped in a fragrant aroma of oil. As the batter began to solidify, he cracked open eggs, the golden yolk cascading over the pancake, spreading like flowing amber. The scattered scallions released their piquant fragrance upon heating, while sesame seeds danced and popped, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. "It smells divine," Pang Hu exclaimed, inhaling deeply, his face alight with ecstasy. If this were in a public kitchen, the alarm would have gone off by now, Hu Junfeng added, joining in on the nostalgic scent of home-cooked meals. Li Hua quickly zoomed in for a close-up of the pancake on the griddle. In the close-up, the edges of the pancake began to turn a crispy, lace-like pattern, while the center remained tender and quivering. On the griddle's edge, slices of German sausage sizzled, releasing droplets of oil, and as the oil splattered, Li Hua switched to slow motion. Golden droplets soared through the air, and the sausage edges curled into a caramelized crispness. Chuan lifted the pancake's edge with a spatula and with a flick of his wrist. The soft pancake arced gracefully through the air before settling back onto the griddle, a flawless flip. Impressive. Pang Hu couldn't contain his excitement, earning a fierce glare from Li Hua. Fortunately, they could mute that segment during editing. Chuan spread a light layer of sweet sauce on the pancake, layered the sausage slices, and as he rolled it up, the mingling scents of scallions and eggs wafted enticingly, topped with a sprinkle of black sesame, making the golden pancake all the more alluring. Who will be the first to taste it? Chuan inquired with a smile, placing the freshly made pancake onto a plate. Me, 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 shouted Pang Hu, the exuberant northeastern lad, eager to take the first bite. Without hesitation, he grabbed the pancake, disregarding the heat, and took a hearty bite. The edges of the egg pancake are delightfully crisp, while the interior remains exquisitely tender. The rich aroma of the eggs melds harmoniously with the fragrance of scallions, followed by the sweet undertones of the sweet flour sauce. The savory and fatty essence of the German sausage seeps into the layers of the pancake, intertwining with the egg mixture, while the sesame seeds burst with a delicate fragrance upon contact with the palate. Chen Siki captures the gluttonous expression of Pang Hu, while Li Hua focuses on a close-up of the pancake as cross-section. The layers of the pancake are distinct, with golden egg interlaced with the caramelized sweetness of the sauce, the sausage glistening with a luscious sheen. Once this video is shared, the food enthusiast will likely rush to the food truck overnight. Hu Junfeng watches with bated breath, eagerly anticipating a taste of this alluring egg roll. Chapter 58. Video release. The foodies are enchanted perfection. Li Hua presses the stop button, exhilarated as he reviews the freshly captured footage. Is there enough material? Chuan is intently flipping the pancake on the griddle, his movements fluid and graceful. He single-handedly cracks an egg against the edge of the griddle, allowing the golden yolk to spread out, emitting a tantalizing sizzle. In the rising steam, the fragrance of the eggs mingles with the aromas of scallions and sesame, filling the confined food truck and causing onlookers to swallow audibly. Is there more than enough? Chen Siki holds her phone up to his eyes, exclaiming that several slow-motion shots and close-ups have turned out beautifully. The close-up of the egg mixture slowly solidifying on the griddle, the perfect arc traced by the pancake as it is flipped, and the slow-motion fall of sesame seeds. Each frame is a feast for the eyes. The only drawback is the lighting, which will require adjustments in video editing software. And we must mute Pang Hu's expletives. Li Hua shrugs in resignation, but adds that Pang Hu has great potential as an eating broadcaster. Watching him indulge with such ecstasy is making me hungry too. Let me test the filming effects. Chen Siki grins mischievously as she opens the food enthusiast group. Not only does she share a high-definition close-up of the pancake, but she also carefully selects the most enticing short video clips to accompany it. Chen Siki, urgent notification. Limited breakfast available at the food truck. Image of the pancake. Close-up video. In the video, morning light streams through the food truck's window, illuminating the cooking station, where the golden pancake glistens invitingly. Pang Hu's voracious consumption of the pancake, with sauce and sesame clinging to the corners of his mouth, is captured in vivid detail. Julian, a devil. This is sheer visual assault. Anna, Chi-Chi, how could you do this? Crying emoji. Chris, just images weren't enough for you? You resorted to video attacks? Angry cat meme. Chen Siki, haha, hurry up, or Pang will devour your portions. Little devil emoji. Marcus, already on the way. In less than 10 minutes, Julian and the others arrive at the food truck, breathless and eager. As soon as Anna approaches, she pinches Chen Siki's cheek, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you intentionally posted that video to tempt us. Spare me, spare me." Chen Siki quickly pleaded, "I just want to test the effect of our video shooting." "All right, you've succeeded," Anna said with a light huff, releasing her grip and turning to Chuan, her azure eyes blinking playfully. "Young, please add a double portion of eggs to my egg pancake. And don't forget the extra ketchup." "Haha, no problem," Julian exclaimed, holding up a bite of the pancake. "Oh my gosh, this pancake. The exterior is crispy, while the inside is fragrant and soft. It's even better than any Italian pizza." His excitement nearly caused him to burn his tongue. So delicious. If this were sold at a stall, it would surely sell like hotcakes. Chris, like Pang Hu, dove in with his hands, burning his fingers yet unwilling to let go. Marcus licked his lips and remarked, "If only we could add some cheese. It would be even more delectable." Yang Chuan chuckled. We didn't have all the ingredients today, but next time I'll prepare more, so you can have your fill. Judging by everyone's reactions, today's egg pancake was a resounding success. They could consider offering jianbing at their weekend stall, ensuring to prepare various ingredients to include in the wraps. Crispy pancakes, sausages, cheese, pork tenderloin, bacon, lettuce, shredded potatoes, and so on. For after all, pancakes can wrap almost anything. Duke, usually silent, had discreetly finished one and was now intently staring at the iron griddle, as if trying to see through it in anticipation of a second serving. Anna, with her double-egg pancake in hand, leaned close to Chuan. The two girls huddled together, analyzing the video footage. These shots are fantastic. Anna pointed at the phone screen. During this transition, we could add some sound effects. Chuan nodded vigorously and turned to Li Hua. Hua Zai, does the editing software you mentioned allow for food filters? We need to make the colors look more enticing. Li Hua was already working on a rough cut on his phone. Don't worry. I'll also add ASMR sound effects to mimic the sound of the pancake being sliced. Pang, who, licking his lips, leaned toward the griddle. Brother Chuan, since the food truck has this equipment, let us do a teppanyaki next time. I really want to eat grilled squid. No problem. Yang Chuan readily agreed, placing the freshly cooked pancake onto a plate. After the meal, Yang Chuan meticulously examined the equipment inside the mobile food truck and discovered a dishwasher with a sterilization function next to the storage cabinet, which would make cleaning dishes and utensils much more convenient. The onboard water tank has a capacity of 50 liters and requires regular replenishment, essentially ensuring a steady supply of water for daily use. Truly, the system's design is remarkably thoughtful and meticulous. The video editing work proved to be more time-consuming than anticipated. Aside from classes, everyone dedicated all their spare time to video production. Li Hua and Yang Chuan even ventured to the multimedia room in a library, borrowing a computer for further refinement, repeatedly adjusting the details, and ultimately achieving a final product that left everyone quite satisfied. The opening shot of golden cooking oil slowly spreading across the griddle in slow motion, producing a subtle sizzling sound, was particularly striking. The scene transitions to a close-up of Yang Chuan's slender fingers kneading the dough, with flour cascading between his fingers like delicate snowflakes. The action of cracking an egg is slowed down, capturing the moment the shell breaks, and the yolk gracefully descends into the bowl in a perfect arc. The most captivating part is the shot of the omelet flipping. With a gentle flick of the spatula, it performs a stunning 180-degree rotation midair, the golden crust shimmering under the sunlight. Meanwhile, the gluttonous display of Fat Tiger devouring his food is transformed into a humorous loop, enhanced by amusing subtitle effects that evoke hearty laughter. The video concludes with a still shot of the food cart's neon sign yummy, perfectly punctuating the entire presentation. What title should we choose? The group begins to ponder. Breakfast of International Students? Chuan suggests. Too mundane, Fat Tiger shakes his head, insisting on a more exaggerated and eye-catching title. Help! International students from Huahua are actually on campus? Who Junfo muses. Haha, I think that works. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the video is simultaneously uploaded to TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and the campus forum. Within 10 minutes of posting, Yang Chuan's phone begins to vibrate incessantly, with likes, shares, and comments surging rapidly, especially on TikTok, where a significant number of local international students are active. The video has left them in awe. Location. Now. Immediately. Wow, is this a food cart? Planning to sell omelets? Where's the stall? What's the address? Oh my gosh, just watching the video makes me crave it. Give me an address. I'm hailing a cab right now. Heavens, I haven't had a decent meal in ages. I've been dreaming of something warm. I can smell the aroma of the omelet through the screen. Save the kids. I've already nibbled my phone 3 times. Tears. What's the big deal? I've only watched it 20 times. Ding. Reputation value 111. Hearing the system's crisp notification sound, Yang Chuan couldn't help but smile. Chapter 59. The sale of snail noodles. Since the arrival of the food cart, the quality of everyone's meals has significantly improved. During lunch breaks, they swiftly prepare a batch of fried rice, incorporating colorful vegetable bits beloved by foreigners, alongside slices of red sausage. with high heat and a vigorous stir. The golden egg coats each grain of rice, releasing the sweet aroma of bell peppers, corn, and carrots sizzling in hot oil, complemented by the glistening red sausage pieces. The resulting fried rice is nothing short of delectable. Dinner preparation has also become more convenient. A simple stir-fry of chili and meat wafts through the air, accompanied by scrambled eggs with chives and a comforting tomato and cabbage soup, all completed in under half an hour. The time saved is dedicated entirely to creating videos. Their efforts prove fruitful. The explosive popularity of the video far exceeds Chuan's expectations, with the system's notifications echoing in his mind and his reputation value visibly soaring. Chuan acquired a set of foldable tables and chairs, setting them up outside the food cart, where everyone gathered jovially to savor the delectable dishes, a true culinary delight. The sole drawback was that, following the video release, students at the school discovered the presence of the food cart through the campus forum and even ventured to the parking lot. Due to strict regulations, outside vehicles were typically prohibited from entering the school parking area, which was exclusively reserved for faculty and staff, along with Chuan, who had cleverly navigated the system to obtain a campus parking permit. Faculty members only frequented the parking lot during working hours, so it remained deserted in the mornings, afternoons, and evenings, which conveniently suited Chuan and his companions. However, the previously secluded staff parking lot had now transformed into a popular gathering spot for students. Thanks to the exposure on the campus forum, while dining, they found themselves surrounded by curious onlookers, with an increasing chorus urging them to commence operations. Please, open for business soon. Some students even squatted beside the food cart, inhaling the aroma of the dishes while nibbling on dry bread. Their pitiful appearance evoking sympathy and sorrow among the witnesses. Recognizing the urgent need to replenish his delectable offerings, Chuan resolved to prioritize the preparation of snail rice noodles. Fat Tiger, please notify everyone in the group. He abruptly stood up, declaring that the food cart would commence trial operations that evening, featuring authentic Chinese delicacies. On non-holidays, setting up stalls on campus was prohibited, but they could cook and eat in the parking lot without interference from security. However, if they were to operate commercially, that would not be permissible. Consequently, Chris maneuvered the food cart to the street outside the school gates, where the recently renovated roads were particularly spacious, allowing them to park without obstructing pedestrians, and he felt confident with all necessary permits in hand. As for sanitation, as long as they maintained cleanliness, the school authorities would likely remain indifferent. Under the night sky, the neon lights adorning the food cart glowed brightly against the twilight, and a long queue had already formed around it. The cart was stocked with a complete set of ingredients for making snail rice noodles, including dried rice noodles, pickled bamboo shoots, pickled long beans, tofu skin, peanuts, and, most importantly, the snail soup seasoning packets, which Chuan explained were ordered online. It wasn't that the system's marketplace lacked fresh snails, but the reality was that such delicacies were not available in the UK. Revealing fresh snails would raise questions. So he opted to use the seasoning packets instead. After all, the ingredients provided by the system were the highest quality, radiating a vibrant green hue. As he arranged these components on the preparation table, the expressions of the curious onlookers gradually became fixed in anticipation. The pickled bamboo shoots, a product of fermentation, required periodic opening and stirring during the fermentation process. Interestingly, locals from Liuzhou claimed that their snail rice noodles were devoid of any offensive odor. However, once sealed in packaging, the continuous fermentation of the bamboo shoots led to a pronounced and unpleasant smell, an unavoidable consequence. Upon opening the packaging, the aroma indeed proved to be quite potent. Chris stepped back 2 paces, pinching his nose, his complexion paling as he fixed his gaze upon the vacuum-sealed package of pickled bamboo shoots. Young, are you certain this is edible? It's rice.When. In stark contrast to the foreign students' aversion, the Chinese international students were visibly captivated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Thanks to the meteoric rise of Li Ziki in recent years, coupled with online marketing, rice.When has become a culinary sensation across the nation, amassing a devoted following. This evening, the queue for this quintessential Chinese delicacy was not merely composed of freshmen, but also upperclassmen. Who knows how long it had been since they last savored rice.When after venturing abroad. Dining on campus was certainly out of the question, and even residing off campus would likely draw complaints from neighbors due to the potent aroma. Thus, upon catching a whiff of rice.When, they were filled with exhilaration. The food cart offered limited space, so Chen and Hu Junfeng assisted Yang Chuan inside, while Li Hua captured the scene with several fixed-position GoPros and smartphones. Outside the cart, Peng Hu, Julian, and Chris managed orders and maintained order, deploying folding tables and chairs to provide some patrons a place to sit and relish this delightful dish. Yang Chuan soaked the dried rice noodles, and as he brought a pot of water to a boil, the moment he opened the rice.When soup base packet, a rich, dark broth dissolved in the boiling water, revealing tiny fragments of snail meat floating within. Chen sliced the pickled bamboo shoots into shreds, while Hu Junfeng sautéed peanuts in a small pan nearby. With a slotted spoon in his left hand, Yang Chuan plunged the pristine rice noodles into the boiling water, simultaneously stirring the bubbling snail broth with his right hand using long chopsticks. As fine oil bubbles began to surface on the dark broth, Chen timely presented the prepared shreds of pickled bamboo shoots, the unique fermented aroma wafting through the night air. "Oh my God, this truly resembles a biochemical weapon," exclaimed a blonde girl in the middle of the line, covering her mouth and nose. Yet, the Chinese students beside her inhaled deeply in bliss. This is the flavor. It may smell foul, but the taste is indescribably delightful. The line was peppered with familiar faces, including the burly Tyson and the trio of Lisa, Gina, and Emily, as well as Kim Hyun-woo and his girlfriend Choi Suya, and even Raj from India. Tyson animatedly regaled his friend with tales of the wonders of Chinese cuisine. From the pungent, stinky tofu to the rich, durian, glutinous rice balls, never having been disappointed by Yang Chuan's culinary creations. Hence, he had arrived early to queue, undeterred by the overpowering stench, eager to secure a spot at the front. Of course, Yang Chuan did not forget the most essential element of the Liuzhou style, the soul of the dish, the deep-fried egg. As the hot oil hissed, he gracefully poured in the golden egg mixture, watching it expand in the bubbling oil. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he retrieved the fried egg, its honeycomb-like texture sizzling as it drained excess oil. When all the ingredients were artfully arranged in a disposable paper bowl, a marvelous harmony emerged, with golden fried eggs resembling clouds gracefully draping over the tender white rice noodles. The tofu skin and peanuts formed small mounds, while vibrant green pickled beans and brown pickled bamboo shoots intermingled. Finally, a steaming broth of river snail soup was poured over, causing the fried eggs to greedily absorb the flavorful liquid, the red oil seeping through the honeycomb-like holes, creating splendid ripples across the surface of the bowl. Chapter 60. A journey through SU University's rice noodle delights. Let the fried egg soak for a moment to enhance its flavor, suggested Yang Chuan to the first Chinese student picking up his meal. "Got it," exclaimed the eager young man with black-rimmed glasses, his fingers trembling slightly as he eagerly pressed the golden, crispy fried egg into the broth with a wooden fork. The scalding river snail soup instantly gushed out from the egg's pores, merging perfectly with the fragrant crushed peanuts and the rich essence of pickled bamboo shoots. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, then lifted the broth-soaked fried egg to take a bite. The robust soup base erupted in his mouth, layers of sourness and spiciness unfolding delightfully. The exterior of the fried egg was crisp, while the interior remained tender, enveloping him in an addictive medley of flavors, prompting him to exclaim, "This is the taste. Heaven knows how much I've missed this." The queue stirred with excitement, as those behind him tiptoed to catch a glimpse of the legendary stinky noodles and its enchanting allure. "Next," boomed Peng Hu, his voice resonant. With a wallet slung across his chest, he swiftly recorded the diner's numbers and special requests. After all, many international students had a history of food allergies. For instance, Chris was allergic to peanuts, necessitating a complete avoidance of peanut products in his river snail noodles. "Basic river snail noodles, 5 a bowl. Add an egg for 1. Add a sausage for 1. Please have your change ready." Julian chimed in from the side. The sausage was a classic King of Kings variety that Yang Chuan redeemed from the system's marketplace, One culinary point could exchange for an entire box, making it the perfect companion for instant noodles and river snail noodles, ensuring that selling it for one was a surefire profit. The second person to receive his meal was a towering figure resembling Tyson, a member of the school's fitness club named Tyler. Add an egg, add a sausage, and no dietary restrictions, right? Chuan confirmed while glancing at the order labeled number 2. Exactly, replied Tyler. All right, here's your river snail noodles. Enjoy. As Tyler grasped the bowl, the intense aroma of pickled bamboo shoots assaulted his senses, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. Hey, big guy, if you're too scared to eat it, let me have a go. Lisa, who was in line behind him, laughed, noticing his hesitation. Who says I'm scared? Tyler retorted defiantly, imitating the earlier diner by first submerging the fried egg into the broth before taking a hefty bite. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Holy, this is unbelievable. Bro, how does it taste? Tyler's friend, standing beside him, inquired with curiosity. Ignoring the heat, Tyler sat down at a folding table, devouring the meal ravenously, hardly able to speak as he continuously nodded and gave a thumbs up. The broth was exceptionally rich, a delightful blend of sour, spicy, and fresh flavors. He had never experienced such a complex array of tastes before. The pickled bamboo shoots possess a tangy and somewhat pungent flavor, yet their texture is remarkably crisp and refreshing, becoming somewhat addictive once accustomed. The fried egg, with its delicate interior enveloped in a crunchy exterior, is a supreme delight, especially after it has absorbed the rich broth. The ham sausage, having been pan-fried, exudes an enticing aroma from the Maillard reaction. Soon, Taylor's friend received her portion, cautiously pinching her nose as she took a tentative bite, quickly joining Taylor in indulgent enjoyment. This scene heightened the anticipation among the students waiting in line, which had stretched from the food cart to the street corner, comprising no fewer than 100 eager patrons. Not only students residing in the dormitories were present, even those living off campus rushed over upon receiving the news. Queue up, please. Chris, Anna, and Duke were busy maintaining order and preventing anyone from cutting in line. Before long, it was Lisa's turn. She had come with her friends Gina and Emily. As a vegetarian, Gina's serving could not include the snail soup base. Chuan prepared a garlic-infused clear broth for her, garnished with pickled bamboo shoots, dried tofu, and scallions, rendering her dish visually appealing. Lisa opted for the deluxe version with added egg and sausage, while Emily chose the super spicy deluxe version with extra chili, egg, and sausage. The three girls eagerly accepted their bowls and wasted no time in tasting their meals. Lisa sipped the broth first, her blue eyes lighting up with delight. This is delicious. The soup is so fresh, and it seems to have bits of shellfish in it, tender and flavorful. She then sampled the rice noodles with a fork, immediately captivated by their springy and smooth texture. It's exquisite. You too must try it. She urged her friends. Wow, exclaimed Emily. Why does it smell so terrible yet taste so divine? Chuan was busily attending to the endless stream of customers, his heart swelling with joy at the rapidly increasing flavor rating in the system. Chen Siki and Hu Junfeng were also hard at work, one chopping vegetables and the other cooking rice noodles, their teamwork growing increasingly harmonious. Number 87. Chuan called out loudly, handing 2 steaming bowls of snail noodles through the window. Kim Hyun-woo and Choi Suya received the paper bowls, their expressions contrasting sharply. Kim was brimming with curiosity and anticipation, while Choi appeared slightly repulsed, pinching her nose. Appa, is this really edible? Choi murmured, her expression indicative of her hesitance. Give it a try, Kim urged. Chuan's culinary skills have never let us down. Encouraged by her boyfriend, Choi gingerly picked up a noodle, the red oil glistening enticingly under the light as it dripped from the smooth rice strands. Upon tasting a bite, she found herself unable to stop. Kim smiled and wiped the corner of her mouth, saying, "Slow down, no one is going to take it from you." Among the crowd, Indian student Raj stood out, not only ordering a bowl for himself, but also picking up takeout for 3 of his friends who had not made it in line. "Oh, this flavor reminds me of the delicious fried, stinky egg balls from my hometown," he remarked in his accented English. "It may smell foul, but it tastes delightful." The surrounding individuals displayed expressions of disbelief at Raj's description of the infamous fried, stinky egg balls, a renowned street delicacy from their homeland. It begins with a sacred concoction derived from undigested organs of cows, mixed with water from the sacred Ganges, which forms the dipping sauce. Next, a mixture of mashed potatoes, generously spiced and mingled with finely chopped onions, is prepared with clean and hygienic hands, then encased within a crispy, fried shell. After a swift roll in the sauce, the result is a truly authentic stinky egg ball. Whether it is palatable remains uncertain, yet its odor is undoubtedly pungent. As night deepened, the bustling atmosphere around the food cart showed no signs of waning. The folding tables and chairs were filled with diners engrossed in their bowls of noodles. Many students who had finished their meals lingered, standing in small clusters, savoring the lingering flavors of the river snail's noodles while discussing this unique culinary experience. The most remarkable element was the pickled bamboo shoots. A boy donning a baseball cap remarked to his companion that the initial taste was peculiar, yet became increasingly addictive with each bite. His friend nodded in agreement, adding that the broth, though strikingly red and intimidating in appearance, possessed a perfectly balanced spiciness that warmed one's entire being, with the tiny morsels of shellfish proving particularly delectable. Li Hua stepped outside the food cart to capture the scene with his phone, panning over the lengthy queue and the students relishing their meals, ultimately focusing on a vibrant bowl of river snail noodles, where a golden fried egg lay half submerged in the soup, garnished with green scallions, and accompanied by a mound of dried tofu and peanuts, steam rising into the chilly night air. When Chuan announced that only 10 bowls remained, a wave of disappointment rippled through the line. Those who had not yet been served were reluctant to leave, their eyes fixed on the last few bowls being carried away. "Will you come again tomorrow?" inquired a girl with a ponytail, leaning against the window. "We want TB coming tomorrow. We have classes during the day, and it's quite exhausting to set up at night. However, we will definitely be back to the sea area over the weekend," came the reassuring response. This declaration eased the students, who reluctantly began to disperse. While tidying up the food cart, Chuan noticed that the trash can beside the folding tables was almost devoid of leftovers. Every bowl of river snail noodles had been thoroughly consumed, with not a drop of broth remaining. This detail filled him with a sense of accomplishment. The night breeze swept away the weariness of the day, but could not dissipate the lingering, distinctive aroma in the air, a blend of the rich pickled bamboo shoots, the spicy allure of red oil, and the delectable essence of river snail broth, persisting long after on the streets beyond the campus. Chapter 61. Halloween Food Competition. The group meticulously cleaned the food cart, returning it to the dormitory entrance before replenishing its water tank and finally parking it. Back in the communal kitchen, they gathered in a circle, excitement palpable as they tallied the day's earnings. In a mere 2.5 hours of operation, they had sold an astonishing 263 bowls of river snail noodles, amassing a total revenue of 577. When converted to Chinese yuan, this amounted to nearly 16,000 yuan in remarkable profits. "Brother Chuan, if we can manage to operate for 2 hours every night, we could earn hundreds of thousands each month." Pang, whose eyes sparkled as if he could already envision a flurry of banknotes swirling around him. Chuan glanced at him with a hint of exasperation. "What are you thinking? Setting up a stall occasionally is one thing, but maintaining this for the long term is unbearable. We still have classes during the day, and our assignments are never-ending. After all, we are students, and our primary focus must be on our studies." "Hee, you're absolutely right, Brother Chuan." Pang, who scratched his head, grinning foolishly. After a moment of contemplation, Chuan made a decision. "From now on, we will set up our stall in Area C on weekends and sell some simple snacks on Wednesday evenings to satisfy everyone's cravings. With the system in place, there are ample opportunities to earn money. There's no need to exhaust ourselves." "Exactly," Chun Siki chimed in. "Once our videos gain more traction, we might even attract advertisements." Li Hua waved his phone, the screen displaying the ever-increasing likes on their TikTok page. The comments are filled with requests for more content, and some are even asking if we could ship snail noodles. "Brother Chuan, should we consider it?" Chuan chuckled and shook his head. "Shipping is out of the question. The broth and rice noodles don't preserve well, and we lack the facilities for large-scale processing and vacuum packaging. However, we can prepare ample ingredients when we set up our stall on the weekend, as there is plenty of space in Area C. We need to shoot new videos quickly. Jun Feng rubbed his hands together. Tonight's footage should be enough to edit a vlog about SU University's noodle experience, right? I even have a title in mind. Shocking. International students in the UK collectively break down at midnight. All because, stop right there. Chun Siki interrupted. That title is far too sensationalist. Let us be more straightforward. How about foreigners conquered by snail noodles? The group engaged in animated discussion, ultimately deciding that Li Hua would be in charge of editing the footage from tonight, while the others would divide tasks for writing the script and designing the cover. Anna suggested incorporating some sound effects, such as the slurping sounds of noodle consumption and the bubbling of eggs as they plunge into the broth. Jun Feng insisted on adding a delicious subtitle to the clips of Taylor devouring his meal hungrily. By the way, don't forget to capture the empty bowls. Chris suddenly recalled, there was even a drop of broth left in the trash can today. That shot will be quite compelling. After a bustling night, the rough cut of the video was finally completed. The opening scene revealed a long line forming in the twilight, with the neon sign Yummy flickering in the background. The camera then zoomed in on Chuan as he simmered the broth, a rich brown liquid bubbling in the pot, with tiny bits of snail meat clearly visible. The most delightful moment was Taylor's transformation from a frown of hesitation to a voracious devouring of the food, accompanied by subtitles that humorously transitioned from refusal to delight with just a single bite, eliciting laughter from everyone. Perfect. Li Hua pressed the export button. We'll head to the multimedia room in the library tomorrow afternoon to polish it up before releasing it. All right, everyone. Time to distribute the earnings. Each of you gets 100 pounds. Chuan produced 900 pounds to share among his friends. Such a large sum. The group was astonished and declined. Didn't we agree to base it on the market hourly wage? In the UK, international students typically earn between 10 to 15 pounds per hour working in restaurants. And having worked for just 2.5 hours today, they felt embarrassed to accept 100 pounds each. The accounts are not calculated in this manner. Last Saturday, you assisted me for an entire day, moving tables and chairs, as well as making dumplings, and not a single penny was taken in return. Moreover, at the end of each business day, you all help me clean up, and you generously dedicate your spare time to assist in creating videos. These contributions are indeed invaluable. Chuan earnestly stated, there's an old saying in our country, even brothers must keep accounts clear. Without your help, I could never manage a stall on my own. Therefore, this compensation is rightfully yours. Despite their initial reluctance, the group ultimately accepted the money Chuan offered. The following morning, as Chuan and Chris walked into the classroom with dark circles under their eyes, they noticed several classmates gathered, all discussing last night's snail noodles. Upon seeing Chuan, they greeted him enthusiastically. Hey brother, you become a campus celebrity. Chris teased with a smile. Chuan shook his head helplessly, about to respond when Professor Charles entered, clutching his briefcase. The classroom fell silent in an instant, yet the professor clearly noticed the unusual atmosphere. The typically drowsy mornings were now filled with a buzz of excitement. Good morning, everyone. Professor Charles adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Has anything interesting occurred recently? The students exchanged glances. And finally, a blonde girl raised her hand to explain, Professor, Chuan has been operating a food cart off campus, selling a Chinese delicacy called snail noodles. Its flavor is quite unique, but has gained immense popularity. Oh, the professor raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at Chuan. Is it the same dish that triumphed in last week's culinary competition? Yes, Professor. Chuan scratched his head, striving to explain in a manner the professor would comprehend. Snail noodles are also a type of Chinese cuisine, akin to pasta, though prepared by boiling, resulting in a richer flavor. A wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the classroom. That sounds delightful. I hope to have the opportunity to taste it, Professor Charles mused, stroking his chin. Speaking of food, the Halloween culinary competition I proposed last week has been approved by the school. Wow! The students erupted in cheers. The professor raised his hand to signal for silence. The competition is scheduled to commence at 4 p.m. on October 31st in a multifunctional hall of the Student Activity Center. The rules are straightforward. Participants must prepare one or several dishes that represent their national culture, preferably adhering to the Halloween theme. The judging will be a combination of votes from the judges and students. The judges include the principal and several professors. Each vote from a judge carries a weight of 10 points, while each student vote counts as one. Ultimately, the participant with the highest score will emerge victorious. Although Halloween is not an official public holiday in the UK, it remains one of the most beloved celebrations among the British. Throughout this festive period, various celebrations take place across the UK, including Halloween parties, trick-or-treating, pumpkin lantern competitions, and masquerade balls. However, SU University does not currently organize any Halloween-related events, leaving students to partake in external parties and celebrations on their own. The culinary competition serves as a catalyst for the advancement of international culture within the school, fostering communication and interaction among students. Consequently, the institution eagerly anticipates transforming this gastronomic event into an annual celebration. Chapter 62. The Coronal Plan. The school's official website has been updated with the event information. Professor Charles adjusted his glasses and gently reminded the students interested in participating to register promptly. In the back row of the classroom, a round-faced boy hesitantly raised his hand. "Professor, I can only cook one dish that my mother taught me. Can I still join?" "Of course," Professor Charles replied, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. This is a splendid opportunity to showcase diverse culinary cultures. Whether it be a family secret recipe or a creative dish, all are welcome. If it aligns with the Halloween theme, it might even earn extra points from the judges. "That's fantastic. My mother's pumpkin baked beans are my specialty," exclaimed another student. "My blueberry omelet is rather good too," added another. A student from Sweden chimed in. "Yang snail noodles are so delicious. Surely our country's herring in a can achieve a similar effect. I'll experiment with making pasta using herring." "Hey, please don't concoct any bizarre dishes," Sato Hiroto exclaimed, fear evident in his voice. Sato also resolved to enter the culinary competition, silently vowing that this time he would not be outdone by young Chuan. As the discussion grew increasingly animated, Professor Charles lightly tapped the podium. "Children, while the allure of food is undeniable, let us redirect our focus back to the lesson." His humorous quip restored tranquility to the classroom, and students resumed their earnest note-taking, the only sound being the rustle of pens on paper. After class, discussions about the competition surged like boiling water. Numerous students gathered, fervently deliberating the forthcoming Halloween culinary contest. Yang Chuan packed his textbooks and walked towards the parking lot with Chris. Since the food truck's arrival, this location had become their designated open-air dining spot. The midday sun streamed through thick clouds, casting a warm glow on the pink food truck in the campus parking lot, where Yang Chuan was busily preparing lunch. The side window of the food truck was fully opened, transforming it into a quaint outdoor kitchen, with aromas wafting gently in the breeze. "Hey, Brother Chuan, what's for lunch today?" Peng Hu, freshly out of class, jogged over, his nose twitching as he caught the enticing scent from afar. Without looking up, Yang Chuan stirred the beef in the pan. "Oyster sauce beef rice bowl. Let us keep it simple for lunch." The beef sizzled in the hot oil as Yang Chuan skillfully added chopped bell peppers and onions, drizzling in oyster sauce along with a blend of black pepper, salt, and soy sauce. The rich aroma instantly made the onlookers swallow in anticipation. "Oyster sauce beef. I can't remember the last time I had this dish. It smells absolutely divine." Yang Chuan evenly spread the sautéed oyster sauce beef over freshly steamed white rice, the vibrant green bell peppers contrasting beautifully with the caramelized beef, the sauce gradually seeping into the rice. "Go ahead, serve yourself." Yang Chuan carefully handed the first portion to the nearest Peng Hu, cautioning that it was hot. The group each served themselves and gathered around the folding table beside the food cart. Chris, unable to contain his excitement, took a bite and widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "This beef is incredibly tender. The richness of the sauce, when mixed with the rice, is simply perfect. Indeed, the flavor of the beef is extraordinary. You always manage to cook it so tenderly." Julian nodded in agreement, affirming that Brother Chuan's culinary skills had never disappointed. Shinseki squinted her eyes in satisfaction, remarking that this steaming meal was far superior to the dry bread and sandwiches served in the cafeteria. During a brief pause in their meal, Chuan set down his chopsticks and said, "Actually, there's something I wish to discuss with everyone." "What is it?" Junfeng mumbled with his mouth full of food. "I plan to rent a house off campus." Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he elaborated, "Although having the food cart has made cooking much more convenient. The weather is getting colder, and if we encounter rainy days, it won't be suitable for us to eat out in the parking lot. Cooking in the dormitory is also quite inconvenient due to the limited space. After some thought, I believe it would be better for me to move out. I will try to find a place close to the school, so whether you come to my home for a meal or I bring food to you, it will be quite convenient. I want to go too." Li Hua immediately raised his hand. "I have no classes in the afternoon." Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng exchanged glances. "Although I have classes, I can skip them. After all, it's just a tutorial." "We want to go too." Julian and Anna eagerly chimed in. Chuan, both amused and exasperated, looked at his overly enthusiastic friends, saying, "I'm just going to look at a house. There is no need for so many people to accompany me." "That is not an option," Julian responded seriously. "What if you get scammed by a dishonest agent without a local person to help you? We can help you screen the options." "Exactly." Liwa nudda biguruzli. "And we need to ensure the place is big enough to accommodate all of us." "What?" Chuan was taken aback. "Yes." Pang Hu exclaimed excitedly, "Look, we eat together every day, manage the food cart together, and shoot videos together. If you move out alone, what will we do?" "Exactly." Chun Siki clasped her hands and looked at Chuan. "Please, don't abandon us. You're hungry children. We cannot do without you." Chris dramatically clutched his chest. Yet, Chuan hesitated, questioning, "But can we really find a place that can accommodate so many of us?" He had considered sharing a rental with friends, but with 10 of them, it was challenging to find a suitable house. Therefore, he envisioned either a slightly larger studio with a private bathroom and kitchen or sharing a house or apartment with 2 or 3 friends, emphasizing that it must have an independent kitchen. However, he did not anticipate that even Chris and the others wished to reside with him, which necessitated the search for a larger abode. "We could seek out a terraced house," Julian remarked thoughtfully. "There are numerous such houses available for rent on Leek Road, right next to our school. This type of dwelling is one of the most common in the UK, characterized by walls on either side, thereby conserving substantial space. Typically, these houses comprise 2 to 3 stories. The ground floor usually accommodates the living and dining areas, while the upper levels are reserved for bedrooms. A 3-story terraced house can comfortably house 4 to 6 individuals. If they were to rent 2 adjacent houses, the issue of occupancy would be resolved." "Are you all serious?" Chuan reiterated. "Living with housemates is quite different from residing in a single dormitory. Sharing a roof may lead to numerous frictions." "Oh, come on, Chuan." Li Hua waved his hand dismissively. "Haven't we been getting along splendidly in the dorm? Besides, with your culinary delights in the mix, what friction could arise that we couldn't resolve?" Chuan felt somewhat swayed by this argument. Indeed, while living alone offered freedom, it also brought about loneliness. Having this group of friends around would undoubtedly enliven his life. "All right," he finally conceded. "If everyone is free this afternoon, let's go have a look. However, let's agree that if the house does not meet our expectations or the rent is exorbitant, we shall reconsider our options." "Yay!" The group cheered in unison. Chapter 63. Yang Xiaochuan's house viewing. Pang Hu, Lao Hu, Si Chi, "Duke, since you have classes this afternoon, you need not join us. We're merely going to take a look. We won't be making any decisions today. Once we find a suitable house, we could take videos and photos to discuss together." Chuan informed Pang Hu and the others. All right then, they agreed. After a hearty lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. As was his custom, Chuan made a video call to his grandmother, and the two chatted for nearly an hour before reluctantly hanging up. At precisely 2 o'clock, Chuan met his house hunting group at the bottom of the dormitory. Apart from those who had classes in the afternoon, Li Hua, Chris, Anna, Julian, and Marcus were all present. I found several rental listings online and contacted 3 landlords. This afternoon, we can go and have a look, Chuan announced as he glanced at the messages on his phone. One of the properties was a terraced house, a 15-minute walk from the school, boasting 4 bedrooms. And the living room appeared spacious with an open-plan kitchen. But this house only has 4 bedrooms, and we have 10 people, Julian pointed out. Rest assured, I am fully aware of that. Therefore, I found another terraced house on the same street, which has 5 bedrooms. One of them is partitioned off from the hallway. So it may be slightly smaller, but the pictures look promising. We can check it out shortly, Chuan added with a smile. Great. Let us hurry and take a look, Marcus exclaimed, already brimming with anticipation. Soon, they arrived at the first rental property. The street was lined with quintessential English terraced houses. Their red brick facades complemented by white windows and wrought iron railings, exuding the charm of historic British architecture. Number 26 and 32. Right here, Chuan pointed to a 3-story building on the right, stating that the landlord would be waiting for them at the entrance. An elderly British gentleman, his hair a mix of gray and white, stood at the door. He appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing the diverse group of young individuals. Are you all here to view the property? He inquired. Indeed, Mr. Smith, Chuan replied, stepping forward to answer in reasonably fluent English. We are students from SU University, looking to share a rental. Mr. Smith adjusted his reading glasses and scanned their faces. There are 6 of you? However, this house can accommodate a maximum of 4. We plan to rent 2 adjacent units. Chuan quickly clarified, mentioning that he had heard there were several properties available on this street. Indeed, number 36 belongs to my brother and is also up for rent, Mr. Smith replied, retrieving his keys to unlock the door. With the school season in full swing, there is an abundance of students seeking housing. Upon entering, Anna wrinkled her nose and whispered, "There's a musty smell." Mr. Smith coughed awkwardly. It's been raining a lot lately. The house has been unoccupied, leading to some dampness. If we open the windows and turn on the heating for a couple of days, it should improve. The ground floor was divided into a foyer, dining room, kitchen, and a large bathroom, with the foyer enclosed as a separate room. The second floor featured 3 bedrooms and a small bathroom. Although the house was not particularly spacious, it boasted modern decor and ample natural light. However, Chuan's attention was solely focused on the kitchen, which was, after all, his primary concern. The kitchen was modest in size, equipped with basic amenities, a standard 4-burner induction stove, a small oven, and a somewhat dated refrigerator. He attempted to turn on the faucet, only to find a weak stream accompanied by an odd, buzzing sound. It seems there's an issue with the water pressure. A simple repair should suffice, Mr. Smith noted, having observed Chuan's actions. Meanwhile, Julian and Marcus had ascended to inspect the bedrooms, returning shortly with expressions of disappointment. They quietly conveyed to Chuan, "The staircase is too narrow. Chris nearly got stuck going up, and all 3 bedrooms upstairs are quite small. It's not quite suitable." Chuan nodded in understanding. "Then we shall not consider this property. Please, Mr. Smith, lead us to the neighboring unit. If that does not meet our needs, I have an alternative address in mind." The condition of number 36 was marginally better than that of 32, yet the kitchen still left Chuan somewhat dissatisfied. The combined weekly rent for both properties was only $1,600, which, when divided among 10 individuals, amounted to a mere $160 per person. This arrangement was cheaper than student dormitories, but the conditions remained rather average. Shall we proceed to inspect the alternative? Chuan's suggestion received unanimous agreement. After bidding farewell to Mr. Smith, Chuan took out his phone and summoned an Uber XL, accommodating all 6 of them. The vehicle journeyed to another property 3 kilometers away, this time a Victorian-style townhouse, each unit featuring its own entrance and garage, adorned with greenery that exuded both orderliness and vitality. It appeared significantly more exquisite and appealing than the previous houses. This residence boasts 5 rooms, with a weekly rental of $1,800, surpassing the combined cost of the earlier 2 properties. Yet the space is substantially more ample. Chuan remarked, glancing at the information on his phone, that the landlord mentioned her son's house is next door and could also be rented to them. That is splendid. Let's go inside and take a look, Anna exclaimed with uncontainable eagerness. At the entrance, a doorbell awaited. Chuan pressed it and quietly stood at the threshold. The door soon swung open, revealing a vibrant elderly lady in a pink dress, her silver hair radiating energy, who greeted them with a smile. "Hello, I am the landlord, Barbara Mendez. Are you here to view the house? Please come in. I've just baked some cookies, and you're welcome to taste them if you wish." "Thank you." The group followed the landlord into the house, the sweet aroma of freshly baked cookies instantly dispelling their fatigue from house hunting. Upon entering, Chuan was captivated by the spacious and luminous living room, where large windows framed a meticulously tended backyard. The kitchen, designed in an open layout, while not brand new, appeared impeccably clean, equipped with a double-door refrigerator, a built-in oven, and even a large island crafted from white marble. This kitchen is simply marvelous, Chuan exclaimed, his fingers gliding over the smooth marble countertop. My husband was a chef, Barbara smiled, so we placed special emphasis on the kitchen during the renovation. Marcus had already dashed upstairs to explore the rooms. The upper level comprised 2 floors, each containing 2 bedrooms with adjoining bathrooms, illuminated by generously sized windows. Although the 5th room had been converted from the garage, it featured a bay window and nearly floor-to-ceiling windows, making it the most spacious of all the rooms. Barbara guided them through 2 bathrooms, both equipped with showers and bathtubs, maintaining a clean separation of wet and dry areas. At the back of the house, there was a small yard. Since both houses belonged to her family, they had opened up the backyard, transforming it into a larger courtyard. Barbara's husband had constructed a gazebo there and set up a charcoal grill, perfect for summer barbecues. The neighboring house, while not as exquisitely decorated as this one, bore a simpler style likely suited for younger residents, yet it was still quite acceptable. The 6 of them stood in the garden, exchanging glances filled with the same spark of realization. This was the place. Chapter 64. From dormitory to townhouse outside, Mrs. Barbara's townhouse, a sign displayed the weekly rent of $1,800 for 5 rooms, translating to $360 per person weekly, which is double the cost of a single dormitory room at the school. It does not include utilities or internet. In contrast, the school dormitory, costing only $180 per week and inclusive of utilities, offered cramped quarters where even an en-suite bathroom was a luxury. Daily cooking and personal hygiene were relegated to communal areas, proving to be exceedingly inconvenient. Today, a decision cannot yet be reached. Pang Hu, Lao Hu Siki, and Duke are all absent. We have recorded a video to take back for discussion. Although Chuan verbally expressed uncertainty, he felt an undeniable attraction to the house. It perfectly suited his desires. The rooms were spacious and bright, and the open backyard was ample enough for hosting barbecue parties. Moreover, the kitchen, equipped with a professional oven and a double-door refrigerator, seemed tailor-made for him. However, the price was indeed steep, beyond the means of an ordinary student. While those fortunate enough to study abroad usually come from decent backgrounds, their finances are not limitless, and they must exercise caution in their expenditures. Children, come and taste the freshly baked cookies, Mrs. Barbara announced as she approached with a tea tray. The gentle clinking of porcelain cups resonated with the elegance of an English afternoon tea. Are you all students? She inquired. Yes, Chuan replied with a nod. We are all international students at SU University. My son studied there as well, but due to a work relocation, he, along with his wife and children, moved to Liverpool. My husband and I also plan to join them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be inclined to rent out both houses. Mrs. Barbara gazed at the family portrait above the fireplace, reflecting on how the departure of her children left the 2 houses feeling rather empty. If you're willing to sign a lease for at least a year and take both houses, I can reduce the rent for each to $1,500. Really? Chuan's eyes sparkled at the revelation. This price was significantly more affordable. To be honest, this is the first time my family is renting out this house, so I will be discerning in my choice of tenants. I see you all seem like good kids who would cherish our home. Her kind gaze lingered on Chuan, particularly emphasizing, especially you, dear. I can tell you have a fondness for our kitchen and likely enjoy cooking. My husband would be pleased to entrust the house to you. Thank you for your trust, but we cannot make a decision today, as a few friends are still in class. We will discuss it upon our return and provide you with a prompt response, if that is acceptable. Chuan said, feeling a bit shy. Of course, Mrs. Barbara responded graciously. As they departed, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the red brick villa. Chuan glanced back at what might soon be their new home, a surge of anticipation swelling within him. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Peng Hu, Jun Feng, and others were already waiting in the communal kitchen. So how did it go? Did you find a suitable house? Peng Hu eagerly inquired. See for yourself. Li Hua promptly raised his phone and played the video they had recorded. Hu Junfeng and Chun Siki quickly gathered around. Even the usually silent Duke stretched his neck to catch a glimpse. Wow, this kitchen is incredible. Pang Hu's gaze was immediately captured by the culinary space. Its exquisite decor and ample room deemed nothing short of perfection. This marble countertop, this grand oven. Chun Siki's eyes sparkled with delight. I absolutely adore it. The room is impeccably clean and spacious, with large windows. Moreover, there's an expansive backyard. Hu Junfeng was equally pleased. So how much is this house? Pang Hu inquired eagerly. The landlord initially requested 1,800 for each house. But considering we are students and are renting 2 houses together, he graciously reduced the price to 1,500, Yang Chuan replied. Thus, for both houses, it totals 3,000. And with 10 of us, that averages to 300 per person. While this is indeed a significant increase compared to dormitory prices, just think about it. Li Hua pointed at the rooms in the video, saying, with 10 of us living in 2 houses, each person will have their own en-suite bathroom, along with a spacious kitchen and yard. How convenient will it be for cooking and gathering? Furthermore, I've calculated that by assisting Brother Chuan with the stall twice a week, along with video revenue, each of us can at least earn 100, which conveniently offsets the difference with the dorms. What is there to hesitate about? Let us quickly arrange a time with the landlord and finalize the contract. Pang Hu could hardly contain his excitement. Exactly. Even without Brother Chuan's share, we are more than willing to bear this difference, especially considering Brother Chuan's culinary skills. To everyone's surprise, Chun Siki and Hu Junfeng were utterly unconcerned about the price and readily agreed. Duke and Marcus had no objections either, for them. The currency difference between euros and pounds was negligible, making the 300 equivalent to roughly 300, which they found quite reasonable. As for Julian and the other locals, they felt no pressure whatsoever. The housing arrangement was unanimously approved, prompting Yang Chuan to retrieve his phone and call Mrs. Barbara. On the other end, the elderly lady was overjoyed to hear their swift confirmation to rent the 2 houses. Wonderful. Please come over on Saturday to sign the contract. I will hand over the keys, and my husband and I will be heading to Liverpool to reunite with our son. That evening, the communal kitchen was particularly lively, with 10 people gathered around the long table, enjoying their meal while enthusiastically discussing room allocations. The converted garage room was truly remarkable, being the largest and most spacious, complete with a lovely bay window. Pang Hu turned to Yang Chuan, suggesting, Brother Chuan, why not stay in that room? It's convenient for coming and going and close to the kitchen. I was just thinking the same. Yang Chuan nodded with a smile. Hu and I will take the 2nd floor. If you need assistance, just call out. Then I shall occupy the 3rd floor. Brother Chuan certainly needs me as his video assistant. Li Hua glanced hesitantly at Chun Siki. However, it seemed inappropriate for a girl to share a bathroom with him. So, I'll stay next door with Anna, Chun Siki said nonchalantly, taking Anna's hand. The two had become fast friends, cozily leaning against each other. Then I'll join you both. I drive and am the same class as Yang, Chris added. The rooms in the adjacent house were quickly allocated as well. Julian would occupy the converted garage room on the 1st floor, while Chun Siki and Anna would share the 2nd, and Marcus and Duke would take the 3rd floor. Chapter 65. The Housewarming Feast, Part 1. Before long, Saturday arrived, with the sky overcast and a gentle drizzle permeating the air, instilling a chill in the atmosphere. However, it did nothing to dampen the spirits of Yang Chuan and his companions. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the 10 of them stood in a neat row within the spacious living room of Mrs. Barbara. The house exuded an elegant blend of classic English charm and modern elements. With an oak bookshelf nestled in the corner, an oil painting adorning the fireplace, and soft light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, all revealing the meticulous care of the original owner. In their hands, they held the freshly signed contract, a 1-year fixed-term agreement with Mrs. Barbara, stipulating that should they choose to vacate early, they would incur a penalty. The agreed-upon rent was to be paid quarterly, along with a month's rent as a security deposit. With a warm smile, the elderly lady presented 2 sets of keys to Yang Chuan and Julian, saying, "Children, from today onwards, this will be your home. My husband and I will be heading to Liverpool tomorrow." The distance from Stoke-on-Trent to Liverpool was not particularly far by train. It took about an hour. The elderly couple had already sent most of their belongings ahead via logistics, vacating their residence and settling into a nearby hotel, eagerly awaiting the rental of their house before departing from Stoke-on-Trent. Should any issues arise with the house, please do not hesitate to contact us. My husband is quite skilled. He can handle plumbing, electrical repairs, and carpentry. The original wooden bay window in the first floor room was crafted by his own hands, Mrs. Barbara said proudly, expressing her hopes that they would enjoy their stay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Barbara. We are planning to hold a housewarming party at 7 o'clock this evening, and we would be delighted to invite you and your husband to join us. Young Chuan extended the invitation. This tradition among the Chinese entails inviting friends and family to a lively meal in a new home on the day of the move, dispelling the coldness of an unfamiliar environment with culinary delights and laughter, often referred to as warming the house. While some cultures emphasize auspicious days and specific dishes to prepare, abroad, such formalities are typically eschewed, allowing Yang Chuan the freedom to celebrate as he wished. Oh, could it be the legendary Chinese cuisine? We simply must partake in that, Mrs. Barbara exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Barbara, Yang Chuan turned to his companions and proclaimed, "Brothers, it's time to move." The afternoon's relocation resembled a lively military operation, as everyone had diligently packed their belongings the day before. The moving vehicle, arranged by Julian, arrived punctually, quickly filling its cabin with boxes brimming with assorted items and a myriad of colorful suitcases. The convoy set forth with Chris at the helm, driving the catering vehicle, which contained the pots, pans, and the remaining ingredients and seasonings from their communal kitchen. Following closely behind were the moving trucks, trailed by 3 taxis, given that there were 10 of them in total. Slowly, the 2 vacant villas began to be filled again, their halls echoing with laughter. Fortunately, as they were all new students, having recently begun their studies, their belongings were not overly abundant, allowing for a swift and efficient unpacking process. The rice cooker, pressure cooker, and large iron pot have all been returned to their rightful places, with the stir-fry, spatula, and ladle neatly hung on their hooks, while the porcelain plates in the cupboard clash, producing a crisp sound. Yet the refrigerator remains desolately empty, containing only a few pitiful potatoes and radishes. Let us embark on a journey to the supermarket. After a brief respite, the group hurriedly set out for a grand shopping expedition. A Tesco supermarket is conveniently located nearby, merely a 10-minute walk away. When the 10 individuals stormed into Tesco with 5 shopping carts, even the security guard was taken aback. They needed 10 bags of flour, 5 boxes of eggs, and an assortment of beef, pork, fish, lamb, and chicken. Yang Chuan recited the shopping list while Peng Hu, like a human bunyan gong, tirelessly stacked goods into the carts. With the acquisition of their own large refrigerator, they could now purchase over 5 pounds of every type of meat without concern for space. Even if the refrigerator were to overflow, the neighboring fridge provided additional capacity, effectively granting them 2 spacious refrigerators. The produce section was particularly lively as Halloween approached. The supermarket had designated a substantial area for the sale of pumpkins, showcasing a variety of sizes. While many people drove to local farms in the UK to pick their own, Chris had already selected 2 pumpkins nearly the size of his head, intending to carve them into jack-o'-lanterns for display at his doorstep. For the British, pumpkins serve primarily as a medium for crafting jack-o'-lanterns. It is estimated that over 10 million pumpkins are carved each Halloween, only to be discarded afterward. What a waste! Pumpkins can be transformed into such delectable dishes. As Yang Chuan passed by the pumpkin pile, he seized a few, planning to create delicious dishes for the upcoming Halloween culinary competition, hoping to enlighten the British on the extent of their wastefulness. With his keen sense of ingredient selection, he adeptly chose the freshest produce. He also procured additional large dinner plates, mixing bowls, glass cups, and mugs, anticipating that family gatherings would become a frequent occurrence. With an expansive kitchen at their disposal, there was no concern about space, especially with the additional kitchen area next door. They replenished their stock of disposable tableware for their stall, paper bowls, cups, food containers, and napkins. The 10 individuals, pushing 5 shopping carts, swept through the aisles like a tempest, quickly filling their carts with an array of items. They even purchased a considerable amount of snacks, as they now had a sofa and television, allowing them to comfortably gather together to watch shows, chat, and play, rather than being cramped in the communal kitchen dining area. During their time at Tesco, Chuan also discovered Biono organic sauerkraut, made from fermented cabbage. Known for its crisp texture and said to be similar in taste to northeastern Chinese sauerkraut. It was highly recommended as the #1 product on campus forums. So he decided to take 2 jars, intending to try making sauerkraut fish upon his return. Due to the overwhelming abundance of items, they opted not to check out at the self-service area this time, instead choosing to proceed to the cashier for manual checkout. The incessant beeping of the scanner echoed in front of the cash register. The cashier, upon seeing the figure 48762 flash on the screen, displayed a look of astonishment. "Are you planning to open a restaurant?" "Indeed." Pang, who joyfully shook the heavy shopping bag in his hand, beaming. "Our culinary empire begins its ascent tonight." Chapter 66, Housewarming Feast, Part 2, as Chuan and his companions exited the supermarket, laden with bulging shopping bags. The rain had just ceased, and the setting sun pierced through the clouds, revealing a fleeting rainbow. "Look, a rainbow!" Shinseki hurriedly retrieved her phone from her small backpack, snapping several pictures of this rare sight. Encountering a rainbow in England was indeed a rarity. "Wow, it's stunning." And also pulled out her phone, capturing the rainbow. For the likelihood of witnessing a complete rainbow in England was even lower than winning the lottery. Pang, who gazed upward, admiring the rainbow, "Brother Chuan, I believe this is a good omen for our new home." Chuan nodded with a smile. "Let us go, riding on this stroke of good fortune. We should hasten home to prepare our meal. I think we ought to purchase a small cart next time. Carrying all these items home is quite exhausting," Hu Junfeng remarked, weighing the heavy bag of ingredients, the plastic cutting into his fingers. "Agreed. We can order one online later." Laughing and chatting, the group returned to their new home. 10 individuals bustling into the kitchen, scrambling to fit the purchased ingredients into the double-door refrigerator. However, they had acquired far too much, and Julian and the others had no choice but to place the excess vegetables in the refrigerator of the neighboring building. "This kitchen is absolutely fantastic," Pang, who exclaimed, joyfully wandering around the spacious kitchen, which was in stark contrast to their cramped dormitory kitchen. The open design made the kitchen appear particularly expansive. To the right was the designated space for the refrigerator, making access very convenient. The cooking area along the wall was equipped with a stove, oven, dishwasher, and sterilizer. All essential appliances were present, and the countertop was generously sized. 2 sinks by the window provided excellent lighting, making washing vegetables and dishes a breeze. The central marble island not only served as a preparation area, but also housed ample storage beneath. "What are we having for dinner tonight, Brother Chuan?" Hu Junfeng puffed, placing the final bag of vegetables onto the central island, the plastic crinkling. Chuan pulled out a piece of paper and swiftly scribbled down a menu of 8 dishes and 1 soup. Sauerkraut fish, boiled pork slices, pepper salt shrimp, sauté beef casserole, soy sauce chicken, cola chicken wings, 3 delicacies, dompa pork, and radish rib soup. He affixed the menu to the refrigerator with a magnet, ensuring that the quantities would suffice for 12 people. Chuan fastened an apron and glanced at the ingredient list. "Time is limited, and our task is significant. Everyone, let us get moving." Pang, who was the first to wash the meat that would be needed, while Lao, who deveined the shrimp, "Siki, lend me a hand and chop the garnishes. Huazai, take plenty of video footage." Just the thought of these dishes already made Pang, who swallow hard. Once the tasks were assigned, everyone immediately sprang into action. Preparing dompa pork requires considerable time. Thus Chuan commenced with the handling of the pork. He took fresh, skin-on pork belly, diced it into cubes, and submerged it in cold water along with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine for blanching. During this process, he deliberately added an extra 2 tablespoons of cooking wine, causing the milky white pieces of meat to gradually firm up amidst the bubbling water. The pork from England possesses a distinctly fishy aroma, necessitating the addition of robust seasonings to mask it. Once the water reached a boil, he allowed it to simmer for an additional 5 minutes, skimming off the froth before extracting the blanched pork belly. Ideally, when cooking dompa pork, one should bind it with straw or twine to maintain its shape. However, Chuan found himself devoid of such materials and had to be particularly cautious during cooking to preserve the meat's form. He retrieved a soup pot, layering the bottom with slices of scallions, ginger, and garlic, placing the pork skin side up in a neat arrangement. He added rock sugar, star anise, cinnamon, Shaoxing wine, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, and sufficient water to cover the surface of the meat. After bringing it to a vigorous boil, he reduced the heat to a gentle simmer for an hour. He resolved to purchase a clay pot during his next visit to the Chinese supermarket, believing that dompa pork would exude a richer aroma when prepared in such a vessel. Next, Chuan turned his attention to preparing sauerkraut fish. He unwrapped 2 packets of basa fish fillets, placed them in the microwave on low for 2 minutes to thaw, then rinsed them thoroughly under running water before patting them dry with kitchen paper. While fresh blackfish or grass carp are typically used for sauerkraut fish in his homeland, these options were unavailable in England. The basa fish, being boneless and tender, was well suited for those unaccustomed to deboning. With a chef's knife in his right hand and the fish piece secured his left, he deftly sliced through the flesh, creating perfectly arranged fish fillets that resembled petals unfurling. The glimmering blade transformed the whole fish into an orderly array of slices in no time. The basa fish's tender texture necessitated that the slices not be cut too thin, lest they disintegrate upon cooking. "Brother Chuan, your knife skills are truly exceptional," exclaimed Chinsiki, who was slicing ginger nearby, captivated by the process and nearly nicking her finger in the process. "Be careful," Chuan admonished, shaking his head in mild exasperation. He procured a large bowl, placed the sliced fish within, and added salt, pepper, and scallion ginger water, mixing them thoroughly with his hands. Once it became slightly sticky, he incorporated an egg white and a touch of starch, continuing to blend the mixture before allowing it to marinate for approximately 15 minutes. He then retrieved the 2 jars of sauerkraut purchased from Tesco, rinsing them meticulously several times before squeezing out excess water and shredding them into fine strips. As he prepared to heat oil, he grabbed a plastic bag and, standing on a stool, covered the smoke detector. Now, he need not worry about the oil smoke triggering the alarm, and with no dormitory manager to conduct inspections, they could cook freely, in a hot pan with cool oil. He added ginger and garlic slices to sauté, then tossed in the shredded sauerkraut, filling the kitchen with its distinctive aroma. "It smells divine," Hu Junfeng remarked, as he deftly deveined shrimp, his mouth watering at the scent. Chuan chuckled as he poured water into the pot. "Soon, you shall taste my enhanced version." After the broth reached a rolling boil, he added salt, chicken essence, and pepper, followed by enoki mushrooms and tofu skin, allowing them to simmer for approximately 5 minutes to absorb the flavors thoroughly. He then retrieved these ingredients and placed them in an oversized bowl as a base. Lowering the heat, he carefully introduced the marinated basa fish fillets, gently separating them with chopsticks to prevent them from sticking together. Once all the fish was added, he raised the heat, using a spatula to lightly stir, ensuring even cooking. After about 5 minutes, the fish was cooked through and placed into the bowl containing the tofu skin and enoki mushrooms. He topped it with minced garlic and dried chili segments, refraining from pouring hot oil for the moment, fearing it would render the dish unappetizing if it cooled. In the living room, Julian and the others, busy setting the dining table, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and peeked curiously into the kitchen. "Stop looking. Just take this bowl of fish to the warming box." Chuan beckoned to Julian. "Goodness, this cannot merely be described as a bowl. It is clearly a basin." Julian marveled at the enormous vessel. With so many people, it's only fitting that the portions be substantial. Chapter 67, The Housewarming Feast, Part 3. The fragrant scent of the sauerkraut fish lingered in the kitchen as Chuan turned his attention to the next dish. The preparation of the boiled meat slices bore a resemblance to that of the sauerkraut fish, yet the flavors were distinctly different, as boiling meat slices could not be blanched in advance. Chuan was concerned that relying solely on cooking wine might not effectively eliminate the gamey taste of the British pork. Thus, he opted to exchange for fresh, premium pork tenderloin from the system's marketplace, reassured by the ample amount of meat purchased today, confident it would go unnoticed. The pork displayed a perfect pink hue, with fine textures and marbled fat distribution, boasting an impressive freshness rating of 100. He sliced the tenderloin into thin pieces, placing them into a large bowl. Given the pork was sourced from the system, he omitted the cooking wine and instead utilized scallion and ginger water to remove any unpleasant odors. He then added salt, chicken essence, pepper, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, a dash of dark soy sauce, and an appropriate amount of sweet potato starch, mixing it all by hand and setting it aside to marinate. He heated oil in a wok, adding a generous spoonful of the banjiang, ensuring it was the authentic Sichuan Pishin variety for genuine flavor. Once the red oil was released, he added a small piece of spicy hot pot base, a convenient shortcut to avoid the need for an array of spices. Adding minced scallions, ginger, and garlic, he then included the chili segments, stir-frying on high heat. The kitchen was soon filled with an intense, mouth-watering aroma that made the air feel almost scorching. In the living room, Julian and his companions coughed from the potent scent, prompting Pang Hu to open a window for ventilation, relieved that this time they need not worry about triggering the smoke alarm. This fragrance is irresistible. Chun Siki, enchanted by the alluring spiciness, found herself lost in its intoxicating aroma. Once the mixture was adequately sautéed, he added water and introduced the pre-washed and chopped Napa cabbage, black fungus, vermicelli, and bean sprouts. Covering the pot, he let it simmer on medium heat for 2 or 3 minutes. As it cooked, the broth gradually transformed into an enticing reddish-brown hue, with a glossy layer of spicy oil floating atop, and all the accompanying ingredients soaked up the rich, spicy broth. Once again, the remnants were gathered and placed into a large bowl. The marinated slices of meat were immersed in boiling water for about a minute until they turned pale. After retrieving the meat, it was poured into the bowl filled with assorted vegetables, creating a bountiful sight of meat. Savory broth was added, along with dried chili segments, Sichuan peppercorns, and minced garlic, though hot oil was omitted for now, and it was set aside in an insulated box to keep warm. Yang Chuan glanced at the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock, leaving only 2 hours before the arrival of Lady Barbara and her husband. The clock was ticking, and there was much to accomplish. A whole chicken was marinated with 5 tablespoons of light soy sauce, 2 tablespoons of dark soy sauce, 2 tablespoons of oyster sauce, a pinch of sugar and pepper, then allowed to rest for 10 minutes. After being thoroughly massaged with the sauce, the chicken skin took on an alluring glaze. Utilizing a rice cooker, a bed of sliced ginger, garlic, and scallions was prepared at the bottom, into which the chicken and its accompanying cooking wine were added. With the press of a button, in half an hour, the soy sauce chicken would be ready. Upon completion, the chicken emerged with a glossy, plump skin, its collagen-rich texture yielding to a gentle touch, while succulent juices seeped from the tender meat. Using a chef's knife, the chicken was deftly chopped into pieces, skin, meat, and bones included, ready to be served. One could only surmise that the popularity of certain culinary trends held a certain merit. Yang Chuan seemed to operate at double speed as dishes continued to emerge from the kitchen, the temperature rising and a thin veil of condensation forming on the glass windows. While preparing the sauté beef pot, he suddenly recalled that sauté sauce typically contained peanuts, prompting a last-minute alteration to the sauce, substituting it with XO sauce. XO sauce, crafted from premium ham, large dried scallops, and authentic shrimp, undergoes meticulous preparation, resulting in a flavor that is both exquisite and rich, particularly suitable for high-quality ingredients. The amber-hued sauce enveloped generous chunks of beef brisket, becoming tender through gentle simmering. The absence of a clay pot was indeed inconvenient. The small saucepan lacked the sole necessary for a proper beef stew. As the clock struck 6:50 p.m., all 8 dishes and a soup finally graced the dining table. The pickled fish and spicy boiled meat were drizzled with searing hot oil, the sizzling sound resonating as the aromatic oil cascaded over the fish and meat, releasing a burst of spicy, tangy fragrance. The pickled fish shimmered in a white broth, the boiled meat glistening with a red oil sheen. The XO beef pot thick and flavorful, the dompa pork radiant and glossy, and the caramelized chicken wings exuding a shimmering glaze. The radish and rib soup in the center of the long table emitted a steamy warmth, reflecting a gleam in everyone's eyes. This spread was a true feast for the senses. Pang, who could hardly resist reaching for chopsticks, but was swiftly restrained by Yang Chuan. No sneaking bites. Lady Barbara has yet to arrive. Pang, who could only hold a glass of cola, gazing longingly at the delectable dishes, sipping intermittently. Li Hua took out his phone and snapped a series of pictures of the delectable dishes spread across the table, then proudly shared them in the small group of Lu Xing F4. F4 Li Hua. A series of close-ups of 8 dishes and a soup. The first meal in our new home, expertly prepared by Chuan Go. I ask you, are you not envious? Dog holding a rose JPG. F2 Qian Xingyi. Angry cat punch GIF Li Hua. Are you doing this on purpose? I am here in Paris gnawing on dry bread while you indulge in a lavish feast. F3 Xiao Mingyu. F1 Suyi boss, take a look. This rascal is feasting behind our backs. F1 Suyi. Oh no, I forgot the boss. Just moments ago, Li Hua was brimming with pride. But he quickly adopted a more submissive demeanor and typed a reply. F4 Li Hua. Boss, we just moved in and Chuan Go prepared a housewarming banquet to celebrate. F1 Suyi. You've moved out? F4 Li Hua. Yes, indeed. We are now sharing a rental. There are many of us together. From now on, I'll be feasting with Chuan Go every day. Songazivo, et mot suiye, et sai. See you at the racetrack tomorrow. F4 Li Hua. No, please. Spare me, boss. Kneeling and frantically bowing JPG. Tomorrow, Chuan Go is setting up a stall, and I have to help film the videos. I truly cannot get away. F2 Qianqing. Ah, well deserved. Firecrackers celebrating JPG. F3 Xiao Mingyu. I suggest we package this guy up and airdrop him to London. I'll cover the shipping costs. F4 Li Hua. Boss, how about you come by tomorrow when you're free? We now have a food truck. The scale of our stall has significantly upgraded. You won't be disappointed if you come tomorrow. F1 Suyi. Understood. Just as they were speaking, the doorbell rang. Julien rushed to open the door, revealing the Barbara couple, elegantly dressed in dark suits and holding a bottle of red wine. Children, we hope we're not late, the elderly lady began, only to be enveloped by the enticing aroma wafting from within. Oh my goodness, this smells even more delightful than the meals we've had at Michelin-starred restaurants. Her husband inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on the array of beautifully presented dishes before him. Dear, I suddenly have no desire to go to Liverpool. Laughter erupted as they welcomed the couple inside, and everyone took their seats. Welcome, our dear landlords, to our housewarming feast. Yang Chuan smiled and raised his glass filled with cola, announcing to the eager crowd, now let us dine. Chapter 68. The Housewarming Feast, Part 4. At Yang Chuan's command, the food enthusiasts immediately set to work with their chopsticks and spoons, while the Barber couple, armed with silver knives and forks, gazed at the unfamiliar Chinese dishes before them with a mix of confusion and anticipation. The elderly lady's nostrils flared as the sour and spicy aroma of the pickled fish wafted towards her, evoking memories of the tom yum soup she had tasted in Southeast Asia during her youth. Yet, the snow-white fish fillets floating in the golden broth presented a more delicate flavor. Dear, which one should we try first? Mr. Barbara quietly inquired of his wife. Yet his gaze was captivated by the water-boiled meat slices, the vibrant red oil floating with a dense multitude of Sichuan peppercorns, resembling a perilous crimson marsh. The glistening meat submerged within gleamed enticingly. I shall first sample this fish. Its hue is truly splendid. Mrs. Barbara, fearing that the fork might disintegrate the delicate fish, imitated others by using a spoon to scoop a piece of snowy white fish. The trembling morsel, ensconced in golden broth, wafted an enticing aroma of sourness and spice, provoking her salivary glands. Oh my God, she exclaimed as she took a bite. The fish was exquisitely tender, its flavor astonishingly delightful. The perfect balance of acidity and spiciness stimulating her palate, culminating in a subtle sweetness that lingered. It was simply divine, witnessing Mrs. Barbara's exuberance for the fish. Her husband took a taste himself and found it indeed delectable. His gaze was once again irresistibly drawn to the vibrant water-boiled meat, and he speared a slice with his fork, placing it in his mouth. In an instant, the numbing sensation of the peppercorns engulfed his palate, causing beads of perspiration to form on his forehead. Yet the ensuing burst of meaty fragrance compelled him to spear a second slice. How extraordinary! He gasped for air while sipping water, the spiciness rendering his tongue numb. yet he could not bring himself to stop. Julian and Chris were equally drenched in sweat from the heat, while Chuan found their reactions amusing, pondering why these foreigners were so drawn to spicy dishes from the outset. "Come, try this dompa pork. I have stewed it for quite a while, best enjoyed hot." Chuan used serving chopsticks to offer dishes to his guests. The amber-hued meat quivered delicately at the tip of the chopsticks, the thick sauce stretching into fine strands. Mrs. Barbara cautiously bit off a piece. The layer of fat melted silently on her tongue, transforming into a rich, wine-scented juice, while the lean meat dissolved in her mouth, prompting her to cover her mouth in astonishment. "Oh my God, is this truly made from pork? I have never tasted such exquisite pork." Her husband, witnessing her reaction, eagerly followed suit, marveling at the miraculous flavor of dompa pork. "This beef is also incredibly delicious," Marcus exclaimed as he mixed rice with the sauce, devouring half a bowl in one go. The fragrant, rich sauce combined with the tender beef was truly irresistible. Shinseki was teaching Anna how to use chopsticks, and Anna, with trembling hands, slowly picked up a piece of soy sauce chicken. The chicken's skin glistened like honey, and the meat was exceptionally tender. A delightful interplay of sweet and savory. Duke was assaulting the caramel-colored chicken wings, their glossy surface shimmering. He bit into one, the crispy exterior yielding to a gush of honey juice, unable to resist sucking the sauce from his fingers. The balance of sweetness and meatiness was impeccable. Even though it was his second time tasting them, he was still enchanted by the marvelous flavor. The elders were inspired by the youthful veracity, and the plates gradually piled high with food. "Try this," Mrs. Barbara urged her husband. "It is 100 times better than the turkey you roast at Thanksgiving." "Really? I find that hard to believe." Her husband, with a hint of stubbornness, took a bite. The moment his teeth penetrated the crisp surface, scalding juices erupted onto his tongue, blending the savory saltiness of soy sauce with the sweetness of cola. After a moment of silent chewing, the old gentleman slowly remarked, "When we leave, we must ask this child for the recipe of these chicken wings." The dish of 3 vegetables, being the only purely vegetarian option on the table, also received its due attention. The eggplant, having absorbed the oil, became tender, the potatoes were slightly charred at the edges, and the green peppers retained their crispness. The 3 distinct textures harmonized surprisingly well under the garlicky aroma, proving to be no less delectable than the meat itself. "It is time for some soup." Chuan served each person a bowl of radish and rib soup. The milky broth was adorned with vibrant green scallions and bright red goji berries, melting into an exquisite warmth upon entering the throat. The translucent radishes, soaked in meat juices, burst with sweet flavor at the moment of biting. The ribs, stewed to tenderness, fell off the bone with the slightest nibble. The Barber couple sipped their bowls delicately, their eyes sparkling with joy amidst the wrinkles of age. They had not indulged in such a feast in a long while, and perhaps Mr. Barbara's initial jest about not wanting to go to Liverpool had transformed into a genuine reluctance to leave. As the table gradually quieted, only the soft clinking of utensils remained. The table was cleared of every dish, even the sauce in the plates was scraped clean to accompany the rice. The bowl of spicy boiled meat, a challenge for foreign palates, was left with only a layer of red oil at the bottom. Mrs. Barbara retrieved a small notebook from her handbag, her face brimming with anticipation as she turned to Chuan. "Dear child, might you share a few of the recipes with me? Although I know I may never replicate this flavor," she said, patting her slightly full stomach. "At least my children can experience this taste from the East." Of course, Chuan wrote down the recipes for the savory soy chicken, cola chicken wings, microwave garlic eggplant, and radish beef soup. These dishes were simple to prepare and required no advanced culinary skills. As long as the steps were followed, success was assured. However, he substituted the ribs in the soup with beef, considering that British pork might not yield a delectable broth, and replaced the 3 vegetables with microwave garlic eggplant. "Young, I noticed a food truck outside with Chinese cuisine written on it. Is it yours?" Mr. Barbara inquired after taking a sip of the red wine beside him. "Yes," Chuan replied. "I thought so. Your culinary skills are clearly professional. It's a shame you're not running a restaurant." Mr. Barbara smiled, asking, "Where do you usually set up your stall?" "We set up near the school every Wednesday and Sunday." "Sunday?" That's tomorrow. Mrs. Barbara's eyes lit up as she exchanged a glance with her husband. Indeed, we will be at the C-Zone Square next to the Student Activity Center at SU University at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Very well. Then we shall dine at your stall tomorrow before heading to Liverpool. The two elderly individuals swiftly reached a decision. Should the opportunity arise, they would warmly welcome you to Liverpool, where their residence boasts a commendable kitchen. After bidding farewell to the hospitable hosts, the young people languidly reclined in their chairs, patting their round bellies and chuckling blissfully. Chapter 69. Stall planning following the departure of the couple. The living room was left in a state of disarray. According to their unspoken division of labor, cooking without the burden of washing dishes, the five of them, satisfied and sated, sprawled on the sofa watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. While this animation might appear somewhat juvenile to children, it served as the perfect form of relaxation for university students. In the kitchen, Julian and Chris busied themselves with the cleaning of pots and pans, relieved that their new home was equipped with a dishwasher, which significantly eased their post-meal duties. Having settled down, Chuan took the opportunity to tally the day's gains from the system. Ding! Delicious value, 1111. Tonight's feast yielded an impressive 11 points of delicious value. However, merely exchanging ingredients and sauces had cost him 19 points, rendering the endeavor a financial loss. Relying solely on daily cooking yielded insufficient delicious value. It was clear that he must resort to setting up a stall. Reflecting on this, Chuan deemed it necessary to strategize the menu for tomorrow, ideally focusing on dishes that could be prepared swiftly and were manageable for his companions. As he browsed the system's marketplace, he recalled that on Wednesday, while selling river snail rice noodles, a notification had popped up indicating the completion of a random task. However, engrossed in cooking, he had neglected to check the rewards. After returning home and retiring for the night, he had forgotten all about it, and the rewards had been deposited directly into the system's temporary storage, leaving him oblivious to the nature of the mysterious kitchenware. Curiosity piqued. He accessed the temporary storage and discovered a colossal stainless steel pot, reminiscent of those used in large restaurants. Upon clicking to view the details, the system presented an explanation. God-level chef's braised meat pot. Crafted from the highest quality stainless steel, it ensures even heating and excellent thermal conductivity, significantly reducing the time required for braising meat while preventing the broth from becoming scorched and bitter due to prolonged heating. It features an intelligent reminder function, with a red light indicating when to change the seasoning packet and a green light signaling when to add water. As Chuan read the description, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, this was a culinary tool deemed God-level by the system, boasting remarkable capabilities. This top-tier stainless steel cookware not only guarantees uniform heating, but also intelligently alerts the user to replace the seasoning and add water, effectively addressing many issues inherent in traditional braising methods. The previous dishes of pig trotter rice and hearty meat noodles had indeed been delicious. But due to the limitations of the pressure cooker, he could not braise a substantial quantity of meat, enough only for a handful of people, rendering it impractical for stall selling. However, with the advent of the chef's braised meat pot, the process would become significantly more convenient. In just 1 hour, he could prepare an enormous batch of braised meat. And with a thermal container on the food cart, he could directly sell braised meat rice the following day. Nevertheless, given the high cost of the braised meat, he knew he could not set a low price, at least £6 per serving. In addition to the braised meat, each rice portion could include half a braised egg and a few tender greens. I'm utterly stuffed. Pang, who sprawled across the sofa, his round belly contentedly caressed, exclaiming, "Chuan Gu, your culinary skills are simply unparalleled. I'm so full that I can scarcely move." Chinsiki languidly reclined in a single chair, despite having reached satiety. Her mouth could not cease its indulgence. This dompa pork is absolutely my lifeline. How can it be so delectable? It melts in the mouth, rich yet not greasy. I devoured 2 bowls of rice with the sauce. Li Hua was similarly languishing in a state of blissful lethargy. Suddenly, Hu Junfeng, engrossed in his phone, exclaimed in surprise, "You all must see this. Someone is already inquiring if we will set up a stall tomorrow." Chuan took the phone, and indeed, several posts floated on the forum. Inquiry Will the yummy food truck be out tomorrow? My roommate is nearly going mad with cravings. Urgent. Does anyone know where Chuan's food truck will be tomorrow? Waiting online. Share real-life test of rice.When. So delicious it brings tears. Attached are pictures of the queue. It appears that our Huagua cuisine is even more popular than we anticipated. Chuan chuckled as he returned the phone, his mind already beginning to devise tomorrow's menu. Chuan go. What shall we sell tomorrow? Pang Hu sat up abruptly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us sell braised meat rice. Braised meat rice. Pang Hu's eyes lit up. Is that the upgraded version of the pig trotter rice you made last time? Indeed. But this time we want to limit ourselves to pig trotters. We can braise pork belly, chicken legs, beef, eggs, and tofu skin all together in a large pot. Then pour it over the rice to sell. I have already ordered a stainless steel container for the braised meat from an imaginary company, and it will arrive tomorrow morning. Chuan continued. The beauty of braised meat rice is its quick service. When customers order, we can simply scoop the rice, drizzle the sauce, slice the meat, and within a minute, a portion is ready. That sounds fantastic. Last time with the steamed dumplings, there was such a long queue. I felt quite embarrassed. Hu Junfeng nodded vigorously. You're absolutely right, which is why we need to prepare dishes that are quick to serve, low in cost, and appealing to a diverse clientele. Besides braised meat rice, we should also prepare some snacks and desserts. Now that we have the food truck, we can operate on multiple fronts. Our strategy should be to embrace a low-margin, high-volume approach to earn more culinary value. Such as? Li Hua inquired curiously. For instance, spicy potato sticks and coconut sago. Or spicy potato sticks. Julian, intrigued by the novel name, leaned out from the kitchen to ask. They're a classic street food of Huagua, Chuan explained, gesturing. The potatoes are cut into wavy strips, fried to a crisp exterior yet tender inside, then tossed with chili powder, cumin, garlic, cilantro, and more. They're delectably spicy and perfect for eating on the go. When it comes to street snacks, spicy potato sticks certainly rank among the top 3. Chuan recalled how he would often be lured by the enticing aroma of those spicy potato sticks after school or work. Watching the golden potato strips coated in red oil and sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, making his mouth water. The pocket money he painstakingly saved each week inevitably found its way into the hands of the vendors selling spicy potato sticks. The primary ingredient for the delectable wolf-tooth potatoes is merely a single potato, which can be procured for just 65 pence per pound, ample enough to craft a substantial pot of this dish. All he needs to do is prepare the seasoning, entrusting Pang Hu and the others with frying the potatoes and applying the flavorful dressing. In stark contrast, the baked potatoes sold by popular TikTok influencers in the UK command a price of 12 each, with eager patrons queuing for hours, often 4 to 5 at a time, just to indulge. Although the toppings are plentiful, the cost is undeniably steep. Chuan is confident that his version of wolf-tooth potatoes will not disappoint. A price of 25 per serving seems entirely reasonable, does it not? The toppings beloved by the British, cheese, ham, diced onions, and baked beans, can certainly be added. And as long as one is willing to pay, any enhancement to the potatoes is feasible. Sounds splendid, Anna exclaimed eagerly. Chi-Chi taught me how to peel potatoes. I can help out. What about coconut sago? Chris inquired. Is that a dessert? Indeed, it is a sweet soup made from coconut milk and sago, enjoyed hot in winter and chilled in summer, with a delightful chewy texture and a sweet aroma, Chuan replied. Dairy products in the UK are remarkably inexpensive, given that it is a nation rooted in livestock farming. One can obtain a large tub of whole milk, skimmed milk, coconut milk, almond milk, and other varieties for around $1. Combining coconut milk with cooked sago and a touch of honey results in a perfect dessert, which could easily be sold for $2 a cup without issue. Wow, this arrangement is absolutely perfect. Chun Siki clapped her hands. Braised pork rice caters to the main meal demand. Wolf-tooth potatoes will entice snack enthusiasts. And coconut sago will satisfy those with a sweet tooth, an all-encompassing strategy for attracting customers. Chapter 70. Preparations for the stall in the early morning. As the mist had yet to dissipate, Chuan stood beside the food cart, his breath forming little puffs in the chilly air. Rubbing his hands together, he unlocked the cart's compartment with a key, eager to set up before others awoke. He placed the system's reward, a divine chef's braised pork pot, onto the cart, feigning that it had been supplied by XBD Company. The utensils provided by the system required no intricate procedures. They could be used immediately. He took out streaky pork, fresh chicken legs, and the finest beef ribs, swiftly preparing them before tossing them into the braising pot, adding water along with a packet of braising spices, soy sauce, sugar, cooking wine, and other seasonings. The aroma of the spice packet wafted through the bubbling water, instantly awakening his dormant taste buds. With a satisfied clap of his hands, Chuan covered the pot. All set. Once everyone is up, we can head to the supermarket. Thanks to the evenly heating nature of the divine chef's braising pot, there is no need for him to stir like others did with long-handled spoons. He merely had to wait for the meat to braise itself. In order to establish a stellar reputation for his food cart, he decided to splurge this time, sourcing all the meat for the braised pork directly from the system. Expending 27 points of deliciousness, 1 point equates to 500 G of meat. This singular choice depleted his entire daily income of deliciousness points. However, the benefits were undeniably clear. The quality of the ingredients was paramount, not to mention that they were essentially free. This meant zero cost and pure profit. After setting up the stall, not only could the delectable flavors consumed be multiplied in returns, but it also promised a substantial influx of monetary gain. Returning to the kitchen, Chuan cominge preparations for breakfast. In a bid to save time, he opted for the simplest dish, soy sauce fried egg noodles. He heated oil in a pan, cracked in eggs, and fried them until both sides were golden, removing them once the yolks reached a semi-solid state and placing them aside on a plate. The noodles were the instant variety acquired from the supermarket, boiled until cooked and then retrieved from the pot. In the 5 minutes while awaiting the noodles, he prepared a basic broth, half a spoon of lard, 2 spoons of soy sauce, and a pinch of chicken essence, dissolving the lard with boiling water before adding the cooked noodles. The amber broth, glistening with oil, enveloped the snowy white noodles, topped with the golden fried eggs, complemented by 2 blanched greens. Finally, a drizzle of fresh soy sauce over the eggs transformed the humble breakfast into a feast for the senses. Brother Chuan, you're awake too early. Pang Hu and Hu Junfeng, the first to catch the enticing aroma, rushed down the stairs with tousled hair, dashing into the kitchen, their nostrils flaring, awakened even from their dreams by the fragrance. It's merely a bowl of noodles, hardly a laborious task, Chuan chuckled. You two go wash up first. We'll head to the supermarket together after breakfast. Absolutely, they replied in unison, hastily making their way to the washroom. Before long, others trickled down as well. Sleepy-eyed Anna entered through the back door of the kitchen, roused by the delightful scent. Wow, it smells amazing. What are we having today? Soy sauce fried egg noodles, something simple. After we eat, we'll head straight to the supermarket. Chuan gestured towards the steaming bowls of noodles on the counter. The noodles are ready. Serve yourselves. While shoveling noodles into his mouth, Hu Junfeng mumbled, Brother Chuan, what are we buying today? We definitely need to stock up on potatoes, as well as drinks and seasonings. I've already drafted a list. Chuan produced a piece of paper from his pocket, noting that in addition to ingredients, they would also need a whiteboard for menus and price lists. Anna and I will handle peeling the potatoes. We can pick up a peeler from the Huawei supermarket. Chun Siki offered. Sounds good. They should carry the wavy knife for making crinkle-cut fries as well. Chuan nodded. I'll take charge of frying the potatoes. Hu Junfeng raised his hand. I've seen plenty of street food. Frying shouldn't be too challenging. Then I'll continue taking orders. Pang Hu patted his chest. With last Wednesday's experience, I'm certain I could do even better this time. I've even prepared a notebook for order taking. Li Hua took a sip of broth and looked up. I'll handle the cash register and live streaming. Now that we have the food truck, we can use a GoPro for a first-person perspective, which should enhance the streaming quality. By the way, Julian, Chuan turned to the ravenous Julian. Have you contacted your friend? Can we borrow the tables and chairs from the club activity room? Not a problem. I messaged him last night, and he agreed to lend us the keys to the club activity room. Julian wiped his mouth. Once we get to school, I'll find him at the dorm to collect the keys. After setting up the stall, you will assist me in the food truck by retrieving the marinated meat according to the customer's requests. Once I have sliced it, you will be responsible for packaging the meal boxes. Chuan will undoubtedly handle the meat slicing, but he will require an additional hand. And Julian is quite suitable for this role. No problem, Julian assured with a pat on his chest. Chris, Marcus, you two will maintain the queue order. Chuan directed towards the tall duo. Leave it to us. Chris responded with an okay gesture. Duke, the task of preparing the coconut sago will be entrusted to you, Chuan stated, looking at Duke, who nodded vigorously with a serious expression. After finishing breakfast, the group tidied up the dishes and prepared to depart. Due to their larger number, they summoned 2 Uber XL vehicles. Soon, 2 taxis arrived at the entrance, and the group split into 2 teams to board. 30 minutes later, the taxis halted in front of Huawei's supermarket. We're here. Let us move quickly and split up. Chuan clapped his hands. Fat Tiger, Lao Hu. You're with me to buy vegetables. Siki, Anna, you go fetch coconut milk, cheese, and baked beans. Huazai and Duke will grab utensils and paper cups. Julian, Chris, and Marcus will procure the whiteboard. Understood. The group chorused, swiftly dispersing to execute their tasks. Inside the supermarket, the hustle and bustle was palpable as Chuan pushed the shopping cart directly to the vegetable section. We need to get plenty of potatoes, onions, and greens, he muttered while selecting items. Hu Junfeng approached with a bulging woven bag, inquiring, Brother Chuan, is this enough? Let us grab 2 more bags just to be safe. Chuan replied. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger examined the condiments, asking, should we buy soy sauce in large bottles? The small ones run out too quickly. All right, let's take 2 large bottles. On the other side, Chun, Siki, and Anna were perusing the beverage aisle. How many buckets of coconut juice should we get? Anna asked. Let us start with 5. If that isn't sufficient, we can always purchase more from Sainsbury's near the school, Chun Siki responded, glancing at the shopping cart. We should also grab 2 more bags of sago. Half an hour later, the group reconvened at the checkout, their cart overflowing with items. Do we have everything? Chuan double-checked the list. Yes, we do. Everyone affirmed in unison. After settling the bill, they hailed a taxi to return home, laden with their purchases. Today's task is significant. Everyone, let us do our best. Chuan beamed at his spirited companions. Absolutely. Today we will definitely reap substantial rewards. Fat Tiger exclaimed, and the others echoed his enthusiasm. The new day of stall life officially commenced. Chapter 71. The fragrant surprise as the taxi turned into the neighborhood. Chuan and his companions were taken aback by the scene before them, even before they exited the vehicle. Over 20 residents, adorned in various costumes, had gathered in front of their row house, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a small gathering. The golden-haired lady, walking her poodle, frequently glanced around, while a young couple pushing a stroller whispered to each other. Most striking was an elderly woman with a head full of silver curls, who comfortably sat in a folding chair, holding a ceramic teacup adorned with the Queen's likeness, mere meters from their food truck. What on earth is happening? Peng Hu pressed his face against the car window, straining to discern the situation outside. Could it be a community protest? Hu Junfeng speculated. I've heard that the British are particularly sensitive to cooking odors. Chuan took a deep breath. Let's go down and see. Once the vehicle came to a halt, everyone disembarked with their bags, momentarily uncertain whether to approach the gathering. From the crowd emerged a distinguished elderly gentleman, tall and dressed in a light-colored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a full head of silver hair, exuding an air of elegance. Good day, young folks. I am Hop Stewart, your neighbor, he said, adjusting his glasses with a warm smile. I hope you don't mind my inquiry, but is that food truck emblazoned with Chinese cuisine yours? Yes, Chuan replied, instinctively glancing at his designated parking space. Is it not permissible to park a food truck here? The sign reads residential only. Oh no, tenants also have parking rights, mister. Hop explained gently. Please forgive our abruptness, but the aroma wafting from your food truck has driven the entire community into a frenzy. It was then that Chuan noticed the vent of the food truck releasing tendrils of white smoke, the rich scent of marinated meat particularly enticing in the chilly air. Before their departure, to ensure a continuous power supply for the culinary masterpiece, Chuan had deliberately kept the engine running, merely cracking the window for ventilation, unaware that the enticing aroma would provoke such a stir. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance, he began, eager to express regret. No, You misunderstand our intent. Mister. Hop quickly interrupted, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Given the signage on your truck, I assume you're prepared to sell food? Might I purchase a portion? My grandson, upon catching wind of that delightful fragrance, has refused to eat lunch, insisting that I seek out the source of this tantalizing aroma. Hello, I am Meli Kaufman. Also your neighbor, chimed in the lady seated in the folding chair, her thick Scottish accent laced with joy. At my age, it's quite difficult to rekindle an interest in food, yet today your offerings have rekindled my appetite. Please, do sell me a portion of this magically fragrant dish. Hello, I am Kate for number 33. My daughter Maggie has been clamoring for something to eat. Please do sell me a portion as well. A plump, middle-aged woman approached, her 5-year-old daughter tiptoeing beside her, pressing her face against the car window in an attempt to peek inside the food truck, leaving a tiny imprint of her nose on the foggy glass. I want some too. More residents gathered around, clamoring to purchase the food emanating an enchanting aroma from the cart. Chuan had not anticipated the allure of braised meat would draw such a crowd of neighbors. However, since he intended to sell it all anyway, there was no harm in selling some in advance. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was only a little past 11, and there was ample time before heading to school. With a generous amount of braised meat prepared for the day, selling some ahead of time posed no issue, if necessary. He could always add more meat, especially with his culinary prowess ensuring a swift cooking process. Julian, take the items inside first. Peng Hu and Lao Hu, grab some disposable containers and help me sell the braised meat, Chuan decisively instructed, handing the bag he was carrying to Julian. He then retrieved his keys, unlocking the food truck's door and side window, for which a plume of steaming vapor immediately billowed forth. Braised chicken legs, for pounds each. Considering the larger cuts of beef and pork lacked weighing tools for sale, he opted to start with the uniformly sized chicken legs. The chicken legs he used were plump and larger than those from fast food establishments, making the price of 4 pounds a fair bargain. In an instant, a queue formed on the sidewalk, and Li Hua brought over a newly purchased whiteboard, inscribing with a marker, braised chicken legs, tasting price, for each. As Chuan lifted the lid of the braised meat pot, a cloud of white steam enveloped in an intoxicating aroma rushed forth, causing the entire line to fall eerily silent for a moment. Over 20 heads leaned forward in unison, like puppets pulled by invisible strings. The scent was an enchanting blend of spices, star anise and cinnamon weaving a sweet and spicy tapestry, the amber-hued fragrance from simmered soy sauce, and the savory aroma of chicken legs rolling in the braising liquid, creating an invisible web of temptation against the chill of the wind. With a ladle, Chuan gently stirred, and the chicken legs, resting at the bottom of the pot, surfaced like treasures, their amber skin glistening with the glossy, braising sauce, captivating the gaze of onlookers. "Good day, Mr. Hope. How many chicken legs would you like?" Chuan inquired, addressing Mr. Hope, who stood at the forefront of the line. "I'll take 5 chicken legs, please," Mr. Hope eagerly responded, handing over 20 pounds while his eyes remained fixated on the pot. "Would you like them cut?" No, just give them me whole." His gaze remained locked on the shiny chicken legs, the pronounced bobbing of his Adam's apple betraying his desire. This distinguished English gentleman, unable to wait until he returned home, grasped one of the braised chicken legs and began to gnaw on it. The gelatinous skin, soaked in braising sauce, melted in his mouth, the savory saltiness accompanied by a hint of sweetness, perfectly awakening his taste buds. The chicken was tender, bursting with juices, the fibers saturated with the essence of the marinade, each bite revealing the freshness of the meat and the richness of the braising flavor. Before he realized it, he had devoured an entire chicken leg, even the crevices of the bone filled with the succulent aroma of the marinade. "Young man, I would like 2 chicken legs." "Oh no, make it 4. Mrs. Mary, who was in second place, trembled as she fished out her wallet. The blonde lady, accompanied by her poodle, was frantically scratching at the wheels of the food cart. Embarrassed, she tugged at the leash and exclaimed, "I apologize. My Louis XIV is a bit out of control. Please give me 4 chicken legs." A couple pushing a stroller purchased 3 chicken legs. The wife tore off a small piece of meat to feed their crying baby, who immediately stopped sobbing and waved his tiny hands, demanding more. The couple exchanged smiles, realizing they would have to return frequently. When it was Kate and her daughter's turn, they decisively ordered 12, as their household consisted of 6, and such delectable chicken legs warranted at least 2 for each person. A young man in athletic wear was on the phone while waiting in line. "Mom, don't bother with lunch. I'll bring back some incredibly delicious chicken legs." In less than half an hour, the first batch of braised chicken legs was sold out, indicating a prosperous day for the braised meat rice business. Chapter 72. The business opportunity brought by delicious braised meat, so delightful. "This is the best chicken leg I have ever tasted." Mr. Hope devoured 2 chicken legs before wiping his fingers, thinking to himself that had it not been for his greedy little grandson at home, he could have polished off the entire box. "Indeed, Mr. Yang, please be sure to inform us of your regular operating location." Meanwhile, Mrs. Mary was using her bread to soak up the remaining braising sauce in the container, declaring, "This is undoubtedly the best Chinese cuisine I have ever had. We are students from SU University. We set up a stall every Wednesday and Sunday. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, we will begin our business at the C District Plaza. All this braised meat is prepared for a stall this afternoon." Yang Chuan glanced at his phone. It was nearly noon, and he needed to pick up the pace. 3 o'clock. Young Father Mark, pushing the stroller, took out his phone to note it down. "We were planning to take a stroll over there this afternoon. We will definitely pay a visit." The baby in the stroller seemed to agree with his father's plan, cooing and waving his little hands. "Yes, yes. SU University has such a lovely environment. We have yet to explore it." The neighbors chimed in, expressing their intent to support them. At that moment, a short-haired lady dressed in a Chanel suit squeezed to the front of the food cart. "Hello, I am Helena Winston, a senior partner at Winston Law Firm. We have a small business cocktail party next Wednesday. Would you be able to provide catering services? Price is not an issue." "Huh?" Yang Chuan momentarily lo gets tuned. "Ms. Winston, we are merely a street stall. We lack experience in catering for events." "Oh, sir, please do not worry." Helena produced a gold-embossed business card from her crocodile leather handbag. "It is just a cold buffet for about 30 people. You only need to prepare the braised meat like today. I noticed you not only have chicken legs but also beef and pork, so I would like to reserve a platter of braised meat for 30 people, with a budget of 50 pounds per person." Hearing this, Pang Hu gasped in astonishment and whispered to Yang Chuan, 30 people means 500 pounds. This is a significant business opportunity. Yang Chuan graciously accepted the business card and replied, "We need to discuss this further. May I provide you with a response tonight?" "Of course," Helena smiled. "I'll look forward to your booth this afternoon. I will bring a few colleagues along." After bidding farewell to the last neighbor, tranquility finally returned to the front of the townhouse. "Since there's no time to cook lunch, shall we enjoy some braised meat rice together? We can also prepare some spicy potato strips and coconut sago as a pre-tasting," suggested Yang Chuan. "Absolutely," he added, taking a plate and retrieving 2 generous pieces of pork belly and beef from the braising pot, before exchanging new chicken thighs, pork, and beef from the system's marketplace to braise alongside. This unexpected influx of guests not only brought substantial income, but also replenished his depleting culinary value. La fin Yang Chuan exceedingly satisfied. In the kitchen, Pang, who had already set the rice to boil, utilizing both the rice cooker and pressure cooker to ensure an ample supply for the afternoon stall. Anna and Chun Siki, clad in aprons, were diligently peeling potatoes. On their left, a stainless steel bowl held the peeled potatoes while the right bowl soaked the unprocessed ones, their movements synchronized and efficient. Hu Junfeng cautiously used a serrated knife to cut the potatoes into jagged strips. "Is this cut correct, Brother Chuan?" he inquired. "Yes, that will do. Ensure each potato strip is about the width of a pinky finger. Otherwise, they won't achieve the desired softness when fried. However, they mustn't be too wide, or they won't absorb the flavor adequately," Yang Chuan instructed, preparing a bowl of sauce for the spicy potato strips that would be drizzled over them post-frying. He soaked the cut potatoes in salted water to wash away excess starch. After boiling the potato strips for 7 to 8 minutes, Duke was busy cooking the sago, intently watching the small pot where the transparent beads swirled. He diligently stirred every 5 minutes as instructed, ensuring nothing stuck to the bottom. Yang Chuan sliced the braised pork belly and beef into thin pieces, their deep brown textures glistening under the sunlight. Julian, having arrived early, was plating the braised meat rice. carefully layering the meat slices atop the steaming rice and generously ladling thick braising sauce over it. With the oil heated to a medium temperature, he added the drained potato strips into the hot pan, ensuring that the potato starch was thoroughly rinsed to prevent clumping during frying. Chuan, while frying the potato strips, meticulously guided Junfeng on the nuances of the process, advising that they should be taken out after 2 to 3 minutes, cautioning against overly high oil temperatures that could render the potatoes too tough. Junfeng nodded in understanding. The fried potatoes were then transferred to a stainless steel mixing bowl, where Yang Chuan's prepared sauce was poured over them. He shook the bowl to mix thoroughly before transferring the vibrant dish to a larger bowl, garnishing it with chili pieces and cilantro, a sight that was utterly mouth-watering. Mealtime, Yang Chuan announced with enthusiasm. The succulent portions of the pork belly dissolve effortlessly upon entering the mouth, while the lean meat fibers, having absorbed the essence of the braising sauce, burst forth with a delightful juiciness upon chewing. The rice utilized this time is the renowned Wuchang rice purchased from a Chinese supermarket, each grain distinct yet possessing the perfect amount of stickiness, impeccably complementing the richness of the sauce. Wow, this meat is truly aromatic, rivaling even yesterday's dompa pork, Anna exclaimed, covering her mouth as she chewed vigorously, her eyes sparkling with delight. I believe that even if this dish were priced at £8 per serving, I would gladly indulge. Chris, savoring the braised beef, found its texture entirely different from the pork belly, yet equally delectable. The sauce mingled with the rice produced an irresistible flavor. The pricing remains as originally planned at £6 per serving. Yang Chuan shook his head, recognizing that our primary clientele consists of students, making it unwise to set prices too high. However, Mrs. Winston S. banquet could indeed be a lucrative opportunity. I concurred that the banquet presented a splendid chance. Kulme, do try the wolf-tooth potatoes. Junfeng pushed 2 bowls of the enticing dish toward the center of the table, challenging them to guess which portion he had crafted. The golden potato strips, crispy on the outside and tender within, coated in vibrant red chili oil and adorned with fresh cilantro, were visually captivating. Yang Chuan, of course, could discern which bowl was his creation, and after sampling Junfeng's fried potatoes, he nodded in satisfaction. Quite impressive, he remarked. The delightful contrast between the crunchy exterior and the soft interior, coupled with a moderate spiciness and a hint of cumin aroma, was indeed remarkable. Wow, Lao Hu, you have truly mastered this. These potatoes are exceptional. The difference is nearly indistinguishable. Pang Hu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Junfeng puffed up with pride, declaring, all thanks to Brother Chuan's excellent teaching. Duke's coconut sago dessert was also a resounding success, with the translucent sago pearls floating in creamy coconut milk, enhanced with a touch of honey, creating a stunning visual and palatable experience. As the clock struck 1:30, preparations entered their final stages. Pang Hu and Junfeng filled the insulated containers with rice, having cooked 6 pots in total to ensure both containers were brimming. Marcus and Julian loaded 2 large bags of disposable tableware onto the catering cart, while Chris drove the cart, with Julian in the passenger seat. And the others took a taxi en route to SU University. With the car window partially open, the crisp early winter breeze carried the lingering aroma of the braised meat into the distance. Chapter 73. Braised meat ignites campus excitement. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of SU University, where the catering cart, equipped with a campus parking permit, could enter directly. Unlike the taxi, Chris drove slowly ahead, with the others following closely behind the cart until they reached the square in Area C. At that moment, a considerable number of students had gathered in the square. Some sat on the edges of flower beds, engrossed in their phones, while others clustered in small groups engaged in lively conversation. Yet, all eyes frequently turned toward the entrance of the square, as if anticipating something. Just then, a pink catering cart came into view, causing the crowd to erupt with excitement. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, the throng had already surrounded it. Goodness, it's only 10 past 2. Upon witnessing the scene, Pang, who could not restrain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Did we not agree to commence at 3 o'clock?" Li Hua cast a cursory glance, noting at least 30 individuals, some even bringing small stools, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a domestic supermarket sale. Yang Chuan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Although he anticipated that his culinary creations would be well received, he was taken aback by the enthusiasm exhibited by his classmates, which exceeded his expectations. All right, let us park the vehicle and prepare to open. This time, they had a food truck, eliminating the need to rent a tent. But they still needed to transport tables and chairs from the activity room. As the food truck came to a halt, several familiar faces gathered around. Lisa, her face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "Yang, you finally arrived." Someone in the group mentioned seeing your food truck enter the campus. "We almost went to greet you at the gate." Her brown hair was tousled by the wind, leaving one to wonder how long she had been waiting there. "My goodness, this aroma," Gina said, closing her eyes to inhale deeply. "It's even more enticing than the dumplings from last time." As Yang Chuan opened the door, 7 or 8 hands reached out to assist them with their items. "We can manage it ourselves." Chun Siki began to speak, but was interrupted by the eager students. "Don't be shy." A bespectacled boy laughed heartily. "If we help set up quickly, we can eat sooner." "Then, thank you very much," Yang Chuan replied graciously, turning to Anna and Chun Siki, saying, "Anna, Siki, you two keep an eye on things here while we head upstairs to fetch the tables and chairs." "No problem. We'll help too." Taylor approached with 3 robust members from the fitness club, each one capable of matching 2 of Hu Junfeng in strength. It was evident that their muscular physiques were not the result of mere aesthetics. The tables, which required 2 of Yang Chuan's team to lift, they carried with ease, even stacking chairs atop them as they strode briskly. "Where shall we place them?" Taylor inquired. "Just beside the food truck will suffice." Yang Chuan directed them to set up the tables and chairs. "Thank you. We'll treat you to spicy potatoes later." "All right, we won't hold back." Taylor grinned widely. Surprisingly, before any further instructions could be given, the students had already formed an orderly queue. The line extended from the food truck, weaving around to avoid obstructing the sidewalk. Several students at the back even pulled out their books, sitting on the grass as they reviewed while they waited. "This is astonishingly self-disciplined," Pang Hu exclaimed, wide-eyed. Just last week, they had relied on Marcus and others to maintain order while selling dumplings. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was busy arranging the area and food truck, Yang Chuan hung the prepared whiteboard on the side of the truck. Today's menu: main dish, braised meat rice, 6 servings available with pork, beef, chicken options, and additional meat for 4 servings. Dessert, coconut sago, 2 cups, snack, spicy potatoes, 25 servings with optional cheese, ham, and baked beans for 5 servings, spice level customizable, with the option to add cilantro. As soon as the whiteboard was displayed, a wave of cheers erupted from the waiting line. As someone raised their phone to capture the moment, others began to make calls, enthusiastically shouting in Cantonese. "Quickly come to Zone C. They're selling braised pork rice today, and crispy potato wedges. Chuan good, the oil is hot." Hu Junfeng called out from the food cart. Yang Chuan nodded, glancing at Li Hua, who was adjusting the GoPro. "Is the live stream ready? We can start at any moment." Li Hua gestured an OK sign, attaching the GoPro to Yang Chuan's collar. The live streaming account had been pre-registered by Yang Chuan on TikTok, where he had previously posted 2 videos and garnered a few hundred followers. Now, by linking the GoPro camera to his phone, he could seamlessly monitor the live feedback while broadcasting from a first-person perspective. The phone controlling the stream was placed on a stand, and Li Hua pressed the start button. Yang Chuan stepped into the food cart, tied on an apron, donned disposable gloves, and positioned himself at the serving window. "Thank you all for your patience." His voice resonated clearly across the campus in early winter. "Today, we have prepared a brand new menu: braised pork rice." A few boys at the front of the queue echoed in unison, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter. Yang Chuan chuckled as well. "Indeed, we also have specially made fried potato wedges and coconut sago." Now, Yummy Food Cart is officially open. Applause and whistles filled the square. As Yang Chuan lifted the lid of the braised pork pot, a rich aroma wafted out immediately, prompting several students nearby to involuntarily take a deep breath. In the amber-hued braising sauce, the pork belly gleamed enticingly, the beef shank displayed exquisite marbling, and the chicken drumsticks appeared plump and succulent. "What would you like?" he asked Lisa, who was first in line, as Gina and Emily settled at a nearby table. 6 portions of braised pork rice." 2 of each meat. 4 portions of fried potato wedges, 1 with cheese, 1 with diced ham, and 2 with baked beans, all 4 need to be spicy. And 3 cups of sago. Lisa eagerly pulled out her wallet. The 3 of them were always generous with their orders. Pang, who swiftly recorded their requests and placed them on the barrier outside the cart for Chuan and the others to see. Li Hua quickly calculated the total, managing payments and change. Julian portioned white rice into disposable containers, placing 6 boxes at Chuan's side. With a swift motion, Chuan sliced the braised meat he retrieved from the pot. The pork belly, with its marbled fat, gleamed. The beef shank looked as stunning as marble. The chicken, tender and falling off the bone with the slightest touch. He artfully arranged the slices atop the pristine white rice, drizzling a small spoonful of deep brown sauce over it, allowing the thick sauce to seep into the rice, giving each grain a tantalizing sheen. Accompanied by vibrant green vegetables, a box of braised pork rice was completed. There should have been half a braised egg, but time was too tight for preparation, so they would have to make do for now. Julian added a spoonful of chili oil to the container before skillfully packing it. The oil in the fryer sizzled, as Hu Junfeng added the prepped crispy potato wedges into the hot oil. The potato strips immediately erupted with tiny bubbles, their surface gradually transforming into a golden crispness. After 2 minutes, they were lifted out, tossed with a secret sauce, and placed into paper bowls. A sprinkle of vibrant red chili flakes and fresh green cilantro adorned the glistening potato strips, creating a feast for the eyes as well as an aromatic delight. Be careful. It's hot. Julian handed a bag filled with disposable containers to Lisa, while Duke offered 3 cups of coconut sago. Fortunately, Emily and her friends had been attentive, allowing Gina to continue reserving their seats while she came over to assist Lisa with the food. Otherwise, Lisa would have struggled to carry so many items alone. As soon as Lisa settled into her seat, she couldn't resist opening a box of braised pork rice. Steam wafted upwards, releasing an enticing fragrance of meat. Unable to wait for a spoon, she pinched a slice of pork belly and popped it into her mouth. Oh my goodness! Her eyes widened in astonishment as she mumbled her delight. The meat was exquisite, melting effortlessly in her mouth. The tender pork was rich yet not greasy, lean yet not tough, with the robust flavor of the braising sauce bursting on her palate. Utterly delectable to the point that she felt as if she might swallow her tongue in bliss. Emily, on the other hand, had received braised chicken leg rice. Upon lifting the lid, a plump chicken leg sat atop a mound of rice. She rummaged through the bag for the wooden disposable utensils. A cleverly serrated spoon that could double as a fork, specially prepared by Chuan for the foreign guests who were not accustomed to chopsticks. With a gentle press of the bespoke wooden spoon, the succulent chicken leg effortlessly separated from the bone, revealing tender white meat, which she dipped into the sauce before savoring. The meltingly soft texture and fragrant braising flavor were utterly captivating. Gina, however, found herself at a disadvantage, being a vegetarian. The braised pork rice was not for her, but she could indulge in 2 portions of crispy potato strips, which she had ordered with baked beans. The golden, crispy strips had a perfect wrinkled surface that embraced the special sauce, with just the right hint of spiciness. Baked beans were considered a national dish in Britain, and they relished adding it to everything. Gina savored each bite with delight. Gina, how do the fried potatoes taste? Absolutely amazing. You all must try them. Lisa took a portion of the crispy potatoes, topped with cheese, the cheese gently melting in the steam and forming delicate strands. She bit into it. The crispy exterior and the soft, glutinous potato melded with the rich cheese, the spiciness lingering on her palate, prompting her to sip the coconut sago, which astonished her with its sweet flavor and texture. The line progressed steadily, with satisfied sighs and expressions of surprise echoing around them. Some gasped from the spiciness, yet could not stop eating. Others snapped photos of their braised pork rice for Instagram, while many simply buried themselves in their meals, too engrossed to speak. The entire square was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere brought about by the delightful food. In the early winter chill, dispelled by the aromatic steam of the food, the line in front of the pink food truck grew longer, winding into a serpent-like formation that stretched from the center of the square to the side entrance of the Student Activity Center, comprising no fewer than 70 or 80 people. This is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Peng gazed at the dense throng of people, and despite the chilly early winter air, he found himself sweating profusely. Do we have enough ingredients prepared? Chuan, his hands deftly moving, continued his work as the blade met the cutting board with a crisp, rhythmic clatter. Piles of marinated beef accumulated on the counter. Fresh meat had just been added to the pot, and it would be ready in about an hour. Sufficient. Though the rice might prove inadequate. Julian wiped the perspiration from his brow with a tissue. Indeed, the rice is running low. The second thermos is nearly empty. What shall we do? Oh dear, we actually forgot to bring a rice cooker. Although they had prepared thoroughly before leaving, they had still misjudged the enthusiasm of the diners. Perhaps I could go to the dormitory and ask the Chinese students if I could borrow a rice cooker. Chris anxiously began to rush outside. Hold on. There are too few Chinese students with rice cookers, and even if we could find one, we wouldn't have time to cook it. If worst comes to worst, we could buy some sliced bread to pair with the marinated meat, which should suffice. Li Hua firmly grasped his arm. That will have to do, Chris pondered before saying. Marcus and I will head to the supermarket for bread and return as swiftly as possible. Currently, everyone was so engrossed in their tasks that only Chris and Marcus, who were outside maintaining order, could spare the time to step out. All right. Li Hua promptly took £100 from the cash register and handed it to them, urging, buy plenty, and grab 2 cans of coconut milk while you're at it. Duke quickly added, as his coconut sago was also selling rapidly, with only 1 can left. With the money in hand, Chris and Marcus dashed out, encountering their neighbors along the way. Leading the group was Mr. Hope, accompanied by his family, Mrs. Mary leaned on an intricately carved cane, while the Marks couple pushed a stroller, followed by a dozen other community neighbors. Oh my, Marcus exclaimed, wide-eyed. Are they really here? Hello, young man, where are you off to? Mr. Hope immediately recognized the tall, dark-skinned Frenchman, Marcus. Hi, Mr. Hope. We are heading to the supermarket to buy some bread. Marcus greeted him with a smile. The food cart is just in the square behind us, but the queue is rather long, so we apologize for the wait. No worries. You two hurry along. After a short distance, Mr. Hope and his group arrived at the C District Plaza, where they spotted the conspicuous pink food cart and the throng of people lined up around it. My goodness, I anticipated their food would be popular, but I never expected it to be this sought after, Mark exclaimed in astonishment. What is surprising about that? Wasn't the chicken leg delicious at noon? His wife retorted dismissively, just for the taste, I would gladly wait in line for hours. You're right. This time, we must buy more. The meat is simply irresistible. If only we had brought camping chairs. The group hastily quickened their pace. Meanwhile, Raj and his Indian friends busied themselves in the tent opposite the food truck. This time, they had learned from previous experiences and refrained from preparing dishes like curry dumplings. Instead, they offered only masala tea and lemonade, along with around 10 sets of folding tables and chairs. Masala tea from India. Refreshing lemonade. Just 2. Raj shouted exuberantly. Indeed, 2 for a cup was quite reasonable. Moreover, purchasing their beverages allowed patrons to sit and enjoy their meals. The stall run by Chuan was overcrowded. Despite having set up 6 tables and over 20 chairs, there was not a single empty seat. Consequently, many who had hastily bought braised pork rice chose to purchase a drink from Raj's stall and sit down to savor their meal. The area filled with folding tables and chairs was bustling with diners holding bowls of braised pork rice, benefiting from this wave of economic synergy. For portions of braised pork rice, wolf-tooth potatoes, and coconut sago, a deep and magnetic voice suddenly cut through the clamor, spoken in Chinese. Chuan looked up to see a familiar handsome face. Boss, when did you arrive? Have you been waiting long? Li Hua also spotted Su Yi and immediately exhibited a look of surprise. The heir of the Su group, Su Yi, was clad in a deep gray turtleneck sweater, which accentuated his pale complexion, and 2 tall bodyguards trailed behind him. Not too long, Su Yi replied, glancing at the throng of people and the sweaty crowd. His brow slightly furrowed. Do you require assistance? 10 minutes later, the students from SU University witnessed a rather enchanting scene. A strikingly handsome young man of Chinese descent stood inside the food truck, operating the cash register, the expensive watch on his wrist glinting under the lights. A total of 178. Here's your change of 22, Suyi said, accepting a 20 note and handing the change to a flaxen-haired girl in front of him, who blushed as she received it. Sir, may I muster the courage to ask for your contact information? Next, please. Suyi had already shifted his gaze to the next person in line. This lovely lady, please step this way. Suyi's two bodyguards stood like sentinels at either side of the food truck service window, one maintaining order in the queue, while the other politely ushered away customers who had completed their orders. With Suyi's assistance, Li Hua finally had the opportunity to check the live stream on his phone, and the figures on the screen made him gasp in astonishment. 1723 online viewers, with likes surpassing 100,000. Such numbers were remarkable for a first-time broadcaster. The barrage of comments in the live stream flowed like a tide. London's Leo Z is crying. Look at the sheen on that braised pork rice. The texture of the rice. Hand over the address, or I will report you. Manchester's Rice King. That meat-slicing young man has such beautiful hands. Cambridge's Hungry Ghost. Coordinates. Cam River. Can I still swim over in time? Sheffield's Lone Wolf. Damn. Why does our school not have such a divine food truck? Thoreau's phone. Oxford Gourmet. How infuriating. Is there anyone who can spare us a glance? I'm so hungry I can gnaw on my phone. Manchester Foodie. The cashier's hands look rather impressive as well. Cambridge Glutton. The focus upstairs seems a bit misplaced. Sheffield Lone Wolf. Did the cashier change? That young man's watch appears to be a Patek Philippe? Oxford Gourmet. What nonsense is this? Someone who can afford a Patek Philippe wouldn't be working as a cashier. Li Hua, feeling helpless, had been so busy earlier that he hardly had time to check the live stream, completely unaware of the influx of viewers. Judging by their usernames, it was evident that this lively bunch in the chat were all international students in England, likely drawn in by the enticing close-up of the braised pork rice featured on the stream. Even in an unhosted live room, they found ways to entertain themselves. Chapter 75, Live Broadcast. Finally, Li Hua managed to free his hands, removing the GoPro from Yang Chuan's collar and attaching it to his own. He took his phone off the stand to directly monitor the filming and live chat. Hello. Greetings to all the viewers in the live room. Li Hua exclaimed, his voice slightly elevated with excitement. Welcome to the debut of the Yummy Food Truck live stream. As you just saw, the one slicing the meat is our food truck owner and chef, Yang Chuan. I am his classmate, employee, and live streaming assistant. Now, let me present the operational status of our food truck. His voice suddenly intruded into the frame as the camera shook, the steam rising behind him adding a layer of warmth to the scene, causing the chat to erupt. London International student. Finally, someone is speaking. Host, look at me. Manchester Foodie. The one slicing meat just now is the owner. Can we see his face? Cambridge Glutton. Quickly tell us the address. I'll book a train ticket right now. Oxford Gourmet. Can we have another close-up of that braised pork rice? Li Hua glanced at the rapidly scrolling chat, unable to suppress a laugh. It seems everyone is quite interested in our delicacies. No rush. I'll provide you with detailed introductions. He adjusted the angle of the GoPro to allow viewers to glimpse the bustling interior of the food truck and the queue of patrons. As you can see, today our yummy food truck has brought a brand new menu, Li Hua said animatedly. First up is our signature braised pork rice, available with pork, beef, or chicken, priced at £6 per serving, with an additional £4 for extra meat. To give the audience a more vivid view of the food, Li Hua lifted a freshly prepared bowl of braised pork rice and showcased it to the camera. The rice was generously topped with glistening slices of braised pork, the sauce seeping into the grains, shimmering enticingly under the lights, prompting an explosion of crying emojis in the chat. Next, we have our country's specialty snack, the crispy potato wedges. Li Hua shifted the camera towards Hu Junfeng, who was frying potatoes. Observe this wave-shaped cutting technique, which transforms ordinary potato strips into an exquisite delight. The freshly fried potato strips are crisp on the outside and tender within, complemented by Chef Yang's specially crafted sauce, available for just $25 per serving. Patrons may opt to add cheese, ham bits, or baked beans for an additional 50 pence each. Just then, a new batch of wolf-tooth potatoes emerged, their golden surfaces steaming as Hu Junfeng skillfully poured them into a stainless steel bowl, deftly sprinkling various seasonings. Next, we present our dessert, coconut sago. Li Hua once again turned the camera towards Duke, who was preparing drinks. This young pastry chef hails from Germany. The sweet coconut milk combined with chewy sago is perfect for winter served hot and for summer served cold. All for just 2 a cup. Sheffield Lone Wolf, help. It looks too delicious. London Stormy Cry, address. 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 Manchester Food King. That German pastry chef is quite handsome. Seeing that everyone was eager to know our stall's location, Li Hua explained that we are students from SU University, hence our stall is situated near the campus. We operate every Wednesday and Sunday, with Wednesday evenings at 6 p.m. near the school gate and Sunday afternoons at 3 p.m. in the C-Zone Plaza on campus. Observing the ever-growing queue, Li Hua added, "However, I recommend coming next week, as the crowd today is overwhelming and I fear we may run out of ingredients. Oh, and if you wish to stay updated on our latest happenings, you can follow our TikTok account, Yummy Food Truck, where we will post the menu in advance before we set up. We hope to bring you delightful surprises each week." Manchester Food King followed. "Just bought my train ticket. On my way. Oxford Foodie. Can a host provide a takeaway option? I'm willing to pay for delivery." London Stormy Cry. "Same request for takeaway. I study in London and have no time to travel to Stoke-on-Trent." Li Hua revealed a troubled expression. "I'm sorry, everyone. We are currently a small operation and are unable to offer takeaway services just yet. However, if you have any suggestions, feel free to send us a private message, and we will consider them earnestly." At that moment, Julian suddenly peeked out from the food truck window. "Li Hua, we're running low on rice. Could you message Chris to check if they VE returned?" He was busy packing rice into boxes while wearing disposable gloves, unable to spare a hand to retrieve his phone. "All right." Li Hua promptly switched to WeChat and sent a message to Chris, then addressed the viewers in the live stream. "Please hold on a moment. I will check the situation." He hurried towards the interior of the food truck, the camera sweeping across the bustling crowd. Chuan was still busy slicing marinated meat, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the lights. Suyi was methodically handling orders at the cash register, while Chun, Siki, and Anna sat in the corner, peeling potatoes, their fingers slightly reddened from prolonged contact with the soaked tubers. He glanced into the thermal container housing the rice, now nearly empty, estimating that perhaps 10 portions could still be sold. "Have they replied?" Julian inquired, lowering his voice. Li Hua checked the WeChat interface, noting that Chris had already responded. "Yes, they mentioned they have exited the supermarket and are on their way back." Julian felt a wave of relief wash over him, hoping that Chris and the others would return before the rice ran out. Li Hua nodded in agreement and resumed his live broadcast outside the food truck. "Apologies, everyone. Our braised pork rice has proven exceedingly popular, and we are almost out of rice. Manchester Food King, no, I'm still on my way. Oxford Gourmet. I can eat it with steam buns. I'm not picky. Cambridge Glutton. Don't worry, host. I'll bring my own lunchbox next week." Li Hua chuckled at the barrage of comments. "Fear not, dear audience. Our companions have already gone to procure bread and should return shortly." However, he leaned in closer, whispering to the viewers, "Though bread with braised pork is delightful, it cannot compare to the authenticity of our rice." Just then, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd. Li Hua stood on tiptoe, spotting Chris and Marcus, each carrying 2 large bags of bread, perspiration dripping from their brows as they navigated through the throng. "Our saviors have arrived," Li Hua exclaimed, shifting the camera to capture the duo. "Look, our logistical team has returned." Chris and Marcus placed the bags of bread beside the thermal container, immediately drawing the attention of the customers in line. "Hey, handsome, I'll take 3 servings of braised pork rice, pork, beef, and chicken, all with extra sauce, please. Also, 3 portions of wolf-tooth potatoes, not spicy." The order was placed by the same Chinese student who had previously called his friends in Cantonese. He had finished his portion and was now rejoining the line to pack food for his companions. To ensure they understood, he also repeated his order in Mandarin, accented with a Cantonese lilt. "I'm truly sorry, but we are out of rice. The braised pork rice will have to be substituted with bread," Chuan explained apologetically. "Oh." The individual's expression betrayed disappointment, clearly unsatisfied with the bread substitute. "I sincerely apologize. Next time we will prepare more rice," Chuan reiterated. "That's fine. Could you please add extra sauce?" "Certainly." Yang Chuan promptly resumed, slicing the meat. As Julian filled the bag with bread, he glanced at Chris and the others. "Why'd you take so long?" Chris, panting, replied, "The bread on the supermarket shelves was nearly sold out, and we had to seek assistance from the staff to restock. Once we secured our supplies, we rushed back." His bangs, damp with sweat, clung to his forehead, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. Meanwhile, Marcus noticed Chinsiki and Anna in the corner, peeling potatoes and rubbing their reddened fingers. He quickly approached them, saying, "You two should take a break. We'll handle things here." Chinsiki looked up, smiling gratefully, and said, "Thank you. Our hands are indeed feeling quite sore." Anna articulated with her fingers, "There is only one bag of potatoes left, but it should suffice." After washing his hands, Chris approached to take on the task of peeling. "You all go and enjoy some sago pudding. Leave this to us." London's stormy child. This team is so loving. Manchester's food king. The dark-skinned young man is so gentle. I want to marry him. Cambridge's hungry ghost. That red-haired lady's hands are all red. It's quite heart-wrenching. Li Huan noticed the focus of the comments and immediately concurred. Indeed, our team members are all working diligently to bring the finest flavors of Huagua to everyone. Chapter 76. Warm moments. Li Hua had always relished surfing the internet while in his homeland, frequently indulging in Douyin live streams, thus acquiring some streaming techniques. With a GoPro in hand, he ventured into the dining area, poised to randomly interview a few diners to capture their genuine sentiments. "Hello, I am from the Yummy Food Truck team, currently live streaming. Would you be willing to share your dining experience?" Li Hua inquired with a smile. Of course. A blonde girl, who had been devouring braised pork rice, instantly adopted a more graceful demeanor as the camera panned toward her, though the sauce, clinging to her lip, betrayed her. Li Hua directed the lens at her. "What do you think of today's braised pork rice?" "Oh my God, this is simply the best Chinese food I have ever tasted," the blonde girl exclaimed excitedly. "It's my first time eating rice this soft. The flavor of the pork is exquisite and melts in your mouth. I finished a serving without even realizing it. This is my second helping," she added, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I usually don't eat this much." The comments rolled in with kind laughter, praising the girl's candid charm. "Thank you for your love of braised pork rice." Li Hua cheerfully bid farewell to the girl and moved on to interview the next diner. As the camera shifted, it captured a young couple dining while standing, both holding a bread version of the meat-filled bun. The girl noticed the camera and waved cheerfully, while the boy was preoccupied dipping his bread into the sauce, blissfully unaware of the live stream, as he savored the sauce-soaked bread with a satisfied expression. "Hi there, I am from the Yummy Food Truck team, currently live streaming. Would you mind sharing your dining experience?" "Of course," the boy replied, wiping his mouth with a smile. "I see you didn't get braised pork rice, but rather bread stuffed with braised meat. How do you find its flavor?" "I was a bit disappointed that the rice was unavailable and had to settle for bread, but surprisingly, the bread pairs beautifully with the sauce." Look at him dipping the remaining bread into the sauce and taking a hearty bite, his eyes squinting with delight. The bread soaked up the sauce, tender and fragrant. "I believe the flavor is just as good as the rice." Shellfield's lone wolf. This handsome guy should definitely become a food streamer. My saliva has already dripped onto the keyboard. London students in despair. Alas. Bread paired with braised sauce? What divine culinary combination is this? Cambridge's hungry soul. It's over. I can't wait to rush into the kitchen and dip my bread in the famed Lao Ganma. Li Hua inquired with several foreign diners, all of whom expressed unanimous praise. Initially, we were somewhat skeptical about the bread, but upon tasting a morsel, we discovered it was quite delightful. The braised meat and sauce are truly versatile. They complement anything splendidly. Li Hua smiled and nodded, then approached a group of Chinese students. "Could you kindly share your impressions?" "One word. Incredible," exclaimed one male student, giving a thumbs up. "I have never tasted such fragrant braised meat back home, especially the beef. It's cooked to perfection, not too soft, nor too tough. It's tender, yet has a delightful chewiness. The texture is exquisite, and the sauce is simply a culinary marvel. Too bad there's no rice left. I'll have to settle for bread," he lamented, raising his hands in resignation. "But the bread is quite delicious." His friend interjected. And I've noticed that when you sandwich the braised meat with a couple of cucumber slices, it's like a homemade burger. He retrieved a box of fresh, glistening cucumbers, evidently just purchased from the supermarket, 3 in a pack with only 1 remaining. He broke the cucumber with his hands and stuffed it into the bread alongside the braised meat, taking a hearty bite. Delicious. Oxford's Gourmet, a braised meat burger. What a brilliant culinary innovation. Cambridge's Hungry Soul. Aw, I can hardly wait for next week. Manchester's Food Enthusiast. Wait for me. I've just disembarked the train. I'll be there shortly. Li Hua chuckled at the barrage of comments, amused that someone would rush from Manchester to Stoke-on-Trent upon seeing the live broadcast. Thankfully, the 2 locations were not far apart. A train ride only took 30 to 40 minutes, and SU University was conveniently close to the station. He believed that Fan would arrive imminently. At that moment, he heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw their neighbors finally lining up with Mr. Hope leading the charge, his face brimming with anticipation as he stood before the food cart. Apologies, but we run out of rice and bread, young Chuan said apologetically. That is perfectly fine. We came here for the braised meat. Mr. Hope replied with a smile. We only sampled the chicken leg at noon. Now we wish to try the pork and beef. Yes, indeed. Just give us a generous portion of braised meat. Mrs. merrily nodded in agreement. Yang Chuan, upon hearing this, promptly nodded, absolutely. He swiftly sliced the pork belly and beef, generously drizzling 2 extra ladles of braised sauce over them. Children, this is for you. Mrs. merrily beamed, kindly, reaching into her bag to produce several chocolates, which she handed to Yang Chuan. Thank you for the delightful food. It reminds me of my youthful days filled with vigor, exploring culinary delights everywhere. I am truly grateful. Yang Chuan accepted the chocolates, feeling warmth in his heart. Li Hua, seizing the moment, immediately turned the camera towards them. Dear viewers, these ladies and gentlemen are our neighbors from the community, who have already savored our braised chicken legs at noon and have now returned to support us once again. Mr. Hope cheerfully waved at the camera, exclaiming, the flavor of this braised meat is simply addictive. I intend to bring it home for dinner. Whether paired with pasta or bread, it will undoubtedly be exquisite. London's Stormy Child. Oh, what a heartwarming community atmosphere. Manchester's Food Enthusiast. I wish I had neighbors like this. The Barbers have also arrived, dragging their suitcases, clearly on their way to the train station. We cannot forget the meal you prepared for us yesterday. We must buy more to take to Liverpool today. Please give me 10 portions of each type of braised meat. I brought my own containers to fill. Yang Chuan promptly filled 3 large containers with braised meat and generously added a portion of crispy potatoes and coconut sago for them to try. Mrs. Barber took a bite of the potatoes and her eyes lit up. My goodness, these fried potatoes are simply marvelous. Crispy on the outside and tender within, with spices that are perfectly balanced, far superior to fries. This dessert is fantastic as well. Her husband took a sip of the coconut sago, remarking on the rich aroma of coconut and the delightful texture of the translucent sago pearls. Please pack us 6 more servings of the fried potatoes and 6 servings of dessert. The couple placed an additional order, requesting the potatoes topped with cheese and ham. Their extravagant spending set a record for the largest order of the day. They showered praise before departing, reminding Yang Chuan, you must visit us in Liverpool whenever you have the chance. We will treat you well. Yang Chuan smiled and agreed. Chapter 77. A perfect conclusion as dusk settled in. The line in front of the food cart finally began to shorten. I apologize, everyone, but we are out of braised meat and bread. Peng, who wiped his brow and informed the last few customers waiting in line. A few students sighed in disappointment, still hopeful as they asked, what about the crispy potatoes? Those are sold out as well. Hu Junfeng replied apologetically, raising his hands. And the coconut sago? The last cup just sold out. Du pointed to the empty thermal container. Though the customers felt regret, they nodded in understanding. Then we must return next week. Yang Chuan smiled and assured them, absolutely. After sending off the last customer, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Hua was live streaming the final tidying up of the food cart with a GoPro, and the comments were still lively. Suddenly, a breathless voice called out from the back of the crowd. Wait a moment. I am Manchester's Food Enthusiast. I made it. Both Li Hua and the viewers were taken aback, and the camera quickly turned to the source of the voice. A handsome young man of Asian descent was bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for air. He wore a thin sweatshirt, his bangs dampened by sweat, clinging to his flushed cheeks. The most striking feature was the bulging backpack on his back, the zipper only half done, revealing a portion of a power bank and a data cable. Clearly, he had rushed here right after disembarking from the train. The live stream's comments erupted in excitement. Cambridge glutton, no way. He actually came? London's weeping scholar. Did he really travel from Manchester to Stoke-on-Trent in just 40 minutes? Is this some sort of teleportation? Oxford gourmand. This lad must have a rocket booster packed in that backpack. Sheffield lone wolf. Goodness, what a terrifying action man. Just as Li Hua was about to speak, the boy had already dashed to the dining car. Upon seeing the empty thermal containers and a pot of braised meat with only a thin layer of sauce left, his eyes instantly misted over. No, it's all gone? His voice trembled noticeably, fingers unconsciously gripping the strap of his backpack. I was watching the live stream in the dorm, didn't even have time to change clothes and rush to the train station, almost getting caught by the ticket inspector for fare evasion. He did appear somewhat pitiful, his slightly curled hair clinging to his forehead, with a pair of puppy eyes glistening with moisture, shivering slightly from the cold, resembling a little stray dog that was both cold and hungry. The live stream's comments swiftly filled with crying emojis. Cambridge glutton. So tragic, just like an abandoned puppy. London's weeping scholar. Look at how wrong the poor child is. Marcus couldn't bear to watch any longer and took off his coat, draping it over him. Thank you, the boy murmured gratefully. The others exchanged glances, pondering how to address the predicament. At that moment, Su Yi, who had been silent, suddenly retrieved a bag from the corner of the dining car's thermal box. Inside were 4 boxes of braised rice, purchased earlier but left uneaten due to the rush at the cash register. Here, Su Yi took one out and handed it to the boy on the verge of tears. Apart from his own and his bodyguard's portions, he had intentionally bought an extra one to take back to London. This boy had traveled a long way from Manchester, and he appeared to be in dire need of a decent meal. Su Yi understood that feeling, which is why he willingly offered up his own provisions. The boy's expression seemed to freeze, staring at the disposable container of braised rice before him, his throat bobbing twice as he suddenly accepted the meal with both hands and bowed deeply towards Su Yi. Foster father, Pang Hu, who was sipping water, nearly spat it out. Su Ye's lips twitched imperceptibly, while the 2 bodyguards bit their lips, struggling to suppress their laughter. Li Hua suddenly had a bad premonition as he heard the boy continue to ramble. I, Wang Rui, swear to the lights that you shall henceforth be my beloved brother by different mothers. The 38 brothers of the Chinese Student Association at Manchester University will be your support group. The barrage of comments erupted with laughter. Help. What is this social madness? Patek Philippe connoisseur. I merely wish to quietly serve as a cashier. Wait, the king of Manchester's dining is actually a man. Just a moment ago, he expressed a desire to marry that dark-skinned lad. What's wrong with being a man? Can't a man get married? Please, this is England. Little did Wang Rui know that he had stirred a tempest in the live broadcast room. His focus remained solely on that enticing bowl of braised pork rice. The dish, having been kept warm in a heating box, was still at a delightful temperature, with its rich aroma tantalizing the senses. He crouched beside a flower bed, expertly mixing the savory sauce with the rice using his spoon, and then lifted a generous spoonful to his mouth, his eyes narrowing in bliss as he chewed. The melt-in-the-mouth pork belly tempted him to swallow his tongue alongside it. Brothers, yes, you. If you do not come and taste this for yourselves, you will truly regret it. Wang Rui declared earnestly to the camera, proclaiming it to be the best braised pork rice he had ever had. As he spoke, a hint of hoarseness crept into his voice. It's so delicious that it makes me a bit homesick. The barrage fell silent for a few moments, only to be followed by a flurry of comments expressing homesickness. Beautiful moments are always fleeting. As today's broadcast drew to a close, Li Hua waved at the camera, thanking everyone for watching and reminding them to follow their account, Yummy Food Truck, before bidding farewell until next week. The comments flooded with expressions of reluctance and crying emojis. Li Hua ended the live stream and stretched, relieved to finally take a break. The group began to divide tasks to tidy up the stall. The boys were responsible for moving tables and chairs back to the activity room, while Anna and Shinseki cleaned the kitchenware inside the food truck. And Chuan organized the remaining condiments and utensils. Wang Rui devoured the entire box of braised pork rice, leaving not a single grain behind. After satiating his hunger, he wiped his mouth and joined the others in clearing the tables and chairs. "No need, we can handle it ourselves," Marcus interjected, blocking his path. "Don't let my slender appearance fool you. I possess quite a bit of strength." He adeptly stacked the chairs and effortlessly lifted them, adding, "My parents sell seafood, so I'm quite adept at tidying up." Noticing Shinseki struggling to scrub several stainless steel bowls, he quickly snatched the steel wool from her hands. "Senior, take a break. Leave this heavy lifting to me. I can't eat your food for free." As the cleanup neared its conclusion, Wang Rui clung to the truck door, reluctant to depart. "Bro, are you really not considering takeout? I'd like to place an order for 40 portions. Our Chinese Student Association at Manchester is ravenous. Takeout is out of the question." Chuan shook his head. "However, braising isn't particularly difficult. We can prepare over 20 kilograms at once. If you don't mind the hassle, you can come by and pick it up on Saturday." "Really?" Wang Rui's delight was palpable as he pulled out his phone to add Chuan as a friend, impulsively transferring 200 pounds as a deposit, proclaiming, "I will definitely come next Saturday." He returned his coat to Marcus, expressing his gratitude profusely before reluctantly departing. Chapter 78. Remarkable Profits, National Day Bonus, 48,645 pounds. Pang Hu exclaimed, counting the day's earnings, his pudgy fingers dancing swiftly across the calculator, his eyes widening in astonishment, even his voice rising in pitch. He suddenly looked up at Chuan, his lips trembling slightly. "Brother Chuan, this is cash income, not including electronic payments." The food truck fell silent for a moment, then erupted into cheers. Shinseki embraced Anna beside her, and the two jumped for joy. Others joined in, clapping their hands until they turned red. Chuan's fingers glided rapidly over his phone screen, his eyes widening further. The electronic payments amount to 2,136 pounds, bringing the total to 70,005 pounds. Before Pang, who could continue calculating, Suyi swiftly announced the result. "My God, 7,000 pounds earned in just over 3 hours. Julian's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Hu Junfeng gasped. "Converted to RMB, that's nearly 70,000. That's equivalent to my living expenses for half a year." Leaning against the kitchen counter, Chuan smiled, though not as animated as the others. His joy stemmed more from the delectable value and prestige he had gained. Today's stall had netted him 712 points in deliciousness and 2,187 points in prestige, which he valued far more than mere money. While financial gain was significant, the system was his utmost priority. "Brother Chuan, what are you thinking about?" Pang Hu inquired, moving closer. "I'm contemplating next week's menu." Chuan replied with a smile. "Today's braised pork rice was a success, but we can't keep selling the same dish. What should we sell next Wednesday?" "I have an idea." A glint of mischief sparkled in Chuan's eyes. "How about spicy hot pot?" Pang Hu's eyes lit up. "Brilliant. In this weather, a warm spicy hot pot will surely be a hit." Li Hua excitedly chimed in, "Yes. Plus, hot pot allows for a variety of ingredient combinations, making cost control much easier." Chuan nodded. "Then it's settled. I'll go home and research the broth and ingredients." The group exchanged smiles, filled with anticipation for the future. Chuan Aproachetsuye. "I can't thank you enough for your help today. Without your assistance at the cash register, we would have been overwhelmed. Just a small effort." Suyi replied with a slight nod, his voice calm as ever. "It's quite late, and you haven't had a chance to eat. Would you like to join us for dinner at our place?" Chuan continued. Without hesitation, Suyi agreed, "Sure." As night fell, Chris drove the pink food truck slowly out of the campus, with Julian seated in the passenger seat, while the others would need to take a taxi back. Suye's vehicle, a Bentley Bentayga, stood majestically outside the campus, embodying the essence of a mid to large-sized SUV with its iconic matrix grille, exuding an air of grandeur and composure. With so many of you, hailing a cab may prove difficult. "Huazai, you and Chuan should ride with me," he suggested. 2 bodyguards occupied the driver and passenger seats, while Suyi settled into the back, lowering the window to address the group outside. Absolutely, Li Hua exclaimed, eagerly sliding into the rear seat and beckoning Yang Chuan. Chuan, go, hurry and get in. Reluctantly, Yang Chuan joined them in the back, with Li Hua nestled between the two. It was Yang Chuan's first experience in such a luxurious vehicle. The expansive, genuine leather seats enveloped him in comfort, leaving him at a loss as to where to place his limbs. Chuan, go, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Li Hua began to chatter as soon as he was seated. Let's whip up a few simple dishes. There are plenty of ingredients in the fridge that should suffice. Hey, the boss loves braised pork, so make sure to prepare extra, he added with a grin. I believe it is you who loves it. Yang Chuan replied with an exasperated glance. By all that is sacred, it truly is the boss's favorite. Li Hua audaciously nudged Su Yi with his elbow. Boss, isn't that right? Su Yi replied, his attention drawn momentarily towards Yang Chuan, though he emitted a non-committal hum. Nevertheless, with Li Hua's lively presence, the atmosphere remained considerably light-hearted throughout the journey. By the time they returned to the townhouse, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the streetlights cast a warm, golden glow. Chris and his companions had just arrived, parking the catering vehicle in front of the villa. Su Yi instructed the two bodyguards to return and rest, promising to notify them once dinner was finished. He handed them bags filled with braised meat rice and wolf-tooth potatoes as a little treat. Make yourselves comfortable. No need for formality. Yang Chuan welcomed them, casually flipping on the living room lights. The place is a bit messy, so please excuse us. Su Yi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the menu notes affixed to the refrigerator and the assortment of snacks adorning the coffee table. A slight smile curving his lips, there was a palpable sense of homeliness. It was undeniable that this new residence offered a far superior environment compared to the communal kitchen at school. Chris and Julian instinctively began tidying up the living room, while Li Hua took it upon himself to show Su Yi around their new abode. Yang Chuan donned an apron and ventured into the kitchen. Glancing at the ingredients in the refrigerator, he swiftly devised a menu for the evening. He decided to prepare century egg and tofu salad, oyster sauce lettuce, stir-fried diced chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, salad beefsteak, hand-torn cabbage, mapo tofu, braised pork, and winter melon soup with meatballs. Except for the braised pork, the other dishes emphasized simplicity and speed. Though these were all commonplace, home-cooked dishes, their flavors would be anything but compromised. Chuan Guivi arrived. Chun Siki and Pang, who also returned by taxi, making a beeline for the kitchen upon entering. Pang Hu, help me wash the vegetables. I need lettuce, cucumber, tomatoes, carrots, cabbage, mushrooms, and winter melon. And don't forget to wash the meat over there. Yang Chuan withdrew a kitchen knife from the rack, while Si Chi and Old Who assisted him in the preparations. Tomatoes were diced, eggs whisked, mushrooms and winter melon sliced, and the cabbage torn by hand. As Li Hua and Su Yi descended the stairs, they too joined the culinary endeavor. Li Hua skillfully retrieved scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers, preparing to mince them finely, as these were essential condiments for Yang Chuan's cooking. Su Yi continued his previous task of peeling garlic, for in the pursuit of a meal, no one could afford to be idle. Yang Chuan began to process the chicken breast, cutting it into evenly sized cubes, then marinating it with cooking wine, soy sauce, and a touch of starch. Brother Chuan, are we taking on that banquet for the esteemed client, Ms. Winston, today? Pang Hu inquired while washing the vegetables. Yang Chuan, his hands still busy, replied, the 1500 is indeed tempting, but I lack experience in banquet catering. I think I need to contemplate this further. But she's a high-end client. Pang Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement. If we execute it well, it could open doors to the business market. Yang Chuan pondered for a moment. I'll make a phone call tomorrow to inquire about the specifics. The iron wok on the stove had heated up, and Yang Chuan poured in a suitable amount of oil. Once the oil reached a moderate heat, he swiftly stir-fried the marinated chicken cubes. As they changed color, he promptly removed them and set them aside, leaving a bit of oil in the pan. He added minced ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers to infuse the air with an enticing aroma that quickly enveloped the kitchen. Returning the chicken to the wok, he included the diced cucumber and stir-fried vigorously over high heat. After seasoning with salt, sugar, and soy sauce, he finished with a drizzle of fragrant vinegar to enhance the flavor. The savory and fragrant stir-fried chicken was soon ready. Today, I completed 3 chapters. Do praise me. Thankfully, I didn't go out during the National Day holiday. The crowds were overwhelming and quite frightening. Chapter 79. A home-cooked dinner. The crisp sound of the spatula clashing with the iron wok echoed throughout the spacious kitchen. With a flick of his wrist, Chuan poured the golden egg mixture into the hot oil, which sizzled and blossomed into fluffy clouds. His deft hands skillfully maneuvered the spatula, as the egg quickly set under high heat, forming layers of golden folds. When the edges turned a light brown, he swiftly removed it, ensuring it retained just the right amount of tenderness. Next, he added the diced tomatoes to the pan, lightly pressing them with the back of the spatula to release their sweet and tangy juices, which mingled with the lingering aroma of the eggs, creating a rich fragrance. A pinch of fine salt was sprinkled in, and the golden scrambled eggs were briefly stir-fried with the tomatoes, allowing each piece of egg to be enveloped in the orange-red sauce. Finally, with a swift motion, he transferred the tomato and egg dish to a large white porcelain plate. The golden eggs, fluffy and soft, were drenched in the vibrant tomato sauce, and as steam rose, the sweet and sour aroma wafted enticingly. Brother Chuan, the minced scallions, ginger, and garlic are ready. Shall I continue? Li Hua pushed a small bowl of seasonings towards Chuan, though his gaze could not help but wander towards the freshly cooked stir-fried chicken. The orange-red sauce clung to the tender chicken pieces, while the cucumber cubes glistened with a fresh sheen under the light, making one's appetite stir. Don't sneak a taste. We still need to chop some more garlic. Chuan, quick and alert, swatted away Li Hua's eager hands and called for Pang Hu to take the dishes away. Suyi stood at the kitchen doorway, his slender fingers delicately holding a few cloves of freshly peeled garlic. His gaze swept over the bustling crowd, eventually resting on Chuan's flushed profile, slightly reddened by the steam. Boss, don't just stand there, peel some more. Li Hua suddenly leaned in, snatching the garlic from Su Ye's hand. Sui closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the impulse to punch the brat, and picked up another clove to peel. Yet his peripheral vision could not help but linger on Chuan. The young man was intently wielding a chef's knife, the blade gliding effortlessly through the marbled texture of the beef. Each slice was precise and uniform, quickly filling the chopping board with neatly cut pieces. The ease with which he handled the knife resembled that of a seasoned chef, rather than a mere 19-year-old. Sui couldn't help but recall the first time Li Hua had William deliver the insulated lunchbox to him in London. It was then he first tasted Chuan's cooking, an exquisite explosion of flavors that felt as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. It was difficult to articulate that sensation, but if one had to put it into words, it might simply be perfection. Using the most basic ingredients, Chuan had elevated their complementary nature to an unparalleled level. Every spice and every degree of heat was meticulously controlled. Even his discerning palate was left utterly enchanted. As the temperature in the kitchen rose, beads of condensation trickled down the glass window, obscuring the pitch-black sky outside. Chuan coated the marinated beef in breadcrumbs, gently pressing to ensure each piece was evenly covered before placing them into the oil pan, frying them slowly on low heat until both sides turned golden brown. His mastery over the flame was impeccable. He flipped the pieces at just the right moments to maintain a crispy exterior while keeping the interior tender and juicy. In the end, he squeezed a ring of salad dressing over the perfectly seared steak, the vibrant sauce cascading down the crispy edges, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Brother Chuan, the lettuce is washed, Pang Hu announced, carrying a colander filled with glistening green leaves. Chuan accepted it, layering the lettuce in a dish, sprinkling it with minced garlic, drizzling it with oyster sauce and light soy sauce, and adding a touch of sesame oil before covering it with cling film and placing it in the microwave, setting it for 4 minutes. This was his unconventional yet effective method, simple yet retaining all the flavors. He then turned to prepare the pork, chopping half into fine minced meat, incorporating scallion and ginger water along with starch, stirring in one direction to achieve a cohesive texture, then shaping them into firm meatballs. The other half of the pork was slowly rinsed in cold water to remove impurities, then briefly blanched before being sautéed in the wok until golden brown. With the conditions set, he caramelized the meat on low heat, giving it a beautiful crimson hue, before transferring it to a pressure cooker with soy sauce, star anise, and cinnamon for a slow braise. Brother Chuan, the winter melon you requested. Chen Siki brought over the sliced winter melon, curiously watching Yang Chuan form meatballs. Are you making meatball soup? She inquired. Yes, winter melon meatball soup, he replied, skillfully shaping the minced meat into small spheres. Accustomed to the notion that a meal without soup felt incomplete, the microwave beeped, signaling that the garlic oyster sauce lettuce was ready. The lettuce is done. Who can serve it? Yang Chuan called out without lifting his gaze. Meanwhile, on the stove, he had already prepared the ingredients for mapo tofu. Silken tofu is diced into cubes and soaked in brine to eliminate any unpleasant odors. Ground beef is sautéed until fragrant and crispy, while Pixian de Banjiang and fermented black beans are fried in hot oil, releasing a vibrant, spicy aroma. The pungency of Sichuan peppercorn powder swirls in the air. Finally, the dish is served, with the crimson oil enveloping the pristine white tofu, adorned with vibrant green scallions, and a spicy fragrance wafts through the room. Suyi observes those around him, who are engrossed in their tasks, and he steps forward to the microwave, retrieving a plate of garlic oyster sauce lettuce. The lettuce, steamed at high temperatures, retains its lush green freshness, while the amber sauce glistens atop the verdant leaves, releasing a delightful aroma of garlic intertwined with the umami of oyster sauce. As Suyi enters the dining room with a plate, the long table is already adorned with several dishes. Julian and Chris are setting the table, the clinking of cutlery producing a crisp sound. Soon, one dish after another is brought to the table, filling it to the brim with an array of culinary delights. The glossy, inviting stir-fried chicken cubes, the vividly colored tomato and scrambled eggs, the golden and crispy salad steak drizzled with creamy white dressing, the enticingly glazed braised pork, and the meatballs bobbing in clear winter melon soup create a feast for the eyes. Surrounding the table, everyone stands a circle, their gazes flitting among the delectable offerings, their appetites already stirring. Please take a seat. Yang Chuan, loosening his apron with beads of sweat upon his brow, beckons. Pang, who eagerly occupies the seat to Yang Chuan's right, followed by Su Yi, who strides in and sits to Yang Chuan's left, beating Li Hua to the spot. Li Hua, who previously sat beside Yang Chuan, pouts and, feeling a bit aggrieved, settles beside Su Yi. Such joyful moments would be incomplete without refreshing beverages. Hu Junfeng thoughtfully fills everyone's glasses with ice-cold cola. Let us celebrate our record-breaking income today. Cheers! Pang, who raises his glass of cola, the foam spilling over and dampening his fingers. Cheers! The sound of clinking glasses rings clear and pleasant as everyone cheers and eagerly picks up their chopsticks and forks to indulge in the feast. Chapter 80. The Battle of Chopsticks and Spoons at the Dining Table. Numerous pairs of chopsticks and forks dance amid the dishes. Li Hua's chopsticks dart like lightning toward the plate of stir-fried chicken he's been eyeing for some time, snatching a piece of sauce-coated chicken and popping it into his mouth. The chicken is crispy on the outside and tender within. A gentle bite releases a burst of delectable juices, the balanced sweet and savory sauce mingling with the refreshing cucumber, eliciting a satisfied hum from him. Delicious, absolutely exquisite, he exclaims, giving a thumbs up while sauce lingers at the corners of his mouth, neglecting to wipe it away as he switches to a spoon to scoop a generous helping into his bowl, mixing it with rice. Leave some for me. Pang, who quickly scoops a portion into his own bowl. Julian follows suit, using his spoon to take a piece of tomato and scrambled eggs. The golden egg strands and vibrant red tomatoes shimmering enticingly under the light. He carefully places it in his mouth, and the sweet and sour flavors burst on his tongue. The fluffy egg absorbing the tomato's juices, yielding a soft yet slightly chewy texture. Oh my God! Julian dramatically clutches his chest. How can these tomatoes and eggs be so delicious together? It's just tomato and scrambled eggs, he replies, marveling at the combination. Chen Siki smiled as she corrected herself, taking a generous spoonful from the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a classic staple in our Chinese cuisine. This single dish, paired with rice, could easily satisfy 3 bowls. Moreover, this particular scrambled eggs with tomatoes was prepared by our very own Yang Chuan, so its deliciousness was beyond question. Su Yi quietly savored the food before him, his movements graceful yet swift. He picked up a piece of the salad steak, its golden breadcrumb coating shimmering enticingly under the light. The moment he bit into it, a crisp crack echoed, revealing tender beef within, still tinged with a rosy hue, perfectly complemented by the refreshing salad dressing. "Boss, you seem to have quite the appetite today," Li Hua observed, noting that Su Yi had already taken a second bowl of rice, an uncommon occurrence. Su Yi merely responded with a faint hum. He had just finished a hotel brunch before driving from London, a journey of nearly 4 hours. Upon arrival, he immediately began to lend a hand, and indeed, he was famished, especially with the delectable dishes Chuan had prepared. He then picked up a piece of braised pork, the glossy, crimson morsel wobbling precariously on his chopsticks, the rich aroma wafting enticingly. He leisurely brought it to his mouth, and the fatty yet tender piece dissolved almost instantly on his tongue, leaving a deep, savory essence. Encouraged by Chuan Siki's recommendation, Anna bravely ventured to try the mapo tofu. The pristine white tofu, adorned with vibrant red oil, resembled a crimson plum in the snow, its appearance deceptively enticing. Eagerly, she placed it in her mouth, her eyes widening instantaneously as her cheeks flushed with visible speed. Gasping, she stuck out her tongue, desperately inhaling, tears nearly spilling from the spice's assault, her tongue tingling fiercely, and her lips turning a bright red. "If you can't handle the spice, then perhaps you should refrain," Chris remarked, promptly offering her a can of cola, while he seized the opportunity to scoop a generous helping of mapo tofu into his rice. Once a devotee of fish and chips, he was now gradually transforming into a connoisseur of spicy cuisine. What a delightful sensation. Though it's spicy, it is utterly delicious. Anna managed to recover her composure and took another spoonful. "Chuan, could we possibly add this mapo tofu to the menu next time? I believe it would be a blockbuster," Shinseki proposed. "And this scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Julian chimed in, raising his hand in agreement. "I would gladly eat this every day." "Indeed, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes are exquisite." Marcus nodded vigorously. Such a sweet and tangy dish, perfectly aligned with foreign palates. After all, have you not noticed how the sweet and sour General Tso's chicken has taken the American market by storm? Amidst the animated discussions at the dining table, Pang, who boisterously suggested, "In my opinion, the most popular dish today has to be the braised meat. All the braised meat and rice we brought along have sold out." "Absolutely." Hu Junfeng immediately concurred. That braised meat was truly exceptional. Many patrons returned to queue again, claiming they had never tasted such delectable meat. Chuan nodded with a hint of pride. "The braised meat indeed sells well, primarily due to the quality of the marinade. I used over a dozen spices, along with a secret seasoning blend to create it. The recipe provided by the system was undoubtedly exquisite. Moreover, with the culinary marvel of the braised meat pot, he required little effort to prepare a perfect batch of meat. Do not let the brine go to waste." Pang, who exclaimed hurriedly, "Why not save it for tomorrow and prepare another batch? I still feel like I haven't had enough." Agreed. Chun Siki quickly raised her hand. "I've been inhaling that enticing aroma all afternoon, yet I didn't get a single bite. It's utterly unbearable." Certainly, young Chuan nodded. "Today has been too hectic. I had intended to prepare some marinated eggs, so I shall boil extra eggs tonight and marinate them together." "That sounds splendid. Perhaps we could also add some dried tofu, edamame, chicken feet, duck paws, and duck necks. The marinated delights would serve as delightful snacks." Hu Junfeng proposed. "Absolutely. I would love to indulge." Pang, whose eyes sparkled. "Ideally, we could even have some pig trotters make a return. I felt unsatisfied last time. Marinated meat is a go, but for chicken feet, duck paws, and duck necks, we will need to visit Huagua's supermarket next time. Tesco and Sainsbury's do not stock such delicacies." Chuan chuckled, shaking his head. At that moment, Sui set down his chopsticks and wiped the corners of his mouth. "If it's not too much trouble, could you possibly prepare more meat? I wish to purchase some to take back to London." "When do you plan to return to London? Tonight or tomorrow morning?" Last time, Sui had returned to London on a Monday due to a durian issue, and it was uncertain if he would leave early this time. The brine and marinated meat required time to process, and it was unsure if it would be feasible. Tomorrow morning. I have no classes on Monday morning. Then it's settled. Chuan readily agreed. I shall attend to the brine on the cart shortly and prepare a fresh batch, marinating plenty of meat, eggs, and dried tofu, letting it soak overnight to ensure it is thoroughly infused with flavor. I will pack it for you to take in the morning. Thank you. Suya's lips subtly curled upwards. After a hearty meal, everyone reclined in their chairs, caressing their full bellies, wearing satisfied smiles. The restaurant was enveloped in a medley of delightful aromas, with only remnants of broth and scraps left in the plates. I'll go retrieve the brine pot from the cart and take care of the brine, Chuan announced as he stood up. I'll help you. Suya immediately rose. His swift actions startlingly hua. Though Chuan possessed the physique of a culinary god and appeared slender, he was quite strong and could manage alone. However, he did not refuse Suya's kind offer. The two exited the villa, and Chuan unlocked the cart, extracting the hefty stainless steel brine bucket. Without hesitation, Suya stepped forward to take it, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his taut arm muscles, effortlessly carrying the bucket back inside. Chuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise, not expecting this pampered heir to possess such strength. If Li Hua could hear Chuan's thoughts, he would surely inform him that their esteemed leader was not only well-versed in elite education, but also adept in horseback riding and hunting. The brine must be filtered and then boiled, otherwise it may spoil. Chuan retrieved a filter and container, while Suya carefully poured the remaining brine from the bucket into the filter, with Chuan steadily holding the container beneath. The deep brown brine emitted a rich fragrance, and through the filter, one could observe various floating spices and residue. I have heard that the older the brine, the more aromatic it becomes. Suya suddenly spoke, the moonlight casting a gentle shadow on his sharply defined profile. Indeed, Chuan replied, gently stirring with a spoon. The longer the marinade is aged, the more aromatic it becomes. After each use, it is boiled and preserved, with new ingredients added for the next occasion. The filtered marinade returned to the pot, and Chuan added a new spice pouch along with some seasonings. Suya observed his movements and remarked, "There's a renowned Chinese restaurant in London. The owner claims his marinade recipe has been passed down for 3 generations, yet it pales in comparison to yours. Have you visited many Chinese restaurants?" Chuan inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. "Not many," Suya candidly replied. "I have tried a few, but none are as delicious as what you prepare." "You flatter me," Chuan said, his ears slightly reddening from the compliment. The night breeze swept through the courtyard, dispersing the fragrant aroma of the marinade beneath the starry sky. Chapter 81. The aftermath of the braised meat. Mr. Hope returned home from SU University, carrying a bag filled with braised meat. As he opened the door, his grandson Jack rushed towards him like a little cannonball, his eyes fixated on the bag in his grandfather's hand. "Grandpa, chicken legs, big chicken legs," Jack exclaimed, tiptoeing and reaching out eagerly for the bag. Mr. Hope chuckled, lifting the bag high. "Patience, you little rascal. Go call Grandma and your parents to the dining table. Dinner is ready." 10 minutes later, the Hope family gathered around the oak dining table. Each plate held a serving of creamy mushroom pasta and butter-fried cod, Mrs. Hope's specialty, which had previously garnered much praise. However, tonight, everyone's attention was captivated by something else. The braised meat Mr. Hope had brought home was divided among 3 large platters. Besides chicken legs, the braised meat consisted of deep brown slices of pork, expertly cut by Chuan, glistening with a rich sheen and emanating a complex, robust aroma. Little Jack could hardly contain his excitement. Earlier, his grandfather had brought back 3 braised chicken legs for himself, Grandma, and Jack, and they were utterly delicious. He reached out with his small hand, grabbing a piece of marbled pork belly and stuffing it into his mouth. The fatty part melted in his mouth, while the lean meat absorbed the essence of the marinade, releasing an explosion of rich flavor upon tasting. "So delicious. The best meat I've ever had, Grandpa," Jack exclaimed, bouncing on his little chair with delight. Mr. Hope smiled with pride. "The chicken leg I tasted at noon has lingered in my thoughts all afternoon. I had initially planned to support their business, but to my surprise, they were thriving, with a crowd gathered in front of their stall. I stood in line for a full 40 minutes before I could purchase one." Jack's father, Richard, cautiously speared a piece of beef with his fork and savored it slowly. His initially furrowed brow gradually relaxed, revealing a look of rapture reminiscent of young Jack. Indeed, it was exquisite, tender yet pleasantly chewy, imbued with a sweetness and fragrance that defies description. Mrs. Hope elegantly cut a small piece with her knife, nodded in approval after tasting, and remarked, "I suspect they have added sugar and some sort of fermented bean sauce. The flavor is remarkable, and the meat is so tender and flavorful that it's hard to believe it was prepared by a young student. That child hails from a great Eastern nation renowned for its culinary delights. It is hardly surprising that his skills are commendable. Do try this braised chicken leg. I intentionally bought 6. Little Jack will have 2, and the adults will each have 1. Mr. Hope distributed the chicken legs among the group. "Grandpa is so wonderful. I love you, Grandpa," Little Jack exclaimed, planting a greasy kiss on Mr. Hope's cheek. "Ha ha, Grandpa loves you too," Mr. Hope replied with a chuckle, though a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes. He dared not let his grandson know that he had actually purchased 5 chicken legs at noon, intending to bring 1 home for each family member, but had succumbed to temptation and eaten 2 before returning home. Coincidentally, his son and daughter-in-law were out that afternoon, so the remaining 3 legs were devoured by him. Thus, Little Jack ended up with only 1 braised chicken leg, while Mr. Hope indulged in 3. Therefore, these 2 large chicken legs were a special treat for his grandson. Unaware of the truth, Little Jack felt that his grandpa was the best in the world, allowing him to have 2 big chicken legs all to himself. He mixed the braised sauce with his spaghetti, joyfully alternating between bites of meat and pasta. Once the noodles and meat were finished, he eagerly scraped the sauce from the bottom of the plate with his spoon, wishing he could lift the plate and lick it clean, if not for the presence of the elders. "Grandpa, can we buy it again tomorrow? I want to eat that meat." Mr. Hope's expression suddenly turned troubled. "Oh dear, I'm afraid not. The young man selling the braised meat is a student from Huagua. He has classes and only sets up a stall on Wednesdays and Sundays." Jack's little face immediately fell, his lips turned downward, and his eyes began to well with tears. "But I really want to eat it on Wednesday," Mr. Hope quickly promised. "I will make sure to go early on Wednesday and buy plenty to bring home. All right? We can keep it in the fridge and enjoy it slowly." "Really?" Jack sniffled. "Will we have enough for 3 days?" "Yes," Mr. Hope said, ruffling his grandson's curly hair. "Since you love it so much, Grandpa promises." Little Jack cheered, climbing onto his grandfather's lap and wrapping his arms around his neck. "You're the best, Grandpa." "Father, you spoil this boy too much," came the gentle admonition. Lilith, Richard's wife, smiled wryly and shook her head at the sight. "It's nothing. I simply wish to indulge myself," she remarked. Mr. Hope spoke nothing but the truth. Earlier that afternoon, he had sampled the fried potatoes and the sweet coconut water from Chuan's stall, both of which were delectable. Meanwhile, in a student apartment near SU University, Indian student Raj and his 3 roommates were gathered in the living room, tallying today's earnings. Scattered before Raj were various denominations of notes and coins, with his calculator displaying the figures 68 and 750. "We sold 275 bottles of beverages," Raj announced. "In total, that amounts to 6,875, yielding a profit of around 400, which means each of us can take home 100. However, his roommate Amir appeared distracted, gazing out the window. "Did you see that Chinese fellow's stall?" The line was as if the queen were distributing money. "I've done a rough calculation," interjected another roommate, Sahil, gesturing in the air. "Most of the customers at our stall were patrons of theirs. Their sales must surpass ours, surely at least 400 servings of braised meat. Priced at 6 per serving. With costs at most half that, they'd rake in a profit of 200. Adding the fried potatoes and desserts brings their total to 2,000, exclaimed Deepak, his eyes glinting with a strange light. "He earns in a day what we do in a month." The living room fell silent as the 4 Indian students exchanged glances, recognizing the envy, resentment, and a burgeoning ambition reflected in each other's eyes. "This is unfair." Amir suddenly slammed his hand on the table. That Chinese kid's braised meat was clearly cooked with a variety of spices. We Indians are the true masters of spices. Our ancestors have been using various spices for thousands of years, and our curry is renowned worldwide. Why should we let some Chinese kid outshine us? Sahil nodded in agreement. My grandmother's curry lamb is so exquisite that even the British Prime Minister would yearn to immigrate to India. What do you mean? Raj asked hesitantly. We should sell braised meat, Amir exclaimed excitedly. Indian-style braised meat. With our spices, our recipes. Let the British witness what true spice artistry is. But our curry dumplings weren't very popular last time. Raj expressed his doubts. That was a problem with the dumplings. The British are more inclined towards meat. Sahil promptly replied. This time, let's use lamb, marinated overnight in yogurt and ginger garlic. Then incorporate our special spices. My mother has an ancestral recipe, Amir boasted, a blend made from 23 spices, which even my uncle uses in his restaurant in Delhi. Deepak suddenly raised a concern, but we lack that dark sauce the Chinese student used. Amir waved his hand dismissively. We'll create a base sauce using tomatoes and onions, adding turmeric, chili powder, and coriander seeds. It will be just as visually appealing, and the flavor will undoubtedly surpass theirs. As the trio grew increasingly animated, it was as if they could already envision pounds cascading like raindrops. They resolved to venture to the market the following day to procure ingredients, laboring through the night to concoct their version of Indian royal braised meat, preparing to set up stall over the weekend to compete with Chuan. Wait, Raj cautiously interjected. Should we first sample the Huagua braised meat? Amir scoffed. What a waste of time. Our palates have been nourished since childhood by the world's most exquisite spices. Do we really need to learn from a student from Huagua how to prepare braised meat? The other two nodded in agreement, and Amir even began to hum a cheerful Bollywood tune, while Sahir swayed his head to the rhythm. Observing this, Raj recognized that further discussion would be futile and decided to let them proceed with their endeavors. In the cramped kitchen of their student apartment, an ambitious plan was taking shape to conquer the taste buds of the English with the wisdom of Indian spices, while simultaneously reaping a bounty of pounds. Seen at noon, mister. Hope returned home with 3 braised chicken legs. Little Jack exclaimed, Grandpa, the chicken legs you bought are delicious. What should we do if I want more? Mrs. Hope replied, The old man has a good eye. These braised chicken legs are indeed delectable, but the portions are too meager. You should have bought 6, 2 for each of us. Mr. Hope, feeling guilty, thought to himself, I must ensure that my wife and grandson never find out that I actually devoured 3 chicken legs. Chapter 82. Business order. As night enveloped the sky like ink, Suyi stood at the entrance of a villa, the silvery moonlight casting an ethereal glow upon his tall figure. He turned to Chuan, who had accompanied him to the door, and suddenly inquired, What are your thoughts on that order from Ms. Winston? From their previous conversation, Suyi had learned of the 500 order, but Chuan appeared hesitant about accepting this business opportunity. To be honest, I'm a bit uncertain. I lack experience in banquet catering, Chuan admitted, scratching his head, and the time frame is rather tight. Do not fret, Suyi replied with a steady and reassuring tone. Catering for a cold buffet is quite straightforward. Simply consider it a small buffet. Prepare your signature braised meat and sandwiches, complemented by some exquisite cold dishes and desserts. Chuan's eyes brightened instantly, of course. Braised meat sandwiches. How'd I not think of that? With a slight smile, Suyi elaborated, Your braised meat is already quite popular. When sliced thin and nestled in bread, accompanied by vegetables and eggs, it becomes indistinguishable from a sandwich, convenient and delectable. For the cold dishes, just whip up some Chinese-style salads, ensuring they are visually appealing. As for the dessert, I noticed that the coconut sago pudding you sold today received excellent feedback. Perhaps you could also prepare some small cakes. That makes perfect sense. The sago pudding could feature mango or red beans, and I could create some mousse cakes. Chuan grew increasingly enthusiastic, his previous hesitations vanishing. All right, I will contact Ms. Winston tomorrow to accept this order. Rest assured, these foreigners have not experienced true culinary delights. With your skills, you will undoubtedly succeed. Suyi affirmed with a nod. In the distance, the headlights of a Bentley Bentayga illuminated the night as 2 bodyguards awaited patiently. Then I shall take my leave. Suyi paused momentarily and inquired, Can I come to collect the marinated meat at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? Of course. Chuan replied with a smile, waving his hand. Be careful on your way. As he watched the sleek black luxury car vanish into the night, Chuan turned and returned to the living room. The others were gathered around the sofa, their faces still reflecting the satisfaction of a hearty dinner. Come, it's time to divide the profits, Yang Chuan announced, presenting the prepared envelopes he had retrieved from his room, neatly arranged on the coffee table. Pang, who eagerly picked up one envelope, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. Why is there so much? Didn't we agree on 100? That is merely the base salary, Yang Chuan explained with a chuckle. I've thought this through. As our business continues to flourish, I intend to allocate an additional 3 of the profits to each of you weekly, beyond the 100 base salary, after deducting costs. Today's total revenue is 70,005, and after subtracting approximately 1,000 for ingredients and other costs, we are left with a profit of 60,005. Divided among us, that amounts to 180 each. Yang Chuan had indeed contemplated this decision carefully. They were now a cohesive team, and as the business thrived, it was only fair that he did not reap all the rewards alone. Everyone deserved a taste of success. Everyone should share in the profits. Such a large sum, Anna exclaimed, her eyes bright with disbelief. That totals 280 each. No, Chinsiki quickly interjected, shaking her head. We are merely assisting. How can we accept so much? Hu Junfeng also disagreed, saying, Brother Chuan, the base salary is already quite generous. We cannot accept a bonus as well. Do not refuse, Yang Chuan insisted with determination. Without your help, how could I possibly manage this small stall alone? Setting up tables and chairs, preparing ingredients, handling payments, cleaning, and editing videos for promotion. All of these are tangible contributions. I'm not afraid to be frank. As business continues to prosper, it cannot be that I alone am enriched while my brothers receive only meager salaries. This is what we call a win-win collaboration. Only with fair compensation can our partnership endure. As he handed the envelopes to each person, Hu Junfeng, holding the thick envelope, felt his eyes welling up. Brother Chuan, please accept it. Yang Chuan patted his shoulder. And we still have Ms. Winston's business orders awaiting us. Business orders? Pang, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Have you decided to accept them? Indeed, Yang Chuan nodded. Suyi provided excellent suggestions. Marinated meat sandwiches, cold dishes made with Chinese-style salads, and desserts featuring cake and coconut sago. This way, we need not prepare overly complicated dishes, and we can showcase our unique offerings. Marinated meat sandwiches. Pang, who could not contain his laughter. ISNT that just like how we had marinated meat stuffed in bread this afternoon, there's a distinction, Yang Chuan clarified. The cold meal will be in a buffet style for a business reception, where presentation must be exquisite and appealing. It cannot be as simple as merely stuffing meat in a bread. We need to include vegetables and fried eggs, cut into triangles, neatly packaged, resembling the offerings in a bakery, making it convenient for guests to eat on the go. Indeed, the selection of bread holds great significance. It is not merely about white bread, but whole wheat bread must also be prepared, and has begun to ponder this. Furthermore, the accompaniment of vegetables is essential. Chinsiki added that cucumbers and lettuce could be utilized. Cold dishes are rather simple. Typically, banquets feature vegetable salads, which they are likely tired of. Let us offer them some Chinese cold dishes, such as smashed cucumber, mixed salad, cold jellyfish, and the garlic pork belly that Chuan Go prepared last time. Wait, I recall that Ms. Winston's business gathering is also on Wednesday evening, which conflicts with our stall time, doesn't it? Chris suddenly remembered. Should we change our stall time? Today, we informed the diners to return on Wednesday. It wouldn't be ideal to keep altering the agreed time, right? Marcus scratched his head. I believe there is no actual conflict. After all, Ms. Winston's event will feature only cold dishes. We merely need to prepare our dishes in advance and assign 2 or 3 people to deliver them. Livor remarked, and on Wednesday, we will be selling spicy hot pot, so the ingredients can be prepared ahead of time. As long as Chuan Go prepares the soup base, we can cook the ingredients in the broth and add seasonings according to the customer's preferences. That makes sense. Then let us proceed separately. The group began to discuss fervently, filling the living room with lively chatter. Yang Chuan gazed at his companions, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. From their initial serendipitous encounter in the communal kitchen to their current joint venture, these friends from diverse nations have provided him with immense support. Next week will be busy. He must return Ms. Winston's call to discuss the banquet details. Prepare the soup base and ingredients for spicy hot pot. Arrange the reserved braised meat for Wang Rue, and prepare for the upcoming Halloween food competition. There is much to do, yet he is filled with vigor. The bustling business of braised meat today has instilled confidence in him, while also amplifying his ambitions. This is merely a beginning. He aspires to open his own restaurant, purchase a car, and acquire a home, and eventually invite his grandmother, who has never traveled abroad, to visit the UK. With hopeful anticipation for the future, Yang Chuan gradually drifted into slumber. Advance update. I'm truly amazing. Let me praise myself. I type so slowly. I am striving to compile more content, aiming for an additional update by the Mid-Autumn Festival. Love you all three. Chapter 83. Rugiamo, the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm golden hue throughout the room. Yang Chuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, and after freshening up, his first task was to check on the braised meat. A rich aroma wafted through the kitchen as the culinary masterpiece simmered quietly. Yang Chuan lifted the pot lid, and the steaming vapors, infused with the fragrance of the braise, enveloped him, prompting an instinctive deep breath. The braising liquid had thickened after a night of simmering, with streaks of pork belly and beef subtly revealed in the deep brown broth, glistening enticingly. Perfect. Yang Chuan gently prodded the meat pieces with chopsticks, finding the tenderness to be just right. He had intentionally added extra meat last night, specifically for Su Yi to take home. It is nearly time to prepare breakfast. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen piqued Yang Chuan's appetite. An idea struck him. Why not indulge in meat-filled buns for breakfast? Without hesitation, he retrieved flour and yeast from the cupboard. He began by dissolving the yeast in warm water before incorporating it into the flour, kneading it into a smooth dough. His skilled hands pressed and folded the dough until it became soft and elastic. As he awaited the dough to rise, he took 20 eggs from the refrigerator, placing them in a pot to boil. He added a spoonful of salt to facilitate peeling the shells later. After rinsing the boiled eggs in cold water to cool them down, he gently scored the shells to enhance flavor absorption before carefully placing them into a marinating pot. As the eggs submerged in the rich, dark broth, they were instantly enveloped by the savory liquid. Yang Chuan covered the pot, allowing the eggs to gradually absorb the aromatic essence of the marinade. Approximately half an hour later, the dough had doubled in size. Yang Chuan divided it into small portions, rolling each into an elongated shape before curling them into rounds. After flattening them, he rolled them out into circular buns, preheating a skillet without adding oil. He placed the buns directly onto the dry surface. As they cooked in a high heat, the buns gradually puffed up, their surfaces adorned with golden spots, releasing the delightful scent of wheat. "What are you making? It smells so good I can't sleep," Pang Hu exclaimed, rubbing his eyes as he entered the kitchen, his nose twitching in anticipation. "We are having meat-filled buns for breakfast," Yang Chuan replied without looking up, flipping the buns. "It'll be ready soon. Go wake everyone up." Pang Hu promptly dashed upstairs, and within 5 minutes, the residents of both villas were roused by the allure of breakfast and the promise of meat-filled buns, gathering in the kitchen. By this time, Yang Chuan had already prepared over a dozen buns. He selected a generous piece of marbled pork belly from the marinade pot and swiftly chopped it with a chef's knife. The rhythmic clattering of the blade against the cutting board echoed as the minced meat quickly formed a small mound. He added a scoop of marinade over the meat, intensifying its savory aroma. He sliced the baked buns open from the middle, ensuring not to cut through completely, thus creating a pocket. He then filled it with a hearty spoonful of the marinated meat and drizzled a bit of broth on top. The first meat-filled bun was ready just as Pang Hu eagerly reached out to grab it. "Be careful, it's hot," Yang Chuan cautioned. But Pang Hu had already taken a large bite. The salty, aromatic flavor of the marinated meat collided with the weedy essence of the bun in his mouth, with the broth soaking into the interior, each bite bursting with layers of taste. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Pang Hu squinted his eyes in delight, mumbling through his mouthful. Seeing his enthusiasm, the others quickly joined in, and soon the kitchen was filled with sounds of chewing and exclamations of praise. "This marinated meat is truly delightful. I could eat it every day without getting tired of it," Li Hua commented while savoring the bun. "The white bun is fantastic too. It absorbs the broth without becoming too soft, and the crust remains slightly crispy. Shinseki suggested, Yang Chuan, why don't we prepare meat-filled buns for Ms. Winston's cold buffet? Isn't this far more authentic than any bread filled with marinated meat? Yang Chuan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the buns can be made in advance, and the process is not overly complicated. I second that. This is far superior to those monotonous sandwiches. Anna had finished her portion and was eyeing the few buns sizzling in the pan. Indeed, we could allow the diners to stuff the buns with meat or even with cold dishes. How delightful that would be. Shinseki nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Anything stuffed in the bun is delectable. Just as the group was engaged in animated discussion, the doorbell rang. Li Hua dashed to open the door, revealing Su Yi's tall figure at the entrance. Today he donned a charcoal gray cashmere blend coat, with sleek black trousers enveloping his long legs. The cuffs elegantly resting at the tops of his suede Chelsea boots, accentuating his height and length, resembling a leading man from a film. Boss, just in time for breakfast, Li Hua exclaimed excitedly, pulling Su Yi inside. Chuan Ge has made meat stuffed buns. They are incredibly delicious. Su Ye's gaze drifted past Li Hua, landing on Yang Chuan, who was busy in the kitchen. In the morning light, the contours of Yang Chuan's profile appeared soft, his tousled hair gently swaying with his movements, giving him an aura as if gilded in gold. Would you like to try? Yang Chuan asked, lifting his head upon seeing Su Yi, offering him a freshly made meat bun. Thank you. Su Yi accepted the bun, lowering his gaze to take a bite, and the rich aroma of the marinated meat instantly filled his mouth. The bun was crispy on the outside yet tender within, harmonizing beautifully with the meat. Delicious, Su Yi succinctly remarked, yet without pause. He took another bite, which spoke volumes. What do you think about substituting these meat buns for sandwiches at Ms. Winston's cold buffet? Yang Chuan inquired. Su Yi pondered for a few seconds before responding. I believe it is feasible. Since we intend to feature marinated meat and Chinese cold dishes as the stars of the buffet, we should fully embrace the Chinese theme. The meat bun would be more appropriate than bread for holding the marinated meat. However, it would be best to wrap the bottom in baking paper. It's aesthetically pleasing and keeps hands clean, making it convenient for guests to serve themselves. Great idea. Yang Chuan nodded vigorously, hastily jotting it down. After breakfast, Yang Chuan began to pack marinated meat for Su Yi. Layering the fresh ingredients in a storage box, he meticulously placed slices of pork belly, beef shank, chicken wings, chicken legs, marinated eggs, and dried tofu, finally drenching it all in filtered marinade, filling a total of 8 boxes. If you freeze these, they could be preserved for a long time. You just need to heat them up when you want to eat, Yang Chuan said, placing the boxes into a bag and handing it to Su Yi. Thank you. How much do I owe you? Su Yi asked. Given your help yesterday, consider these at cost price, so let's say 200. Yang Chuan genuinely only charged him for the cost, knowing that they sold a portion of marinated meat rice for 6 at their stall, with a maximum of 3 taels of marinated meat per serving. While the quantity packed for Su Yi was at least 20 pounds, not to mention the marinated eggs and tofu. Though most of the ingredients had been exchanged from the system shop at virtually no cost, that was a secret not to be disclosed to anyone. Su Yi nodded, swiftly transferring the payment via his phone before picking up the bag. Then I shall take my leave. See you next week. Yes, see you next week.